It was the end of 10 years of hiding from the village hidden among leaves. Naruto Uzumaki, a former resident of the aforementioned village, found himself in opposition to their retrieval team that had been dispatched to recover him. He pulled out his midnight black sword, which seemed to absorb all light, including sunlight. With his well-built 6'1" frame, dark gray shinobi gear, black decals, black combat boots that led to Anbu cargo pants, a gray t-shirt, and a leather jacket, he appeared to be a civilian mercenary. Clearly opposing those who were facing him down, he maintained a blank expression. They had ambushed him, but he had sensed their approach before they did, so here they were. They emerged rather violently, but when they demanded that he accompany them and he naturally refused, they took steps to physically restrain him. With his weapon drawn, his eyes hard, and his glare fierce, this resulted in the current standoff. Teams 10, 9, and 8 of the Hidden Leaf stood across from him in the grassy clearing. Tenten of Team 9 stood out front with her own sword drawn and calmly explained once more. Naruto, it's time to come home. As he answered, Naruto's tone reflected his arctic glare. Home. They were all taken aback by his icy demeanor because they were not accustomed to this somber version of their usually jovial friend who never failed to smile in the face of adversity. Although he was also drawing attention away from his 3 students, Asuma Saratobi, the current leader of the 3-squad retrieval team, stepped forward and attempted to act diplomatically. As their sensei attracted the target's attention, Team 10, experts at capture, moved stealthily in the background. He says, "Be reasonable, Naruto. We mean you no harm." When the black blade was pointed at the Jonin, he hesitated. It was cold enough to freeze the sun in Naruto's glare. Could have fooled me. I said no. What part of that do you not understand? Be reasonable, Asuma answered. He tried a different strategy after realizing that his words were ineffective. He went on, the banishment order was a mistake. We acknowledge that, but now it's time to, as his students were nearly in place. No, Naruto interrupts once more, raising his weapon and letting out a low growl in his throat. Your problems are just that, your problems. Tenten charges ahead, keeping pace with him. The 2 Hyuga moved to flank him, but Tenten held him in place with the clash of swords. But because he had adjusted their clash, she slipped forward. Naruto smoothly moved around her as she lost her balance and struck the back of her neck with the butt of his sword. 1 down. 8 trigrams, was uttered, but before either Hyuga could move, 2 new kunai appeared in their places and they had to jump clear. Suddenly, Naruto was motionless while the lone Nara grinned and declared off to the side. Kujmain success. It was evident that he had immobilized himself by associating his shadow with his former classmates. Asuma let out a bark upon seeing this. Kiba, now. With a specially crafted chakra suppression seal in his hand, Kiba Inuzuka charged forward. Sorry, man, you gotta come back home. The man he still regarded as a member of his pack, the Hidden Leaf pack, was just as he slapped the paper seal on his back. Everyone else exhaled a sigh of relief and grinned at each other for a job well done. It was short-lived, though, as 2 shadow clones suddenly appeared in the clearing with their swords drawn, and the group was once again under siege. Asuma saw another figure in the tree-lined shadows of a clearing as Shino and Lee battled the 2 clones. After a brief body flicker, the said hidden enemy leapt clear to escape a trench knife slash. The Leaf team was unable to determine which of the 3 duplicates was the real one, and all fighting stopped as they stood back to back with swords out, the original still captured. At that moment, there was another well-known shout, Kujmain success. Additionally, every duplicate was motionless like a statue. The lone Nara led the others forward to encircle the group, grinning confidently from the rear of the Leaf group. Shikamaru said, "You've gotten sloppy, Naruto. Did you forget that I can hold you down like this?" One clone looks back and gives a blank response. Something like that. Though Kiba's loud barking attracted attention, 3 of the group's more perceptive members suspected something wasn't right. Dispel your clones, man. We've got you already. Naruto gave him a fierce look, but Hinata, who spoke softly, moved forward and made a plea. Please, Naruto-kun, we just need you to. A menacing grin gradually developed on the faces of all the clones, and she and the others paused. The realization came to Asuma, who exclaimed, "Shit. It's a trap," with wide eyes. Great clone explosion. The ground trembled as smoke rose from the tree line and the explosion reverberated off the neighboring mountains. The clearing had expanded by about 20%, and it was now replaced by a huge crater. Somewhere, The real Naruto was seated in a nearby town's food store. He sent a squad of clones to investigate when he sensed the large group of shinobi approaching, but even he was unprepared for this. He moaned as the memories came back to him. Tisk, now the hidden leaf is after us. Shizuka, a kunoichi from Natashiko, an all-female village, sipped her tea before turning to face him and responding. Should we leave now? Naruto's eyes flicked to the seat beyond the dark-haired beauty, and he found himself whispering. It was a good question, to be sure. We should. Even so, he was staring at their children, who were grinning and contentedly eating the ramen next to them. Naruto couldn't help but smile at their naive exchange, which was totally unaware of the bigger picture. Naruto addressed his wife, his longest-serving teammate, and his partner in everything while turning to face the woman whose eyes had also softened. But can we really interrupt them? Scare them out of their innocence? His wife turned to face their son and daughter, grinning slightly as she saw the same thing as her husband. Her response was straightforward. No. The hidden leaf. After a couple of days, Tsunade sighed and scanned the team, saying, I see. A moment later, she inquired. Anything else? Getting shakes of the head. After responding with a nod, she gave an order. Dismissed. With a collective nod, they departed the office. She sighed even more as they left, burdened by the responsibility of leading the greatest secret village of killers. She let out another sigh as she turned to face the village, noticing that she had been doing a lot of that lately. Naruto. Heim, she heard from the window next to her, and she wasn't shocked. Jiraiya. Tsunade's reaction when the man with the white face entered through the doorway to the outside world. She went on. Anything new? Besides Stone continued probing, that the sound are invading their nearby territories. Not much, you. Jiraiya laughed softly. Tsunade responded in a deadpan monotone, bringing her cheek down to her fisted hand. Oh, nothing much. Normal stuff. Assigning missions, saving lives, oh, and finding a long-banished genin who wants nothing to do with us. The fellow Sannin noticed this. Jiraiya whispered to himself, Naruto. Tsunade grimaced as he nodded. He had been out peeking when his godson and student were exiled by the Shinobi Council's majority vote, so it was a sensitive topic. He tried his hardest to find his elusive pupil, but he just disappeared into the woods like a ghost in the night and was never seen or heard from again. Apparently, until now. The watery land. Meanwhile, Shizuka said, we're almost there, as they got into a boat that was going farther into the countryside. As he walked beside her and whispered, Naruto gave her a quick glance. Do you think your people will accept us? She whispered back as she gently pulled from their interlocked fingers. They will. No matter what happened, Shizuka's eyes shone with determination, indicating that it was a moot point. Leaning back on the wooden railing, Naruto grinned as he observed their children running around the deck, swerving through the occupants, laughing and giggling the entire time, oblivious to their parents' struggles. That evening, Naruto was reflecting on the period immediately following his exile from the Leaf Village as he sat at the prow of the ship, gazing out at the moonlit ocean. Flashback. 10 years ago, Hidden Leaf. Tsunade repeatedly says, I'm sorry, Naruto, to the blonde with the bandage in front of her. This particular ninja was wrapped in bandages, his typically vivid orange jacket was missing, and his clan crest was displayed on a pale cream t-shirt, but it was evident that he was still seriously hurt. His normally vivid blue eyes had turned into lifeless, dull pools of gray, and his face was stony and expressionless. Despite the lump in her throat, she went on. I tried to. Cutting her off, Naruto said, is that all, Lady Hokage? Her heart ached even more when she heard his voice, which was painfully flat, bland, and devoid of his typical vibrancy. Her dam broke when she saw him robotically place her necklace and his forehead protector on her table, even though tears were stinging at the corners of her eyes. Despite feeling a mixture of fear, grief, and guilt as she watched the retreating form go, she was still able to croak out a weak Naruto. However, he didn't say anything or look back at her, he just shut the door behind him. Naruto moved silently like a ghost as he made his way home, naturally staying in the shadows to avoid drawing unwanted attention. The Anbu who protected the boy in the village, despite their own transgression, were impressed and doubted they would find him if they weren't already pursuing him. With a blank expression, Naruto stayed in his apartment, packing up his few possessions automatically. Through the windows and any of the numerous tiny holes in the walls, the Anbu squad once more observed him from a distance. The council's decision to expel this devoted young shinobi did not sit well with the majority of the four-man squad, but orders were orders. He simply stopped when he was done packing, as if someone had stopped him. Let it drip, let it drip, let it drip, he cracked. For the first time in years, Naruto sobbed uncontrollably as he leaned against the bed. The former genin was awakened from his sleep of mental exhaustion by the moonlight. When he woke up and looked around his empty room, the memories returned to him. He stood up and let out a heavy sigh, so heavy that it was impossible for someone so young to have let it out. Naruto entered his bathroom and slouched, unworthy of his training, and washed his face. He heard himself staring into the mirror. You're not giving up, are you? Naruto's automatic reaction was a snort, which came quickly after. I never give up and never go back on my word. Before his eyes hardened, a long moment passed. After all, I am a shinobi, he said, lowering his gaze as a deep laugh resounded. Did you forget, my container? You are my Jinchuriki. In his mindscape, Naruto found himself in front of the cage with the enormous fox and tall, endless red bars. The fox was aware that its container was damaged and hollow, but the tiny flicker of careless defiance had not been put out. Naruto's very quiet question, "What do you want?" further supported the chakra construct's assessment of the mental state of its container. "What?" asks the multi-tailed fox. "You have been betrayed by your precious people, have you not?" Naruto responded with a flat tone and a hollow, empty, cold, and meaningless laugh. "You're right. In fact, this caused one of the foxes to tremble a little." The host went on. "You are all I have left." The fox would never reveal to anyone how much the young boy's smile would haunt him for centuries. "What will you do now?" The fox said that the sentient chakra sighed in response to the blonde's shrug. "Fine. This is what we do." After gathering the last of his few belongings, Naruto picked up his pack, examined his former apartment, and made a gentle offer during the fox's exploration. "This is goodbye, huh?" The fox says, "Better get moving, kid. Before someone comes to find you." Naruto nods quietly and moves to the window to slide it apart before responding. "It's a pleasure to be working with you, sensei." The beast's graceful reaction to the title was a deep snort. Then the blonde vanished into the shadows. The blonde was able to move through the village like a ghost with practiced ease because it must have been around 1 in the morning at the time. Here was a relic from his hard childhood. Even the legendary copycat Kakashi was unable to locate Naruto by morning. The end of the flashback. Naruto heard a woman he recognized as his wife ask, "What's on your mind?" As she approached, he grinned as he explained, and she soon joined him on the edge of the ship. "My escape from the leaf." "Ah." Shizuka chuckled softly and sat down next to her husband. She continued her previous statement in a quiet voice, her bright green eyes gleaming against the black night sky. "It was 2 years before we crossed paths, right?" Naruto nodded, remembering how his reputation as a swordsman and his final ability to call forth the toads had made it possible for his now wife to find him following the battle on the shores of Water Country, where he was leading the charge against the loyalist forces alongside his fellow swordsmen. Naruto made a remark. "Yeah, it was. Man, feels like so long ago these days." Flashback. 8 years ago in Water Country. In the Battle of Isle Beach, Naruto fought the loyalist forces with his group of rebel forces at his side, supported by his sword brother Chojiro. Man after man was cut down by his single-handed, shieldless katana. The approaching squad encountered multiple snake summons as they broke through the fields past the slender tree line. Confusion gripped Chojiro, who asked his question. "Snakes." Realizing what this meant, Naruto started to growl in an animalistic manner. "Summoning. Toad drop," he said, going through the motions. In a matter of seconds, 5 medium-sized toads descended upon the enemy summons, crushing them under their weight. Naruto roared with his sword raised as the blonde appeared atop the head of the central toad, shouting for everyone to hear. "Yeah, charge." The rebel forces roared and then joined the sword-wielding toad summons as they charged in, with him raising his blade, swiping down, and pointing towards the enemy lines. As the fabled 8th swordsman entered another brutal battle, the rebel mist shinobi cheered after him. For the past 2 years, the boy had been fighting for them. By now, he was one of them. Naruto looked over as he spoke, chewing on his jerky on a bench outside the recently purchased barracks following the battle. "Thanks for the help, Gamakichi." Despite being young himself, the enormous toad by his side was the size of a fully grown adult man, who laughed at him before brandishing his sword and a forehead protector bearing the kanji for oil. "Here, Dad said that this is our final gift to you. Thanks for your time and all." Naruto sighed and raised his fist in the direction of the toad, saying, "It's fine. It's been fun." With a single nod, Gamakichi bumped his now former summoner's fist before puffing away in a cloud of smoke while the blonde swordsman removed the headband, not his style, and began examining the new sword. The identity of the Toad Sage's pupil was verified by the scene that Shizuka and her guard sensei saw. That evening, Naruto was getting really tired of being watched all the time, so he left the guard post and went to the barracks to sleep. "Are you just going to watch me all day and night or come face me directly?" he asks, halting dead in the middle of the courtyard. A twirl of leaves appears as you turn around, and then two women emerge. It turns out that they were both Natashiko Kunoichi, with the younger one speaking first. "Naruto Uzumaki of the Toads. I am Shizuka and I am here to combat you." As he spoke flatly, Naruto looked at her blankly, his face unreadable. "For what purpose?" Shizuka also spoke flatly, showing no genuine emotion. "Are you the student of the Toad Sage?" With narrowed eyes, Naruto interrupted, "Former student." As he spoke, everyone could see the underlying rage. "Next time I see that pervert, I'll castrate him." His hand was resting on his new katana. Shizuka looked from the man in front of her to her sensei, who merely nodded. She said, turning around again, "Regardless, as his student, you are hereby required to." "Required to?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, snorting and then laughing without a laugh. "I am not required to do anything," he added with a faint growl before his eyes narrowed menacingly. "As a shinobi swordsman, I speak with my blade, so come and talk with me." Shizuka gives a calm nod once before continuing. "As you wish." She threw off her traveling cloak, pulled out her kunai, and started to move in his direction while making her announcement. "I will show you my strength." End of flashback. With a nostalgic smile at those comparatively easier times, Shizuka said, "Well, our first meeting did leave something to be desired." Her husband nodded in agreement. She then looked at the man who was grinning at the moon, and Naruto's eyes cut to her as he continued, grinning. The rage-filled journeyman seeking purpose." As he went on, he gently and lovingly tapped her shoulder with his own. "You, the fallen princess who seeks redemption for her lost first love." Their younger selves were so dramatically inclined that they both found themselves laughing in a melancholy way. Shizuka smiled at him and said, "Well, glad you've grown up," but he could see through the fake warmth. The laughter dancing in those emerald eyes was clear because they had been married for a long time. He shakes his head in amusement and lets out a low laugh. "You're one to talk." As they have done since their first meeting, they settle into a cozy silence and simply enjoy each other's company. Knowing that he reacts best to physical contact, she relies on him and makes use of it whenever she can. With a gentle smile, he asked her, "Should we get some sleep?" She gave a similar response. "Sure." The moonlight illuminated them as he helped her up, and the two paused, locking lips in what the crew would describe as the most romantic scene. The Hidden Leaf. After a day, Jiraiya screamed as he slammed a scroll on the desk covered in papers and slipped right into the seat through the cage's window. He roared, "I found him." "Who?" Tsunade asked, continuing to work without pausing. Jiraiya went on, "Naruto." She paused at that, slowly lifting her head as honey brown and black met. Tsunade whispered after a moment, "Where?" Reporting quickly, Jiraiya states, "A port in Noodle Country, heading towards Water Country." "How long?" "About a day ago," the Toad-wise man stated solemnly. Then Tsunade yells past him, "Shizune, get me Team 8 and 10. Teams 8 and 10 arrived via body flicker after a lengthy 5 minutes. The senior Jonin present, Asuma, spoke first. "You called, Lady Hokage." Tsunade started, "We have received word that our missing genin is heading to Water Country," but Shikamaru raised his hand and responded. "With all due respect, Lady Hokage, but he made it pretty clear that he wants nothing to do with us." "Why are we still?" Tsunade cut him off and said, "It is above your pay grade, Jonin Nara," before continuing. "You are to retrieve Naruto Uzumaki and escort him back here." "Yes, ma'am." Village of Natashiko. After 2 days. After spending the majority of their time sleeping or resting, the family of 4 shinobi stretch and yawn as they step onto the docks. The 2 children's older sibling, Shirin Uzumaki, asks his mother out of the blue, "Ka-chan, are you sure me and 2-chan will be accepted?" Shizuka gave her son an owlish blink before quickly responding, "I am the princess. They'll do what I say." "Such an amazing lesson to teach your kids, Shizu-chan," said a woman who looked like Shizuka, but she was 5 feet 5, had dark blue eyes, and a charcoal gray ponytail. The woman was Shizuka's best friend, so she replied, "Rin, it's been too long." As the two hugged each other, the now identified Rin responded, "So it has." After a few minutes of girl talk, Naruto suddenly stopped talking after coughing lightly. "Sorry you two, we're still here." Rin answers, bowing before Naruto, who had a tick mark. "Sorry, Your Highness," she went on, she always knew how to get under his skin. "I was unaware of your presence among us." With a stern grin, Naruto remarked, "Oh, come on, Rin, I know you missed me." Rin flipped her hair back and snorted at his statement. "Right." Her cheeks were lightly dusted with pink, but only the adults saw it. Growling at her fellow Natashiko, Shizuka slapped the back of her friend's head. "Get your head out of the gutter, you skank." She did, however, see the smirk on her husband's face and gave him a glare that made him freeze. The two men in the group of 5 were the center of attention as they moved through the village. Glancing back over her shoulder at the newly returned family, Rin opened up. "Well, for coming all this way, I'm sure the queen will be glad for your speedy arrival." With a laugh in his voice, Naruto snorted. If speedy arrival meant 5 years, then sure. Shizuka gave her husband a shove. "Language, mister. I'm sure Auntie will understand." They entered the residential area as they proceeded down the road, passing the homes. Shuren moved to stand next to his dad. "Hey Dad." Shuren's voice was barely audible as Naruto glanced down at his 8-year-old son and nodded for him to continue. I feel like I'm being watched." With a quiet chuckle, Naruto brought his son closer and added, tousling his dark hair, "That's because we are. This is a matriarchal village, remember?" After nodding, the boy inquired, "Right, why did we come here?" Naruto leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Your grand auntie asked us to come. Though, I think your mum is strong-arming the queen on this to keep us here." Palace of Natashiko. "Shizuka, dear," the queen exclaims as she rises from her throne and spreads her arms. Shizuka bowed her head and grinned, "Auntie." Then she takes the bow with her family. The guards grinned, but many were staring at the two men with hunger, something Naruto had long been used to, but his son obviously hadn't, so the older blonde was getting annoyed this time. The tall brunette says, "Come now, dearest." Her round, angelic face is complemented by her long black hair that reaches her ass and her light blue, almost turquoise eyes. Naruto sensed the attention once more as the two women conversed. A fleeting glance revealed that his son was also experiencing the uneasy feeling. The queen's voice called out to him, bringing him back to the conversation. "No need to be on parade. We're family here." Shizuka, obviously worried that they had been recalled, asks, "Thank you, Auntie. We came as you asked. What happened? Your message was rather vague." The queen of Natashiko, Shelia, sighed and cleared her throat before continuing. "It's a problem that you and your husband are required to fix. The Sound Village is continuing to probe our defenses." When the troublemakers were mentioned, the guards saw Naruto tense and clench. Regardless, Shelia deliberately ignored the man and went on, saying, "They've even made several kidnapping attempts on our kunoichi." Naruto growled, his annoyance and frustration erupting, "Troublesome." The guards were taken aback by the steel in his voice. "We'll take over the counter-offensive." Shelia started to say, "Know your place," but Shizuka cut her off with a glare. "Auntie, do not overstep your boundaries. He is my husband, thus, my equal in all things." She narrowed her emerald eyes dangerously. "He has more strength in one hand than most have in their entire lives. So let him handle this." Shelia's response was tight, breaking the tense air created by that. "Very well. I will leave it to you, however," he said, glaring at the lone adult male. 6 Anbu-level kunoichi appeared with a snap of her fingers, instantly bowing as the queen went on. "These 6 have been tasked with our counter-offensive and intelligence gathering on the opposing force." Shizuka gave a nod. "Very well, once we get home." But the queen cut her off this time. "Nonsense. Your family, your room here is still." Shizuka interrupted, nodding understandingly, "Perhaps. However, the rules are rules, which means I will not stay here. I will not leave my husband nor my children for your." Sheila held up a hand to silence her successor before she spoke. "I expected as much. No matter, your family home is prepared for your arrival." In spoken mist. After 4 days, as soon as the 2 Leaf teams touched down in the land of water, Mist Hunter Nin surrounded them, alerting them to danger. A lone hunter emerged from the group after a few tense moments. Leaf Ninja, care to explain your presence here? Asuma says, retrieval mission. He leads his group ahead of them, pulling a mission scroll out of his equipment pouch and giving it to the squad's assumed leader. When the lead hunter sees the target's name, they pause. Retrieval mission, huh, then why are you? The mask then turns to face the former fire guardian and makes a comment. Naruto Uzumaki, huh. Why were you sent after him exactly? Last time we checked he was a banished nin, no. The Leaf Nins say they saw the group tense and the leader must have raised an eyebrow at them based on the tone of his voice. There was a noticeable pause, the Leaf Shinobi exchanged a look, and then a quiet voice spoke. It was a mistake. She went on, from the look of her, it came from a Hyuga. We came to take him home. They were taken aback by the masked shinobi's laughter. Asuma raised her voice, speaking slowly. What's so funny, if I may ask? Well, the leader chuckled as he looked around at the men, one of them adding. Naruto-sama was a big help during the war. Asuma's questioning of the Konoha teams took them by surprise. He fought in your civil war. However, everyone's attention was drawn to the leader's mask, the one at the front who spoke in an impartial tone, when a throat cleared. We will have to ask you to accompany us to the Mizukage. She alone can grant you permission to operate within Mizu. Not wanting to start a global controversy, the Leaf Shinobi nodded. A muffled feminine voice called out, come in, and the mist hunters took up guard positions, leading the Leaf team in. Ah, ow, what can? When she saw the Leaf headbands, she stopped, her cheek falling to her hand and her eyebrow going up. Well, this is surely overdue. May continued calmly, leaning forward and resting her chin on her interlocked fingers. To what do we owe the pleasure of being visited by the infamous Hidden Leaf? Speaking on behalf of the group, Asuma nods. Lady Mizukage. With a seductive smile, the auburn-haired beauty declared, May Terumi. Before responding, Asuke cleared his throat and moaned with a light cough. Lady May Terumi, we have come to the land of water to retrieve our target. During that sentence, a very sensitive eyebrow was raised. Target, who, if I may ask, is this target? The bearded gave a thoughtful response. Naruto Uzumaki. He saw right away that she had stiffened, that the seductive attitude had disappeared, and that her shimmering emerald eyes had darkened to a hollow green. As the silence deepens, tension rises. The water shadow repositioned herself and straightened her posture. Breathless, her fragile features hardened. I see. Slipped out of her mouth. May studied each one for a few moments before posing the question. May I ask what your cage's intentions are for Naruto Uzumaki? Every shinobi present stiffened and stood up straighter as a result of her commanding tone. We weren't privy to that information, Lady Mizukage, however. Kurenai attempted to communicate tactfully, but her attempt was unsuccessful. May spoke firmly and dismissed the attempt. I see. Very well. My hunters will escort you back to the docks and ensure you leave our sphere of influence. Any further unapproved intrusion from the Leaf will be met with force. Am I clear? With a sidelong glance at the masked hunters on either side of the room, Asuma said, Yes, ma'am. Cold sweat trickled down his neck and back. I shall pass this message on to the Hokage. Kurenai asked, May we ask about the mist's relationship with? Later, as the temperature dropped by 20 degrees, everyone would swear there was a Yuki present. The Genjutsu mistress was scowled at by an enraged Mizukage. None of your concern. Now leave. Your presence here is a bother. After bowing, the Leaf Nin followed their escort out. May lets out a long sigh as they depart and then looks at her hunter commander. So, any advice? He gives her a blank stare in return. He may be one of ours, but you know just how busy he is. She nods and then sighs, reflecting on the blonde who appeared impervious to her advances and charms, the greatest blow to her feminine pride to date. That I do. May is drawn from those thoughts when her subordinate persisted without being asked, even though she still misses that ball of sunshine. Though, I admit, back in my day, we helped those we owed debts to, and even more so when they are comrades of ours. The man removes his mask and discovers that his Mizukage has zoned him out and was not paying attention to him at all after a few moments of silence in which he receives no response. At his job of her second, he sighs. He now wishes his fellow Jonin was present because she never paid attention to him or nodded off when he spoke. Most likely as a result of their intimate bond. After a while, Ao coughs to get her attention once more, so he continues. Regardless, we should at least send him a missive. Let him know that the Leaf are pursuing him. With an increasingly seductive smile, she hums at that. Mei ponders for a few seconds, then nods before speaking. Perhaps we could come to a new arrangement. The old hunter becomes visibly deflated as a result, and she will undoubtedly dump her work on him once more while he is here. Natashiko Village, Uzumaki House. The following day. To his secret delight, Naruto awakens to find his wife's black hair once more obscuring his vision. His hands moved slowly through her smooth black hair, and he didn't care how long he had been lying there. He heard Shizuka's gentle voice say, "This is what I love to wake up to." At that, he smiles, and his gentle hum reverberates through her. She smiles softly, kisses his bare chest, and looks up at him. When he said, "Good morning," his gentle smile and voice made her smile too. She got up in her birthday suit and they kissed discreetly. Naruto was unable to stop staring after her. Shizuka had already started to fill out into her current form, which was a head-turning figure, and he had just turned 15 when they first met. Her hips were wide, her bust was full, and she had grown a few inches since then. Her pale, perfect skin was delicate and soft, and her glowing complexion revealed that she was pregnant. But he was distracted from her smirking angelic face by the way her silky black hair swayed. Shizuka spoke seductively while grinning. Enjoying the view. Naruto walks into the kitchen and yawns. This was where they had set up their home on their first day. Shuren, his son, and Kushina, his daughter, who had his eyes but resembled his wife more. She looked exotic because of her dark blonde, black hair, which had highlights of black. Naruto turns the eggs over and looks back at his two children. "Morning, you two." "Morning, Daddy." They yawp as their father puts their breakfast in front of them. As they started eating, Kushina inquired, "Daddy, where's Mummy?" "Showering still," Naruto replied without turning around so his children wouldn't see his blush or his lustful smile. Later on, maybe. With her hair still wet, Shizuka descended the stairs and approached the dining table with a radiant complexion. Takiwa exclaimed, "Whoa," as she saw the black tights and an enormous t-shirt that was obviously her husband's. After blowing her a raspberry, Shizuka kissed her husband and went to get her food. The brunette, like her husband with ramen, gobbled up several plates of bacon, eggs, and ham at the table. To her husband's amusement, she blamed the zygote for being half of him. Shizuka asked, glancing at their visitor, "So, Takiwa, what information do you have for us?" Then, oblivious to the stain on her nose from licking a plate earlier, she wiped the gravy from her lips. To stifle the laugh that threatened to spill out, Takiwa cleared her throat. "Well, you see, here it is," said the pale blonde woman, who was 6 feet tall, narrow, and had pale gray eyes and a swimmer's build. Before she could read the scroll, Naruto grabbed it from her. Another plate of ham appeared, and her growl died in her throat. Naruto examines the intelligence scrolls while his wife is suitably preoccupied. "So, it's a hidden base beneath the waves, huh?" he asks his fellow blonde. Takiwa smirked and yawned, saying, "It was a clever ploy to stay hidden. We would have overlooked it if not for the sensory seals you gave us a while ago." "Did you mean that your princess slipped it to you, who then puppy-eyed me into submission?" "Before?" he asked, his eyes clouding and his face flushed red with a silly smile. "Right," Takiwa said, and then she giggled femininely. "Anyway, the numbers aren't that high, though we suspect they are particularly skilled." "More than likely," Naruto nods in agreement. The woman raised an eyebrow, grinned, and nodded in agreement. "Guess we should move on them soon, nay," she said. Naruto and Shizuka were putting on the first-time Shinobi uniform and the standard Natashiko kunoichi uniform in the house armory. The Shinobi uniform was black, skin-tight, and featured dark gray armored plates on the right side and central plate, just like the female counterpart. His combat boots, gloves, and armored greaves matched his sword sheath, which featured a matte black blade and a matte gray handle. The playfulness that usually danced in his blue eyes had vanished, and his roguish long hair had been tied back into a dragon tail. Instead, his eyes had taken on the hardened look of a true shinobi, which was the last thing many of his enemies had seen in 10 years. Side base on the hidden shore. After a couple of hours. On a sandy beach near their home island, 8 Natashiko Anbu landed amid the palm trees. The captain nodded as she indicated the advance, taking a quick look around to make sure they were in the right place. They surrounded carefully on all sides. They practiced hand signals before forming a circle and stepping out onto the water. The rusted but undamaged steel door was visible as the ocean split apart in a vortex. They demonstrated the plan with hand signals. With nods, they forced the door open, slipped inside without a word, and proceeded through the outpost's shadowy corridors. The 8 of them moved quickly through the dreary corridors, silent as if the night were angry. They encountered dispersed guards while moving quickly and forcefully, silenced them, and carried on without exchanging words. After a quick check for traps, they pushed through the bulk steel doors at the end of the corridor and were met with massive defenses. Natashiko Anbu's group remains low and concealed while jutsu flies, weapons are hurled, and cries resound. As the captain goes through hand signals, the lone shinobi nods. They're casting jutsu. Get ready, is a shout they hear. The shinobi pauses for a moment, nods to the captain, and then whispers under his breath, Shadow Clone Jutsu. As real kunoichi and shinobi blended in with the crowd, a horde of masked shinobi, all wearing the insignia of Natashiko village, broke through the first defensive lines. When the sound shinobi's attacks connected, the target poofed away, overwhelming them. There was mayhem. In the midst of the confusion, Naruto noticed a red-haired man giving orders in the rear, encircled by the most powerful people. There was a brief exchange of hand-signaled conversations as the others also noticed his gaze. Back to back, one of her kunoichi and the lone shinobi of the all-female village ripped through the enemy lines in the center. She cut through the group with surprising ease, her aim unquestionable and her use of standard-issue kunai flawless. As they stood back to back, few people noticed that she was reloading from the shinobi's weapon pack. By slicing through explosive notes prior to detonation and deflecting thrown weapons, the shinobi persisted in eliminating anyone who came within range. Perfectly defending themselves, the two coordinated their acrobatics to keep their adversaries on the defensive until a thrown kunai impaled one of them. Karen was having a terrible time, and she couldn't believe it. She had sensed a group of shinobi approaching, but she was unaware of their strength. In what way was she to combat the Anbu? To mount a defense, she had gathered all the guards in the main hall. Even though there were only 6 shinobi, they were methodically eliminating each one of them one by one. She was so preoccupied that she didn't have time to avoid the Natashiko kunoichi suddenly appearing behind her. He grabbed her and chopped her unconscious. One sound shinobi raised his hands and dropped his weapons, saying, "We surrender." The others followed suit like a wave, and a silence descended as though a pause button had been hit. The first to surrender, who immediately knelt down with his hands on his head, was directly in front of the Anbu captain. The sound of cold steel rattling on the stone floor was followed by the remaining 15. Before the clones released the water manipulation that had unlocked the entrance, Natashiko extracted the final captive, the red-headed one. They finished, let out a tired sigh, and then puffed up in chakra smoke. "Captain, how should we handle this?" The shinobi signed using the sign language specific to their village. The captain nodded and said, "Hold. Summon missed shinobi to take the shinobi, we take kunoichi." Then she produced 2 scrolls. One was writing a note while carrying a messenger bird perched on her shoulder. It didn't take long for the others to camp in the tree line along the beach. A red-haired woman sat up from her cradle inside a camp as the sun started to set and asked, "What? Where?" She was startled by a female voice coming from behind, and she instinctively tried to feel where she was. A sharp sting in the back of her head caused her to hiss in agony. "We sealed off your abilities." The woman turned to see the masked faces of the 2 Anbu-level shinobi who had attacked her base when she heard a male voice. Then, with hesitation, the red-headed one asked, "Who are you?" The taller one said, and they both shook their heads. "Sorry, we can't give that information to you at this moment." Then he gestured toward his right. As her beady red eyes followed, the woman discovered Mist Hunter Nins conversing with the other assailants. Her subordinate was bound, kneeling, and unharmed. Then the prisoner inquired, "You aren't with the Mist. That means you are with Natashiko. A retaliation strike, then." The woman nodded and said, "Bingo. You guys have attempted to capture our sisters. We can't have that now, can we?" The red-eyed woman laughed hollowly and quickly pushed her slipping glasses back up her nose. I guess not." As the Mist Shinobi handed over a scroll and took the shinobi into custody, time passed. The Anbu counterpart raised the captured kunoichi, and the lone shinobi with the red head rested on the real one's shoulder. The Anbu beneath the woman gave her an unsettling sense of comfort. On this man's back, she simply felt at ease. His grip was firm, but the warmth he gave off was so all-encompassing that she couldn't help but feel comfortable and at ease. She was blissfully oblivious to the anger of another Anbu who was nearby. The group disappeared across the ocean after a hand signal. Kaboom! The sound of the blast that engulfed the retreating group was predicted by a huge pillar of sand, smoke, and flames. The woman on the shinobi's back actually whipped her head back to spot the nearly 200-foot-tall debris column as a result. The captives' response was a gaping mouth, but their captors didn't even bat an eye. What the hell was that? Before adding, the shinobi said flatly, "Your base. I used my own personal tags." His voice carried a hint of pride and satisfaction that she could sense. She had a suspicion that he was as interested in the sealing arts as she was, but she chose not to pursue it at this time. But then something clicked. The redhead asked, "You're a guy, right?" And the shinobi looked back. She couldn't tell. "Yes, why?" He laughed as she went on, "How are you serving Natashiko?" "They are a matriarchal village, right? They are famous for it." "You're right, however, I am a special case, not that I'm going to say why." He could sense her pouting over the information being denied, but he dismissed it in his mind and turned his attention to their ocean sprint. Village of Natashiko. The Anbu group went back to their homes. They turned over their prisoners to the armed forces. After that, they went to report to the palace. The redhead called back over her shoulder as she was led away by the shinobi, who started to follow his captain. "Hey, can you at least tell me your name?" To the captive's annoyance, the man looked back and gave a two-finger salute before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The lone male ended up in the middle, right behind the captain, as the team jumped across the buildings. Since she hung closer than his escort on the left, it was obvious that his wife was the person on his right. He jumped off another tiled roof, fighting the urge to flaunt his love for his wife. The group landed elegantly on the palace's secret balcony. The queen was informed of their arrival by a concealed seal. They all bowed their heads and knelt. After 5 minutes, their leader sat in front of them and let out a loud cry. "Report." The captain said, "My lady, the enemy base was obliterated. We secured captives and have already handed them over to the interrogation department." The monarch nodded, then squinted at the lone shinobi. "Any issues?" The captain promptly reported, "None, ma'am," fully aware that it was directed at her temporary male subordinate. Despite his best efforts, which the others could see were genuine and appreciated, everyone was aware of her queen's hostility toward the other gender. With a grunt, the queen gave an order. "I see. Then, your next mission will require you to head to Tea Country. You leave tomorrow." They all say, "Hi ma'am," simultaneously before disappearing in water whirls. As they departed, none were able to ignore their leader's sneer, which vanished beneath her kind smile. The hidden leaf. Tsunade sighs into her hands as her two retrieval teams stand solemnly in front of her. "I see, how unfortunate. I received word from the Mizukage speaking of her displeasure about not being informed beforehand." She grinned and said, glancing around at her shinobi, "Either way, get some rest." Dismissed. Without saying anything more, they parted. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief mixed with annoyance. A piece of her missing little knucklehead's puzzle had been discovered. A pause. "Hold on, he is no longer small." She let out another sigh and stood up in front of her office window, professionally ignoring the pile of paperwork. The final Senju sensed that her time as the village chief was drawing to a close. The blonde Cage desired for her younger brother to return and succeed her as originally intended. "Where are you, Naruto?" Palace basement. Naruto hung up his mask and sneezed. A closet in the basement served as his changing room. He anticipated it because he was the only man on the island. He sat on the makeshift bench, cleaning his sword, and let out a deep sigh. The door opened, and he looked up. "Hey." Shizuka, already dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, whispered. Naruto gave a similarly quiet reply. "Hey." She sat next to him and studied his black sword for a few seconds before adding, "Thank you." Perplexed, he turned to look at her. Shizuka smiled softly before continuing. "For coming back here, despite everything." Speaking lightly, Naruto responded with a gentle smile of his own. "You're my most precious person, my wife. I'll do anything for you." A smile spread across her lips as she gave him a gentle kiss. "Come on, let's get home. I'll make ramen." Before she was done, Naruto was at the door, holding it open, with his sword hung up and his armor polished and cleaned. Naruto turned to face her. "What are you waiting for? Hurry." At that, Shizuka started to perspire. He has always loved ramen, regardless of how long they have been together. Natashiko Village, Uzumaki House. When Naruto and Shizuka got home, their children collided with them while laughing, giving them 2 thumps. Since the children were able to walk and one of their parents returned from work, it appeared to be a family custom. While the food was being prepared, they roughhoused, and the house was filled with laughter. After finishing his 9th bowl, Naruto glanced at his children and asked, his chopsticks now resting on the table. So, Shirin, Kushina, how was your training? The answers were completely different. Kushina smiled as Shirin's face fell. Their daughter cheerfully explained that the parents sighed inwardly when they saw it. It was great. My twin sword style is. Naruto let his wife handle his vivacious little princess while he ruffled Shirin's dark blonde hair. Yo kiddo, how bad? Shirin nods and says, pretty bad. His 6 bowls are as spotless as his father's. The older blonde swordsman lets out a long sigh and nods. Then Naruto says, come, let's get you caught up. The next morning, juice is squeezed, eggs are scrambled, and the sound of sizzling bacon reverberates throughout the house. Shizuka, Kushina, and Shirin join Naruto at the table that he and his clones have set, and 3 sets of footsteps emerge. Naruto started by holding weighted wooden swords in the backyard across from his son under the bright morning sky. Seeing as our current hosts, on orders no doubt. After whispering the final line, he turned the volume back to normal. Are being reluctant to teach you, today we shall cover the 2 fighting styles of my 2 families. One of the training weapons that Naruto threw at his son was easily caught. First, the Uzumaki clan is well known for 3 things. Before continuing, the older blonde raised 3 fingers. Our sealing arts, our red hair, and our swordsmanship. Shirin said flatly, pointing first to his father's head and then to his own mixed blonde and dark hair, we don't have red hair. As he explained, Naruto sighed deeply and heavily. Thank your grandpa for the blonde, though I don't like using our family name all that often. He looked dead in his son's eyes after admitting, and then he gave an order. Now then, on guard. It is noon. Despite using only wooden swords, Naruto leads Shirin back in, cut, bruised, and battered. His father was in the kitchen preparing lunch for the family when the boy collapsed on the couch, panting and aching all over. His mother slapped his feet off the furniture before he realized what was happening. No boots on the couch. He mumbled, right, and obeyed. His mother took him to learn about his birthright as her son after lunch. She strived to make him superior to herself, the village's top kunoichi, by perfecting his aim above and beyond what was expected of him. In another location, Naruto was with Kushina, his daughter. He had intended to train her, but the girl preferred to just be with her father. They were in the flower garden, then. The day was sunny and bright. The 2 were surrounded by buzzing bees. Papa, can you tell me about the past? You know. Naruto sat with his legs extended in front of him and his young daughter nestled against his chest. Why do you want to know about that? He asked. She looks up at her favorite person while fiddling with a veil of flowers. Don't tell your mother, softly said Naruto. Well, I was born in a village in the land of fire. It is a ninja village known as Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. Heartbreak quickly replaced the gentle smile that covered his face with a somewhat depressing glaze. It was a good place but had many bad people in it. She asked so adorable ly, bad people, that her father swore she was using a bloodline, but Naruto persisted. Yes, I would explain, but I think you're a bit too young. A Biju might have been defeated by her pout. With a hearty laugh, Naruto pulled her closer to his chest. Don't be like that, princess. Naruto eventually checked the scroll that evening. The mist shinobi unrolled it while seated at the table. Greetings, Naruto. Your former employers paid us a visit today in an attempt to locate you. They suspect that they are still looking for you because they now know that you helped us during the Civil War. Here at Mist, you are always welcome. Please feel free to stop by whenever you are in the area. Love Maid Terumi, Mizukage IV, Palace of Natashiko. After 2 days, the queen gave the captain the mission scroll as the 6 Anbu on the team knelt before her. We have confirmed the presence of another base in T country. The captives you brought in were all too happy to tell us its location, numbers, and its purpose. So, I want them destroyed. Yes, Your Highness. They all disappear after saying, then, see it done. T Nation. After 3 days, the Natashiko team stalked their target, who was oblivious to their impending death, as they slipped through the darkness under the moonless sky with only a light dusting of sparkling stars. The blackened shapes moved silently and quickly, with deadly intent, like ghosts in the night. The squad slid down the side of the bedrock to the hidden base in a cliff face, stopping at an apparently random rock outcrop. At the alleged weakest spot, specialty paper tags were quickly positioned in a square formation that should lead to a corridor inside the base. Just before the tags exploded, a barrier covered them as the lone shinobi went through hand signals. The entire explosive power was pushed into the bedrock as a result of the barrier, revealing the base's corridor. After racing through the smoke, dust, and debris, the team emerged into a solid corridor lined with engravings of snakes that verified the base's alignment and their position. The group of Chunin approaching was not surprising, as evidenced by their quick but noisy entrance. Tonto had already been eliminated, and as bodies fell to the ground, kunai slashed through the air. The six advanced after the lone shinobi sliced open the throat of a poor jonin as they slid beneath the swing saw trap. Two fireballs blasted from the opening as the leading captain arrived at the door and it abruptly blew toward them. Without a second's hesitation, the Natashiko team launched themselves into the smoke and hit the concealed shadows with merciless efficiency. The team heard, Plan 4 Beta, over their headsets, and they moved as a cohesive unit, slicing through the defense team. In the dimly lit hallway, kunai and swords clashed. For most people, the gentle glow of green candles only provided the bare minimum of lighting required for navigation, not for combat. The high Anbu strength team bravely and effortlessly worked together to push through that same hazardous environment. Their target soon became visible. Kabuto was discovered by 3 task force members standing behind a group of 3 sound Anbu who were covered in profanity. The sound shinobi spoke analytically after a brief pause. I didn't think Natashiko had special forces. Interesting. He was about to order a strike when he realized that no one was interested in speaking, but they struck first. As a moment of distraction, the 3-on-3 Natashiko Anbu charged forward, catching Kabuto's attention. He smirked and turned to see another Natashiko Anbu with a kunai already in his neck. As the blade was taken away, the gray-haired traitor's eyes widened and his blood splattered everywhere. How? He uttered barely in a whisper before he fell. Unaware that he was being sealed up without leaving a single drop of blood behind, the masked shinobi stepped forward as his world turned black and said, "Your arrogance is your fatal flaw. Lieutenant, help us out." Came over the radio as the aforementioned man turned around to see them deflecting their blows, and he immediately charged forward. After the sound Anbu were knocked off their feet by a high kick, he grabbed their flailing arm and pinned them. His colleague was soon killed with a quick kunai to the heart. The other 2 had already been taken care of by the time he stood up. Before disappearing as though they had never been there, the group merely gave each other nods. Unknown place. After a couple of days. Beside the broken bodies, burnt dirt, and glassed floor was a scorched wagon. One of the guards covered the cut on her side with her hand while she coughed up blood. "I need to." Her blood spilled onto the distress seal as she feebly removed it, causing it to activate automatically. This Natashiko Kunoichi thought that things would not be too bad after noticing the faint pulse. That feeling of relief, however, was cut short when she heard a raven-haired shinobi, the same one who had attacked the convoy, approach. "Who are you?" "That headband. You're a Natashiko." His expression was blank, but she spat at his feet and said, "I won't speak a word." She attempted to stand, but her attacker grabbed her by her silvery hair and pulled her up, making eye contact. "Sleep." The red eyes pierced her consciousness and imposed his will on her. She thought those were the last words. "Help me, Queen." The discovery of this caravan by his team pleased one Sasuke Uchiha. His real goal was the guard's woman, but the group had plenty of money and weapons to trade in the next village. Now that his brother had been defeated, he was constructing his own secret village. He eventually discovered the Natashiko village, a community of superior women kunoichi that only welcomed the powerful. He therefore traveled there to confront them, but their queen forbade him from even having the opportunity to engage in combat with any of them. This insulted him, but he stood down because he was outnumbered and outwitted. He grinned and told her, tossing the woman over his shoulder. "One step closer to my goal." Smiling to end all smirks. He had no idea that his death sentence had just been signed and that his soon-to-be tormented baggage would kill him. The squad was stopped dead by a hawk that had descended while they were returning from Tea Country to Natashiko village. The 6 assumed defensive stances. After quickly reading the scroll, their leader remarked, "It appears one of our scouts was caught out and is in distress." She quickly looked around at her team and made a decision. "We'll split into 2. I and my second in command will rush to aid our fellow and the rest report to Her Highness." They all applaud in front of their leader, "Ma'am." The lone shinobi then heads straight north, while the others head east. "How far?" Not far, a few kilometers, no further than an hour at top speed. Say, Rin, do you think? Save it, Naru. We'll handle this quickly and then head home to your darling wife and children. Naruto remarked, this is bad, as he examined the ruins of the demolished convoy. When Rin made her observation, the two Natashiko ninjas searched the wreckage for hints. It's about 3 hours old. She followed the trail left behind, looking down to study the charred wood and scorched marks. They headed northeast. Judging from these tracks, Naruto said to his captain, found the distress signal. He went on to describe what he had seen in the region. She didn't follow protocol though. She should have placed the seal on her thigh or lower back. Rin moved up next to him, taking in the space he had been standing in before. She was taken by force by the looks of it. We should get after them. My sister is in danger. Naruto gives a single, somewhat rigid nod. Indeed. To find their missing member, they both leap off. Unknown hamlet in the hidden world. The future Uchiha village was located in a mountain range isolated from the rest of the continent. The prisoner who was at the mercy of the first leader of this Uchiha village was currently housed in a house on the outskirts of this range. When the leader sensed two contacts approaching quickly, both of whom were at least Anbu level, he froze. However, based on their approach heading, he questioned whether they were there for his newest toy. Whatever, he could also make use of them. You can come out and... Sasuke said as he stepped outside and looked around at the treeline of the clearing. But before he could finish, his left arm was cut by a wind-covered kunai. It was headed for his heart, but he barely escaped the crucial blow due to his quick reflexes. As he reflected the continuous high-speed strikes, the stunned Uchiha barely escaped the follow-up shots, his own sword catching a layer of lightning and making a sound akin to thousands of birds chirping. Sasuke was having trouble even with his Sharingan, so he didn't realize the second figure had slipped past. Naruto discovered the bound and beaten woman on the second floor after sneaking into the large house or small manor. He swallowed the bile that threatened to spill out of his throat and went forward to see if his fellow countryman was still alive. Her pulse was steady, she was simply unconscious. He considered his orders as he released her and started to provide basic emergency first aid. Rin's orders were unchangeable in this situation, but he had never been one to back down from a battle, especially when it involved that Tem. Since he was a member of the Natashiko Defense Force and lacked an official rank, he was unable to formally order people around, therefore, orders were orders. He was simply appreciative that Rin had taken him under her wing and that her company considered him to be both Rin's second in command and one of them. At last, Naruto picked her up in a princess fashion, sealing away any loose equipment, and proceeded to the exit. He saw Sasuke grab a one-armed Rin by the throat as he leapt from the second-floor window. His blood froze. Naruto hurried back to discover his commanding officer pinned against the wall by the throat after dropping his charge in a concealed bush. With you, my clan will be. He ducked as a kunai caught his ear from behind, avoiding a third and fourth attack while unintentionally releasing his prisoner. His prey was gone before he could fully awaken. Unknown place. Rin arrived as well, discovering that she was in a tent. She was shocked to see her arm reattached as she sat up, albeit clumsily. She looked up and was not shocked to see Naruto with his voice tight and his mask off. I did what I could. She flexes the connection while nodding and grinning subtly. It's better than nothing. He then pointed to their rescue target and fellow Natashiko on the opposite side of the tent and said, still, we have a problem. When she asked, she staggered to her feet. Problem. After being helped over, Rin also recognized the problem. She sighed, murmuring as she glanced gravely at her shinobi. I see. So, she will be exiled upon her return. What shall we do? It's not like I have the authority to decide. Naruto murmured. He had accepted some levels of authority that he had previously disregarded since becoming a father. He had to be careful because his son was caught in the crossfire, his daughter was next in line, and his wife was involved in high-level authority. He no longer seemed to have the bravado of his youth. After giving it some thought, Rin turns to face Naruto. Where are we right now? Naruto described their location in a manner that the assault force was familiar with. I managed to get us to the coast, near post 12. It should take an hour to get there. He took a deep breath and went on. I was exhausted carrying you two on my own. She acknowledges that it made sense given the distance and apparent timing. Rin ponders for a moment before revealing their strategy. Let's head to hidden outpost 12, then I'll head home and report in. Palace of Natashiko. When Rin arrived on the palace balcony, Her lady, the queen, was waiting for her with her medical staff ready. Despite the fact that Naruto was not a medical professional, the lady of the land was still appreciative of his efforts to save her arm, which was still shaking as she knelt before him. My lady, secondary mission accomplished, however. Relax, my dear Rin-chan. Let's get your wounds tended too. Rin's long gray hair swayed as she snapped up. But my lady. Suddenly feeling drowsy, she was waved off and led onto a stretcher. The anesthetic was strong, despite her best efforts to resist. My lady. Outpost 12. A few hours after reaching the underground facility, which was barely more than a 2-story house but was underground and sealed off to prevent detection by anyone other than those who had the seal on their chest, right above their hearts, the rescued Kunoichi woke up. She sat up and looked around for a few moments before realizing that her equipment was on the desk, cleaned and repaired. Then she thought, an outpost. A male voice said, indeed. She jerked toward the door, her eyes wide as she saw the man standing there, watching her with his arms crossed. A man, hold on. It means that only a Natashiko can locate the location, much less enter. With hesitation, she asks, Naruto-sama. This male raised an eyebrow and responded with a question. Where'd that, sama, come from? Your lady Shizuka's husband, no. Then you are a. With an unwavering but fierce determination, Naruto declares, just another soldier of Natashiko. Just call me Naruto. In the eyes of everyone, my son and I are considered less than trash. He had a phony smile. I'm just trying to raise my son, prevent the culture from crushing him, and ensure that he is growing well and loved. But nothing. Unknowingly revealing his fatherly side, Naruto gently chopped off her head with a severe expression. Besides, we have more important things to worry about. Kyoto. My name is Kyoto, Kyoto said rather humbly, nodding in agreement as Naruto spoke quietly. Now then, I have to explain your situation. The defeat that resonated deep within her soul was evident in her voice as she said, I already know. I let my guard down and got caught flat-footed. He had his way with me. I was only conscious for it briefly, long enough to understand what had happened before then. To her astonishment, however, his hand glowed a dark emerald as it moved over her body, and he then spoke firmly. You know, you're figured. She gave a slightly gloomy laugh. Naruto added, frowning tightly. Well, when Rin sends word. He froze abruptly, muttering as his eyebrows furrowed. Why is he here? Then, with a growl, he abruptly moved aside and grabbed his sword. This isn't good. Kyoto quickly got dressed and asked, what's going on? Abruptly, a number of additional unfriendly signals came closer. Naruto's growl persisted. Shit. Before disappearing in a windstorm. Outside, Shurin remembered all the instruction his father had given him. More times than he can recall, his mother's reflexes have saved him. Auntie Rin's whispered words are all he can think about at the moment. Post 12. For an 8-year-old, almost 9-year-old, deflecting another sword strike against these genin-level frenemies was pretty impressive. One of the girls licked her lips and remarked, it's too bad. If you weren't on the blacklist. In a few more years, if you're still alive. In a dreamlike state, another said. With his kodachi in a defensive reverse grip and his kunai in the other, Shurin asked, why are you doing this? Since this was not the moment to launch an offensive. Sorry, it's a direct order from Our Lady. We have no choice but to. They all passed out without saying anything, and Naruto stood behind them, his eyes as hard as the core of a sun, saying, Shurin, why are you here? You should be. Then, sniffling and with tears in his eyes, the boy threw himself at his father. Papa, she said, Thea said Tnna Iwa. He hums reassuringly, it's okay, just as a half-dressed Kyoto emerged and saw the group knocked out. She frowned at the scene, but she said nothing when she saw the father consoling the son. Inside the outpost, Naruto sat with his son, holding him to his chest. Lord Naruto, exclaimed Kyoto, seated across from her. She went on, getting the man's attention. We have to leave here. No doubt they will send a full squad here, no. Yes, he said, obviously distressed. But now that she had calmed down enough to respond, Shurin spoke up. Papa. He took out the scroll that his aunt's friend had given him. From Auntie. Behind his son's back, his father read the scroll. Naruto, she succeeded. Your death warrant was actually signed by her. Calm down, I'm taking care of it. She snuck your son out even though she wanted him dead. Your daughters and wife will be secure. Protect my sister and get to safety. I'll get in touch with you shortly. Rin, Kyoto, Naruto said in a calm, smooth voice that caught the kunoichi's attention and met his hard blue gaze. We need to leave. Are you ready? She nods and rises from the bed, and he does the same, carrying his weary son. Come here a sec. Sir, she asks, approaching him. As he speaks, Naruto merely pokes their seals, causing them to instantly fade. From now on, we are freelancers. The only ones we can trust are the ones here, and now. Got it. He nodded when she instantly replied, yes, sir. We're Shinobi, we will endure this too. Guiding the group into the wider world. 3 people, on the run, just one more mission. Rewind. When he heard that familiar voice, Naruto froze. A figure appeared behind him, and he was actually surprised that they had come out at this time, but he said, so, we meet again. No, we didn't, you've been following me since I beat you back in Mizuno Kuni. Attempting to look blank as she asks while looking back over his shoulder into the darkness from which Shizuka emerged. You were aware. You lack subtlety. What are your desires? After a few moments, the brunette girl started to approach the roguish man once more and told him, to fulfill our agreement, naturally. Naruto shrugged and then pointed to the bar he was standing in front of, causing his fellow teenager to frown. The Natashiko princess stops as Naruto growls low, his eyes narrowed, and he changes his stance in a menacing manner, saying, I thought I told you already, I have no intention to. He raises an eyebrow at that, so Shizuka erupts. Quite the opposite in fact. She interrupts, I will be joining you in your journey. Speaking as though her statement were as true as the weather, Naruto became irritated with her for making such a rash assumption and blatantly ignoring his earlier advice, so he simply said, oh. Is that correct? I know I promised to return to change my people after my defeat but. Shizuka said, speaking firmly and with genuine emotions this time, as the emerald-eyed teen nodded calmly. You gave up. No. Not exactly, she interrupted, sighing softly and lowering her head briefly before raising it again, her jade eyes hardening with unwavering resolve. But I have decided my path and upon that road I want to join hands with you. Naruto smirks and nods in response, folding his arms and acknowledging that expression. Is that correct? Before bowing and pleading, Shizuka says, it is and I hope to learn how to be strong like you. Let me try to become, at least. All right, how about we toast to our new friendship? It took a moment for the kunoichi to realize what Naruto was getting at, but Shizuka did run up behind him without either of them realizing it. This was the start of a relationship that would shake not only the land of fire and the land of water, but the entire world. Naruto responded as he turned his back and headed into the bar. The world would have to adapt to a new standard that they would impose. The end of the flashback. Nagi Island. Currently, a week after Outpost 12. Sitting on the closed window, Naruto surveys the small village where his party has halted while considering what to do next. His wife and daughters, yes, he knew Shizuka was pregnant even though it was early, but having it confirmed as a girl may be a bit of projection on their part, but that's neither here nor there. His main concerns are about Kushina and the extent to which the queen will attempt to change her perspective. He turns to face his son and, moving swiftly and silently, climbs in next to him and cradles him in an embrace even though he is sleeping. I hope Shirin will pardon me for not being strong enough to shield you from her schemes, Naruto muttered to himself as his young son, who was clinging to him, finally stopped crying. He exhaled cautiously before his eyes met those of his fellow misfits, who were soundly sleeping on the bed across from him. However, there are a lot of things that can go wrong, and his thoughts are racing with no end to this downward spiral. She might be fortunate that the 2 men were exiled at the same time as her, or else she would undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death. Keep it down, Kit. Some people are attempting to sleep. Kurama. Naruto smiles slightly at his tenant and says that the fox has become much more submissive since his exile and has taken on the role of a parent or sibling to the blonde when no one else was around during his darkest moments. Naruto would never acknowledge this, not even to himself, because it wasn't his alone. What do you think? Contemplating returning to the demon. Then check the situation. With one eye open, the fox sighs, like we have much choice. A stable life would be best. How are your vixen doing? Not concerned about her. With a mental snort, Naruto said, you know as well as I do, she's more than capable of taking care of her side of things. His narrow, cobalt blue eyes gleamed in the moonlit room. She will undoubtedly do what must be done for our kids before making her way to us. Then her dream, if not. When we get to the demon, we'll know. The chakra construct closes one open eye and nods in agreement, saying, no doubt. But what about that hidden village? Of course. Once we cross the border, they won't be a problem. As good as their spy networks are, we know them too. Avoiding them will be a challenge, sure, but I doubt it's unmanageable, Naruto replies as he looks down to see his son sleeping soundly at last. Besides, if it's for my son, he says, his eyes briefly flashing golden, which makes the kitsune inside of him smile. You have my support, after all, the kid of my kid is my family too. Naruto, annoyed at still being called a child, calms down with a gentle smile and says, he's your godson too, Yano, you should get some sleep too. Things are. So, are you able to keep watch? Going through hand signs and surely enough a Labrador-sized nine-tailed fox appeared from a summoning, sure kit. As Naruto slipped under the sheets, the now called Kyubi no Yoko replied, relax. He then went to the end of the bed and curled up, saying, thanks. Naruto was startled out of his dreamless sleep by the sound of a scream. He jolted to defensive stance with the speed of an experienced jonin, and as he looked around the room, he saw Kyoto with her blade out and Kurama standing at attention, growling back. Stand down, Naruto practically yelled, obviously not amused by the idea of his two allies going to fight each other to death. Shurin emerged from the restroom and said, told you. This is my uncle, Kurama. But, Kyoto stammered out. Drawing Kunoichi's attention to him, Naruto called out, Kyoto. He's my summon. He continued, pointing to his whiskered cheeks, saying, these are the sign of our contract. Haven't been my summons for a long time, Kyoto stammers, causing Naruto's eyes to slightly darken in response. In fact, nearly 10 years. Now, with that all sorted, I'm cleaning up then we'll grab some food before we move on, he whispered as he stretched out and headed for the restroom. Go on, where? As she gradually swaps out her blades, Kyoto is starting to regain some sanity. As the door closed, Naruto curtly replied, home. Shurin smiled, hoping it would be where he had hoped, the youngest room asking, you mean we get to? Uncertain of his exact meaning, Kyoto repeated, we were exiled though. Shurin says, Papa probably meant the land of demons, where me and my sisters were born. The woman nods slowly, and Kyoto says in a low voice, ah, I see. Though, I don't know where that is exactly, she asks hesitantly after a brief pause before attempting to remember some details. Naruto reports going back to the room and saying, it's off to the east. He then adds, far east. How far? The lone woman now sitting on the bed's edge, affixing her combat boots to her feet. Naruto offered swiftly, depends. 2 weeks, possibly 3 weeks, if we break through the land of water. Kyoto gasped in shock at this, but Naruto's brows furrowed in concentration before he continued, though, Natashiko has influence within their borders and I am not too keen on risking you both going through there. So, Naruto pulls down his mesh armored shirt and says, the only other way is to cut through the land of noodles, hope and pray that the leaf catch wind, then a risky stop in wave to catch a boat to hot springs. After that, he says, we'll have a straight shot to get to either sky or wolf countries. I understand not wanting to go near the land of water but. Kyoto's eyes widen as Naruto interrupts, I was banished from the land of fire. Why? After fastening his black ode katana to his back and adjusting the straps for a more comfortable fit, Naruto turned to face his son and said, long story. If things go bad. As if in practice, Shurin shrugs and responds, stay behind you. The young shinobi in training, who appeared perplexed, caught everyone's attention. Mommy always told me to do that. The fox snorted, breaking the quiet. Sounds like her. Naruto laughed haltingly, missing his significant other terribly but not wanting to show it to his impressionable son. In any case, we will be free to go home once we reach the port in Hot Spring. The group nods, and the oldest blonde says, then let's move out. They left for the inn's dinner hall after Kurama puffed away and went back to the seal. Both Naruto and Kyoto noticed the stare on their backs after leaving the gate, but they ignored it as they disappeared into the trees. This sighting would be one of many for the forces of the Hidden Leaf. The three of them had almost completely cleared out the inn's food supply and left a very neat tip as a thank you. The group walked slowly into the small port on the island after a half hour of tree jumping, which included 2 soft landings and a more difficult assisted one. The town was small and barely on the edge of township, but it was the only way off the island without the authorities looking too closely. This place isn't on the maps, Kyoto said, which made Naruto laugh, shake his head, and side-eye his companion. No, it's not. Issue, Kyoto. As required, Kyoto answered, 16. Seeing her rather innocent attitude, Naruto nods. Ah, you've only been off the island a year. The academy and trainers always forget to remind their students that we, as shinobi, are always on the edge of society laws, Naruto added after she nodded. Many portray us as the honorable defenders of our hometowns, guarding against the demonic forces out to destroy us. He was obviously self-aware of his own rather gullible younger self, as evidenced by the sarcasm in his voice, but in truth, we shinobi are just better trained mercenaries with national backing. You may think we have honor, but we don't, we aren't samurai, Naruto said, pointing to the people, stores, and smugglers in front of him. These people are little better than we are, as we do have our own morals, he added, looking firmly into her with battle-hardened eyes that had witnessed war and strife on full display. However, those two may be somewhat skewed. Though she was unable to completely refute her senior's assessment of shinobi in general, Kyoto appeared uncomfortable admitting that, seeing herself above these ruffians. When they arrived at the docks, Kyoto saw that Shirin hadn't even batted an eye at his father's rather pessimistic view of their line of work, and she came to the conclusion that he had likely been indoctrinated into reality by his parents. Although their mother joked that their father currently held the record of 6 princesses rescued if she counted herself among them, Shirin and Kushina had been seated by their parents, who explained that life as shinobi is difficult and not all glory in princess rescues. Just as Naruto gave the captain of a smuggling ship a stack of ryo, she tuned back in and said, "Then, I'll see you at midday, Captain." As Naruto rejoined the pair, he received a nod from the man and said, "Let's go." Shirin walked silently behind his father, following his instructions from training on how to behave in hostile situations. Remain focused on your surroundings, remain silent, and remain close. He kept repeating these instructions to himself as he walked alongside his father's intimidating frame as they passed by multiple warehouses filled with different goods, loud shouting, and the cries of innocent people. His mother and uncles have told him that his father always tried to help everyone he could, but that something changed after the Mist War. He still tries to help, but his family comes first. However, he stopped and stared at a girl in the corner who was trapped in a cage and had dead red eyes. For some reason, his sister's face was superimposed on top of the young girl's, who must have been a year or so older than him. Shirin. His father snapped his head toward him, breaking the trance. Naruto asked, unsure of what was going through his son's head, "Is something wrong?" He would have saved her and her fellow slaves if he had been by himself, but they are currently fleeing as well. Shirin found himself in a difficult situation. He wanted to assist, but his father had told him that things were already tight. "Papa, can we?" Naruto whined inwardly, drawing a sigh from the man who turned to face the children in the cages. "I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Don't pretend that saving them wasn't already in your plans." After snorting in his head, Kurama laughed arrogantly, to which Naruto replied, "I know, but still, this is going to be troublesome." A certain Nara sneezed outside Fire County's boundaries, then turned to face east and said, "Troublesome." The short stump of a man eyed Naruto up and down, noticing the large katana on his back, and Shirin swore the man paled several shades lighter from his tanned complexion as he walked past his son, ruffling his hair as he went. Naruto then stepped onto the docks toward the cages, and his approach was not unnoticed. "Say, old man," Shirin said, hearing his father speak icily. "What is the total cost?" The man stumbled, "Why as a shinobi," before pointing to the 5 cages of kids on the platform's edge. "This is it, 50,000 for the group." Naruto pulling out said amount and shoving it into the man's silk-suited chest, who quickly grabbed it then signaled to his guards to stand down as he counted the ryo. Stopping before them, Naruto glared at the guards and spoke so coldly, even the ocean beneath them seemed to fall silent. "Release them." All 5 cages were quickly opened and turned over, and Naruto kept his scowl before telling the kids to follow, which they did without a word. As the group stood in a clearing just outside the town limits with their arms crossed in front of his son, who was standing in front of them, Naruto said, "Consider this your first mission. These 5 are now your responsibility. It is your responsibility to resolve any issues they may have. An 8-year-old taking care of 5 former slave children is ridiculous, isn't it?" Kyoto actually gaped at that. Naruto went on, "Am I understood?" "Yes, Dad. Everyone in that clearing would be unaware that this was the beginning of a group of S-ranked shinobi that will bring the downfall of the Land of Fire, and their name would be etched into the annals of history, simply known as the Geiru team, led by Shirin Uzumaki, the S-ranked, 5th god of Shinobi. Shirin replies, her resolve filled with a new purpose that Naruto noted. The Hidden Leaf. A frog unexpectedly shows up in the Hokage's office and drops a scroll, which Lady 5th quickly picks up and reads faster. Shizune. Team Guy, Team Asuma, please. Yes, Lady Tsunade. After 10 minutes, Team Guy and Team Asuma reporting as ordered, Lady Hokage. Guy addressed the 5th Fire Shadow in a formal manner, not yelling or imposing. Tsunade said quickly, avoiding any opportunity for interruption, Jiraiya's spy network got a hit on him leaving to a port on the west side of Nagi Island. This is an urgent mission to recover Naruto again. Since the official port is in the opposite direction of his intended destination, his contact believes he is going to the hidden port there. The cage went on, as a result, he will probably be heading to a port along the coast we share with the land of tea and noodle. Shizune took out a map of the region and placed it on the desk. Unofficially, of course. After pausing to examine the map more closely, Shikamaru said, Naruto has been avoiding us for the last 10 years. His unpredictable nature makes him hard to track without a doubt. Ino guessed, so, he'll be using the least likely route for us to inspect. Her teammate nodded, but said nothing. That could be anywhere though, Tenten suggested, frowning and crossing her arms, but fortunately, her teammate Neji Hyuga moved to the map and interrupted, saying, no. Not at all, if I am as familiar with him as I am. The most likely place he will end up, the Hyuga said, pointing to the map that showed the border between Noodle and Fire countries, is present. Shikamaru continued to plan after saying, with Lee and Guy here to keep pace with him. He then turned to Choji, his best friend and teammate, saying, we only have to worry about running down his stamina. Big Guy, we'll be depending on you. Choji grinned and pounded his chest armor in response to the big guy's nod, saying, yeah, leave it to me. Shikamaru nods to his cage and says, with Guy, Lee, and Choji, we should be able to whittle him down bit by bit. Excellent. As Shizune unfolds the map, Tsunade says, you have your orders. You have to leave right away and get Genin Naruto Uzumaki and bring him back to the village. Within reasonable bounds, the use of force is acceptable. Dismissed. Madam. All disappearing in a wind and leaf storm. The Noodle land. After 2 days. Thanks, Captain. Naruto called back to the ship, waving it off as it passed by a cliffside beach on its way into the land of fire, still within the land of noodles, so as to avoid running into anyone from the leaf, or at least delay them. Stepping onto the beach from the water, Naruto grinned at the children his shadow clones were carrying, noticing that Shirin was being as diligent as ever. However, he perspired when one of the girls slapped him for saying something that was obviously inappropriate. You've only just realized, the snort from within his mind. Oi oi, I didn't grow up in a family. I still remember how long it took you to propose to your vixen. Naruto's shy response made the fox inside of him snort once more. Didn't learn social Ks until I was already a teen. Naruto gave an outward snort in response, drawing everyone's attention even though he spoke quickly. All right, everyone, let's climb the cliff and make camp. I believed that we were rushing. Kyoto questioned with a raised eyebrow, to which Naruto nodded at, confirming shortly after. Yes, we are. Then why aren't we? Kyoto asked, perplexed by his nod of confirmation. Shirin said wisely, because that is what is expected of us. His father nodded and grinned, and Naruto turned to face the teenager and went on, exactly. I take it you felt it too. Someone in the last town, observing us from the shadows. Thus, whoever they report to will be rushing to intercept us, Naruto continued after Kyoto gave a slow nod. We can detect any set ambushes ahead of us if we take our time, which will cause them to overshoot their interception. Everyone nods in agreement as Kyoto whispers, I never thought of that. Naruto then gives the order, then, let's get a third of the way up, then set camp within the cliff. All right, after 30 minutes, the new cliffside retreat. You'd be hard-pressed to believe that this 3-story home was inside a cliff, or even existed more than a few minutes ago, given the feel of a classy log cabin and the lack of evidence of the bedrock that once occupied the space. Kyoto would never publicly acknowledge it, but she was always being taught new things, new ways of doing everyday tasks, and moving around, but this was obviously taking the cake. Kyoto was astounded by the exquisite wooden furniture, the serene, soft, glowing seals, and the carpet, but Shirin was acting as though everything was normal. The hell? The other children were laughing and joking while the two Uzumaki were casually preparing food for the others seated at the long table. Children readily adjusted to the changing circumstances, Kyoto muses. Naruto chose to speak after the food was served and the kids were fed, saying, "Now that we're all settled in, we'll stay here for 2 weeks getting you all up to a decent level of stamina and chakra levels," he continued, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "After that, we'll proceed to the next hideout, which is located in the north just outside the port's bay." "Papa, what about this place?" In his father's obviously objective viewpoint, Shuren asks as he tilts his head to the side in a cutesy manner. Everyone nodded as Naruto explained, "It's hidden from outside observers. I'll finish up the last of the security seals tonight, so tomorrow we start training. It'll stay put so if any of us need to return, it'll be here." Then he turns to face Kyoto and says, "Though we need to have that talk we've put off thus far." The kunoichi gulped, unconsciously massaging her abdomen. "As for you kids, I believe it's time for introductions. My name is Kazato Harumi, 8 years old." He bowed to Naruto, who noticed his white hair, hazel eyes, and rather scrawny appearance. Naruto looked at the former slaves, all of whom looked at Shuren, who nodded before standing and facing Naruto, who had just sat on the coach. Tada Skine, 9, taller than most, with dark eyes and short black hair. Amano Isoko, 10. The girl, who had dark blonde hair like Shuren but gray eyes instead of blue ones, wasn't very tall but showed obvious signs of becoming a woman on the cusp of puberty. The girl Shuren saw in the cage was named Hiyori Yura, 9. She was tall for her age, had red eyes, and pale blonde hair, and had captivated the young Uzumaki. Ayao Azuki, the girl with purple eyes and hair, with what he now believed to be typical Azuki features of pale skin and toned, even for a child, build, said, "Naruto will make a swordsman out of her." Naruto paused on her for a moment after hearing that surname, and she meekly whispered, 8. "It's good to meet you all," Naruto said firmly, clapping his hands. "To be clear, I am Shuren Uzumaki's father, Naruto Uzumaki, and I am now your guardian." He held up his hand to delay their answer before they could correct him. "Yes," I said, "guardian. You are no longer slaves. Think of yourselves as family." With the children asleep in their separate rooms, the two adults were able to have a conversation that neither of them really wanted to participate in. They sat in the living room, their nervousness concealed by the dim light, until Naruto broke the ice with his first words, "You keeping it?" The breathlessly nodding woman with gray hair and eyes said, "It's an innocent in all this." "True," Naruto said after the blonde nodded at the graynet, "just know that the path you are taking is the harder of the two, but only you will be able to decide whether or not it was worth the trouble." Kyoto mumbles, "I know but," sighs, and continues, "By doing this, I will never be allowed home." She looks at him from the sofa and runs her hand over her still flat, toned stomach before saying, "Neither of us will." As he sipped his green tea and looked at her from his position against the food table, Naruto muttered, "Again, only you can decide if this is worth the effort." When she reluctantly nods, Naruto gives her his famously broad smile and says, "But you aren't alone. All of us are present. I've got your back, and I have no doubt that Shion will take you under her wing when we arrive at Demon. We are now family." For the first time during the discussion, Kyoto looked up into his brilliant baby blues directly and found nothing but warmth and comfort from her fellow exile. Unable to control the escalating flood of emotions, Kyoto started crying in private until she realized that she was being pulled into a warm, firm hug that was full of security and comfort. At that moment, Naruto had filled the support pillar and soul man within her heart. Naruto would only discover this much later. She grabbed onto it, rescuing herself from her self-loathing and the darkness of panic that was encroaching on her. The following morning, Naruto was awakened by a knock on his door. His usual jerk at the unexpected sound was muffled by the body clinging to him. He paused for a moment, allowing his mind to fully engage before his memories of the previous night returned. He created a shadow clone to answer the door, allowing himself to relax a bit more, and the clone went to tend to the children. After half an hour, Kyoto stretched and yawned, but stopped when she felt the warmth abruptly diminish. Her eyes snapped open, and she saw Naruto smiling pleasantly and amusedly, saying, "Morning, sleepy head." She stammered, her cheeks flushing and heating up on her perfect pale skin. Morning." Naruto just continued to grin foxily as he got up, still dressed but without a jacket. "Breakfast is being served, so," he trailed off as she simply nodded and then got up, avoiding his eyes out of embarrassment. After breakfast, Naruto led the group to the new training grounds on the lowest floor, far below sea level in the earth. The basement walls were 4 football fields deep and wide, and one was tall. "Now then," he said as the door closed behind them. With an overly charming grin, Naruto turns to face the group and says, "Time for boot camp." The Hidden Leaf. After a day, "Jiraiya, where have you been?" As the toad hermit sat on the window sill, Tsunade spoke quietly, not raising her eyes from her paperwork, of course, gathering information. "It might be a cold war, but have you discovered any leads?" His commander cutting him off, to which he sighed out heavily at, knowing she was only interested in one thing right now. Jiraiya's response: "No new sightings, unfortunately. However, I do have an update regarding his group." The bustiest Cage noticed this because, before she could even ask, a number of pictures of Naruto and his group preparing to board a ship appeared on her desk. "This is," she said. 22-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was a banished genin. The Cage raised an eyebrow when Jiraiya explained, "Hero of Mist, 8th Swordsman of the Mist, Natashiko Shinobi." Despite the Cage's insistence that the village was exclusively for women, Jiraiya went on, "I suspect that the gray-haired woman is another Natashiko Kunoichi. No name as of yet." As she moves on to the next picture, Tsunade nods and notices the little black-haired and blonde child with whiskered cheeks among the others. "As that?" Jiraiya nodded and said, "I think so. His name is Shirin. As we suspect, though, he is probably Naruto's son and an Uzumaki by his father. We can assume that his mother is a Natashiko Kunoichi given his company and prior affiliation. The others were slaves bought at the Gaki's request," the white-haired man says, leafing through his notepad. "But knowing him." As she looks at the young child and speaks out loud, Tsunade concludes, "He's freed them. He looks about 7 or 8, healthy weight and height. However, those whisker marks, perhaps a family trait." With a casual shrug, Jiraiya remarks, "Perhaps. The kids' names are Kazato, Tada, Amano, Hiyori, and Ayao." Tsunade sighed and signed yet another set of documents before continuing, "Moving with such a group would be taxing, yet for the last 2 months we have not been able to locate them. Can we just—" The conversation she was having was interrupted by a knock on the door, and Jiraiya concluded by saying, "I'll keep you posted." Prior to puffing away in a smoke pillar. A retreat on a cliff. After 2 months, with everyone asleep, Naruto finally lets go of his mask of strength and smiles as tears fall like a waterfall. Moonlight streams in through the sea view window he currently occupies, looking towards the isle where his family currently resides but which he is unable to return to at this time. "Shizuka Heim, how are you doing, I wonder? Are you all right? How is Kushina doing? Even though I know you two will be well taken care of, I still miss you both." "I have to remain strong," he said, his blue eyes hardening as he pressed his hand against the glass pane. In times like these, only the moon could hear and comfort the cautious shinobi, who has lost his home twice but is determined to keep trying. Before the blonde was even out of sight of the moon. As for supplies, they went to the port a few kilometers up the coast, so they were all noticeably well fed and all previous signs of malnutrition had all but disappeared. The next day, Naruto stood across the 6 children who had impressed him beyond his expectations over the past 2 months. The fact that they had stayed in this makeshift homestead for 2 months instead of weeks indicated as much, and he had no doubt that they would all grow quickly with their increasing skill. "Now then, let's see how far you've come." Naruto smiles as he draws out his Mad Midnight Black Ode katana, which, despite lacking a tsuba, retains its simple majesty despite having a bowhai lined with the dull white of the unpowered ceiling arrays along its length. Shirin always marveled at his father's blade, only to learn that it belonged to his clan, the Uzumaki, and that only a small number of them still existed, that they were skilled at swordsmanship and sealing, and that they had red hair. He tightened his grip on his practice blade and silently vowed to make his father and clan proud as he glared at him with unwavering resolve, to which his father nodded. "Let's start," Naruto said, adopting a defensive stance as the children took their places. Shirin matched his father's Uzumaki swirling sword style, though his father didn't realize there were some flaws because he hadn't perfected it yet. Kazato had twin kunai, which complemented his narrow frame and made him more fit for speed according to his current training regimen. Tada raised his fist, and Naruto grinned as he stood at the vanguard ahead of Shirin with Kazato on the other side. When Shirin launches a blow, intending to let it be parried to deflect attention from Kazato, their swords clash, and Naruto parries the other 2 blades with a single kunai in his offhand. The 3 charged with Tada in front, attempting to divert their sensei as both flankers cut in ahead of him as he feints a haymaker. Tada appeared before his sensei with both hands occupied, prepared for an overwhelming dynamic entry. Ducking, Naruto spun out of the double blade lock, dropping his held kunai before kicking it into the approaching arrow fired from Amano's bow. It was an unusual weapon for Shinobi, but it worked for her, and she appeared to be honing her own fighting style with it. He sidesteps a fireball, straight into an upward strike to deflect another arrow, and then clashes with his son. He grabs Tada, throws him at Amano, and then leaps towards Hiyori, which makes him smile before he even reaches her. Nice genjutsu. He abruptly stops as Shuren and Tada slam into his back, knocking them both down. Game. He then catches up to the hidden pair, his blade appearing at their necks. Kyoto was called out because over half of them were on the ground or at knife point. As Kyoto stepped up with her blade drawn, the atmosphere instantly became 10 times more tense, and the children all gulped or retreated as the two trained shinobi took center stage, both supporting blank faces as they stared at each other. However, this time, Naruto's sword was lowered and crossed in front of him, barely 24 centimeters off the ground. The children regrouped on the side, a little bruised but not too badly. In a traditional kendo-like ready stance, Kyoto held her blade in front of her while keeping her eyes fixed on her opponent's body, observing everything from his shimmering blue eyes to the pulsing vein on his left hand, even the loose strap where his blade usually rests. She twitched when she noticed that it appeared worn out and barely managed to block the horizontal slash that was reversed just as quickly as the first, and she narrowly avoided the sparks that flashed from their blade's kiss. Her blade went left, then up, clashing, forcing the much larger blade up, stepping forward, slipping in a twirl only clipped by the shoulder check that led into her backhand swing that was ducked beneath just as the overhead slam was deflected, blocking that would be foolish. Hop back, gaining space is counterintuitive because his blades are longer, but a breath was required to slow this down, and he beats her in reaction speed. There's no need to play into that. She took a deep breath and raised her sword, stance tight and sideways, the blade level with the ceiling, her grayish-blue eyes gleaming with laughter, but she felt a chill go through her as the blondes and blues adopted the same stance. His voice could have sent hell into an ice age. Never again, he said, tearing a scream from the woman's throat before anyone could react, her blade clattering against the concrete floor, its handle covered in her own blood as she looked up over her cut arm and shoulder. Did you understand? Kyoto simply nodded while stifling her screams of agony as the pain shot up her right arm and shoulder. He then drew his sword away from her throat and slashed her blood onto the ground before saying icily, "Clean yourself up then head up for dinner." With a cold tone, Naruto turned away from her and said, "Remember your laundry." "Yes sir." Kyoto's response was brief because she didn't want to upset the one person she needed more than anything. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to copy his clan's sword style so obviously without permission. Naruto silently passed by the children like a ghost, and they parted, but Shuren also appeared a little irritated by his aunt's obvious use of clan secret arts. After losing the Toad contract, he was naturally offered the Kitsune contract, though he had to look for it. The Uzumaki Leviathan contract, on the other hand, he found during his initial trip to Uzu no Kuni. Naruto, sitting beneath the redwood oak on the cliff's edge, had his blonde hair blowing gently in the ocean breeze. This remote meadow, which he had found during one of his supply runs, quickly became his meditation spot to maintain his sage mode training. Even his whisker marks darkened and thickened, adding to his sensitivity, much to the amusement of his tenant and his summons. His sage mode was derived from the Kitsune, but the Leviathans had not slackened off and had granted him the special ability to breathe water. However, the masters of the sea were the source of his sage mode at sea, which was reflected in his markings. He wasn't shocked when a red-headed woman, 4 feet 10 inches tall, wearing a purple sleeveless kimono blouse, came hesitantly walking from the tree line and stopped 2 meters away after managing to say, "Yes, I am an Uzumaki too," Naruto murmurs, slowly opening his eyes and turning to face the newcomer. A gentle smile interrupted her, causing her to relax and mutter to herself, "I'm glad." With a low laugh, Naruto said, "Will you not inquire about the hair?" She blushed and stammered as he raised an eyebrow. I thought," she said, "it would be rude." Naruto snorted. Yeah, this woman was very un-Uzumaki, but her chakra is thick, dense, and very Uzumaki. A faint pulse passed over her, and she stiffened momentarily at the sudden surge, but relaxed when she realized that he had done that to dispel any illusions or altering seals. "So, why did you seek me out, Miss Hinoka, Uzumaki Hinoka? You see, I was fleeing a lab when I felt you close by. Laboratory. They are attempting to create the ultimate summoning creature, Naruto said, getting a nod from the woman who was not aware that a third party had started to pay attention as well, one lazy eye opening as Hinoka babbled. I ran when I realized this. Are they still? After a few moments of silence, Naruto got up and dusted himself off before he said, well, we'll have to deal with that before they cause any issues. He started, but she interrupted him by nodding, and she was then subjected to a barrage of curses from her blonde clansmen. Naruto continued, turning to face his new clansman. So, Hinoka, what are you going to do now? You're free to remain with us. Please. He starts to perspire as Hinoka bows her head and practically begs, she really isn't a typical Uzumaki. When he saw the mesh armor underneath her top, he thought, let's get you somewhere safe. The traditional obi was frayed and battered, and the bow that held it in place was messy. You were undoubtedly worn out from your journey. As they both disappeared in a smokeless body flicker, she simply nodded and fixed her dark eyes on the ground. As she entered the living room of the safe house, Hinoka was taken aback by the sheer number of people that had suddenly entered her sensory perception. She had never felt any of them before, but a quick look around her revealed why. The walls, nearly undetectable carvings, which were hardly lit by natural chakra, concealed this complex, and she now realized how fortunate she was to see Naruto's signature because, despite its depth, this location obscured his chakra. Everyone. Naruto started, yanking Hinoka out of her reverie and back into the 7-person room next to her. It dawned on her that she had never heard his given name. This is Hinoka. Uzumaki Hinoka. In reply, she bows and says simply, I hope to get along with you all. Actually, I'm Shuren Uzumaki, Papa's son, Shuren said, beaming as he hurried over to the short woman who continued to smile. I never imagined meeting someone else. I understand. Well, because I'm an orphan, I don't really know much about the clan as a whole, she said quickly. Oh. The boy's stunned expression caused panic among the newly arrived, but fortunately Naruto intervened, saying, not to worry, I made a promise to find any and all survivors and educate them in the clan's ways. With a warm and inviting smile, he said, I'll set up the library so you can study things there. I assumed this was a temporary residence. This time, Kyoto spoke up, but Naruto could tell she was hesitant because of her worsening health. It was. Naruto nodded, his confidence giving way to experience. But, with all the new developments, he continued, I've been considering what to do next. The blonde said, things have changed here, as Naruto turned to face Kyoto, the expectant mother. No matter how you look at it, the children can't go very far for very long without being detected by skilled shinobi. By the time they are even close to being ready to move, your condition will be far too advanced, further impeding our progress. Then he pointed to Hinoka and said, and now we have a new situation to deal with that requires my attention. His reasoning was sound. Kyoto nodded in response to the mumbled, oh, before turning to Hinoka and stating, I'll show you to the rooms and let you get settled in. After you've eaten and rested, we can talk about our current issue. She nodded silently and then reluctantly followed him, keeping her eyes fixed on the ground. Shuren did not anticipate this behavior from a fellow Uzumaki because, in his very modest 8-year-old view, she was far too meek. You're alone too, Naruto said late that night as he sat on the edge of the closed window once more, the crescent moon hanging above the horizon reflecting on the placid seas, lost in thought that even worried his company conspirator because he had never been so perceptive. Perhaps this was due to the distance from his vixen, but his mask was off and he was allowing his own tension to subside during only these moments, which is why he did not sense Hinoka's approach. Naruto didn't turn around and exhale deeply to contain his surprise. Why aren't you asleep? I couldn't, she said softly as she appeared by his side and continued to gaze out at the serene ocean. So, are you not going to? Hinoka started, but Naruto interrupted her with a firm, no. The two were bathed in the light of the crescent moon, and she stopped pressing. Cal Port, the land of noodles. Naturally, Hinoka accompanied Naruto on his bi-monthly supply run, which took place about 10 kilometers away from the hideout in an undisclosed direction. Naruto used specialized Uzumaki hinge seals that were powered by a Senjutsu chakra battery that was charged by the Uzumaki sage himself. Speaking of which, Naruto stopped in front of a clothing store and whispered, you sense them too, right? The disguised Hinoka responded as humbly as possible, I have had to evade them multiple times, but his redhead-turned brunette heard him anyhow and nodded. I have no idea who they are. As the two continued to act interested in the dress like a couple on a date, Naruto explained, they're called root. The shinobi passed by them in the shadows, completely ignoring them, before he went on, the hidden darkness of the Leaf Village. It makes sense. Now that he's finally figured out 2 and 2 and found 4, Kurama is speaking up. Naruto's eyes narrow as he responds, the retrieval team from back then. Makes sense if you think about the rumors of war approaching, Kurama said in response to the kitsune's nod. They want their weapon returned. The summoning monster must be there doing too. Hinoka caught Naruto's attention by grabbing his forearm. With a gentle reply that didn't go well with his dark midnight blue hair and light gray eyes that reminded him of a certain Hyuga heiress, he said, let's finish up here. I may have figured out the puzzle at large. His clanmate gave him a simple nod. After a few hours of acquiring the food, the two disguised Uzumaki headed for the gate with backpacks on and swords around their waists. They arrived at the town gate and, after a cheerful farewell to the guardsmen, they encountered a search team of Leaf Shinobi, namely, Team Kurenai. As they passed each other, it was not surprising to the disguised blonde that the ninkin stopped and sniffed at him. Bark, hey, you, was called out by a particular dog using Shinobi, with the duo turning back to see the entire team surrounding them. Yes. The male of the two travelers said. Can you show us some identification? With fang marks on his cheeks, the shinobi says, no. Naruto coolly answers, why would ninja need our papers? It's not fire country here. Yes. The soft-spoken Hyuga stepped forward with confidence, saying, we have no authority. It is just. You have similar features to someone we are looking for, said the hooded shinobi. Does that work for everyone? As a blatant threat at the civilian level, Naruto placed his hand on the handle of his katana. The Hyuga raises her hands placatingly and says, we don't want any trouble. The civilian woman approaches her partner in a cautious attempt to convey anxiety. Do you know this man? The black-haired man growled in annoyance as the hooded man took out a picture of Naruto from the port of Nagi Island, but the Leaf Shinobi mistook it. Kurama said, Kid, you can use this, they think you're angry, right? Naruto needed a moment to get on his partner's wavelength before he smiled foxily, at least inwardly, which his friend picked up and matched, rapidly assuming his character before yelling, yeah. My wallet was taken by that bastard. Even though Hinoka doesn't usually behave like a typical Uzumaki, she still possesses the prankster spirit that is hidden beneath the shyness. As a result, she was able to grasp the wavelength with frightening efficiency right away, shocking Naruto by sobbing and sniffling as she gave him a slightly shaky hug. It had our wedding rings in. The Leaf Shinobi, however, were shocked that their friend would go so far as to steal a wallet from civilians and not even return their wedding rings. The dog pair actually growled at that. When I catch him, we'll beat him down, and recover them for you. Naruto leaned into the pass he was given and comforted her by giving her a hug in return. The Hyuga bowed deeply as the hooded one replied, indeed. I apologize for his actions. Please don't hate him, I'm sure there was a reason. He will undoubtedly apologize and give them back once we apprehend him. As he soothes his now visibly upset wife, the man growls, he better, and whispers softly, feigning not to notice them exchange glances. You ninja always causing us normal folk issues. We now have a lead. The last woman turned back, bowed once more, and fled as the feral-looking ninja rushed toward the town, declaring, we should get moving. The one with the glasses just chased after her. Despite Kurama busting a gut in Naruto's head and said shinobi hearing something along the lines of, stupid mutts, and, just like a fox, between his wheezing, the huddled pair had matching foxy grins as they moved off, doing their best not to laugh. Naruto was sitting in the shallows on the beach beneath the hideout under the night sky when Hinoka abruptly sat down next to him. The two enjoyed the atmosphere for a full 10 minutes before Hinoka interrupted, asking, why are the leaves? Naruto sighs deeply once more as he continues, it explains both our pursuers, the experiments you were helping with are probably stalled until you return, right? War. Naruto interrupted her softly, his voice just loud enough for her to hear, causing her dark eyes to lock on to his form, waiting for an explanation. Hinoka nods, so he goes on. As for me, I am their most powerful tool. Their strategic importance is their trump card. A human sacrifice, she muttered as he finally turned to face her with a defeated expression, watching her dawning comprehension. With a nod, Naruto says, Jinchuriki of the strongest-tailed beast. He then adds, word on the grapevines within the darkness says that the hidden villages are arming up for war number 4. He exhales deeply, No doubt, they believe my siblings of circumstance are being prepared to duke it out with one another on orders of old crones safe behind legions once more. Then, my project. Speaking his thoughts out loud, Naruto continues, seeing his route is involved. No doubt my absence from the village has made the elders somewhat twitchy. Glancing over at her, he said, they wanted a backup plan. He nodded in agreement as Hinoka whispered, ultimate summon. Then again, if they realize that you are a full Uzumaki, he explained. It took Hinoka a moment to realize that Naruto's expression tightened into a frown. They wouldn't. She started to shake as he looked down into his reflection, but Naruto interrupted her, saying, they would. But, she stammered. Hinoka. Naruto interrupted her as she turned to face him. As Shinobi, we are soldiers, tools for the village to use fit, he said, his night vision focusing on her tear-stained cheeks that gleam in the darkness. This is fairly universal, though some take it more literally than others. Quote. I've seen just how naive I was growing up, Naruto said, taking a deep breath and exhaling it slowly. Now that I'm older, been through 2 wars, taken lives in the name of others, and had a family. Yes, I did absorb the propaganda like a sponge. I was a needy person who longed for attention, regardless of how or where it came from. Ideal for shaping to one's will. Now though, I have responsibilities, Naruto said with a hollow smile as he turned to face his clansmen. Raising my children, protecting my loved ones, he said, glancing up at the seemingly blank cliff face that concealed their present residence. I hope I live long enough to see my grandchildren, and that includes you, he said, gently side-bumping her to highlight his blue luminescent eyes. Perhaps even become an elder and aid in the revitalization of our clan. She blushes a brighter scarlet, making her hair appear pale, and he snickers at that. Regaining Hinoka's attention, Naruto said, the point is, and she turned to face him as he went on, I have no intention of going back. I have to kill a certain man, find a way to reunite my family under one roof, and get these kids as close to the continent as possible. Following that, with a casual shrug, he offers, I'm free for anything after that. He brought her back post-haste, but Hinoka grinned at the lightheartedness at the end, her mind racing. What about you, Hinoka? You haven't really talked much since you found me. She ignored the conclusion of his brief monologue and started to compose herself after a while, saying, there isn't much. Dad died when I was 6, lived on the streets for a few years, and was discovered by the scientists at the age of 10. Until a few weeks ago, I stayed with them. I ran until I felt your presence. I see. I have another question. Sure. Have you? No. Have you found any others? Yes. Karen is her name. A complete nerd. Hinoka, barely controlling her excitement, asks, is she alive? As Naruto laughed as his hands made the motions of pulling on a lab coat that didn't exist and wearing glasses. Full-on researcher, glasses and lab coats and everything. Where is she? Yes, she's alive, and last I saw of her, Natashiko village, he responds, nodding with an increasingly broad smile. Natashiko. Beyond the land of water, there is a kunoichi-only village, between the islands of Nagi and Oazu. I understand. She's safe? Yes. Naruto nods slightly stiffly and continues, in fact, I suspect she may be watching us from there. Hinoka looked at him incredulously as a result. How? Are you aware of your senses? She nodded when Naruto asked, and he went on, it's an Uzumaki thing. Since I have a lot more chakra than most people and it has been out of balance for the majority of my life, it took me a while to unlock mine. Hinoka raised an eyebrow at Naruto's explanation, saying, tell you later, but yeah, from what I've read, it wasn't uncommon for some clansmen to have mutated versions of clan abilities. The chains that belonged to my mother were thicker, denser, and naturally coated in sealing agents. The fox strengthened my mutation, which improved regeneration. After nodding in agreement, Hinoka asks, what about me? She looked at him blankly as Naruto said, your stealth is scary. He went on to say, if it weren't for my sage mode, I would never have sensed you coming, and even then. It wasn't as simple as most. Really? Yep. Naruto nodded several times. It has undoubtedly been your main strategy for surviving Root. They are unable to find you. I see. Naruto smiled for a moment before realizing, oh, actually, as unpredictable as any Uzumaki. He began to go through hand signals, but stopped when he sensed approaching signatures. Hinoka also squinted, and when the next wave crashed, the beach was briefly stripped of human life. I swore I heard, hey, anything. Leaving his shoe print behind, he leapt off and said, "Nah, must have imagined it. A retreat on a cliff. After several months. Happy birthday." Everyone in the house cheered and shared the orange juice as Shirin grinned at the gorgeous triple-layered orange velvet cake. Kyoto was devastated by her glaring at her, and he didn't know that she was Hanoka's life partner, who assured him that everything was done in accordance with Shirin's wishes. Naruto labeled her cravings as C ranks, and the kids helped, marking them on their records, while chores were labeled as D ranks, also recorded. This calmed the swollen kunoichi whose hormones were flaring constantly, and it became a bit of a headache for the kids in particular, but it added variety to the otherwise boring days. Kyuubi snorted something else about damn Uchiha arrogance being genetic, and the party was held on the beach, and everyone enjoyed it, even the 6-month-old baby, who was apparently constantly rubbing her baby bump with a soft frown and muttering something about overexcited babies not letting their mother have any fun. Overall, it was a wonderful day because Naruto had even called Kuruma and his own Leviathan to join in the celebrations. His Leviathan is the current boss's daughter, just as Gamakichi was with Gamabunta. She was a brilliant white with dark green scales on her dragon-like snout that covered her face like a helmet and ran partially down her back following her spine spikes, though the scales on her stomach were somewhat soft and had a blue tint. Only Naruto is aware of her true given name, while everyone else refers to her as Pearl. Her name is Ratoriparu, but everyone just calls her Peru, or Pearl for humans. While manning the grill, Naruto observed the now 9-year-old Shirin laughing and playing with his friends from a distance. He felt like an old man, but his thoughts while flipping the fish were obviously with his daughter. He had given her a gift, of course, and the shadow clone he had sealed inside had since popped, making her the newest Leviathan summoner. As he put a huge smile on his face and applauded his son's victory on the improvised Shinobi Extreme volleyball court, Naruto sighed and wiped away the one tear he had wiped away. Even though today was a day of celebration, he was acutely aware of the increasing number of Leaf Patrol teams monitoring the roads on this side of the border. He trusted his sage-powered barrier fields to conceal their location, but even he knew they weren't perfect. All it would take was one lone Kikaichu bug to find its way in and expose them. For the time being, he will smile and let the kids be kids, even if it's just for a day. Later, it would catch up with him. "I take it that we must relocate?" Kyoto asked surprisingly calmly while rubbing her growing stomach, though Naruto glanced to her in replying. "Yeah. We have 3 patrol camps within 15 kilometers of our location," he said, glaring at the map that had many crosses on it and the ones that were closest circled. "They are attempting to focus on us, but they are aware of our presence. Their net is getting closer. We'll have to get the kids packed up by tomorrow dusk if we don't leave now," Hanoka says from the kitchen, staring over. Naruto nods before responding. "Peru can get us to wave at least before we head back home, so we'll sneak out with my Leviathan." He added, turning to face his clansmen, "That is if we don't have to fight. If we do, well, it's better than sneaking through the land of fire," Hanoka said, but all she received was a tight smile. As she slides farther onto the couch, complaining about the active infants and the like, Kyoto adds, "And we'll never make it to the capital either." She doesn't settle down before mumbling, "So, it can't be helped, right? Let's get moving," Naruto said, earning her 2 nods. "I'll begin packing the unnecessary items." As she started to leave, Hanoka said, "I'll start on the library." Kyoto looked down at her bump and remarked, "I'll just nap here." The kids were taken to a barren home the next morning, where breakfast was ready and the adults were already eating. Amano was the first to say, "Dad." Another development over the past few weeks was that all of the children had one-on-one conversations with Naruto at some point. He had given them the freedom to call him whatever they wanted, and she had decided that he was her father figure. Their guardian responded sharply, "Kids, eat up. When you're done, we're heading out." "What?" The children all stiffened when Naruto said, "Consider this your first A-rank mission." A ranks were supposedly high combat, politically motivated level missions that they had all wanted to participate in, and they all gave a very simple salute before saying, "Sir." The lone shinobi was filled with fear, dread, and a little self-loathing when he saw that. He wished these kids wouldn't have to deal with the world of shinobi, but because of their association with him, he knew better, they all did. He might be able to postpone it, but he couldn't protect them indefinitely. He's breathing heavily as he drinks his black coffee, which is enriched with herbs that replenish his chakra for the day. Most people would argue that he wouldn't need it with the beast of chakra inside, but he can't let any of his chakra escape in order for this to not come back to him. After cleaning the dishes, He put a temporary seal on top of his 8 trigrams to totally isolate Kurama's chakra from his own due to the delicate nature of the mission. It was make or break. Standing on the beach, the lockdown procedure was in effect, and the entire area was air-sealed, making it an entirely private area that was invisible from the outside, until Naruto looked at his left arm, which had a large tattoo that was actually several seals, which he would undoubtedly give to his son when he grew up, provided he proved himself. He was distracted from his thoughts by the appearance of a looming shadow that rose silently like a crypt from beneath the waves. Peru silently opened her giant maw, and since her head was about 20 meters tall in this full-size form, it wasn't shocking that they all stepped in and disappeared from view. Waves off the ocean, Peru said, "This is as far as I can take you," as they emerged, maw opening and letting those inside leave without incident. Naruto said, "We planned as much." He then made a number of shadow clones to carry each member, with the exception of Hinoka, who insisted on carrying her own with the male blonde states, before stepping out onto the ocean with such ease that one might forget they were at sea. "Thank you again for your help, Peru. You saved us a bunch of time and prevented us from putting the guppies in danger." Prior to puffing away, probably to report that her mission was successful, Peru said, "All the better then. Until next time, Naruto." It was safe to estimate that it would take them no more than an hour to reach Wave because they could see it clearly in the distance as they looked toward the horizon. The land of waves. The group sighed, finally safe for the time being, as they stepped onto the sand, but Naruto carried on, grinning softly as he slowly turned back to his group and made an announcement. "Welcome to the land of waves. My first conquest." Kyoto asked, folding her arms loosely, as he led them to the post with a proud smile on his face. "Oh," he added. "Yeah," Naruto murmured, gazing sorrowfully at the distant bridge. "This is the place I learned what true strength is, what shinobi sacrifice in this world of hatred." Speaking firmly, he looked at his adopted children and son. "It's something I had forgotten briefly but was reminded about it by my other half." Naruto spoke while stroking his wedding ring. "So take this to heart. True strength comes to those who are trying to protect those who love." This prompted Kyoto and Shirin to think thoughtfully about the children's starry eyes, but Hinoka nodded and smiled softly. When Naruto arrived at the old man's house, the older residents of the town welcomed him with smiles, and he returned the favor. When the door of a very familiar house was knocked on, a very familiar woman answered and smiled at the person in front of her. "Well well, isn't this a surprise?" Naruto smiles softly and asks, "Tsunami, how have you been?" But Tsunami answers quickly, "Well, come in, come in." After leading the group inside, she became worried when she saw how one Kyoto, who was 6 months along, was progressing. She would never be troubled by Naruto, but this is obviously a novel circumstance that needed her touch, making her smile. As she joined the others at the table, Tsunami finished pouring her own tea and asked politely, "Naruto, you came for a reason, no?" As soon as she noticed the man's expression, she added, "Not that I believe you would only visit for a reason, so don't pout like that." Naruto whispered back, "You're scary, you know that." Era. Tsunami's free hand cupped her face as the older civilian woman, her cheeks slightly flushed, spoke. "Your praise is always welcomed." Kyoto and Hinoka both noticed Naruto was nervous, but they also noticed a growing smile that made them perspire, extremely anxious. He was thinking about how Shizuka and Tsunami had become close because they frequently went to Wave and stayed with the old family. They were now also family. Even though Shizuka was an S-class shinobi in his own right, he always felt extremely uneasy around the older woman because he had learned tips and other things from her. He was scared of her. Shirin took over the room and said, "Papa was wondering if we could stay here for a little bit." He knew how much his father loved his aunt Tsunami, who gave him a gentle smile as she made the announcement. "Well, of course, it's been so quiet around here lately. That makes me sigh," Tsunami went on. "Since my father died, Kami bless his soul, and Inari moved in with his wife, I've been a little lonely." When she glanced between the blondes, her smile quickly returned and she carried on. "I've missed my godchildren. You are always welcome here, Naruto." Naruto grinned and spoke up, glancing from the younger to the older. "Thank you, Tsunami." Then turning to face his son and giving him instructions. "Go show everyone to their rooms." Tsunami continued, "You can use any room besides my own. Inari has taken all his own stuff and my father," but he stopped short to allow Naruto to take up her hand at her side. "It's fine." Receiving a smile in return, everyone leaves and silently follows Shirin up the stairs. Naruto and Tsunami sat alone now, drinking their drinks. Calmly, Naruto broke the silence by asking, "I'm sure you're wondering where the girls are." Tsunami finished her drink, swallowed, and verified. "I am, but she did tell me there was a chance of this happening." Then, looking at him, she added, "Which is why I didn't push th issue." Naruto let out a deep breath at that, then whispered, "I see. I was unsure, but as you can see, we can't really move too fast with our current company." "You aren't cheating on Shu-chan, are you, Naru-chan?" Tsunami asked with such a charming smile that a certain snake Sanin would appear tanned and honeybees would become ill, making Naruto pale. Naruto coughed and wheezed as he choked on his tea. "No, never, it's just." He takes a moment to calm down before responding firmly. "She's a fellow Natashiko. Her mission went belly up, and according to the rules and traditional, she would have been banished at best." He was unable to finish this time, but Tsunami responded with a smile and a nod. "After all these years, you still have the habit of rescuing those in need." "Can't help it. This hero damn complex," Naruto snarled at himself before he drank his tea, causing one of his closest friends to chuckle softly. That night, Naruto opened his eyes slowly and noticed a figure entering through the shadows. He was wary but not malicious or hesitant. He knew exactly who this was because of the cold wariness. They were both clothed and nothing would happen because they were both married to other people, but this was a comfort she would only have while he was here. He lifted the blanket, and the figure slipped in. She was not going to pass it up. For 2 weeks. When Inari finally noticed this with his mother, it took that long. Naruto would ruffle his hair and express his pride in him as he introduced his wife and daughter. While Kyoto and Hinoka conversed with Yukiji, the daughter of a local village fisherman, they exchanged stories. Tsunami brought in a huge lunch while Shuren and company played with their daughter, and before anyone knew it, a small party had broken out. In order to stop anyone from discussing the hero's return with his family, Inari secretly informed the villagers and the nearby settlements about the situation. Additionally, he saw that his mother appeared to be in a good mood, with an extra bounce in her step, which made him narrow his eyes and look at his brother in all but blood. But his mother's icy glare stopped him, and he knew that if he unintentionally upset her, his brother might smack him into next week. After 3 months, as the Uzumaki group gathered around the door, the sound of a baby's cries broke the stillness. Eventually, the door opened, revealing Naruto grinning and making an announcement. "It's a girl." The following party and the applause reverberated throughout the evening. Holding Koki, the newest member of their group, Naruto would sit guard at Kyoto's side all night. Although the baby's nose and ears were unmistakably from that bastard, it was too soon to make any judgments about the rest. Despite this, the baby was nearly a perfect replica of her mother. He could see the lights and hear the group members' laughter and applause as he peered out the window. His hushed words, "Just another happy day, in paradise, huh?" The baby was kept calm, fed, and changed with ease by the words he spoke until dawn, which allowed the weary mother to sleep soundly. However, he was thinking about their next move and hoped that going to the whirlpool chain of islands would be riskier but safer because he could use the hand signals his mother had taught him to turn the tides on and off. The drawback was that, if there wasn't already an Anbu station there, their arrival might cause a silent alarm in the Hidden Leaf. However, if they headed directly to Hot Spring Country, they could replenish their supplies before continuing on the disrupted island, Kami no Kuni, Sky, and possibly the lengthy trek through bird, forest, and vegetable before returning directly to Demon. Although the plan was simple, staying so close to Fire Country would make it possible for their adversaries to follow them, intercept them at certain locations, and possibly set up an ambush when they replenish. He would then need to keep them at bay while resupplying before continuing his attempt to elude them. He let out a sigh. Going back to our roots would be the better choice. Naruto was shocked to see Kyoto up and yawning widely, her dark gray eyes a little glassy and jumbled, but he didn't show it. Really. However, it was just before dawn, so perhaps she had gotten enough sleep. Naruto spoke softly while grinning. "Yeah, it's the best idea. I don't think there's much of a choice." He then gave the baby to her mother, who whispered back to him softly, beaming with delight at the sight of her sleeping little bundle of joy. "I trust you." Then, with a contented smile, Kyoto turned back to face Naruto before telling him, "You are far more experienced than me as my senpai." The blonde smiled and gave her a half hug, which made her feel blissfully at home and cozy. The Hidden Leaf. The blonde cage roared because the council was fully present and new information had arrived that promised a change from the current situation. Silence. She earned it by looking around with her pierced eyes. Tsunade pauses to catch her breath, then continues. We have confirmed, through our alliance, that Rice and their hidden village are in a state of civil war. Since the Sound were essentially no longer able to fight, only the Stone and possibly Cloud remained to pose a threat, which caused amused smiles and chatter. The Cage went on. With that said, our forces have stepped up their training and are prepared to defend our remaining fronts. Another unidentified councilman said, Lady Hokage, and got a nod. We have received word that a larger group of our trackers were dispatched towards the southern border with noodles. Can we ask why? No one needed to know that they were unable to find a single shinobi or that the shinobi had children with him. Tsunade's casual response, we had received word that a suspicious individual was scouting out the coastline. In the current climate, I decided to be proactive and ensure that our enemies failed to gain any foothold, was blatantly deceptive. There were slight mutterings as conversations started, but the elders spoke just as Tsunade was finishing up. Tsunade, any word about our missing Jinchuriki? The room had become as quiet as a crypt after Hamura's question. It was short-lived. We don't need that monster. Is it not dead? Send the hunters to finish it. Send the Anbu, make sure it's dead for sure. Several civilians leaked between their legs as Tsunade roared, silence, and unleashed her powerful killing intent. When the room's attention returned, she went on. Naruto Uzumaki has been sighted several times. However, Jiraiya has his spies out in force, yet we have no leads on his current location. With his hand supporting his head and yawning, Shikaku asks, have we swept through any known locations he is welcomed? Wave, spring. He nods in agreement as Tsunade explains, we've sent out 2 recon teams, but nothing has turned up. Unfortunately, we cannot afford to act carelessly with Kumo breathing down our necks. What we do know, however, is that he had been operating in the land of water at some point. One councilman yells, then he's a traitor, but is struck by the clan councils and the Cage's combined desire to kill. The heart of the poor bastard failed him. Tsunade growled before elaborating, we believed he fought in their civil war extensively. Jiraiya has uncovered a few of his monikers such as, the 8th Blade of Kiri, 8th Swordsman of the Mist, and Hero of Fang and Wave. He also has ties to the water daimyo along with spring, grass, and wind. Many people's eyes widened as she listed off. A random council member muttered, isn't that half the? Tsunade confirms, sweeping her eyes as she adds, yes. He has been very busy. Another councilman murmurs in the quiet, that can't be true. This, however, is only the tip of the iceberg. Jiraiya appears in the center of the space, drawing everyone's attention as the smoke from his arrival quickly disperses. The spy master went on. He has been working in the shadows during several conflicts, cutting their lengths down noticeably, and then vanishing with his partner. Partner? Tsunade asked, not having heard that before. Jiraiya shrugged and spoke up. They never gave their names. What I have heard though, she was a beautiful kunoichi with raven black hair, brilliant green eyes and a well-toned figure. Is she? The air becomes tense as Jiraiya says, yes. I believe that she is also the mother of his child. The white-maned man growls and glares at the random councilman who asks, that demon had a spawn. We know he has a son, around 7 or 8, and is traveling somewhere. Where? I don't know. Their answers were cut off in their throats as he spoke. Jiraiya went on quickly, but last we heard was on Nagi Island. Since then, he went dark again. What was he doing on Nagi Island? Before returning to the room after clearing his throat, Jiraiya seemed to be asking himself questions. We suspect it was a mission, or a base of some kind, he said. He gave a tense laugh. Right, anyway, what I do know is that he seemed to have purchased a bunch of children from a smuggler. Both Sanin raised their hands to control their outbursts when they saw the rage and cries of indignation forming. Jiraiya went on, it was at the behest of Sun, then, knowing him, freed them and now moving with them but they haven't shown up. Shibi asked, how is that possible? Shikaku offered, but the Toad Sage simply shrugged, not knowing. He's always been sneaky. Inoichi nodded before adding, he's gotten better. Jiraiya answered bluntly, clearly. Then Tsunade made a statement. Then, we have to send out search parties. There were mutterings in the room before a powerful blast of murderous intent stunned everyone. Yes, find the boy and we can restore the Uzumaki clan back here in Konoha. Danzo said, interrupting the Hokage. They were all able to focus on Tsunade, the source of the fear and perspiration, as she spoke firmly. I sure hope you mean you wish to recover Naruto, and not his son, right? It was clear from the silence. The land of waves. The room stared at Naruto and Shirin as they finished their sneezes, the latter looking perplexed and the former narrowing his eyes, but it was Amano, who had pale hair, who asked. What was that? Since then, her comfort level had increased to a friendly level, and she had become quite talkative. Hinoka smirked and asked smoothly, almost coyly. Someone talking about you. Naruto gives one firm nod. More than likely, yes. The blonde states in his narrow, dark blue eyes, which are now focused. I don't get sick due to other factors. Naruto shook his head softly and whispered, you haven't told them. In response to Hinoka's question. Too young for it. He mutters after he sighs. Feel like a hypocrite. Anyway, we'll be here for another week or so before we move on, we have to be ready to move. Kyoto asked, what about me and Koki? While continuing to nurse the infant on the couch. With a stern expression, Naruto turned to face her and told her. You will be carried. After the Greynet gave a cautious nod, Naruto turned to face the group, who all nodded while Shirin inquired. Where we going next, Dad? In response to the door opening and a terrified cry, Naruto trailed off, either hot spring or. Ni-chan, I got a ship to take you to Sky Country. The Uzumaki patriarch grinned when Inari revealed the good news. Thanks, Inari, I owe you one for that. Nah, it's fine, Inari waved him away as he took his mother's kiss. Thanks. Then, we'll leave the day after tomorrow. Okay. Nobody could have predicted that the world would eventually realize what an Uzumaki father could accomplish when he was pressed for time. At the command of the Black Blade of Natashiko origin, the Konoha 10 would fully comprehend the darkness of the shinobi world on the day that the Hidden Leaf realized the extent of their errors and the foolishness of their deeds. The Hidden Leaf, Naruto's graduating class, referred to by most as the Konoha 10, formerly the 12, but their numbers had decreased due to Naruto's exile and Sasuke's abandonment, was gathered in a briefing room inside the Hokage Tower. In front of their Hokage and her former teammate Jiraiya, they were joined by teams of Jonin and Chunin, bringing their total to 24 shinobi. Tsunade broke the silence in the room by saying, thank you all for coming so swiftly. We have a priority mission for you all. Tenten asks, one of my contacts have located the former genin Naruto Uzumaki and his party in Wave Country. Jiraiya's announcement captures the full attention of the former Rookie 12. Naruto. He made it clear. Tsunade said bluntly, raising her hand to put an end to the protest. We need him back. It is far too dangerous for him and us to allow our enemies to try and tempt him to their sides. His eyes are narrowed, and Shikamaru says, he's our Jinchuriki, right? With a tone of steel beneath it, Tsunade added that she was unfazed by the Nara heirs and spoken charges. We also have reason to believe he is traveling with his son. No doubt he'll be an easy target and weakness. We must protect them both at any cost. This actually has the opposite effect, with Shikamaru muttering lowly and under his breath while the Nara actually growled at the underlying message. What are you trying to say, exactly? He started to move forward, but the Nara clan heir asked more questions while the two Sannin remained expressionless. Are trying to capture him, or? Tsunade gives a firm command, suppressing her own emotions, John and Nara. Your mission is to retrieve Naruto Uzumaki and return him to the Hidden Leaf village. The Jonin squad leader, Kenji, saluted his cage and said, yes ma'am. Before heading out with the other regular Chunin, the Konoha 10 all turned to face Shikamaru, who gave them a nod before disappearing in body flickers. He then turns back to face his cage and says goodbye before disappearing himself in a leaf vortex. This is a mistake. Tsunade exhales deeply and hangs her head, whispering through teary eyes. I know it is, but. Her oldest friend put a hand on her shoulder and offered consolation, causing Jiraiya's eyes to well up with tears. It'll be okay, Tsuhime. This is Naruto we are talking about. What's the worst that could happen? Later on, Jiraiya would come to regret those remarks and choose to offer a backup statement. I'll go keep watch, just in case, okay. When she nods, he smiles and disappears into a cloud of smoke. The land of waves. Naruto, Tsunami, and Inari would prepare breakfast the following day, and the whole family would spend the morning together, as a single large family. It was cozy, and even Kyoto, who had recovered from giving birth to her daughter, was sitting calmly with Koka dozing in her arm. Shirin occasionally glanced over Hinoka's shoulder as she read a book on journeyman-level ceiling. The quiet atmosphere was broken by a knock on the door as Naruto was finishing up his sword cleaning. After answering the door, Inari's joyful demeanor vanished after a brief conversation, and Naruto took the adults' full attention. Thanks. Tell them to get ready now. Then, in all but blood, Inari turns to his brother and informs him, closing the door behind him. Naruto ni, we have trouble. Explain. Inari frowns and says, one of the cooks in the bar was caught giving information to a toad yesterday by his wife. The oldest Uzumaki in attendance were alarmed by this, and Naruto made the announcement coldly, sharply, and with a very dangerous undertone. We have to leave. The others tensed up as a result, and Inari nodded before making an announcement. The ship is almost finished preparing. I suggest you all get there now. The whole town will work to get it away as soon as possible. Naruto affirmed, we'll be there in a few. He then turns back to the room as a whole, letting Inari slip out as he does, and is met with the stony eyes of his children, who, despite their youth, appear prepared for action. He never wanted this for them, so it was a proud moment, but he also felt guilty because, for the time being, it helps as he commands. Listen up, we're moving out in 5 minutes. Gear up. As he approaches the young mother and clansmen, Naruto commands, hi. And the 6 kids dash off. Hinoka, stay with Kyoto and defend the group from afar. Your sole objective is defense. Protect our family please. At this point, his tone was no better than begging, and Hinoka instinctively gave him a whispered hug. Consider it done. You've done so much for me already. I will save our family. As they parted ways, he whispered, thank you. Naruto added, looking at the baby and her mother's eyes, which are still soft but firm. Stay back with the kids. Your sole objective is to protect yourself and your daughter. Let us deal with the enemy. I can, Kyoto. Naruto interrupted her protest, bringing her gaze to his while he went on. Please, you aren't fully recovered yet. Koko-chan needs her mother, now more than ever. Don't let her down. In all honesty, Kyoto felt that his gentle tone was unfair because she was compelled to just nod and agree to miss this fight. Only one of the 3 ships docked there was being prepared for sail, despite the docks being a hive of activity. At the dock master's request, the other crews assist with moving supplies and performing any necessary repairs. When Naruto arrived, his group was escorted to the last dock. The entire area froze as they arrived at the last pier. They all stopped when the Hidden Leaf Shinobi began to land in a half-circle around their target and his group, on top of buildings and crates, and all around the docks. This conveyed the fact that they planned to apprehend them all. Activities came to a temporary halt when one of the Leaf Jonin approached Naruto. He immediately pulled out a pair of kunai while making sure his family was protected behind him and assumed a defensive stance. Then the man made an announcement. Naruto Uzumaki. As they cautiously and gradually retreated, the children also assumed defensive positions and brandished swords and kunai. While observing Naruto's blind spots, Hinoka was also getting her chakra chains ready. Even though Kyoto pledged to stay in the back, she would be damned if she didn't at least use her kunai to support the fire. With 3 kunai in her free hand, she watches out for an encirclement while holding her daughter close to her chest. The random Leaf Jonin persisted in telling him despite everything, keeping his gaze fixed on the blonde target in front of him. By the order of the joint councils, Lady Hokage, and the Fire Daimyo's court, you are hereby ordered to return to the village for reintroduction as a Leaf Shinobi. If the ship crews hadn't gone back to unhooking the ship, there would have been silence. Naruto stayed still, staring at the ninja in front of him, but as nature energy filled him, his senses expanded. This made it possible for him to count all 25 of his adversaries. Yes, he did discover that shameful Sanin hiding in the back, but he was gradually making his way around to his back. To his family. 2 kunai that Naruto threw to the side exploded upon impact, bringing the Toad Sage out of the shadows and into view. Then he looked back at the children and gave them orders. Get to the ship. Then, his sage marks disappear, and his orange-slit eyes, which resemble those of a particular fox, flow into view. He refused to follow their orders to return and instead charged because all of the Leaf Shinobi mistook this for him putting on his Jinchuriki cloak to confront them. One sage called out, but it went unanswered. Wait. Naruto had no desire to engage in combat. He was hoping to flee before this conflict could occur because his family supported him and their safety was his top priority. Since his exile, he has undoubtedly grown up. His better half has had a profound psychological impact on him, making him a more polite and progressive individual. This translated into his fighting instinctively since he didn't want to inflict too much damage during this fighting retreat. He needed to be strong enough to battle a numerically superior foe while still being precise enough to collaborate with allies and non-combatants. Sage mode it is, as this subsequently destroyed Kurama's chakra, which is corrosive to everything that wasn't him and to some extent his blood. As a bonus, this allowed him to see everything around him as clearly as if he were looking into a Hyuga's eyes. He was therefore fully aware that his former classmates were part of the attacking force, which meant he would have to suppress his excessive thoughts and feelings because, once more, he didn't want to do needless harm. However, he couldn't hesitate in this situation because his family is his top priority. He chose kunai over his sword for the same reason. They can be used for quicker defensive action and are much simpler to incapacitate rather than kill. In this manner, even though he is no longer a rogue ninja and is now classified as a ronin, or mercenary shinobi, he won't be pursued by the Leaf as such, which will lead to more political problems once word spreads. The family as a whole will undoubtedly start to face pressure and attention as a result. In order to protect his beloved family from this well-known foe, Naruto Uzumaki countercharged with a calm heart and action-only eyes. The waves, battle. Naruto used his Sage Chakra to increase his strength and kick the first Jonin dead center with speed the Leaf forces had not anticipated. The sound of his ribs cracking could be heard. The man was blasted back clean through a building at the back by this. Without pausing, Naruto slid to a stop inside the man's squad and whirled like a tornado, cutting the legs of the three Chunin before being flung aside by a gust of wind. Naruto stood up and spoke in a low voice, but the wind carried his words as if it were a command, making everyone around him listen. This is my only warning. Leave now, or I will treat you all as hostiles along with all the rights affording the title. There was a trembling silence as many gulps were taken. The brashness of people broke the stillness. Fang over fang. He looked in both directions as two twisters flew from the blonde's sides, but he stopped them before they could strike. Bang. As they stood over each of the new holes, neither Kiba nor Akamaru could distinguish the real Naruto from the clone after being drop-kicked face first into a crater. Both of Naruto's grunts were deep and menacing, and they were sweeping their eyes as they looked up at the shinobi getting ready. Fine. As it joins its creator in glaring at the remaining 20, his clone adds, have it your way. Both of them speak so coldly that his former friends couldn't believe this was their knuckle-headed ninja. The two blondes started using hand signals that none of his former classmates knew he knew, but they both took deep breaths as swarms of insects quickly clouded the sky to the point where the sun was blocked. Both Naruto and his clone muttered their techniques named to themselves. Void Sphere, Vacuum Style. Both of them spit out a volley of compressed air bullets around a blank space. When the blasts come into contact with the swarm, they explode into incredibly sharp spikes of wind blades that quickly rip the bugs to shreds. Then, as a volley of kunai tore through the air, Naruto and his clone were forced to duck and weave around it, avoiding the sharp storm of kunai with their own weapons and increased agility. He did sustain a few nicks and other injuries, but his armor held up well. Just as his entire body went rigid with a familiar sensation, the razor-sharp barrage suddenly stopped, and he heard it as expected. Cage main, success. Naruto looked around to see a big-boned Akamichi getting ready to capture him and 4 Hyuga moving into striking range. However, 2 Hyuga pursued the group at the back, their intentions becoming more sinister. When Naruto noticed this, the 2 Uzumaki used their own clan technique, the Uzumaki sealing chains, just as both sets of Hyuga entered their stances. As a result, 5 chains suddenly appeared on Naruto's back. One of them pierced the ground below, breaking the shadow paralysis and causing a shocked Nara to stumble in confusion. The Hyuga heir and her cousin were wrapped up by the 4 other chains at speeds they were unaware of, and upon coming into contact with these restraints, they discovered that their chakra had instantly sealed. They were both suddenly raised into the air and quickly crashed into the ground. When the Uzumaki turned around, he saw that both of the Hyuga who had gone by him had met a similar end as Hinoka, who had subdued the 2 aggressors with nearly 20 chains around him. Daimanic entry, was shouted, and Naruto moved the 2 Hyuga who were still in his chained grasp out of the way with even faster thinking. The Chunin mumbled, that collision was not pretty at all. How unyouthful. With his chains flying forward in defense, Naruto faced another volley of sharpened weapons as he darted aside, but he did not recoil at the sight. Instead, he started to knock the standard-issue weapons aside with little effort. Naruto took up the defensive kunai deflection duty after their master suddenly flipped over the giant hand that was attempting to grab him. 2 of his chains wrapped around the giant appendage, which they quickly crushed. He quickly looks around to assess his spacing after landing, just in time to deflect a high kick from a green chunin wearing spandex. The shinobi was about to open his mouth to speak, but Naruto was having none of it. He stepped into his guard and delivered 2 jabs that felt like a rhino stomped upon him each, followed by a knee to the gut that lifted him off the ground despite the extra weights he always wore. Before he could fall, he was grabbed by the arms and thrown out across the ocean. Another situation check reveals that Amano fired her bow at the Nara, backing up Kyoto, who was reloading, on the nearby building and forcing his shadow to back off, while Hinoka's chains effortlessly dismantled 2 fireballs. His keen sense of danger, developed over years of fighting, suddenly kicked in, causing the blonde to jump clear and discover the Toad Sage Jiraiya holding a suppression seal. It was almost there. As he flips in midair, Naruto sees that Kyoto and the children are on board, the sailors are pushing away, and the Akamichi is standing in front, holding it down. You'll have to deal with him. Mind-body switch, Naruto heard a smooth shadow clone briefly as he landed, then vanished. It took him just 2 seconds to identify the technique, track its launch position, the transmitted soul, and determine the intended target. Hinoka. Ignoring his fellow sage's monologue, his eyes hardened as he leapt from his crouch and charged at the fighting shinobi on the dockway. "Incoming," was shouted, and people in front of them turned to see the blonde, glaring, blank-faced person hurrying them. Prior to their weapons colliding, however, Naruto leapt to his feet, caught the mind of one Yamanaka Ino before it could reach his cousin, who is not well defended against such an attack. The mindscape of Naruto, Superman style, Ino landed on a beachfront, the water behind her was a vivid blue, and the tree line ahead was dense. When she finally spotted the little seaside house farther down the bay's shore, she noticed how rough the sea appeared to be and that the sun was out but did not provide any warmth. She reaches the house, which is more like a mansion, after running across the hot white sand, and she enters it haphazardly while Ino murmurs. This must be where his consciousness resides. When she first arrives, she discovers a very cozy villa with an open kitchen into the living room and cozy sofas encircling a tea table. Beneath a flat-screen TV was an abandoned fireplace. Stunned, Ino tries to yank the door open but fails miserably as soon as she hears it lock behind her. She was startled when a voice suddenly called out from behind her. "That won't work." The intruding mindwalker spins around on her toes and discovers a 6'6" man with bright red eyes and hair, dressed in a fluffy white nightgown and slippers. He appeared to have just woken up from some sort of nap, which is incomprehensible from her perspective, but he simply walks around as if he owns the place. So Ino asks, "Who are you? You're not that girl." The man raises an eyebrow and asks, "Girl?" Ino notices that he has 8 whisker marks on his cheeks and crimson-slit eyes, which remind her of only one person she knows. Naruto. It was obvious that she wasn't sure if it was a statement or a question. With a low laugh, the man collapses onto the couch and snorts as he reaches for the popcorn and remote that Ino swears weren't there just moments before. "You wish." This made the young mind-walker's neck stand on end, and Ino muttered under his breath. Then, "Who, or where am?" As he kicks his feet up on the low black marble table, the man smirks, revealing his elongated teeth and feral nature. He looks at her, his scarlet eyes dancing with laughter. "Just sit down and watch. This should be good. The kid very rarely gets this serious these days. So, kick back and enjoy it." Wave battle. Second engagement. Everything stops and watches as Naruto slowly rises to his feet after landing in a crouch amidst his clansmen's whipping chains. He noticed the eagle eye on him from a certain Nara who was holding his friend's limp body while he looked back over his shoulder. "I'm undoubtedly curious about who was in charge and whether his plan was successful." He knew the result from his narrowing glare. He also noticed that the Hyuga medic with midnight hair and the pink-haired medic were returning to the battle to tend to the Leaf forces. Looking ahead, he saw that 2 other shinobi were gathering up the sailors to stop them from leaving, while Dogboy was now harassing the children who had drawn their weapons in defense of Kyoto. It is obvious that merely knocking them out and attempting to preserve their lives has failed. Instead, their medical staff is merely waking them up, bandaging them, and reintroducing them to the battle. The air changes noticeably, a deep breath is inhaled, and the blank glint gives way to icy indifference. Every seasoned shinobi could sense this because, up until that point, his intentions had been hollow and devoid of anything hostile. But that is no longer the case. Now his whole being screamed danger, and everyone around him had to jump away from the shinobi swordsman who stood patiently. Naruto draws his black katana on his back slowly, methodically, and menacingly, the scrape against its scabbard seems to be a death sentence for anyone who has earned its wielder's wrath. When Naruto finished, he whispered so softly into the wind that you might have thought it was a light wind. Hinoka. As soon as she heard her leader's words, the woman straightened up. Defend the kids. To those who are interested in tactical games and procedures, this shift in instruction may not seem like much, but they understand the distinction between defense and protection stances. Hinoka's black eyes appeared to turn into pools of nothingness, with nothing but a chilly disassociation from the physical world within them. Her chains, which had been swaying peacefully in a fictitious wind just a moment before, suddenly became motionless. Then they turned into coiled rattlesnakes, poised to attack. A dense exhale is followed by another deep breath. The chakra that was infused with natural energy seemed to burst from him, radiating outward and forcing those who opposed him to flee or face its wrath. Naruto's gaze narrows as he counts the positions, locations, roles, and necessary actions of the enemy in front of him. All 20 of the adversaries in front of him were marked in an instant. The others will be handled by Hinoka. The air became tense as he took one step, but he vanished as soon as the next step was taken. Before they even realized they were dead, those on the gangway were quickly cut in half. The remaining people watched helplessly as Jiraiya suddenly materialized in front of the Hyuga medic. A chakra and razor wind shockwave erupted, forcing eyes to be briefly covered. Looking back, the sage was knocked down to a knee by the sheer force of that downward slash, and his armored bracers had been lightly cut despite the natural chakra flowing over them. The Hyuga heiress, who was the original target and was now in the old Jonin's shadow, gasped when she heard a building collapsing, drawing many eyes to the cut-through warehouse behind the toad sage. Her terrified eyes widened. With his teeth clenched, Jiraiya gazed up at his former pupil, whose expression was blank and unreadable. He was about to say something when he was knocked aside by a roundhouse kick. A flung Kiba Inuzuka, who had 2 puncture holes in his own side, flew straight into his path. Fearing that her Naruto-kun would kill her, Hinata watched in horror as Naruto continued his spin, his sword aiming for her neck. The phrase, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, called attention to her cousin Neji, who was already positioned and ready to attack. Knowing that every Hyuga fights in the same way, Naruto did not even flinch at the thought of this confrontation. As the Hyuga Jonin launched his attack, Sakura tackled Hinata beneath the arching Ode katana, which was quickly drawn into a defensive stance. Although his sword was a blur to most, Naruto's defense had an odd beauty to it. No matter how quickly Neji moved, his finger thrusts would always strike the sword's flat end. But as he got to the last set, his Byakugan saw his opponent's chakra transform into a shadow clone without a seal that materialized on his left and started to attack. Fortunately for him, Tenten, his teammate, came out and blocked the blow that was about to split him in two. Neji nearly missed the roundhouse that Naruto himself launched from his right because he was sufficiently preoccupied with the fight. His block crumbled under its strength because his guard was unprepared for the truckload of a strike that Naruto referred to as a kick. Neji narrowly avoided being slashed by the clone as he twisted into Tenten, but Naruto's follow-up slashed him down his left leg and chest. Although it wasn't life-threatening, it was debilitating enough to prevent him from fighting any longer or risk dying. Tenten tried to disengage as well, sensing the danger, but the clone was pushing her to her knees. With tears welling up in her eyes as the blank-faced Naruto, the shadow over her made her heart skip a beat as the sword was being raised and lowered. She thought about a friend's death. That is, until the clone suddenly passed out. Above her and Neji, a swarm of Kikichu bugs hummed as the clone abruptly dispersed. Tenten was crying because she had witnessed her death, by a former friend, no less. After landing on another unidentified Chunin with a sword through his stomach, Naruto gracefully stands up and pulls his sword out of his stomach as he descends the docks and heads for the runway. Naruto, however, uses previously unheard of reflexes to cut through two flung kunai and their explosive tags before spinning on his heel and slamming his katana blade against Jiraiya's Odama Rasengan's grinding edge. The blade Naruto is using wasn't common in Natashiko until he joined them after his wedding, but the Toad Sage kept pushing harder, deeper, and with more force. Since then, he has only become more proficient in his clan's knowledge, and as a gift to his new home, he gave them these black katanas that only their wielders can use because they resonate with their chakra. As of right now, Naruto's dense, nature-enhanced Uzumaki chakra was protecting his family in accordance with its owner's wishes. No matter how much power was applied, nothing could or would break his blade at this point. Jiraiya had struck the unmovable proverb. As a result, Naruto knew he would be alright, but he had to stop his opponent's strength, which in this instance was rather direct, which made his chains explode from his back once more in rage and shoot out in a broad arch around the fight. Behind, Jiraiya Boy was said too late as he was struck in the side by 3 chakra chains, 2 of which chipped off his Sage Chakra enhanced armor, and the final blow. Jiraiya's Sage mode instantly shuts off, the Toad Elders are expelled from his body, and the Rasengan he had been using is quickly cut in half by the Black Blade before exploding around Naruto, who was shielded by his Sage Cloak. The ship was forced out to sea by the ensuing gust of wind from the shockwave. Prior to anything else, he can be heard looking down at the severed forearm of his dominant right arm while the Toad Sage muffles his pain. An ideal cut. He realizes their first mistake as he looks up into his former student's slitted, lifeless orange eyes and murmurs, "Fox Sage." Unexpectedly, Naruto leaps back, dodging his former teammate Sakura Haruno's explosive gloved fist. Sakura has been on medic support up until this point, but she can't stand it any longer. Her teammate is Naruto. Even if it means breaking every bone in his body, she will be the one to bring him in. 7 skirmishes. Finally, the Waves dockyard was cleared out, and Hinoka jumped onto the departing ship to act as the defender while Naruto served as the rear guard. The final devoted member of Team 7 was now facing her exiled counterpart after the Leaf forces had been decisively defeated. Sakura's attitude has completely changed since their last meeting, which has changed how she views her previous interactions with her teammates on Team 7. In private and with her closest friends and family, she will acknowledge that her treatment of Naruto was terrible. His heart was always in the right place and never really strayed, which made his face when she betrayed him even more painful. Even though it helped her train, it gave her many sleepless nights. Now, she is the object of her obsession, slicing through other Leaf Shinobi with a face so devoid of its typical overwhelming sunshine. Sakura snarled, assuming her master's stance, and then roaring, "What the hell are you doing, you baka?" In the past, Naruto Uzumaki of Natashiko was quite innocent and thought that ninjas were the world's greatest force for good. All that was required to turn the bad people back into good people was to beat them up and then remind them of precious people. How foolish he was at the time. His first encounter with Yagura was coincidental. They clashed at sea, and it was the first time he and Kurama collaborated after Kurama noticed something amiss with his younger brother. The two clashed the second time, and Yagura blatantly went out of his way to kill and destroy as many people as possible, including innocent people who were attempting to flee. Both he and his beast were infuriated by the evil in his cackle, and Kurama was well aware that Isobu was the most composed and kind of all of them. He was aware that this was incorrect. His brother's strength was being used against his nature by someone. Kurama was once again shown to be the strongest tailed beast, even when split in half, as the battle ended in a viciously feral, one-sided beating. That was just one instance of how cruel people can be. He and Shizuka had dismantled the numerous slave rings and the massacre of Water Country's capital. The kids. He had never been prepared for that. He is certain that his perspective on life would be considerably more pessimistic if it weren't for his wife. The Leaf was no different, as he has discovered numerous of their fingerprints on these items despite their own self-riotousness that he was force-fed as a child. His slit eyes narrow to thin lines as he glares at his pink-haired opponent. Hinoka is, after all, evidence of this. It doesn't take a genius to see that they need him. His son is the replacement for the Nine Tails. Since only one member of his clan can withstand the strongest beast's dense, corrosive chakra, his clansmen should breed more Uzumaki. Not taking place. As Sakura made her proclamation, all of these thoughts occurred, and he returned to the task at hand and how to thwart the Leaf's attempt to seize power at the expense of his family. As his body stiffens, his heart rate rises, his adrenaline production surges, and his chakra coils ripple in anticipation of the fight, his eyes reacted by completely narrowing to thin lines. The other shinobi, including his former pink-haired comrade, who was taken aback by the response to her question and felt a surge of guilt, witnessed all of this as he prepared to attack. However, before she could say anything, she ducked aside and leaned from the subsequent slash. She realized that her side had been cut open as she jumped back. It was shallow and not a problem at the moment, but she again barely avoided getting cut across her cheek, which was now dripping blood, and she swung forward with a fist. The air was torn apart by the shockwave that was created when Naruto stepped aside and delivered a shuddering punch to his opponent. Before slashing mid to ground, the spinning swordsman kept doing this. Sakura's back snap kick created a shockwave that pulled loose dirt behind it. She leapt clear as Naruto sliced up that leg. Her head hardly moved out of range, even though another slash followed, cutting her medium-length hair all the way down to her shoulder blades. Sakura threw a wide hook, and Naruto quickly retreated, deflecting her subsequent jab with the flat of his sword. Her uppercut and kick were also avoided, but the shockwave tore the fabric covering his thighs, leaving a bruise in its place. The two started to blur, but it was clear that it was one-sided as he slid to the left. The others saw the after-image as he flat out and avoided the medic's snapped elbow strike. Sakura stumbled backwards, a handle embedded in the solar plexus forcing the med nin to her knees while she coughed and wheezed, her blood leaking from the numerous shallow cuts that now littered her pale skin. The ever-increasing slashes of blood on the floor made for a rather gory sight that only emphasized a smacking sound. The sensation of cold, hard steel against her neck, however, was what made her breath catch. Her thoughts became stuck. Naruto wouldn't. He would spare her life. Isn't she his Sakura-chan? Papa, was yelled, and the med nin felt as though she was waiting to be judged during the deafening silence that ensued. For that moment that dragged on for an awkward minute, for the transgressions against her old friend, for the sword to fall through her neck. Until the cold steel was gone, the air became motionless. As the Pinkett looked up shakily and saw her teammates back walk away once more, the sound of his combat boots against the ruined gravel was music to her ears. Her renewed will was broken when he disappeared in a whirlwind of wind and water. She muttered, "Naruto. The hidden leaf." After a week, everyone sat up straight when Tsunade opened the council meeting by saying, "As you all know, I dispatched a squadron of shinobi to the land of Wave, to retrieve one Naruto Uzumaki, our banished genin. They had returned a few minutes ago and of the 24, plus Jiraiya, only 15 returned under their own power with the others were killed." The room erupted in gasps as Shikaku raised his eyebrows in question. "He killed them." Shikamaru stepped up, having just arrived for the debrief. For the first half of combat, it was clear he was on the defensive and only countered our offensive actions, but as Kiba's team began to apprehend his kids, and Ino's attack was about to neutralize the other chain user. "Chain user?" Tsunade asked, receiving a nod from the lone shinobi present who was able to walk. Shikamaru explained. "Naruto was using them too. He had 6 at one point but she had about 24. Those who knew a certain redhead who also used them nodded when Tsunade explained, "That's an Uzumaki bloodline ability, solid chakra manipulation." Danzo, one of the elders, was the next to speak. "So, he found another Uzumaki then. What can you tell us about her?" His question caused many people to raise their eyebrows, but Tsunade immediately narrowed her eyes when she realized why he was interested in her. Shikamaru gave a nod and answered right away. "No forehead protector, stood at around 5'5", straight red hair, and black eyes. Used and manipulated chains to defend an attack. After Ino's attack, the two shared a word and they changed their attack plan offensively." Shikaku sat forward and asked, "So, you're saying they held back until they were cornered?" Inoichi followed suit, interlocking their fingers. Prior to reporting, Shikamaru gives one nod. "Yes, if we had attempted to negotiate at the beginning, instead of going in jutsu blazing, we might have been turned down, but at least we could have tried again, but seeing as we've proved a threat to his kids and clansmen." He trailed off, receiving nods from the shinobi side. The Hokage sighed in defeat, realizing that her younger brother would no longer be permitted to return after killing a leaf shinobi. Tsunade then left the room. According to village rules, Naruto Uzumaki will placed in the bingo book as an S-rank threat. With an imperialist tone and edge, Danzo declares, "Retrieve on sight." His son too. The civilian council and other elders nod in agreement with him. However, because of the nature of the move and the rules they would be breaking, the shinobi council was much less enthusiastic about it. As a result of this action, 4 of the 5 countries would start to bar them from engaging in combat, and there would be intense discussion about the shinobi's loyalty. Many allies and adversaries will switch sides, and tensions are rising. While Tsunade conducted tests to determine whether and to what extent her teammate's arm had been successfully reattached, Jiraiya sat on the edge of the medical bed. With a heavy sigh, Tsunade asks her oldest friend, "What happened out there?" "Airily," the Toad Sage replied, still flexing his limb. "Those shinobi you sent were overeager and jumped the gun. They straight up threatened the Gaki, then moved in on the Gaki's Gaki to try to take them as hostages to use against him." Tsunade sighed cautiously and shook her head, remembering that the Uzumaki and Inuzuka are similar in that they both prioritize the protection of their young, so that was definitely a bad idea. Tsunade nods and asks, "Then what? Did you not?" Jiraiya said the same thing while staring at her blankly. "Did you know he had the chains?" In response, Tsunade shook her head. I thought he wouldn't, as it's typically the women of the clan who get them. Shaking his head, Jiraiya sighed and said, he got me with them in the side. She added, pointing to the wounds she had been bandaging earlier. Forced me out of sage mode. Tsunade responds to that statement by nodding. Makes sense, though, I am also interested in this other Uzumaki. If 24 chains are her limit, then she is just below Naruto's mother. If we can get them back in the village together. Her teammates interrupt her with a long, cautious, drawn-out sigh, and Jiraiya gives her a direct look as she speaks. I doubt he wants anything to do with us. Though, I will keep an eye out for things as I too want him here, but it will not be easy, Suheim. Tsunade responds with a tight frown on her face and a minute nod. Still, how was he, health-wise? Jiraiya responded with a small laugh while glancing down at his wrist once more. If his fighting style is anything to go by, he's fine. Tsunade became alert and asked, her eyes meeting her teammates. What kind of style is he using? Sword user. Jiraiya began, and Tsunade smiled broadly. Despite appearances, it appeared that Naruto was more like his mother than his father. Knowing his medic friend's thoughts, Jiraiya carried on. Though, he only brought his sword out when he was going for the kill. Before that he was using kunai like his dad was known for. Tsunade whispered and scowled. So, what Shikamaru said was true. He wasn't going all out in the beginning. As he explains, Jiraiya nods. Yeah, his attacks were shallow but painful. Debilitating, but that was all. With a sigh, he glanced at his arm once more before speaking. Then, when they cornered the kids, Naruto mumbled something to the redhead and they both changed. Glancing up at his Hokage's solemn face, Jiraiya made a firm offer. Tsunade, if I wasn't there, Hinata Hyuga would be dead. His opening strike literally cut a building in half. I only managed to deflect it above the both of us. Tsunade opened her mouth to say something, but Jiraiya went on. Then, he hit me with a roundhouse kick so damn hard, it was on your level of super punches and just as potent. At the conclusion, the sage moaned and rubbed his chest, remembering Naruto's devastating blow to him. With a laugh full of mirth, Tsunade offered. A kicker, huh? Jiraiya muttered, nodded, and complained. Stupid Gaki. Tsunade laughs as she announces and sets down the clipboard. Well, either way we're done here. Take it easy on the arm for a bit before you head out. Jiraiya speaks up and nods. You, might want to check on that apprentice of yours. The Senju raised an eyebrow at him in response, making an offer. Oh. He nods and lets out a sigh. She fought him one-on-one, and he almost killed her. It must have shaken her up or something. At sea, Naruto sat on the prow of the ship and gazed up at the sky in the serene moonlight. They are able to overcome many obstacles and are practically home free because of Inari. In the short term, reaching Demon will resolve all of their problems. Hell, many problems can be resolved simply by traveling to Sky Country. When his clansmen fell down next to him, he exhaled deeply once more. He might have recoiled at her sudden appearance if he hadn't been a shinobi. She is genuinely unparalleled in her stealth. Hinoka had spent the last hour watching Naruto. He treated them like another enemy and fought back even though it was obvious that he knew the people they were fighting back against. It must have been difficult. As soon as he sighed deeply, she moved to stand next to him and opened up to him. Did you know them? The people back there? Although he nodded once while speaking in monotone, Naruto keeps observing the horizon. Yeah, my former classmates. Hinoka nodded, acknowledging his reluctance to acknowledge that, but she still inquired. Is that why? Yes, Naruto interrupted her abruptly, moving quickly on. It isn't easy fighting people you once thought of as friends. So, I gave them a chance. Even though Hinoka could hear the elevated pitch of his voice, he shrugged. Even though it was small, she knew he must have detested it. Each and every minute, she whispered to him and gave him a hug because she could think of nothing else. Thank you. The Land of Sky. After a nearly 2-week journey, the family landed in the port of Helio, where Naruto led them through the streets to the inn and sent a message to his contact. The household leader, who is obviously distressed by what has happened, had been silent and avoided conversing with the others. Neither his mother nor his aunts could lift him out of his funk except Shirin. The young Uzumaki sighed, realizing that he had to play the role of mediator. So, Papa, where are we going now? Shirin saw Naruto nodding back and responding as he abruptly stopped and turned back to the group and the older members. Ah, Shirin, Didn't I already tell you? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and grinned sheepishly after getting a negative shake. Ah, right, my bad. Well, we are going to meet my contact. First we are going to find an inn, then the two ladies will keep watch whilst I go confront them. Can't we go with you? Ayao asks, playing with her fingers in a somewhat meek manner. Naruto sheepishly clarified, no, this is adult stuff that can't be done by children. Though, I might take Shirin with me. Nah, in a few years maybe. You're too young, yeah. At the end, he was talking to himself. After a brief moment of losing focus, he nods to himself before refocusing. So, we'll go market and enjoy the rest of the day before I check on my own mission nearby. That evening, Naruto sat by himself with a cold beer of the local specialty in the back of the most shady bar in the darkest area of the town. Little did the general public know that he was conversing with his new tenant. Ino asks nonchalantly, so, Naruto, how long have you been working solo? Naruto's response was as clipped as it was cold, does it matter, Ino? You may be sitting shotgun for now, but this doesn't change the fact that you are still on thin ice. Next was Kurama's voice, no need to be so hostile, Kit, I'll keep watch over our guest. Just focus on getting my grand Kit home. Ino sighed, right, not like I can do anything in here. Can't even look through your memories. Naruto could picture the blonde's pout and disregarded it with ease. He heard a new voice. My lord. He looked up and saw a woman who might have been the barmaiden or, as Ino put it, a hooker. For the time being, Naruto disregarded his mental captive and smiled. Gela. With her equally brown eyes fixed on his blue, the hazel-haired woman with an hourglass figure, of which his new passenger was undoubtedly not envious, sat down and a degree of professionalism set in. Gela gave a firm report. Sir, my report is as follows. The Ebony Knights have retreated from the area to the north, having suffered casualties from a skirmish with suspected remnants of Sky Shinobi. Naruto looks into his cup and murmurs, that can't be good. Gela dutifully carried on with her report. We have been trying to infiltrate and find out what it but until then. Gazing straight into her abnormally seductive eyes, Naruto said, go about it slowly and steadily. Don't rush it, I'll be able to strike in a few months probably. A few months, yeah, he said calmly, taking a sip of his beer before continuing. I have to escort my group back home. You're going home, yes, he takes a big gulp of the beer in front of him. With a bow, Gela says, well, I shall inform Milady of your imminent arrival. Her large chest jiggled seductively, and her smile was pure sultry, relentlessly alluring to any ordinary man. Naruto matched her smile and casually drank his beer before setting it down, meeting her seductive hazel eyes head-on, and making an offer without being affected. Thanks, keep in touch. He got up from his chair and laid a good amount of Ryo on the desk. We'll take the direct route. Watch our backs, ya. Though he was unaffected by her smooth voice or naturally seductive scent, Gela reported softly, it'll be a pleasure to be working with you, Naruto-sama. Her voice was a soothing melody with a sweet undertone that made the blonde inside gag. Naruto looked back over his shoulder at her and responded as he walked away. Same to you, Gela-chan, though keep an eye out for me. She waved him away with a smile. The Hidden Leaf. When Jiraiya enters the Hokage's office, he speaks before she can. I need a team, retrieval focused, I know where he's going and if we leave in the next hour, I can get us there before he does. Anbu. After 10 minutes, Tsunade addressed the shinobi teams in front of her, saying, thank you for the prompt arrival. Team 9, Team 10, and the 2 surviving members of the now-defunct Team 7, with the exception of Ino, whose body is on life support because her mind has not yet returned. Her announcement was finished. Jiraiya has located Naruto's destination and plans to ambush him before he gets there. Shikamaru looked at everyone present and said, shouldn't we bring more shinobi? Based on what we saw in Wave. Tsunade paused and clicked her fingers before explaining, we don't have the time nor means for any more than this. He declared, actually, I will send our premier swordsman with you and will join you for this mission. As Tsunade continued, Kakashi casually glanced to the corner and saw the stiffening in its shadow. Between them and Tenten, his swordsmanship should be a null factor. Kakashi should be able to neutralize his ninjutsu and counter with genjutsu. Unaware of his position in this prearranged formation, Neji raised an eyebrow and asked, the rest of us? Tsunade commands, receiving nods, after he is subdued, secure his party and escort them back here. No harm is to come to them. Nevertheless, She went on. Oh, a word of warning though, the Uzumaki solid chakra manipulation. Many stiffened at this, remembering the play from the previous encounter. Tsunade remained in her briefing stance. The woman of the clan are far more adept at using it. It is incredibly rare for men of the clan to awaken it. As it chakra-based, do not expect anything less than an A- rank stone wall to block them. She turned to face the Hyuga and raised her hand to block him. Your revolving heaven will not block them. Many Hyuga have made the mistake of assuming to the contrary. Neji gives a single nod. Understood, Lady Hokage. Tsunade concluded the briefing. Meet Jiraiya at the East Gate in 10 minutes. He will be squadron leader of this mission. Dismissed. She went on as soon as they were all gone. Cat, you are dismissed. Meet your former captain as a Jonin. To participate in this retrieval mission, the shadow disappears. As she took the sake bottle out of her bottom drawer, the elderly leader let out a long sigh. Tsunade muttered. Even when you aren't here, damn Gaki. The forest land. After 5 days, Naruto had built the family another safe house just outside the forest's boundary from the land of birds. It was beginning to resemble a vacation house every day, so maybe, safe house, is a bit of a stretch. The closer Naruto and Shirin are to home, the happier they are, which has unintentionally lifted everyone else's spirits. It was decided to establish another base so as not to put the others under the constant strain of traveling. Naruto told everyone that, at least, but in reality, he had heard from his own contacts that one of his outsourced associates might have revealed his destination. After confirming that Jiraiya of the Toads had learned of their suspected destination, the aforementioned associate was punished and demoted, but it also meant that his network was completely shut down. He was confirmed to have been spotted in the land of Vegetable with a group of Leaf Shinobi in a note he received the day before. He believed that he might be able to get past Marsh, but their ninja would undoubtedly be uncooperative and make a big deal out of his presence. What did it matter that he had essentially destroyed half of their village? His house in Demon should not have been the target of those raids. For now, he put the idea on hold. He and Hinoka installed permanent cloaking seals after the house was first built, and he activated the nature chakra to protect the entire area from prying eyes. The only issue was that he was being sought after by another sage, who would undoubtedly notice the slight increase in nature surrounding the house. His options were thus constrained. He will need to engage in combat and divert their attention. Naruto faces his family with a stern expression as he turns away from the window that overlooks the forest ahead of the hideout, but he lets out a weary sigh. Look, we have more enemies looking for us. Can't we just hide like last time? Iowa asks, appearing so naive that the seasoned shinobi swordsman at the front hardly objected. Before responding, Naruto sighed once more and wiped his face. No, unfortunately. Our enemy this time is a sage like me. He'll be able to pinpoint me, and this place, the closer he gets. So I will be confronting them away from here. But Dad, Ni-san, Naruto. Silence. Naruto yelled, and everyone fell to the ground as he sighed wearily and finally placed his hands on his hips before continuing to explain. Firstly, before you all cry out trying to help, let me remind you all of a few things. Naruto looks at his son and says, Shirin, you and your friends are getting better, I will not deny, but none of you can handle Jonin-level opponents. Genin perhaps, but not combat-tested Chunin, and definitely not experienced Jonin. Naruto gave them a gentle smile as all the children fell silent. Besides, I need you to ensure that everyone gets home. In worst case. The thought of leaving his father alone made Shirin swallow hard. He had to be strong, though, so he answered coolly. Okay, Daddy, I won't let you down. With a firm voice, Naruto turned to face the new mother. Kyoto, similar reason. You and your daughter are vulnerable. She needs you more than me. You and Hinoka are the kids' final line of defense for the kids. I can trust you with that, yes. With her daughter soundly asleep in her arm, Kyoto nods and sighs. I will, Ni-san. Naruto says, Hinoka, and then turns to face the woman who was giving him a half glare before moving on. If the leaf get a hold of you. She flinched as if struck as he trailed off, then nodded docilely. Without his wife to soothe his ebbing nerves, Naruto has been doing that a lot. He sighs once more. Without her guiding influence and concern, she always kept him focused and on task. He was disoriented. He wasn't sure if he was acting appropriately. All he could hope was that everything went according to plan. Thanks to the log, everything is going smoothly. Forest clearing at random. To find the elusive blonde, 4 days of scouting with toads and sage chakra were required. Since no one had seen Naruto or his group, the Leaf team quickly discovered that he had been avoiding the towns and villages. Jiraiya had to summon his toads and had come upon what he thought was a forward scouting clone, which vanished as soon as it saw him. Now that they had a direction, the team moved quickly, running into more than a dozen scouts and taking them on a crazy goose chase around the land of forest close to the marsh border, where they eventually found the real one. As soon as they touched down at the edge of the clearing, they realized he had guided them there and was, in fact, waiting for them. He was by himself, which was a bad sign, and they had nothing to use against him because it was obvious that Naruto would kill if coerced. His party's absence implies that he won't be hindered by their defense and will be able to use his heavier attacks. His unjustified return to his former village was undoubtedly a reason to fight to the death. Naruto closed his eyes as he stood in his meditative position, watching the Leaf team's progress to reach him. The black katana that had been lying across his lap was now in his left hand. His shadow clones were a nuisance, running rings around them, sometimes leading them into traps, and doubling back on themselves. He's still a prankster at heart, despite his growth, and it was invaluable to watch their annoyance when they realized it was just another clone. He has also been able to determine the team's temperament, abilities, habits, and dynamics, all crucial in this upcoming match. He is aware of their skills, but little is known about his own. He will have to express gratitude to his lovely wife for instilling the information game in his mind. I'd better get this going. He lets out a cry as he exhales deeply. Standing there is not going to change the outcome. His senses were never very good, so they all stiffen. With a sigh, Shikamaru continued on. Troublesome. Next to speak, Yugao entered the clearing. It was the clones, right? Naruto answers flatly, keeping his eyes closed and glaringly ignoring her tense posture. Yes. Yugao. He inhales deeply once more before continuing. So, we have 2 swordsmen acting as vanguard. No doubt Shikamaru is sitting back to analyze with Neji. Kakashi will be starting as rear support for analysis, perhaps with a side of genjutsu, but will await the word to strike. The others are cannon fodder for distraction or rescue, with the Toad Sage slicking in the shadows ready to subdue me when I get fully invested into the fight. Am I wrong? The sight of this forward-thinking friend unnerved Shikamaru Nara, who said dryly, unusually insightful of you. Naruto laughs and hears the tut smile momentarily before he says, troublesome blondes, am I right? Now then, shall we begin? Sakura now raises her voice in an attempt to reach her knucklehead. Why are you fighting us, Naruto? We just wanted to bring you back. Despite the irate tirade from another unruly blonde in his mind, Naruto snarls icily, finish that sentence, Haruno, and I'll gut you like a fish. He adopts a posture that makes Yugao pale as the wind tousles his longer hair, he added, his face and tone falling flat. You all know squat about that hellhole you call a village. I know your intentions and the lengths you intend to go to accomplish it. Naruto, you were being rather dramatic. His former Jonin leader, who was never a teacher, was cut off by Naruto. Come at me with the intent to kill and pray to the log for mercy, as I won't be showing any. At that moment, a shadow clone kicks Jiraiya into the clearing, and just before impact, a diced log replaces the sword that had sliced through his position. In a spectacular show of sparks and steel, Yugao and Tenten charged forward as soon as the kindling landed, clashing with the 2 Narutos, blade against blade. As the speed and acrobatics increased, the duel quickly escalated, but only the most elite shinobi in attendance realized that Naruto was not only holding his own but also pushing them back. With a low mutter, Jiraiya lands suddenly next to Kakashi. The cut on his shoulder that runs down to his chest reveals that his mesh undershirt saved him. Damn, Gaki almost got me. How did he find you? Kakashi asked, keeping his gaze fixed on his former pupil, who appeared to be gradually accelerating and had already attained mid-Jonin speed. In order to support himself and to commit his former student's movements to memory, he finally removed his headband. Jiraiya crossed her arms and wore a tight frown. Sage mode, if I had to guess. Just got hit by a foot that felt like Gamabunta's tongue had just slapped me. Shikamaru was the next to speak, his eyes sharp as he knelt down and overheard the quiet conversation coming from the side. Probably why he hasn't opened his eyes yet. That made sense, and Jiraiya grunted in agreement. Kakashi sighs tightly in response. Can't get him with genjutsu either. He's rendered me useless from here. The blonde had to take a step back to absorb the kick that still knocked her off balance as he followed it up with an overhead slam that made her jump aside. Yugao then spins and responds with a horizontal slash that Naruto sidesteps again. However, the chakra slash that resulted from the move went past the Anbu, and Tenten would have only received a deep cut across her forearm if it weren't for Might Guy's lightning reflexes. However, the Naruto clone attacked the Team 9 Kunoichi's unsteady stance and knocked her sword around before she could gather herself. Tenten saw that she was losing ground and he was getting ready for the last blow after her defense was breached and fear set in again. Fortunately, Neji's blindside attack stopped and destroyed the clone. Neji says sharply. Tenten was about to thank him for the save with tears in her eyes when he started to rotate on the spot. Revolving heaven. As he stops, another Naruto clone appears within sword range, already mid-swing, only for a second clone to land and intercept it as they clash swords. Dozens of shuriken are parried, shot off in various random directions, and saved the two from harm. The first clone, the one that was intercepted, saw the second clone's corruption instantly and glared at it, making the clashing to an odd sight. The first clone was abruptly destroyed by a kunai, allowing the second clone to look back at them with a recognizable voice and grin. "Sorry I'm late, guys." After a moment of cautious observation of the clone by Tenten and Neji, Tenten spoke hesitantly. "Ino, right." The corrupted Naruto clone spoke in the Yamanaka's voice and nodded, its teal eyes shining with laughter. "Yeah, though, controlling this thing is really..." The sound of 1,000 birds and a scream briefly attracted the attention of both Team 9 members, but they suspected that it was probably a dispel command. Two more Naruto clones descended in front of them with swords already drawn, bringing them back to their own predicament. Tenten Swallows whispered as she heard and looked at her teammate. "Ah, this is endless." After deflecting Yugao's slash mid-blade, Naruto flicked the top down, caught her shoulder, and forced her back. He continued, leaping after her and slashing her from the side. She blocked it, but she lost ground and her stance along with her leverage rather quickly because of the shoulder injury. She was immediately given a roundhouse kick to the chest, which sent her flying back and screaming because she had probably broken something. Naruto demonstrates his defensive prowess when his katana clashes with his former squad leader's renowned lightning-cutting blade, just before he has a chance to pursue the sound of 1,000 birds resonating off the trees. He hadn't even moved a single nanometer in reaction to the collision. Both people in the center were unharmed and unaffected by the arcing lightning strikes, but a burst of lightning exploded out upon impact, dancing around the two who were frozen in place. After quickly assessing the situation, Naruto saw that Haruno was tending to the wounded Yugao, Choji was guarding them, and Neji and Tenten were occupied with clones. It's more like avoiding death. Even though those traps are keeping him occupied, Jiraiya was creeping around once more. Kakashi was clearly attempting to break through his sword, and Shikamaru has been struggling to keep track of all the clones. If it weren't so foolish, he would snort. Naruto asks, turning back to face his opponent. "Huh, did you say something?" Everyone looked at that, shocked that someone had pulled that on Kakashi, who was shocked that his own move had caught him. However, as one might anticipate from a ninja, Naruto and his clones took advantage of their incredulity. Neji lost his arm as he pushed Tenten away from the attack at her, but neither of them was able to react in time as the two over by Tenten and Neji channeled chakra into their blades and slashed down. A corrupted Ino clone intercepted one of the two kunai that one clone up in the tree threw directly at Shikamaru, causing the Nara to only take one to the thigh and scream in agony. Sakura would have used her sword's quick draw to take two kunai to the back and a third to the lower spine if it weren't for Yugao's innumerable years of experience. After deflecting the others without getting hurt, Choji turned to face Shikamaru when he let out a pained cry. As his former student's chakra strikes continued to clash, Kakashi had picked up on all of this during the 5 seconds following their question. He was astounded by his sensei's son's skill at multitasking, multi-striking, and ambush using his renowned shadow clones. Before he was told to kill his former pupil because he was becoming a threat to the village, he had to persuade him to return with them. There is a hint of a plea in Kakashi's voice. "Naruto, please just come back home to the village. You will no doubt be welcomed with open arms, and as you have proven. This isn't something so flimsy as to prove myself, Hatake. This is me protecting my precious people." Naruto growls as his wind chakra becomes more assertive, giving his ode katana a razor-edge quality and making Kakashi jump back while his lightning fizzles out. Then, as he declares, Naruto takes a very menacing step forward with a sub-zero glare. "Till I draw my last breath, I will stand against any who seek their ruin." Sakura, who was tending to Neji, snaps at that and, at least in her imagination, turns back to her teammate, yelling back at him as she pants. Aren't we your precious people? What about us? However, after she made her statement, Kakashi moved to form a defensive position next to Choji and Yugao. Naruto's body trembles in sheer rage at the blatant naivete on display, and his hair covers his face. As he spoke slowly, the blonde's chakra started to show around him, transforming his deep, feral growl into a menacing snarl. You persecuted me when I lived among you, and now, you hunt my children. And then have the audacity to vow to drag me back to that hellscape. Naruto was furious at the moment. Everyone was knocked back by a sudden burst of chakra, and many were only now aware of his extra markings, which were similar to the beast he held. His eyelids are encircled by black lines that extend back toward his ears but stop short. His canines lengthen and his lips thicken, deepen, and darken, as do his whisker lines. At last, his eyes open for the first time, revealing slits of pale orange, and he looks sharply at his enemies like a predator surveying its prey. His response to the natural chakra surge inside his coils was balanced by his steady, gentle breathing. The sight of this enhanced form of the monster that had been ruling them up until this point made Shikamaru extremely anxious. Problematic. This was really problematic. He inhales and glances at the only other sage he knows. Please tell me that. The sight before Jiraiya made him extremely serious. His body was covered in numerous cuts and scorch marks from well-prepared traps. No, I don't feel any malice. Tenten whispered softly, her tone betraying her incredulity. Impossible, this has to be. Naruto's voice was unbearably clear, with a hint of melancholy mixed with a silent fury. I warned you to leave me and mine alone. I am sorry, but you won't be returning home. He assumed a new stance, grasping the handle of his black sword with both hands, and proceeded. I have to send you away, with a message to not approach those I hold dear. As he spoke slowly and crouched slightly, ready to attack, the sword slowly rose to Naruto's eye level on his right side, held horizontally. Kitsune Art. 4-claw strike. Just before there was a call, he momentarily disappeared from view. Summoning. A clang reverberated through the trees. The Leaf Shinobi stops the 4 armored shield toads as they are forced back across the clearing, sliding in their stances behind their now sliced shields. Made it, Jiraiya exclaimed, sighing heavily as he landed behind them, the 2 great toad elders occupying his shoulders. Abruptly, the purple-haired toad roared. A sage, since when did the Kitsune have sages? With a heavy sigh, the gray-haired, green-skinned toad said, since now, it seems, as he readied himself for a fierce struggle with nature chakra. Ino Yamanaka, who has changed one of Naruto's clones to make it easier to identify, arrives. Guys, Naruto has about half a dozen clones nearby. Shikamaru gives her a quick glance and a wary look. Ino. Kinda. I've seized control of this shadow clone, Ino said, grinning at first, then flinching as she spoke quickly. I'm fighting against his dispel command. Not sure how long I can hold this though. Shikamaru nods and looks around. Sakura hasn't reached him yet, so he's left it until she's free, even though his mind wasn't as sharp as usual due to the kunai still embedded in his thigh. At last, he shares his strategy. We have to find those clones and eliminate them. In case we have to withdraw. Then. In front of Shikamaru and Ino, Kakashi abruptly built a stone wall. 3 kunai-tipped chains punched through and stopped less than a dozen centimeters from Kakashi's flak jacket before vanishing into chakra smoke. When Kakashi looked back and saw that Yugao had once again protected Sakura's back, he spoke up. We need to. Jiraiya interrupted the Hitaki while making hand signals. I'll hold him at bay, you all focus on. Their present adversary called out, interrupting him. Summoning Jutsu. 8 Kitsune with all 4 tails and dull white and muted orange markings around their faces, down their spines, and toward the tips of their tails were heard. Despite wearing uniformed leather jackets, they were all about Akamaru's height. Even the Toad Sage was uncertain about this when they first appeared, and the Leaf team gulped. Jiraiya spoke in a loud whisper. This might be a problem. We should call Hero Boy, and Tachu Boy. Then he'll no doubt escalate too, and we do not know who the bosses of the Kitsune are, do we? Jiraiya replies, shaking his head in response to Pa. The Leaf side watches as Naruto caresses one who has nuzzled his hand, gazing into their eyes before looking up. The pack as a whole follows his gaze, and when he growls, they growl with him. Naruto gave an order while speaking the canine variation of Fox. Take them out. With the kind of smile their boss was known for, They all gave a little yip before leaping into a stance. Naruto also assumed his previous position, and the Leaf team did their best to prepare for his narrowed eyes. They leapt when Naruto clicked his tongue. The two Toad sages exclaimed, "Toad Song!" with a genjutsu that stopped the group in their tracks. Naruto's pulse set them free, and the foxes leapt in two waves. The first wave of attackers is batted away by the shield toads as they spring into action. Sadly, the flanking set tore into the toads before they could defend themselves. Only the pieces of ripped meat were returned. It was obvious that they anticipated the toads would intercept, so they flanked them and struck when they were exposed. None of them anticipated that speed or coordination, cunning. He growled as the half-transformed Jiraiya jumped away from the multi-tailed foxes. Subsequent blow. "Damn it! Above you!" was called out as he was using hand signals to summon toad reinforcements. The sage snapped up and barely avoided the sword's downward swing. However, the force, combined with the fact that he had no leverage because he was in the air, pushed the man into the path of a spinning kitsune, whose tail slammed him into a fresh crater. After landing next to Yui, his hunter pack second in command, who had been the Toad Sage's slammer, Naruto absently ran his hand between her raised ears, causing the white-furred vixen to purr. The next move is revealed by the glow through the smoke and the familiar sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Naruto gives her the order in kitsune. "Hold them down, spread out." Yui gives him a quick glance before chirping and disappearing with lightning speed. Rikari. Through the smoke clinging to the battered Jonin's form, a lightning blade from the Sharingan-wielding Jonin raced. Naruto's black katana quickly confronted it head-on but was unable to pierce or shatter it once more. Kakashi gave his pupil's blade a fierce glare. Impossible. That didn't last long, though, as Naruto slammed his boot into the man's chest, revealing his soon-to-be famous kick, and his ribs cracking just loud enough to be heard over the chirping. The Jonin was completely blasted back by Naruto's excuse of a kick, and he was forced into the tree behind Shikamaru, slumped over in a daze. Neji then flanked Naruto, even though he only had one working arm. 8 trigram, 32 palms. On any other day or occasion, Naruto could appreciate Neji's persistence, but at this moment, it was just annoying him. The sage arts that he and his partners have been creating thus emerge. Kitsune art, twin claw. Neji had to jump back after a single swipe became 2. Even though Tenten and Yugao were the next to appear, Naruto immediately took a stance while making an announcement after the kitsune presented an opening. Kitsune art, full moon. Their swords, vests, upper chests, and necks were all cut by this slash, which narrowly avoided beheading them. Only Yugao could hear Naruto's whispered words as he appeared at her back as they both leapt clear, blood streaming from their wounds. "I'm sorry, cat." She gasps as the black blade pierces through and shoots out of her stomach, but she is pinned to Naruto's body while he holds her up. He held her up until they were face to face. He spoke in a heavy voice, full of regret and guilt. You were one of the people I never wished to fight. To inflict harm onto. In spite of the circumstances, Yugao smiled and whispered, You know who I am." Naruto whispered back, "I do, cat." She nodded slightly as he went on. I should thank you for trying your best to protect me all those years ago. I recently came across another Azuki. I wanted to train her to be the best swordswoman, and have you two meet someday." Yugao started to cry as she nodded once and whispered, ignoring the blue flames in the background. "Good." With a quiet murmur, Naruto nods in return. "I really wish you didn't come." Even though her grief was more intense than before, she managed to smile. "Duty, P." Once more, he nods and speaks into her ear below a breath. "I know. After all, protecting what I have left is my duty too." Despite her lack of strength and the blood streaming from her mouth, Yugao managed to smile at that and still heard his parting words to her. "Rest now, Yugao Azuki. You have served well." He carefully removed his blade and set her down, carefully closing her eyes. The Akamaiki batted the ball away, spinning his staff and catching the lunging one on its end, swinging it off, but Choji stumped hard, sending the 3 kitsune flying and causing a blue flame to flare. The big man grunted when another chomped down on his right leg, but another chomped on his opposite arm while he was preoccupied. He forced the one on his leg to come back by stomping hard once more. Yui appeared, leaping onto him and then using his back as a springboard, causing him to stumble heavily forward. His staff spun around and deflected another lunging kitsune, almost yanking it free, and briefly knocked him off balance. When the vixen was facing the Leaf team's tank again, upside down, she threw her full strength at him after performing multiple flips while charging her fire blast. Choji upheld his clan's honor and held his ground with his staff after spotting the approaching blue fireball and knowing that his team was behind him. With all of his strength, he swung his staff hard enough to shatter the sound barrier and smashed the ball away from his companions. The attack splashed down close to Naruto and several of his kitsune as a result of the deflection. They quickly came back, but Naruto had to replace himself with a log. The still clinging kitsune was able to partially tear off the arm due to the stress of his high swing speed and force, but Choji quickly smashed his fist into its face, forcing it to dispel. Choji was panting and wheezing as he dropped to his knees and looked down at his hanging arm, which was heavily bleeding. He looked up at the kitsune who had started the attack as he heard footsteps in front of him. For a full 10 seconds, they gazed at each other. She bowed her head, which surprised him. It was a moment before he bowed back as well. The battle had not yet ended when she turned around and departed, going back to her pack leader's side. After kicking off the kitsune and pushing them back, Kakashi looked around and saw that his entire force was crippled. Neji was in. Yugao as well. Tenten was pinned under two foxes, their maws blazing with flames. Sakura was holding onto Choji's bloodied left arm, which was clinging to him by a few tendons from bite marks on his bicep, as she attempted to prevent another from harming him. His armor was torn apart by multiple deep scratches. Glancing at the kitsune who attempted to fry him, the final Hatake slid through the dirt, slowing down next to Shikamaru, who was completely agitated, his Jonin vest smoldering and scorched. The final Hatake makes a quick announcement. "We are losing." It succeeded in separating the Nara from his glaring match, and the kitsune responded by protruding its tongue. Shikamaru spoke rather clippily as he looked at the frazzled Kakashi. "No shit. We've lost too. Jiraiya is the only thing keeping Naruto at bay, and that is only just barely." Kakashi offers as the former Anbu captain nods in comprehension. "We have to retreat." With a sigh, Shikamaru shook his head and pointed to the edge of the trees. "We can't, look." The elderly, silver-haired Jonin paled as he followed the gesture. The whole clearing was lined with shadow clones, all of them brandishing swords and gazing blankly at the people inside. Beneath his escaping breath, Kakashi murmurs, "Well shit." Jiraiya roared, "Sage art, big ball Rasengan," until it was sliced through cleanly, making him mutter once more. "Huh." Blood spurted from his mouth as he was flung into the air before a strong foot broke through his protective shell. The Gaki's constant use of those damn kicks was really starting to irritate Jiraiya. Jiraiya skips like a stone twice, slides to a stop, and then finally stands up while inhaling deeply. He looks around and sees that the team is about to lose. His fellow sage was glaring back at him when he looked at him. He took a deep, exaggerated breath and stood up, letting the natural energy briefly flow through his entire body before roaring with a beefy voice and blazing hand signs. The toads that go with him imitate him. When Naruto senses danger, he clicks his tongue thrice, causing the other four kitsune to jump away from the Leaf team and land next to their pack leader. Naruto then puts his blade back on his back and performs his own hand signs. In response to their leader's hand signals, the kitsune channel chakra into their lungs. First to finish, Jiraiya lets out a collective roar. "Sage art. Toad oil blast." With the help of the second Toad Elder's winds, which started to turn even the air to ash, the three toads synchronized their call out, and a stream of flammable toad oil blended with the summoner's flames. As he lands on his final hand sign and inhales, Naruto smirks, happy that they had the numerical advantage. His kitsune follows suit. Sage art. Kitsune blazing wind. As the two outer canines' winds swell the narrow beam into a blast that glasses the air itself, burning off the ground it passes over and leaving nothing but magma in its wake, the two inner kitsunes released a concentrated stream of wind, releasing blue flames that lightened close enough to white. The air surrounding the clearing evaporates and a brief vacuum is created when the two methods collide. There was only heat and no sound, as though the sun itself was in the clearing. The earth burned, then scorched, then turned to glass, and the grass vanished. The Leaf team's entire lives were currently resting on Jiraiya, but they were also having a hard time breathing and the heat was unbearable. Shikamaru and Kakashi saw that the clones were no longer in the way. The Kitsune Sage attack started to drive the toads back, so it didn't take long to determine the winner in the middle of the clearing. Because of their sheer numbers, much more power can be obtained at a lower cost per person. After a full 30 seconds of progressively losing ground, Naruto's greater lung capacity prevailed, but before Jiraiya could completely lose, he pulsed his chakra, causing both attacks to implode. All parties were knocked back by the ensuing explosion, which also dispelled the shadow clones that were guarding the perimeter, enabling the Leaf team to quickly and strategically withdraw. They had been defeated. The knockback from that final blow prevented Naruto from rising again. Tears were streaming down his face, and he was sweating and panting. Knowing that it's never easy to defend your family against your old friends, his partners gathered around him, complaining and attempting to console their leader, but they still came for him. Yui was lying by his head and gently licking his tears. Why do they continue to press his hand? Why? Why are they unable to simply leave him alone? No, damn it, he said, fist slamming into the burned gravel. Naruto whispers as he looks down over the desolate, white clearing with lead eyes. Please, for all our sakes, don't come back, please. His last words before succumbing to the emotional stress he has been experiencing and losing the battle to remain conscious. As Ino slipped away and was eventually freed from her captivity, she was able to witness Naruto's breakdown without realizing that his control had slipped. She would not return to her body for several days. When she last saw her old friend, he was a broken husk curled up with his fox allies surrounding him in an attempt to console his crumbling spirit. As usual, a lost soul frantically tries to keep himself together for the good of others. Unbelieving she was still in the land of the living, Yugao opens her eyes in another clearing and looks around to see her team, battered but still alive. Jiraiya was unconscious, probably from chakra exhaustion. Choji might follow Neji without an arm since he had lost one. With a few broken ribs from those strong kicks, Kakashi was breathing heavily. Tenten was dozing off from the harm she had caused. Shikamaru was on guard and sustained the least amount of damage. Sakura must be worn out. When she sat up, the pain in her abdomen spread throughout her body, making her wince and drawing the Nara's attention. She then whispered to her, "You should keep resting. We don't know if he'll chase us." Yugao responded without missing a beat, her tone steely and uncompromising. "He won't." After a moment of observing the sword-wielding Jonin, Shikamaru questioned, "What makes you?" When she eventually leaned against a nearby tree with her injured arm crossed and her hand glowing a faint green, she interrupted him. He hesitated. Constantly at that, he didn't want to fight. This whole thing was a ruse, a message to force us to leave. With a hollow smile, she looks up at the Nara and offers more. "If he wanted to, we wouldn't have escaped. We'd all be dead. I know that much as he purposely missed my vitals." Though he did reply in a low voice, Shikamaru turned to look at the trees surrounding them, the green bark making for an odd sight for a leaf ninja. "I see, do you think they'll let him be now?" "Doubt it," Yugao snorted, which made her wince. She then inhaled deeply before carrying on with her injury treatment. "Quite the opposite in fact. If we keep pushing, we'll back him in a corner again." Shikamaru nodded, hoping that would be the end of it. And he'll be forced to simply go for the kill. The mindscape of Naruto. Naruto lies on the white sand beach, the moon hovering just above the horizon, while his tenant stands above him, muttering and letting out a deep sigh. "You don't need to burden yourself so much, little brother." Brother in arm, he lifted the motionless form of his container and carried it back into the house, ascending the stairs before finally arriving at his room and putting him in the bed. The fox's own was on the other side of the hall. As he tucks Naruto in, as he has done 1,000 times before, Kurama ruffles the blonde hair with a soft, gentle smile, saying, "It's okay to ask for help. I know your mate isn't around but you aren't alone." As he turned back toward the exit, the smile vanished, and he growled low, his red slit eyes glowing brightly. "Allow me to relieve you of this burden." When Naruto awakens back in the forest, the foxes guarding him notice the change right away because his eyes are blood red. Naruto was replaced by a puff of smoke and a fox the size of a dire wolf, nine tails idly waving in the forest's fading darkness. Yui was particularly vicious, and he soon harmonized with his fellow kitsune with a very low growl from the depths of his throat. Before the 5 kitsune charge into the underbrush, not even the wind can hear them. Kurama moves away from the small hunting pack and gives them a quick glance before nodding back. Now the hunt was underway. Clearing forests, Kakashi jolted awake and drew a kunai, assuming a defensive position. Although only Sakura, Tenten, and Shikamaru were able to engage in combat in any way, this startled the others into action. Jiraiya was conscious, but her chakra was still low and she hadn't fully recovered. The wise toad inquired, "What is it?" Kakashi's eyes darted from side to side as he whispered to them. "Something is coming." He fought the impulse to remove his headband. His hands appeared to be tied here, but he was down to a quarter chakra. He quickly went through hand signals after swallowing a soldier pill and then a chakra pill. Summoning. Kakashi started as a puff of smoke announced reinforcements. Pakun. But stopped when he heard his entire pack growling in low tones. Even the usually laid-back pug was clearly tense. They were all tracking something they couldn't see. After a tense minute, Pakun murmurs, "Kakashi, you are aware you're being hunted right now, yes?" Kakashi gives a single, tense, coiled nod. Figured something like that, yes. This forest is both our best defense and greatest weakness. Though, I sense the shift in the wind, called you guys. Pakun gives him a seldom-seen side-eye. We need to move. Kakashi responded calmly by shaking his head, but it was obvious that he was tense. We can't. Too many wounded. Soccer has been working overtime too. He was interrupted by a loud, high-pitched screech that made his hair stand on end. Long periods of silence. Kakashi would have missed Pakun's low growl if he hadn't had his enhanced hearing. This isn't good. As they growled and followed something in the surrounding darkness, the pack of dogs formed a perimeter around the Wounded Leaf Shinobi camp. On behalf of the ignorant, Shikamaru asks with a nervousness that is unrecognizable. Mind telling us what we're dealing with? He was gazing out at the forest's tall, green-barked trees. The dogs started talking to each other. 3, no, I smell 5. I smell 7, I only have 1, I got 6. The dogs were chatting among themselves when they noticed something flickering on the edge of their field of vision. All heads snapped there, but nothing was visible. They've found us. The ninjas felt the pressure, and the tension increased as more feral growling and barking emerged from the shadows. After that, there was just silence. Tenten felt a chill run down his neck, and a quick look back reveals Shikamaru to be extremely uneasy. It got worse because it seemed like even the trees would want to hear and fell silent. She swallowed. Shikamaru's breathing slowed, and she heard it. The others appeared to be awakened by the tension, but none of them dared to move or speak. An intense snarl from above. The sound of shit reverberated throughout the camp as Kitsune's eyes snapped up and swept across the trees in the forest, their maws down. Yo! Exclaimed a red one. Kakashi was suddenly aware that the person next to him was uttering and fanned out 9 tails. KYQ. Although Kurama's response was as cool as the land of spring, his smile was the epitome of feral. Hatake. The shinobi group and the ninja dogs, who had closed the circle, were surrounded by an increasing number of foxes, making the standoff intense. When Jiraiya used a trump card that no one knew he had, Tsunade, the Lady 5th Hokage, suddenly materialized alongside her through the 4th Protection Platoon's Hiroshin, Radio Namiyashi, Genma Shiranui, and Iwashi Tatami. The final Senju took a quick look at the situation and became tense. In the center of the clearing, which was now encircled by several dozen foxes, actually, Kitsune, her people were visibly battered and severely injured. It was obvious that the aforementioned Kitsune were merely awaiting an order from. When Tsunade saw those bright orange fur, 9 innocently swaying tails, and those vivid red eyes, her breath caught. KKQB. Her eyes grew stony. The 9 tails can only be present without her gaki if. No. The fox laughed, observing their line of thought as he descended from the tree he was perched on, the hunter pack snarling and growling beside him. Pakun and his group respond with a snarl. But the Kyuubi persisted. My kit still lives, not for the lack of trying on your hunter's part. As she asks, Tsunade moves forward with her 3 escorting Jonin by her side. Then, how are you? That doesn't matter right now, the fox boss said, sitting on his haunches and surveying the clearing with his sharp eyes. Tsunade glared coldly at the tailed beast, her eyes narrowing. Oh, and do tell me what does. As I see it, you are holding my shinobi here against their will and. While seated, the nearly 2-meter-tall Kitsune let out a deep, throaty growl that caused the nearby Kitsune to bare their teeth and growl in response. Kurama said lowly, my kid has served your pathetic village his entire life. I was sealed within him not even half an hour after his birth, keeping me in my power at bay ever since. The fox didn't want to admit it, but this admission actually took the Leaf forces by surprise. Kurama went on, yet for the bulk of this service, you all thought he was the greatest of the Biju, punishing the weak little kid who was too kind to retaliate. Driven by rage at the implication, Sakura stood up and blurted out, we would never. Without considering who she was speaking to. Konoha is a place to protect the children. Not. The sheer intensity of the fox's intent to kill her caused her to fall on her butt. Sakura was struggling to keep from having a heart attack. Kyuubi gave the pink kid a roar. Naive little girl, were you not one of the many who did my kid harm for little or no reason? The Biju turned back to the equally worried Sanin after determining that the pest had been sufficiently subdued. Speaking more politely than a moment ago. Now then, on to why we haven't mauled you all to death already. Kurama went on. The majority of the shinobi fell squarely into the category of primal fear when you spoke so casually about mass slaughter. You will call off your hunters. My kid is at his limit and does not wish to be forced to kill any of you. Tsunade was taken aback at first, but she bounced back fast and said, he doesn't have to. As her confidence started to return and she was able to continue more firmly, she crossed her arms. As long as he comes quietly, we can offer him his old position back and protection from those that seek to harm him or his family. With the other kitsune and foxes trailing behind their leader, the Kyuubi let out a hearty, real laugh. After a considerable amount of time, the Ninetails eventually regains his composure and speaks in a wheeze while still making some progress. Protection, huh? A goddess-made flesh, with flawlessly creamy white skin on top of long, slender but muscular legs that led up to nice, wide hips, a firm rear, a moderate chest, a perfect face adorned with 8 whisker-like markings, and bright reddish-orange hair that reached her ass, replaced the Biju, which was suddenly engulfed in smoke. She raises her voice softly. What if I said you were the ones he needed protection from? Tsunade muttered, who, what? But Kurama shrugged and spoke in a light-hearted manner while running her fingers through her gorgeous, long, straight hair. Figured this would take a little explaining, best to do it human to human no. Kakashi muttered, obviously stunned to see the strongest Biju standing among them, seemingly mocking them, you're the Kyuubi. Kurama puts his hands on his hips and speaks slowly while sporting a very recognizable foxy grin. Yes, I am a kitsune. Transformations is in our nature. Iwashi, Radio, and Genma look at each other and nod. They're getting a ton of free drinks because of this. Tsunade muttered to herself, you look like a mix of my grandmother and cousin. Naturally, though, the entire clearing heard. Kurama then casually said, shrugging. Well, Mito was my first host and so I hold her in rather high esteem. She did subdue me alone after all. As for Kushina, she trailed off, seemingly attempting to describe something in a diplomatic manner but giving up midway with another shrug. Kurama returns to the topic. Anyway, I want you to leave my family alone. Tsunade also loses her temper and reacts quickly. Naruto belongs in the leaf with us, his precious people. I may not have known what. The Kyuubi raised her hand to silence them and said, you aren't his precious people anymore. Everyone's hardened gazes were fixed on her. Tsunade gave a low, menacing growl. You, what did you just? Unfazed by their relatively weak killing intent, which even her kid would sleep through before explaining, a very serious Kyuubi matched the intensity of her glare with a blank face. The kid, Naruto, when he needed his precious people the most, none of you were there. I was. Kurama advances with a very menacing step. Up until that point, no one had realized how much malice could be contained in a single step. She went on. The innumerable nightmares he suffered due to the abandonment of you all. I was there to rock him to sleep. With the weight of the world seemingly holding everyone else in place and horror etched on their faces like stone, Kurama advances one more step. Still, she went on. All the tears I wiped from his cheeks, all the self-deprecating thoughts and actions. She snarls and growls to hide her tightening throat and watering eyes. The attempts to die in battle. The others were wide-eyed, and Tsunade was not the only one with a dry throat, thinking that their friend's abandonment had driven him to the brink. However, their cage was the one who muttered. He didn't. With one of the most ferocious glares known to both Biju and humanity, the Kyuubi returned to pin the now horrified Hokage, Leaf Shinobi, and ninja hounds. It was close, he said. Even though the ninja dogs gave them a glare, the Leaf Shinobi were appalled because it was unacceptable to abandon a member of the pack. Speaking up, Pakun said, we're done here. And smoke erupts from him and his pack. The foxes in the area were constantly snarling and growling, and it was clear from their roast heckles that they wanted to tear these people to pieces. However, Kyuubi went on. Damn close. Were it not for his mate's intervention, even with my infinite chakra, it would have only been a matter of time. Tsunade had to ask for her own sake even though she was fighting back tears. When? But stopped when he saw the Kyuubi's glare. Tenten was trying to console Sakura, who was curled up on herself and crying openly. Even though Choji was hardly responding, he still glared at the floor. Neji and Shikamaru bowed their heads in embarrassment. Jiraiya was staring at the floor as well. Knowing that her own old scars still exist, Yugao was sobbing quietly as she thought about the suffering her former charge must have endured. Kurama took a deep breath and pulled them all out. As she returned to the topic, her anger surfaced and regained its previous vigor, and her eyes seemed to glow with pure hatred. And now, after a decade of him rebuilding his life from scratch, securing a family and precious people to protect once more, you have the gall to come and drag him to his own personal interpretation of hell. Why? To have your loyal weapon back. To have the knuckle-headed idiot back to solve all your issues again and again with little in the way of a good job, or thank you. Tsunade sniffed and made a surprisingly modest offer. He. Kurama yelled, as a free man. With a faint roar in her voice, her 9 tails shooting out of her back and swinging violently from side to side. He owes you nothing. With the 2 older toads already gathering sage chakra on his shoulders, Jiraiya pushes off the tree and declares as he gets closer. He is a Konoha shinobi. Kurama, the top vixen here, snorts at the pathetic attempt to intimidate her and responds hotly, hands on hips. Not since he was banished over a decade ago now. Now Tsunade speaks. It's been rescinded. He is now a registered. Kyuubi replied, not without his signature. Both Sannin smiled and threw a scroll at the humanoid Biju, who caught it and read it. The Fire Daimyo and the signatures of every member of the Konoha Council, both civilian and shinobi, were undoubtedly present, but she noticed right away that something was wrong. Kurama shakes her head in disappointment and sighs, her tails slowing their swaying motion. Sealing the scroll away for later proof, he spoke flatly. Nice try, Hermit. This signature is not his, nor does he recognize the name Namikaze as his own, so recalling him as Naruto Namikaze will not sit well with him. Jiraiya spluttered. But, Tsunade interrupted, observing how the chakra construct was phrased. Wait, does he know of his parentage? Yes, fully aware of it. Spoke to their chakra remnants within the seal his father used to lock me away. Kurama nods as she interrupts, once more in a rather flat manner. Gazing at the summoner of toads. You can confirm this by trying to summon that toad with the key. The blonde runt gave his copy of the key to the kit. It's how all 5 of us came to terms. Before speaking, Tsunade tried to process this new information. Why, wait a second. You mean to tell me that Naruto purposefully released you? The tailed beast nodded, so she went on. And by doing so, somehow Minato and Kushina appeared and together. With her tail swaying hypnotically at her back, Kyuubi interrupted her with a rather arrogant, foxy smirk and said, oh, his mate was there too. Tsunade asked, his mate, as in wife. Before Yui, one of the kitsune on Kyuubi's left, spoke up and caught her attention. After a brief conversation, the boss summon nods. Kyuubi says, yes, that is the term you humans use. Kyuubi dismissed Jiraiya's seemingly casual question, or at least an attempt to come across as such. What's her name? Irrelevant. After a lengthy discussion, we came up with an agreement that benefited everyone. Tsunade was on the verge of asking, what kind of agreement? But her fear was unwarranted this time because the vixen's face lit up with a warm smile as she recalled the agreement. Rewind. 6 years before. Standing in a dimly lit temple ritual room with white marble pillars arranged in a circle around the altar, Naruto and Shizuka were sitting back to back without tops. Shizuka was wearing a strapless outfit for modesty's sake, and Shion was observing from beyond the barrier that had been set up around the altar space. Are you sure about this, Naru? Shion asked once more, causing the blonde to sigh once more. Naruto turned to her and smiled softly. Yeah, I'm sure. Everything will be fine. We're stronger than you think we are. It's why I am going with him. Shizuka grinned as Naruto started to gradually increase his chakra flow with a ram hand sign. His partner quickly matched it, and then all of their Tenksu points on their back pulsed and synchronized. With the ocean behind them and a pier leading across the bay into other areas of his mind, the two find themselves abruptly in a clearing on the beach in the forest. A quiet paradise. Shizuka spoke up and caught his attention, saying, you know. I thought your head would be dirtier. At that, Naruto snorted. Says the pervert. With a defiant grin, Shizuka snarled, I am no pervert. Naruto responded, oh, then that thing last. He blushed as she put her finger to his lips and whispered into his ears. After growing weary of their byplay, Kurama finally spoke up. Save me from your flirting, Kit. I do not wish to see this any more than I already have. Very well. Shizuka suddenly finds the ocean fascinating, and Naruto coughs to get rid of the blush more quickly. Naruto asks once more, "Are you sure this will work?" Tearing off the seal. The beast shrugs, obviously unconcerned about starting a few genocides. "If it doesn't, we'll just have to attack the toads or the summoner to find the key for it." With a weary sigh, Naruto occasionally forgot about his guardian's penchant for extreme violence. Right, well, here goes nothing. Then, Naruto jumps up, grabs the sealing paper, and tries to rip off the tag, but his arm gets caught. The fourth Hokage's ghost materialized and asked right away, "What do you think you're playing at, Naruto?" Naruto said, his face blank, his son grinning foxily back. "Well, we needed to discuss something with you. Triggering the failsafe was the only way. Ha ha ha." The two descended in front of the cage, and Minato was taken aback by the fox's total lack of aggression. He had thought the fox would be demanding his head in bloody murder the entire time, but he spoke up to his adult son anyhow. "So, what is it that you want to talk to me about?" "Well, first of," Naruto started, then gave the man a hard jab in the stomach while secretly transferring memories as a justification for socking him for the ordeal he had endured. That's for choosing the village over family. Nothing is more important than family." As the Hokage catches his breath once more, the younger blonde made a declaration. "Fair enough. I deserved that, especially after seeing how your life's turned out. I hope you can." Naruto grinned and moved aside to show Shizuka, saying, "Forget it. As you now know, my wife-to-be, Shizuka of Natashiko, and our children are my life now. The leaf may one day come for me, but I will not allow them to claim my family." Minato nodded, grinned, and said, "I see. I am proud of you, Naruto. Ahem. We are on the clock, remember?" Naruto asked his father, who eyed the Kyuubi warily. "Arg right. Dad, can you unlock the cage please? I need to speak to Mom as well." Minato reluctantly offered. "Normally I would have said no, without a damn good explanation, but seeing as you gave me your memories when you punched me." With a deadpan expression, the Hokage offered the key on his arm as he pulled up his sleeve. "Come here, Naruto, I believe you should have this." The two would embrace, and the cage would perform a one-handed seal to start the transfer, which didn't take long anyhow. However, Minato didn't realize that by doing this, Naruto had perfected his chakra signature. After finishing, Minato guided him through the locking and unlocking procedure. And sure enough, the seal was opened, allowing Kurama and Kushina to emerge. Kushina hurried forward and gave her two adorable blondes a single embrace. The redhead proclaimed, I missed you both. My Sochi is all grown up." Naruto pointed with his head at the Nine Tails, who snarled at the disrespect but were too preoccupied to notice, saying, "Thank you, Mom, but surely you are aware of the deal I made with Fuzzy Butt over there." "Yeah, I am totally down for this. Plus, my grandbabies," Kushina exclaimed as she stomped over to the anxious Shizuka, her eyes fixed on her soon-to-be daughter-in-law. When she got to her, she added, "And you, Shizuka Uzumaki." The redhead's scowl turned into a kind grin, which was followed by an embrace and softly spoken words that they would never exchange again. After 2 days, with his father by his side, Naruto stood at the altar, with Killer Bee, Utakata, Gaara, Kankuro, and Chojuro standing just beyond him. On the other hand, Koyuki Kazuhana officiated the entire event, and Mei Terumi, Yugito, Fu, Tamari, Takiwa, and Rin were the maids of honor. Shizuka, wearing a traditional white Uzumaki kimono, the Uzu spiral, which was covered by the Natashiko star as a perfect blend of the two peoples, and Shion, wearing a beautiful piece of shrine maiden attire specifically made for this day that the previous maiden had foretold, were standing side by side in their respective dresses as the doors parted and the brides entered, taking Naruto by surprise. The two babes caused Kurobi to whistle loudly, and even the normally stoic Utakata's cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink. You would think Minato was getting married because of how radiant his smile was. Takiwa and Rin were both pleased to see their friend Charge at last finding happiness, while Kushina was sobbing uncontrollably while attempting to keep up her makeup. Neither Yugito nor Mei were at all envious. For the entire week, the outside world didn't matter, making this one of the Nine Tails' favorite memories. Both humans and Biju came together, and throughout the week, every Biju attended the wedding. Isobu was the only one who did not show up, which would ultimately result in the demise of a particular organization due to a coordinated effort to save the pacifist turtle. The yellow flashes rematch with a mask-wearing Uchiha while commanding a unified nation platoon consisting of Iwa, Kiri, Kumo, Suna, Star, Smoke, and Demon Shinobi, the latter of which never existed, wink wink, was the mission's high point. Although much of AIM was destroyed, the Akatsuki was formally dissolved. Naruto, Shizuka, and Kushina formed a formidable trio, but after Obito was defeated, Minato joined them, and the foursome left behind nothing but devastation and death comparable to a raging biju that was much more concentrated. Kushina was taken aback by the discovery of Nagato because his mother, Suzuki, was part of a group that was meant to visit the Leaf to assist in establishing a branch of the Uzumaki clan in the village. Before their responsibilities separated them, they belonged to the same friend group. Nagato offered himself as a sacrifice to the Shimigami in order to free Minato's soul and the other half of the Kyuubi as a token of gratitude and apology. This unintentionally caused Kushina and Minato's chakra imprints, which Naruto had been preserving by transforming his own to feed them, to eventually scatter and return to the Pure Lands. It was a heartfelt farewell. End of flashback. When Tsunade confirms, the fox merely nods, and Kurama responds nonchalantly, so the deal was to reclaim your other half. You would give him time with his parents, to which they attended his wedding and get to meet their grandkids. I am back at full power. The kid got to make memories with his folks, a win-win. Jiraiya added, a little perplexed, you also united the whole shinobi world against the terrorist group hunting your kin. How did I miss that? More importantly, Tsunade snarled menacingly, her most menacing response since arriving. Where was my invite? Based off your story, Suna, Mist, Kumo, and even Iwa were at that event. The Leaf, nor the Fire Nation had any representation. Same with the assault on AIM, to which we also share a border with. This also alerted her shinobi, who had failed to notice that because the story seemed much grander than expected. Kyuubi simply dismisses her inquiry. So now you know whom you are dealing with. The kid has reached his limit. I will not allow him to break, especially not for any of you. At the end, she growled and stepped forward, flexing her finger claws in a way that no one could miss. If he doesn't come back, he'll be marked as a missing ninja. Jiraiya said in an attempt to emphasize that he was their adversary. It was completely ineffectual. Kurama did respond as the vixen sneered, unconcerned by the possibility. Hardly, or did you forget, you banished him. You can't mark him as a missing ninja, as he isn't your ninja anymore. As a Ronin, with credible proof that he was acting on self-defense, any charges you levy against him can and will be challenged. Everyone was taken aback by the Kyuubi's retort, as they were unaware that a large group of hateful and sentient chakra people were aware of international shinobi law. When Kyuubi saw their confused expressions, she snorted in mockery, speaking to them as though they were children. Kurama went on, as expected of you ignorant bigots who allowed a child to be beaten, no one can sleep non-stop for 70 years and not get bored. Then consider that I've been around since the beginning of chakra users and only in the last 70 years was I caught and sealed. Shikamaru then said, troublesome. He takes a cigarette out of his pack, but his lighter won't light. After a brief exchange of glances, the Jonin lit his smoke and thanked the Kitsune, who nodded back before taking his place. The Kitsune's tail ignited a gentle flame. Shikamaru looks up at the woman and asks, so, are all you Biju? The humanoid Biju, weary of this conversation, snorted. Just like all families, we all have our quirks. Shukaku is insane for instance, but his seals are second to none. Even the Uzumaki would travel to converse with him. It was the only thing that could keep him calm. Before it dawns on him, Shikamaru murmurs, Shukaku. The Nara gasped and his eyes widened. The One-Tails, Shukaku is its name. Killing intent filled the room as Kyuubi glared at him and growled, my brother may have a few screws loose, but he is still my brother. Give his name respect or I'll shove a fist through your gut. He nodded frantically, hands up. The vixen nods and then looks at each of them, her chirpy chirp giving way to a death head grin. Anyway, we'll be off. The group realized the Kitsune had all disappeared when she clicked her fingers. Kyuubi spoke up and gave them one last glance over her shoulder. Remember, neither I nor the kid will hold back against you from here on out. For old time's sake, chances have ran out. Kyuubi kept moving in the direction of the tree line's shadows, but Tsunade called out before she vanished into the shadows. Wait, just tell me one thing. As the Hokage went on, she moved in the direction of the Biju, who stopped but did not turn around. I understand that you didn't give us names to protect them, but is his family happy? Healthy? The kitsune sighed deeply and offered after an internal argument that raged for a full minute. In general, yes, the family is happy, healthy and growing well. At the moment, a situation has developed causing my kit to lose sleep over. Add in your constant pursuit of him only adding to his already stressful situation. Do him a favor and keep those blank masks off our case for a few weeks. If you do, I will convince him to attend the exams in Suna. You can make your case to him directly there. Tsunade nearly whispered, is that a promise? Kurama let out a small sigh before answering. One thing you should be aware of us Biju. We do not lie, a trait Naruto picked up from me. Unbeknownst to him because her back was still to them, Kurama responded to them all with a savage smirk. Just because you aren't lying, doesn't mean you are telling the truth either. My, how perceptive of you. Shortly after, she continued to leave and vanished into the shadows of the forest. The demon land. Shuren was concerned. After being drawn in by his summons, his father had never returned from a battle so shattered, broken, and worn out. The sight was frightening, particularly when his aunt Hinoka became enraged upon seeing him. Even though he had Uzumaki blood in him, it took him nearly a week to recover, and when he did, he had not told them anything. They now saw several guards saluting them as they passed the border town. His father returned the waves from a few of the townspeople. Shuren observed that they appeared to have been alerted to their arrival in some way. Did his father or his aunt do that? It was all rather bizarre. How could he have missed this earlier? Both his mother and father were well known here, but they led ordinary lives in the northern shrine. At that, Shuren blinked. For what reason did they return to the northern shrine? He was perplexed when he looked around and saw only samurai. Home had shinobi, didn't it? It made a click. Now he felt foolish, and snapped his eyes to his father's laughing face. Oni no Kuni's shinobi force, which obviously didn't exist, was trained by his parents. No, sir, there was nothing at all like that he knew of. With barely concealed amusement, Naruto observed his son's reaction to the situation unfold on his face. This was especially evident when their eyes locked and he nodded with a finger over his lips, receiving a nod in return. After that, Naruto asks his escort, now then, I guess we should go see Her Highness, no? During one of Naruto's hunting trips, he was addressing the guardian samurai captain, Sato Yoichi of the Severing Winds, whose white-bladed odachi had reportedly sliced through a tornado. If the demon kitsune says you did, you did. Sato gives a stiff bow and says, yes, sir. She is awaiting your arrival at her shrine. I believe the young ladies are with her. Naruto disliked Sato's strict adherence to manners, but he ignored it and asked. I see. Will you be going with us? The blue-armored soldier replied, yes, my squad was sent to ensure that you, and I quote, not get lost on the road of life. Naruto remembered the one time he borrowed from his former Jonin leader's playbook, and the blue soldier added a dash of dry wit to the quote. It's safe to say that he spent a full 2 weeks getting to know the sofa before he was pardoned on the basis of principle alone. Naruto lets out a long sigh, glances at his good friend, and nods before making an offer. Fine, led on. No doubt a feast is being prepared. With a nod and a laugh, Sato said, no doubt. He then led the way. The samurai captain offered not even a dozen steps in advance. Oh, and Milord, Lord 8-0 was here last week. It seems that he was sent to dissuade them from the idea that a Hidden Leaf squadron was on its way. At that, Naruto snorted and shook his head, saying, I doubt that. He quickly added, not the information, as it was true, but I wouldn't have sent Killer B, after noticing the samurai captain's perplexed expression. The dude obviously just wanted to go on vacation once more, causing the blonde and the group of people who knew the eccentric swordsman to laugh. The northern shrine. It didn't take long for Naruto and Shuren to arrive at the shrine, which was a welcome sight for travel-weary bones. At the gate, the older blonde nearly started crying when she saw Shion, his third and sister wife of Shizuka, standing as elegance redefined in her shrine maiden dress, crown and all, with their 2 daughters in matching outfits at her sides. The closer they got to the gate, the faster Naruto moved. He dropped his sword, his bag of supply scrolls, and even his combat gloves. As soon as he got to his other wife, he embraced her as tightly, tenderly, and lovingly as he could. For a good 2 minutes, they would remain in close embrace, whispering to each other, and if she and Ka-chan's tightening had meant anything, Shuren would say that everything would be all right now. His dad is strong, but with everything going on, he needed support, but his 2 sisters, who were almost identical twins, spoke in unison, drawing his attention away. Welcome home, Oni-sama. Although she has blue jewel-like eyes instead of Shien Ka-chan's violet ones, Sake Uzumaki, who is an hour older than her sister and will never let anyone forget it, is a near-perfect replica of their mother. Moroku Uzumaki, who was named after her grandmother and priestess before Shien, is half an inch taller than her twin sister and will never let anyone forget that. Shurin also noticed that Moroku has a few strands of red hair at the base of her neck, and she believes that when she gets older, a significant portion of her hair will be the traditional Uzumaki red. Time will tell. After a week, the hidden leaf. When Tsunade gets close enough, she snarls at the people inside and kicks the door off its hinges. Seize them. Anbu rushes in, icy and uncaring, to protect everyone in the secret meeting of the elder and civilian councils. No one dared to oppose. If they did, it would only cause them pain in the future. Council members were detained and arrested after the rooms were cleared. The door was sealed after the cage took her seat and the clan heads quickly filled it. He announced as Jiraiya emerged from the shadows with a blank mask, Anbu, which he gave to a tiger-masked agent. All clear, Heim. With a sigh, Tsunade leans back and nods to her former teammate before speaking to the entire room. Okay, listen up, as I am only going to say this once. Everyone in the room straightens their posture and perks up. Tsunade went on. Our retrieval team confronted Naruto a week ago, that I can confirm, however, that isn't all they encountered. We were confronted by the boss summon of the Kitsune, the terror of the leaf herself, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. There were cold sweats and gulps in that room, but nobody said anything. There was a brief period of silence as Tsunade looked around at the tense expressions. It was broken by her. She is free of the seal that Yondaime used to contain her during the attack, but she is willingly and openly assisting the Uzumaki family as the current head's personal summon. Shikaku asked, Lady Hokage, doesn't that mean? And the blonde cage gave him a phony smile. Eventually, Tsunade responded, it means, Shikaku, that the Kyuubi no Yoko is Naruto's new summon and that he now holds the Kitsune contract. There is another period of silence while they consider what this means. This time, Shibi broke it by asking the cage, was he not informed about his re-enlistment within our forces? When both Sannin sigh at that, Jiraiya speaks up first. Unfortunately, it's been proven to be invalid on several counts, with the main two being that Naruto Namikaze is not recognized beyond the Land of Fire's borders, and that the forgery wasn't good enough to sway anyone important. The faces of the councilmen frowned as a result. Tsunade followed up, we also learned that Naruto is, in fact, married and has kids. So, the Uzumaki clan will make a comeback. Choza asks with a light-hearted laugh, and the final Senju nods. As she goes on, Tsunade schools her features with her fingers interlocked on the table in front of her, expressing her hope for the same result. The Kyuubi did not give us names or numbers, but we know he has at least two, one of which is a son. Speaking after his teammate, Jiraiya provides more details. She also confirmed that Naruto is not only aware of his heritage but spent close to a month with his parents. What? Was the room's universal shock, and those who knew it smiled sympathetically. Tsunade responds, we still do not know of the specifics, just that both Minato and Kushina left a part of themselves as fail-safes within the seal. When the seal was broken, they returned for a month, which allowed them to spend time with Naruto and his family. Tsun chuckled softly and shook her head gravely, saying, damn. Wish I was there, sharing sake with Kushi again. Gaining the attention of the room once more, Tsunade began, which leads into the next issue, and proceeded quickly. During their time among the living, they learned about the Akatsuki and the threat they posed to all the Jinchuriki, which naturally included their son. Here, Jiraiya takes a step forward, takes out his notebook, and starts reporting. I can confirm that the criminal group known as Akatsuki has been destroyed by an allied force of Suna, Mist, Kumo, Iwa, Star, and Demon. At that declaration, the air itself appeared to lose its ability to breathe. Shikaku's drawl, troublesome, broke the escalating tension. He asks, staring at the Toad Summoner. When was this, and how come we are only now just hearing of it? Unsure on both accounts, Jiraiya said candidly, frowning tightly as he started to leaf through his notepad. After this debriefing, I will be heading out to investigate my entire network for any issues. Something that big shouldn't have gotten past me. Tsun stood up and stared at the Hokage, calling out, hold up. Tsun continued, capturing the attention of the room. Is Star not one of our allies? Shouldn't they have told us? Tsunade informs them after rubbing her temple and letting out a sigh. No, they are not. We broke that treaty several years ago. The number of shinobi they had dropped below the agreed amount. Hiashi was the next to speak, and his query was as impersonal as he appeared. What about Demon Country? Since when did they have shinobi? The others nodded thoughtfully at this. This one goes to the cage. As she spoke, Tsunade's smile was cold. Short answer. We don't know. The long political one. Oni no Kuni does not have a hidden village in which to train shinobi of sufficient skill to be considered as such. At that, the Inuzuka head snorted. She let out a breath, and Sum laughed. Well played. The next to speak was Shibuya Barim, whose distinctive drawl made it impossible for anyone to read his thoughts on the subject at hand. That statement means little. Why? They had joined the allied forces, so they must have sufficient numbers and/or skill. Tsunade smiled and nodded in agreement. True, however, we believe that they only fielded 4 shinobi. Minato and Kushina refused to wear the hidden leaf headband after finding out everything. The room as a whole flinched at this. Tsunade went on. And Naruto with his wife. We can assume that all 4 wore demon shinobi headbands for the duration of the operation. Troublesome. Shikaku grunts at that reasoning. As he continued, it became really problematic. As they have been listed as KIA for years, we can't call them, or Demon Country out on it. We'd look insane for trying. Sum continued, obviously reflecting on the situation, and with the pup, he was banished. As usual, Shibi's tone and expression were unreadable. Unable to label nor claim him. Tsunade confirmed her thoughts with a nod. Exactly. With his arms folded as he spoke, Jiraiya followed his teammate rather flatly. We have nothing on this wife of his, and with the alliance that had formed without us, we have no clue if it's still in effect or not. Inoichi looks to his Hokage and remarks, our first course of action should be to verify this story. He has stress lines on his face. The Toad Hermit quickly departs in a cloud of smoke after Tsunade nods at him. Then, adding calmly, Shikaku continued what his former teammate had said. We should also consider removing anyone associated with Naruto from our bingo book. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Tsunade reacts quickly. I already plan on rescinding the capture and retrieval order on Naruto. It's all we can do at current. Next up is Heishi. Lady Tsunade, is that wise? Surely. Tsunade's reply was a deadpan blanker compared to the Hyuga's fabled expression of apathy, and it was blander than anyone had heard in recent memory. Continued pursuit of Naruto will eventually draw the attention of either the Kyuubi, the other Biju, or the villages and countries that hold him in high regard. Unaware of his consent, Tsunade continues. Do you wish for us to anger the whole world, Hiashi? There was a long pause before the man slowly nodded, and Hiashi gave in. Forgive me, Lady Hokage. I did not mean to come off as ignorant. I was just looking out for. Tsunade firmly interrupted him, saying, enough, making it obvious that she was already tense. The demon land. Shurin arrived at the main temple table last, yawning broadly while his family and friends were already merrily conversing. His father had a sincere smile on his face as he sat down, and anyone who knew what to look for could see the ease in his body language. As his father brought the meal, a gentle smile spread across his face. The main temple had a sizable number of maids and servants at first, but as he and his sisters grew, many of them found employment elsewhere, and his father took over all of those responsibilities. As he and his siblings grew older, they continued their education and shinobi training while also helping to keep their home neat and orderly. Naruto was nearly completely distracted from the entire situation he was considering by the idle conversation at the table. The world has taken notice, of course, as the entire nation has been celebrating the return of the Regent of Demon Country, in the few days that his party has had to settle down. He detests titles and all that nonsense. He was proud to be an Uzumaki father, but now all the political nonsense was seeping out of the woodwork. He continued to wonder why he was now handling it while snatching a piece of bacon from Sake without her noticing, pinning it on his wife with a sly smile to tell her the truth without alerting the transgressor. Shizuka remained in Natashiko. As he continued to think about the issue, he let out another inward sigh and his eyes became distracted. Being the strongest kunoichi is central to their culture, and they seek out strong males to reinforce their home in a never-ending cycle. From their perspective, their princess has surpassed herself by marrying what may be the strongest shinobi. Regarding that, there were 3 factions. The traditionalists were the first. After fulfilling her obligation, she must now assume leadership of the group. After inheriting her current role as princess, Kushina will eventually find the strongest shinobi and repeat the process, simple and capable of handling them as such. They wanted to essentially pick their strongest member and have him pass his seat among them in order to create a whole new generation of Natashiko warriors, but the second camp was a mix and a little more difficult to handle. Even though they were only 8 years old at the time, Shuren and Kushina are both several times stronger than the current recruits in their academy, which only served to validate their goals and objectives. They then include Shuren as well, and when he reaches puberty, they will undoubtedly drain him as well. Their radicals were coming up with terrifying concepts. The third group wanted him to rule under his wife, screen potential rivals, and establish a small Anbu-style force to help protect their house. Until they also brought up the execution of any deserters and those whose virtue was stolen. They said that he could likely be persuaded to do so if his wife asked in her own special ways and with some effort. He could not and would not permit his family to be used in this way. He was reminded of breakfast by a hand on his arm. His wife's amethyst jewels gazed at him with concern, and Shion revealed to him why she had cut off his rambling thoughts. However, Naruto spoke before her. "I'm fine, Shion. Sorry for zoning out like that." Shion nodded softly and gracefully. "I have a rough idea of what you were thinking," before letting his eyes wander to the table where everyone had stopped and stared at him. Shion said. His wife sighed, and confusion appeared on his face. "You let your killing intent slip slightly." "Oh." His son grimaced as Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. The shrine man made an offer. "My bad, guys. Just got a lot of work on my hands now that we're back." With her dark eyes fixed on him, Hinoka lowered her rice bowl and asked, "Anything we can help with?" Looking from her baby girl to her secret crush, Kyoto added, "Yeah, we are freeloaders here after all." After giving it some thought, Naruto tilted his head twice before turning to face his clanswoman. Well, Hinoka, I could use your help training some of the cadets and shinobi guards." With a blank expression on his face, Hinoka asked, "In what?" As she explained, there was a faint whine in her voice. "I'm not all that good in our clan's combat techniques yet. I'm still working on." Before she could get too far along, Naruto interrupted her tirade with, "Stealth and evasion." Naruto turned to the new mother after the redhead nodded and spoke. "Kyoto, you can handle the cadets, weapons handling. I'm sure Sato could use a few days off each week with his wife and kids." Kyoto smiled at him, finally able to show off some of her skills, and said, "No sweat." But the next words were like a bucket of ice water being dumped on her. Instead of her husband, Shion was the one who spoke up. "Koki will stay with the nursemaids while you teach. Do not, under any circumstance, take her anywhere near." Shion hesitated, then gave the teenager a stern look. "In fact, I forbid you from taking your daughter beyond temple grounds." "You can't be." "She is," Naruto interrupted the angry mother, fixing her with that expression that made the former Natashiko tense up uncontrollably. He went on, "And I agree with her. You wish to work and pay your way. Fine, but all matters involving family go through either Shion." Naruto gestured to the priestess in question. "Or Shizuka. Those are the rules that even I cannot, will not, go against." His tone was like hardened granite as he spoke, his eyes seeming to glow slightly with wisps of smoke rising from them. "Am I clear?" "Crystal," Kyoto answered, frantically nodding, and Naruto's stern face disappeared as if it had never occurred. His upbeat response, "Great." Then Naruto turned to face his wife and spoke. "Shion, can you handle things here today while I go deal with that? I'll cook dinner for tonight." The woman smiled broadly. "Better you than me. It's been a pain since you've been gone," Shion muttered. She dismissed him with a wave, then gave him a stern look and made a firm statement. "But I'll hold you to dinner tonight. I want candlelit, wine, and dine." Naruto gives her a playful, foxy smile while kissing her in front of the children, saying, "Your wish is my command, milady." With the exception of Shuren, who had not been affected by the sight, the children mimicked belching. For various reasons, Hinoka and Kyoto both experienced a mild pain at the sight. Naruto started to speak after remembering something. "Oh, I also received a request from." Shion essentially gave her husband a glare while speaking over him. "If you say Killer B, Anata, you will become very acquainted with the couch again." It was funny to see a civilian's gaze render an S-rank shinobi helpless. For the outsiders, at least. After the initial shock subsided, Naruto grinned, the Uzumaki prankster grin, which many had come to dread because his black market bingo book entry included a warning about it. He made a straightforward challenge. Oh. Even the precognitive priestess was now on high alert against a simple word used in a question. Shion let out a sputter. Oh. Naruto rose from his chair and looked back as he said, right. I better get to work. Shion started. Wait, what about? But she backed down and nodded when he raised his eyebrows. He grinned again, and the children were obviously unaware of something. Kazato glanced at his friend after Naruto had gone. So, Shuren, what are we doing today? The dark blonde shrugged with such ease that many thought it was a gift. Shuren responded. Join the cadets for training in the morning, come back for lessons with Shion Ka-chan in the afternoon, then back to the cadets for evening training. Shion, who had heard, nodded in agreement, drawing the attention of the room. Sounds sensible. She looked at him as she added. Seeing as Naruto will no doubt be busy over the next month, especially with the festivities. Only her daughters by her side snickered as she whispered the final line under her breath. Shion persisted resolutely. I will have time to brush up your academic capabilities. I am sure you did not slack off in your absence, now did you? Shion gave Shuren a look that only mothers can imitate. One that forced the naive and immature to act. The one who silences the loud, cowls the fearless, and brings forth the truth from the guilty. The youngest Uzumaki was now the target of this glance, which made him fidget frantically and start to find his rice grains fascinating. Then, as his face touches her palm, Shion sighs and shakes his head. You're such a daddy's boy that you're picking up his habits too. Shuren muttered, I am not. But Shion's mother-grade hearing managed to pick it up. Yes you are. I worry sometimes about just how attached you are to him. I still remember you running around in his old t-shirts, proclaiming that becoming the Oni-Kage was your goal. She chuckled softly at her shared son's increasing humiliation. The other women at the table were clearly amused. Shion claimed to have heard Shuren complain, as he walked away, but Shuren simply got up and disappeared through body flicker. She had a radiant smile. She had been sorely missing him. Everybody had. Office. When Naruto arrives at the office, Utakata, Lady Seiken's container, is standing next to the door, gesturing for him to come down. Yo. Similarly casual, Naruto's brief reply was, Yo, what brings you here Utakata? Naruto froze as Utakata started to explain, well, my student has expressed interest in attending the upcoming festivities. Now it was clear why Shion was so eager to leave work. As Utakata continued to explain why he was bringing his student, Naruto interrupted him, muttering as he parted the door that precognitive wives see things too well. I get it. You do? Asked Utakata, the bubble shinobi with a raised eyebrow, as he entered his friend's and the nation's leader's office, where he was temporarily residing. I consider you a brother, Utakata. Heck, you were at my wedding, no? Naruto says with a gentle smile. Naruto went on after the dark-haired shinobi nodded. If you want to come, then come. I will have need of you anyway, should Kurabi show up uninvited again. Helping him with their problematic siblings is a small price to pay, and Utakata smiles. His brother of circumstance has always been very understanding and accommodating to his whims. Sure, that sounds like a fair trade. While his brother in arms surveys the office area, Naruto starts to read the vast amount of information on his and his wife's desk. It was part of the outer shrine and had stone walls. The frosted windows let in plenty of light, but Naruto prefers to look out the window behind the desk when he has a moment to do so because it helps him center himself or something. The wooden ceiling and furniture gave the space a cozy feel. The Uzumaki wanted seals to light the office, but Shion gave him the look, so the chandelier was his wife's insistence. The conversation was quite long. By comparing the request with the current list of attendees, Naruto asks, anything more plans whilst you here? Without raising his gaze from the festive permits from a jeweler who will be arriving sometime tomorrow and signing off on their agreement from the land of Earth. Utakata examines the family portrait on the wall across from him and says, well, not really. Though I am low on monetary earnings right now. Naruto looks up and gives his slender sibling a look while speaking quietly. Oh, any chance you have the time to teach the cadets? Before you moan about having a student already. Naruto continued as the blonde raised his hand in anticipation of the typical tirade that was about to break out. Think about it. You will be being paid to teach your student, with a few eager extra heads, and be paid enough to keep said student entertained whilst here. Naruto advances as he notices the reflection on the Six Tails host's face. You'll also be helping me out too. Log knows we could use more teachers that don't rap and rhyme their lesson plans. The former Mist Shinobi chuckled in amusement and sighed after hearing this, and Uchiha nodded in response. Okay. In order to finally get Uchiha to teach, Naruto pumped the air with his fist. The only thing left to do is persuade Fu to lead one class on a scouting lesson, which would mean that every student has taken a class. Uchiha spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Just one class and for a week. No more than 10 students. Naruto calmly replied, it was better than nothing, and nodded once. I can work with that. Though, what are you planning to teach? Uchiha responded with a non-answer and a Mist Shinobi smirk. They'll find out when they show. Naruto muttered, causing the blonde to sigh. You have no plan. Uchiha gave the blonde a blank stare before waving him away, and Naruto answered the question that remained unanswered. Fine. No complaints on what students you get then. That's, Uchiha said, pausing, then nodding slowly and going on. Fine. If they want to learn from me it is fine. If they don't then that too is fine. Naruto returns to his paperwork and asks, very well. Anything else? He swears that this stuff is growing. Uchiha made a gentle offer. Thank you. Incredulous, Naruto snapped up to his brother's situation and saw the bubble shinobi grinning back at him. For not shutting me out. I know I'm rather whimsical at times. Naruto shrugs and continues, we're family, Uchiha. I am rather forceful in my beliefs, but I know if I step out of line, you will stop me too. That's what siblings are like, right? In response, Uchiha shrugs and says, I think so. Your guess is as good as mine. That evening, in the main shrine courtyard, Naruto was waiting, looking incredibly sharp in his simple dark blue kimono, black obi, and hakama and haori for a fully formal ensemble. Normally, he would never do this, but when they are alone, he makes an exception because he knows his priestess enjoys tradition. His back, left breast, and sleeves bear their family's emblem, which is the Uzu swirl with the Natashiko star on top. It didn't take long for his wife to emerge from the inner shrine, dressed in a long haori and a formal traditional kimono that matched his color scheme. Even with just a little lip gloss and minimal makeup, she was still more beautiful than the moon. It had been months, almost a year, since their last outing, so she was a little flustered when he smiled radiantly at her with all the love he could muster, because he has only ever smiled at her in that way. With all of their responsibilities, both professional and familial, it wasn't really their fault, but it still made her feel good to know that she had not been forgotten despite their separation. Naruto said, you look amazing, Shion. Her face flushed even more as she accepted his offered arm because of how tender and loving his voice was. Shion answered with a soft smile. Thank you, Naruto Koi. You two are looking dashingly handsome. You should wear formal attire far more often than you currently do. I will take that under advisement. Naruto responded, his cheeky smile letting her know that she knew those were empty words. As a shinobi, these garments severely limited his range of motion. However, he also understood how much she enjoyed seeing him in them, so he couldn't be upset because he never grumbled about being dressed up for formal events. She could accept the compromise. Shion asks, so, husband dearest, where are you taking me? You promised me wine, dine, and candle lit. He nods confidently and smiles. That I did. Then the two vanished in a cloud of smoke, summoned in reverse. Fang Cove and Kitsune Forest. Shion was astounded by what she saw as the smoke subsided. A cliffside view over an ocean that leads off to the horizon, under a gorgeous sky full of stars and a full moon, was so serene and under control that it served as a mirror to the limitless possibilities. Perfect for a dinner party, the breeze was soft and warm. Their dinner gathering. She turned to face her husband, who at that moment seemed to have nothing but the deepest love and affection for her in his eyes, which shimmered like the sparkling stars above. Naruto was able to speak first because her breath caught. Shion, it has been a few months since our last date. When we left for Natashiko, I promised I would make it up to you. For leaving our responsibilities upon your shoulders. As he went on, Naruto picked up both of her hands and turned to face her, her jewel-like eyes fixed on his sapphire orbs. We both knew that it was unfair on you. Yet, with humility and grace, you sent us off with a smile that we knew we didn't deserve. I already considered myself a lucky man being the one loved by you. Shion was making a great effort to hold back her tears. It was a very difficult day for her to say goodbye to them. Their balance in the house had been upset by Shizuka's unexpected recollection of her. Nor did they have a return date. She was left to take care of the family by herself, not knowing if they would come back. Considering the futures of her two daughters, it was intimidating. As he went on quietly, Naruto's words brought her back to him. Yet, not only do you shower me with more love than anyone could possibly have, but you also gave me a home to always return to. In our 6 years of marriage, my soul has never been so at peace than within your promise. Your smile became my strength, your laugh became my desire, your happiness my will for tomorrow. On the ring he gave her at their wedding, he plants a kiss on her hands. I will always work to show you just how much you mean to me. To us, to the family, I love you Shion, I never want you to ever think otherwise. She lost self-control and rushed into his chest, putting her arms around him. He just grinned and gave her a hug in return. He was pleased that she heeded his advice. After all, those were his actual emotions. He wouldn't be half the man he is today without his family, Shion and Shizuka. However, he was concentrating on Shion at the moment. He had been away from her for nearly a year, so she deserved it. He needed to make up for a lot. A shadow clone in a tuxedo brought out the food and led Shion to the prepared table once she had calmed down enough to speak and gather her thoughts. Her favorite songs were played by another group of clones, and Shion felt like the luckiest woman alive at that point. Her spouse had truly gone all out. His homemade food of her favorite varieties, a band playing her favorite songs, and a view that most likely has never been seen before. Everything was just so. I love you Naruto. With a gentle smile, Naruto took her hand in his and said, and I love you, my light. The hidden leaf. When a friendly face walked in, Choji sat up, his smile half hidden by the sight of his old friend. Ino, you're back, huh? Ino spoke softly as said Kunoichi fell into the seat by the bedside and grinned. Yeah, took a few days but. Speaking softly, she continued as her gaze moved to his missing arm, revealing multiple bite and claw marks on his body beneath his hospital gown. I am sorry, Choji. I wasn't able to convince him. It isn't your fault, Ino. Choji waved his remaining hand at her with a friendly smile. But, Ino started. Choji shrugged and said, it is part of the job, right? Threat of death and everything. I got lucky it was only an arm. Ino listened to her distressed friend without saying anything because therapeutic exercises are a part of her clan training. She extended an offer. Do you hate Naruto for doing this to you? Ending your career like this? Choji sighed cautiously and leaned back, nodding. Partly. Before he added, his big hand swept across his face. We wanted to bring him back. Sure, he was angry at us but too. Choji exhales once, then twice, then fixes his gaze firmly on his friend's eyes. But I also understand why. You do, Ino asks quietly, paying close attention to every word and noting any subtle body language. This time, Choji's smile is sincere. Yeah, he kept saying that he was defending his precious people. We may not know them all, but his son was in that group. Along with his clansmen. If I was in his shoes, I would fight back too. Wouldn't like it but I would. Choji gives her a firm nod and turns to face her. I don't like it, but I can't blame him. I am angry, sure. But I can't hate him. A similar story was unfolding next door as Neji Hyuga and his team were visiting him. Tenten asked, so this is it, no more active service? And Neji nodded before glancing at his stump and confirming before responding. Prosthetic arms do not work with the gentle fist. Lee crossed his arms and scowled. But, your flames of youth. Neji gives me a gentle smile that reaches his eyes and says, do not give me that, Lee. I have already been released from active service, my life as a shinobi of the leaf is over. Tenten snarled at his apparent lack of determination. How can you just be so accepting of this, Neji? Aren't you mad? Naruto took your. Neji interrupts to say, Naruto defended against all of us, whilst still holding back. His teammate with the bunny hair pauses. The Hyuga carried on without incident. If he wanted us dead, we would have. You had heard what the Kyuubi said. His mind had reached its limit, he was forcing himself to fight us. Our persistence was only harming both sides, this. Neji concluded by pointing to his missing arm. Was bound to happen, something had to give way. Should the council continue however? Lee shouted to the heavens, Naruto's flames burn brightly. Neji nods in agreement as he turns to face the green spandex-clad shinobi. Yes, they do. Neji sighed once more while whispering and glancing at the arm. He bested me for the final time. This time. Tenten gave him a blank stare before walking away without saying anything more. As his second teammate yelled and then chased after their obviously agitated teammate, the branch house Hyuga sighed. Neji whispered to himself, eyes shifting to the window. Good luck, Naruto. Tsunade whispered, you know, as she examined Jiraiya's newly reattached right hand. You never did tell me where Naruto was based, nor where he was going. Jiraiya asked. The toad summoner blinked at that from the hospital bed he was lying on. I didn't. As she examines his wrist's nervous system once more, Tsunade murmurs, no. Just that you needed a team to intercept him. Then this all happened. She gives him a quick glance as Jiraiya says, Land of Demon. Tsunade gave a nod. One of the places we never looked. The Gaki apparently saved the priestess there during that whole Morio incident. As she re-examines his chakra network, Tsunade muses, that was him, huh? Shoulda known. Just him or. With a nod from his teammate, Jiraiya asserts, his partner helped, naturally. The two seem to be internationally known as a two-man team. Both S-ranked. If they're nearby, bandits tend to pack up shop. Smugglers too. However, Tsunade came to a realization as a result. Wait, can't we just check the bingo book's black market section? We have her looks, right? If Jiraiya's hands hadn't been fastened, he would have collapsed. Tsunade yells, Shizune. In less than 5 minutes, the book was open. Uzumaki Shizuka. Rank. Leviathan, Jonin. Age range. 20 to 24. Natashiko Demon Kumogakur Sunagakur affiliation. Level of threat. S rank. Names include Blade Vixen, Razor Wind, Lady of the Blade, and Glint. Fang's Sharpshooter. Hunter with emerald eyes. Remarks. Usually, my husband goes with me when we travel. If they are together, run as soon as you see them. Avoid staring. Many men have been castrated by their husbands for doing so. Has used standard kunai and shuriken to deliver confirmed kill shots on moving targets farther than 200 meters. Has been observed in groups with a number of well-known Jinchuriki. Reference. Black Fang Battle. Whoa, Jiraiya remarks, looking almost incredulous at what he was reading and feeling a little uneasy about his earlier thoughts about her. As she reads it, Tsunade remarks, beautiful and dangerous. My kinda of girl. I am proud of the Gaki. After realizing their intent, Shizune had read it on her way back. Jiraiya raises an eyebrow and remarks, she's a Levi, Water's answer to us. In order to commit the text to memory, Tsunade reread it and nodded. So it seems. Prior to turning the next page, after pausing and blinking twice, Tsunade reports. Ah, here is Naruto's entry. Uzumaki Naruto. Rank. Jonin thanks to Kurigakur, Sunagakur, and Kumogar. 20 to 25 years old. Previously affiliated with Leaf. Clan Uzumaki, Kurigakur, Sunagakur, Kumogakur. S rank is the threat level, borderline SS rank. Names. Hero of Fang, Wave, Demon, 8th Swordsman of the Mist, and the mythical 8th Blade of Kiri. Fox of Sunagakur Wind, Hunter Leader, Prank Master King, Demon Kitsune of Marsh, and Scourge of Grass. The youngest Biju, the Demon of the Nine, the Defender of the Moon, and the Savior of Star. Calopan Ridge Demon, Hope's Savior. Everin Blade's Sage. The Serpent of the Seas, Uzumaki Black Blade. Notes. Watch out for the foxy Smick. Avoid making advances toward his spouse. For doing so, he has tracked down and castrated men. Refer to the prior. Don't ogle your wife. Incredibly dangerous if threatened, particularly in the presence of his family, which includes his wife and all other demon containers. Suspected of playing practical jokes on all the elemental nation's daimyos. Extreme stealth skills are suspected, but there is no proof to connect him. Exiled from Leaf and Land of Fire, your best chance of surviving is to hide there if you think he is pursuing you. When Tsunade laughed, she let out a wolf whistle. Well damn. Jiraiya's nervous laugh was accompanied by his former teammates' ferocious smiles. The fact they have a warning for ogling his wife, huh? Tsunade nodded. He's grown so well. With thoughtful nods from the others, Shizune notes, he's affiliated with half the Shinobi world. The black-haired assistant glances from Sanin to Sanin. Isn't that an issue for us? Tsunade confirms with a sigh, possibly. If they find out about our aggressive behavior towards him. This sounds like trouble, so it's fortunate that the majority of the civilian council is still in custody at the moment. They would most likely attempt to initiate the Fourth Shinobi War or something by ordering a hit on Naruto, his wife, or his son. Tsunade went on, well, as soon as I'm done here, I'll officially retract the capture order on Naruto. Tsunade offers as Jiraiya sighs and asks, what about our bingo book? As much as I want to, village rules prevent me from pulling it directly. I need a council vote. If it hadn't reached print, I wouldn't need them, but as citizens of the village have been brought to harm. Shizune muttered, this is most troubling, Lady Tsunade. Both Sani nodded. When the medical genius saw something out of the ordinary, Tsunade whispered, now that is something. She added, drawing the other two's attention to the fact that she was turning between the 2 pages. Neither has a bounty. Shikamaru extinguished his smoke, giving his companions time to comprehend the story he had just told them about the battle in which they barely survived thanks to the kitsune. He needed the others to fully understand this because he was not deluded by it. Kiba started by slamming his fist into the table and letting out a growl. Damn. Shikamaru gave a firm nod, but said nothing since Hinata was the next to respond. To think, he is already married. Nobody noticed or was taken aback by her sudden transformation. Breaking the tense silence, Shino acknowledged his former classmate's accomplishment. Leading an international task force against an international threat. Impressive. The recently arrived Tenten said, he's still named Neji. She went on, dropping into the barbecue bar table. Your teammate Choji too. Shikamaru responded angrily, sighing and muttering about annoying orders and even more annoying blondes. I know and it's all so troublesome. Lee had joined them with his teammate, Shikamaru, and his dejected expression swept over the group. From what we were told, Naruto was holding back for old time's sake, and you know that to Tenten. The flicker of fear in those women's eyes told Naru what he needed to know, even though they didn't react outwardly. With tears in her eyes, Shikamaru spoke once more. With that in mind, the fact that we made it back at all isn't something to be overlooked so carelessly. Shikamaru declares firmly. The Nara heir couldn't stress the next words enough with the gaze of the veteran he was, but he tried. If we confront him again in any manner lower than cordial, and threaten him, or his family, our former ties will not be enough to save us. He will kill us. Those were final, heavy words. No one attempted to refute the statement, but gulps were made. Slap. Before the picture casually caught their attention, everyone's eyes were fixed on the bingo book spread out on a page, slapped down in front of them. With one hand on her hip and the other holding the book open, Ino arrived and said, Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya figured out that we hadn't checked yet. This should be enlightening. Quiet. Cloud hidden. B walked into his brother's office, and Mabui, the receptionist, didn't even try to stop him. He took notes while walking while flipping through the most recent version of the bingo book from the Leaf. Yo Brutha, we need to. I roared, B, and seized the ape-tailed Jinchuriki in his iron claws. Why did you leave again without permission? Huh. B just flipped the book over, and his brother quickly glanced at it before removing the claw despite the cracking of his shades. I flipped through the book and read it. A Leaf bingo book, huh. Retrieve on site. Killed 4 Jonin, 6 Chunin. The last note said, traveling with son that must be retrieved. The Rakage snarled. While his brother continues to ponder while resting a hand on his desk, B raps, seems the Leaf is moving funny, things are no longer so sunny. This entry makes it obvious. Lifting the book and looking at it. The Leaf has recently attacked Naruto at least once. If he had been by himself, they would not have noticed him, and the deaths would not have occurred. I must have been protecting his son, who appears to be traveling with him, because he knew that the boy's cunning abilities could get him into the depths of the shinobi world and out without warning. Where are his daughter and wife? There must be a problem. B. Go get Yugito. I have an assignment for her, he growled. Yugito Ni, who had just returned from another mission, entered and said, no need, Rakage-sama. Though, I did just get back from. A flying bingo book caught her retort and flipped to the designated page. I'll resupply my stuff and head off. With a stern expression and folded arms, I asks, just one question. Based on that, it is clear our Jonin is only traveling with his son. Where is his wife and daughter? Yugito hesitated, remembering her previous conversation with Shizuka. Best guess, Natashiko. They did say there was a chance this could happen. They have plans in place though. The Cage raised an eyebrow and asked, plans? Anything that included us that I should know? Yugito responded by shaking her head. No, you would have been told beforehand if that was the case. I grunted and nodded at that before answering. Very well, whenever you run into him, remind him that he is still one of our Jonin. If needed a hand with the Leaf. After grinning, the two-tailed container bowed and departed, saying, I'll pass the word on. Hey kitten, if we leave soon, we can reach Demon in time for the festivities, right? said her passenger as she arrived at the door. The kunoichi paused as if time had been stopped by that. Actually, do you mind if I take my squad? She asked, her eyes brightening as she turned on the balls of her feet. I raised an eyebrow at this, saying, it's a simple welfare check, Yugito. It doesn't require that level of firepower. Knowing that, the kunoichi nods, but she had a thought and hoped it would change people's minds without revealing her true motivation. True, however, as my target is likely back at his home, or soon to be, I suspect he will be teaching again. It would be a good time to persuade a new generation of sword users. No. I gave it some thought. It's true that Kumo's demon ninja program lags far behind. They are only known by the cages, bijou containers, a few trusted jonin, and a few chunin, but they have shown themselves to be dependable when asked for assistance or as a straightforward safe haven for cautious shinobi. At a reduced cost because Naruto, along with Mist and Suna, is registered as a Kumo jonin. The first one of his kind. A gesture of good faith like this couldn't go wrong. I smiled and said, very well. You can take the squirts. Show my speed rival that Kumo has not forgotten him. That he should hurry and visit. I haven't had a good workout since his last visit. Yugito kept up her professional exterior while grinning like a cat that caught the canary, which naturally delighted her partner. I will let him know. I will be sure to get the reports of his engagements for our records too. After receiving a nod from her cage, she proceeded to leave. During the Demon's Festival of Founding, she had to gather her team and throw a party. It would be a lot of fun. The Hidden Leaf. At last, the council has convened. Despite many delays, the entire assembly had finally arrived and was waiting to hear the most recent information directly from the horse's mouth. Since it is well known that the Hokage herself had personally deployed to a battle, there are many rumors circulating. That is never the case. The door opens, and the entire room becomes as quiet as a crypt. Tsunade took her seat without a word. All of the clans in the Leaf were represented at these full assemblies, which was necessary given the potential mess they might have caused. Tsunade starts by inhaling deeply. Now then, in recent times the deployment of a cage to an engagement only happens in dire situations, so I understand why you are eager to find out why it is that I used the 4th Protection Platoon to do so. Tsunade continued after noticing the few nods and the gravity of the others. During our last retrieval attempt of the banished genin, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and a fight broke out. The name caused many people's eyes to widen. Since it appeared that the world outside the Land of Fire already knew about it, there was no reason to keep it a secret any longer. Tsunade persisted, maintaining her composure. Our side consisted of elite Jonins Jiraiya, Kakashi Hatake, and Yugao Azuki. Jonins Shikamaru Nara and Neji Hyuga. Chunins Rock Lee, Sakura Haruna, Tenten Higurashi. They also later received support from the captured Ino Yamanaka, who has since been returned to active duty. She was surprised that no one interrupted, but she kept it to herself. Tsunade went on. Opposing them was one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He engaged all of them head-on after they tracked him down in the Land of Forests, a clearing close to the border with the Land of Marsh. By the end of the fight, every single person on our side was injured and no longer capable of combat. He however was still very much combat capable. There were many murmurs and gasps, but Tsunade was unsurprised. It would be a tremendous accomplishment for Kakashi to take on Jiraiya alone. However, having both at the same time was unprecedented. Although most people are unaware of Yugao Azuki's name, her elite Jonin rank indicates that she was at least as good as Kakashi. Thus, the apparent son of their 4th Hokage defeated 3 of their strongest and their supporters. One Iwakiri Yoshiki asked, is that why you, yourself deployed Lady Hokage? To battle against your predecessor's kin, head of the Shinobi Clan Council, which was recently formed by civilians? In part, yes, Tsunade answers, then furrows her brow. She went on, but let me make this perfectly clear to you all, as this is required for this briefing. Her stern expression indicated that the next part was crucial and should not be understated, and many gulps were taken. Tsunade's eyes were as steely as ever, and her words were equally firm. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the legitimate son of Kushina Uzumaki, wife of Minato Namikaze, our 4th Hokage. This is fact. The paperwork is legitimate, blood work on file, sworn testimonial statements from 2 other Hokages and elite Jonins alike. Skirting around this truth is foolhardy and I will not stand for it. This council banished the son of its supposed hero and it is far too late to rebuild that bridge. But, Lady Hokage, if we had known, In place of his head, Shikaku responded, there was a reason why it was kept secret to all those but the highest echelons. Think about what Iwa would have done. Recall what Kuma once tried with his mother and the Hyuga. As it moves around the room, the Nara clan's head eyes get sharper, and finally he added. Now, due to our attempts to recover him, we may have inadvertently called upon a war where we stand alone. Inoichi, whose face is as hardened as Chosa's, says, this council may have just doom us all. Chosa simply nods in agreement. A civilian in the front row raised his hand and asked, how? Tsunade stated quickly, I was getting to that. As she started, all eyes were on her. After my arrival, we were confronted directly by the Kyuubi herself. She gasped once more, but her hand was raised, and the Hokage's severe glare prevented her from screaming so she could explain. Yes, during Naruto's travels he had freed her, but she has instead chosen to remain at his side as his personal summon. So as long he lives, the Kyuubi will not return to finish us. As she offers, Tsunade pauses and smiles, more like a death head grin. Unless of course, he orders her to. Nervousness is at an all-time high as she looks over them, causing many gulps. Some were figuring out their own answers. But Tsunade persisted, she also gave us a lot of information of his activities 6 years ago. We suspect that time was the height of his shinobi career. Now however, he is more of a family man now who happens to do shinobi stuff on the side. At least the shinobi fathers who are friendly with the boy laugh a little at that. With a sly smile, Tsunade said something brief. We know he has at least 2 kids, a daughter and son. Their mother is also an S-rank kunoichi who also has ties with the tailed beasts. She is not a container herself though. Just that they all see her as a member of the family. Family. Tsunade looked over her counsel and said firmly, yes. Her voice stiffened as she wanted to make sure that the next part was taken equally seriously. The tailed beasts all consider themselves as siblings. Now more than ever, by association, they're containers to that they are on good terms with are also a part of said family. As such, any attack on one will be attack on them all. Tsunade observed that the amount of tension and perspiration increased at that point and continued. We managed to confirm that. It also led to the destruction of the S-class criminal organization by the name of Akatsuki, made of 12 S-class shinobi. An allied strike force made up of shinobi from Suna, Kiri, Kumo, Iwa, Smoke, and Star led by the demon Natashiko alliance, attacked and leveled half of the Hidden Rain. Quiet. This was the anticipated response to Tsunade's announcement. This was the first time they had heard of a joint alliance of 4 of the 5 great nations against the village that borders their land of fire and is hidden in the rain. With a raised hand, Shikaku drew her honey-brown eyes to him, which danced with laughter at the agitated expression on the typically distant clan leader's face. He asked in a tremulous voice, take that back a second, Lady Hokage. Shikaku's rattled mind came up with the most obvious, logical question when he saw his leader's nod. Are you serious? With her arms supporting the action and her palms flat against the desk, Tsunade responded in a rather carefree, even flippant, manner, pushing herself back into her seat. Biju cannot lie, although, as your son pointed out to her, it doesn't mean they are telling the truth either. Thus, Jiraiya is currently out double-checking his sources for verification of the long list of claims made by the 9 Tails. Tsunade went on, to make sure they were listening, she looks back over the entire room. This however does pose a problem that the other nations have been actively protecting him. If they learn of our aggressive behavior towards him. She continues, noting that the tension rises to previously unheard of heights and that the situation is now gradually becoming apparent to everyone in the hall. The silence lasts for a good 5 minutes as they all process this. Undiscovered mist. As she gets ready to travel to Demon Country for the founding festival, Materumi seals away another set of her gowns in the cage tower and residence of the Water Shadow. She was traveling on behalf of her village and country, but more significantly, she was showing her support for a close friend who was a former housemate and subordinate who was now a war hero. Mei spins around, humming to herself, smirks, and reaches for her waist as she sees her reflection in the mirror. Mei whispers to herself as she strikes pose after pose, examining both herself and the legendary figure. Man, I am so going to catch so many eyes. A knock on her door interrupted her moment of self-praise. Mei looked over, blowing a few stray auburn hairs away from her emerald eyes, and called out. Enter. Lady Mizukage, he went on. A random chunin appears before the auburn-haired beauty, handing over a bingo book. A leaf bingo book. I was told by Io that you'd want to see the page indicated. May commanded, thank you. Dismissed. The man gave a salute, nodded, and then withdrew in a body flicker of water. Before she frowns, she takes to the page and reads it through. May's voice was barely audible above a whisper. I see. This is a problem. I should bring this up with him when I see him. May's face and tone darkened as the hard emerald eyes met in the mirror, and the sound of the book slamming shut echoed off the walls. Though, if they've hurt him. Demon's Land. When Naruto looks up from his work, he sees his wife standing in the now open doorway. Hun, he murmurs, his expression questioning as she smiles. Stewed in, Shion said. Wanted to say how things were going. With the festive season coming up and everything. Speaking rather dryly, Naruto shuffles through the innumerable permits and piles of paperwork, his gaze shifting to the next piece of parchment as he says, well, things are things. His wife laughed when her husband made that rather uninformative remark. Shion smiled broadly and gave a firm, wise nod in response. I see. They are indeed things, as you put it. Naruto mumbled as he sighed and looked back into her eyes. I have been working to catch up with things again. Naruto put the papers down and leaned back in his chair, letting out another sigh as he went on, his tone slightly elevated. Thankfully, Uchiha is covering me training the cadets, which he apparently a natural at, if my clone's reports are accurate. At that, Shion grinned. Hotaru is fortunate, and Uchiha is a good man, but she still needs to overcome the Wanderer's coldness. She was thinking about the former Miss Shinobi when Naruto interrupted her. Still, I am behind where I want to be. I've been running parallel with clones to catch up. Shion reports, walks around the desk, sits at her husband's side, and gets a look from him. Very well, I shall aid you for now then. What about? Asks Naruto. Naruto sighs and nods slowly before they begin, but Shion interrupts her husband, saying, I gave the kids a pop quiz earlier. They have the rest of the week off. No doubt they are all with the cadets right now, clearing the backlog because it was obvious that this festival was shaping up to be the liveliest in recent memory. The Hidden Leaf. Is there anything else that requires our attention? Tsunade asks, clearing her throat to get the assembly's attention. Tsunade inquired as Hiashi and Choza both raised their hands, causing the Senju to raise an eyebrow. Has it already been covered? Tsunade gestures from one to the other as both men report, no. She sighs. Akamaiki then Hyuga. Thank you, Choza says with a smile as he stands up, and Hiashi lets the bigger man speak by lowering his hand. With all this talk about relationships of ours, or lack thereof, I feel it best that you know that my clan had come across information from our suppliers that may prove useful. At that, Tsunade became alert and inquired. What kind of information? As the Hokage's frame brightens, Choza smiles softly and laughs. Well, when you mentioned Land of Demon, Choza says, taking several gulps that were heard but not acknowledged. It reminded that they are having a founding festival coming up very soon. Perhaps we could offer an olive branch of sorts. It was a long time before anyone spoke. Tsunade was taken aback that this hadn't been raised sooner. This had escaped the notice of any of their intelligence. However, if a founding festival is held every year, it is hardly newsworthy. It's in a small country, too. Choza is correct. An olive branch offering would be ideal in this situation. The other countries will undoubtedly be present as well, so they will be treading water in this situation. Tsunade responded with a nod, accepting the offer. I agree. That is most useful and we will have to take action on it. Do you have any plans already? Choza nodded and picked up a few papers from the desk to read. A few within my clan were planning on setting up a stand. With no official ties to the nation, thus no treaties, we need to run it by this council first for clearance and perhaps an issued mission for escort. Tsunade gives a firm command while thinking about her own reply, prepare your clan's stall. I will dispatch the request after the meeting. Choza took his seat again and nodded. Tsunade asks, then she turned to look at Hiashi. Hiashi, what do you wish to bring forward? Hiashi stands up quickly and gives the Hokage a formal, an interesting look. Yes, well, it was in a similar manner that the Akamichi clan has covered. Our traders had heard of the founding festival and I had intended to allow several of my clansmen to head to join the festivities. Tsunade acknowledged with a nod. Oh no, what on earth is Jiraiya doing these days? Oh, yes. Busy attempting to apprehend Naruto. She ought to advise him to divert his attention. But not Demon. They must leave that country alone until they have a better understanding of the situation. Breaking Tsunade out of her reverie, Shikaku says, troublesome. The head of the Nara clan stands and remarks, Lady Hokage, it is clear that we have much to make up for. So, I propose an official apology and delegations to be sent to this festival. To cover all bases, this may be our one and only chance to prevent a war. We cannot mess this up. Tsunade pondered for a full minute before nodding and saying, very well, though, as they asked beforehand, I will permit both Akamiki and Hyuga clans separately. The heads of both clans nodded in agreement, and Tsunade said as she walked back into the room. As for everyone else, no more than 20 places for our official delegation. We will convene back in a week. Hopefully, a response to our missive will be returned by then. The Hyuga compound. Hiyashi reported that a knock had warned him of the arrival of his anticipated guests. Come in. His two daughters moved to sit in front of him with the same grace as before, giving Hiyashi the opportunity to speak. Daughters, as you are no doubt aware of recent events, I will skip them for expedience. When they nodded, he went on. This new alliance of nations seemed centered around the land of Demon. A smaller nation, previously of little consequence. With all the formality of the princess she is portrayed as, Hanabi said, Father. Where is this land of Demon? I have not covered it in my studies yet it seems. Hiyashi nodded and explained, it is on the second continent. Roughly only a quarter the size of Fire Country in size. Considered a minor nation ruled by a priestess in place of a daimyo. The youngest Hyuga in the room, Hanabi, trailed off with a complicated expression, that is rather. With a blank expression on his face, Hiyashi firmly met his daughter's gaze. Yes, well, if rumors are to be believed. The shrine maidens in question are rumored to hold precognitive abilities and have been tasked with the sealing of a certain entity. Though, the last time was over 7 years ago now. For the first time, Hinata raised her voice and attracted the man's attention, saying, this land of Demon, Father. What is the clan's desire for it? I assumed you called us here for more than pleasantries. Hiyashi responded quickly, so it's unlikely that he was taken aback by his eldest's audacity. The Hokage is planning a diplomatic overture FOMR the Leaf in an attempt to dissuade the possibility of war. As we, the Hyuga, and the Akamichi had asked to do so independently before the general notion was passed, we have been granted an independent delegation to attend the founding festival they re-hosting. I want you both to prepare your best dress. We must sway the leadership of this land to our advantage. Yes, Father, they both reply, and he nods as he observes his oldest's flawless posture, tone, and severe expression. He had no idea where this came from, but he hoped she would keep this attitude throughout their clan mission. Hiyashi gave a single nod. Dismissed. After 3 days, Demon's Land, Shion and Naruto examined the 4 documents on the desk in front of them. Permit requests from the Land of Fire are included in 2 of the documents, but they are not particularly noteworthy. However, their reluctance stems from the other 2 papers, which are somewhat problematic. Naruto looks to his better half, his wife. So, thoughts? Well, said the blonde in question, her face tight, I'm not totally sure. Naruto also nodded. They couldn't just refuse without a very good reason because of the Hidden Leaf diplomatic seal. They could ignore this with little repercussion because they had a few, and more than a few, favors, but it might lead to more tension than he felt comfortable allowing against them. How about we wait until we have a more comprehensive understanding of the attendance? With a worried expression, Shion turns to face her husband and says, but hun, I think it is in rather bad taste to just. Kurama said, it'll be fine, Ototo, as she abruptly appeared behind him. The woman's unexpected appearance did not surprise either of the other 2. Will it? Naruto questioned as he studied the documents. I have received word that Matabi, her container, and the 3 squirts are heading over. Ah, Naruto nodded, understanding the reasoning behind that. However, his wife sighed, as long as Omoi and Karui keep their fights beyond the temple grounds, which caused the other 2 to laugh. Though, I suspect she either did not remind B, or said man was grounded after his last stunt. Naruto continued to laugh, already relaxing, the former, from what Mata told me. Utakata is here too, Naruto said, nodding without much hesitation. Is she coming? Shion whispered, drawing the attention of the vixen and both of her husbands. Kurama sighs tightly and turns away from the window, saying, most likely. Shion, Naruto said quietly, lifting her quivering hands and making those delicate jewels stare into those deep blues. It's going to be all right. Yugito knows better than anyone that you and I expect them to behave themselves. I'm afraid she'll prevent her from drinking like she did the last time. Shion started to say, but Naruto kissed her ring finger, making his wife's cheeks flush once more. The smile returned. Trust in us. Shizuka may not be here to be the sword, but I, as your shield, will never allow any harm to cross the temple grounds. Shion could see the unwavering steel in the hard blue eyes that locked with hers despite the smile. She gave her husband a tentative smile, but her love and faith in him were unwavering. Okay, though, this still brings up why this noble Hyuga clan is not joining in with the Hidden Leaf delegation. There is nothing about them that could be classed as nobility, Kurama snorted, folding her arms under her own version of Naruto's current casual attire, which consisted of a light gray shirt the size of her container, held up by her lucken bust, and baggy black pants held up by belts or chakra. Naruto didn't know how or give it much thought. Naruto gave a nod. They are uptight, arrogant, and have a holier-than-thou attitude that surpasses that of the Uchiha clan at times. Shion breathes a sigh of relief. Then, why are they? Kurama narrowed her eyes and said, they may have found out about our alliance against those who sought the resurrection of the God Tree. Shion scowled at that, but Kurama averted her gaze, which is how Naruto deduced their strategy. You told them, right? He asked. You would be mad if I killed them. So, I had little choice but to enlighten them, that granddaughter too. Her inability to look back at either of them was evident in her silence. Granddaughter, Naruto whispered, attempting to understand Kurama's precise meaning. Tsunade, said the granddaughter of this vixen. She showed up when the Skulk Hunter pack had found them, Kurama finally realized. Ototo, I am sorry, I know you didn't want to fight them anymore. You've buried them in the past, I get that, I do, even I have things. Naruto sighed and said, I am not mad, as he finally looked away from the vixen. Shion nodded and said, I just wish you would have told me sooner. Now, them reaching out like this. They don't want to start a war. A war against them for being so aggressive in their pursuit of me, Naruto said, nodding in agreement with his wife's assessment. A new voice said, Are this, as Fu emerged in the doorway with a book that Kurama and Naruto recognized at first glance, a Hidden Leaf bingo book. The woman with the mint hair walked solemnly into the office and handed it to her brother. Yeah, she said, I came as soon as I could, though it took me a while to find the battle site. Kurama smiled, pleased that they had pushed those cocky little gremlins around like the annoyances they were. Is it still glass? He asked. Yeah, Fu replied, removing a gem that resembled amber. He threw it to the vixen, who caught it and examined it, saying, found this at the site. Is that right? Naruto asked sharply, sounding coolly angry at the note about his son's recovery that was placed beneath his entry. Naturally, he was aware that it was their plan, but seeing it in writing just made him angry. Shion says, this is dangerous, after reading the entry over her husband's shoulder. What if they find out about Sake and Moroku? Fu says, that's why I came here, with his arms folded and his eyes as sharp as diamonds. My nieces and nephew are precious to us, to me. I will protect you and them against anyone. This is interesting, Kurama said, displaying the crystal-like object. It's like solidified nature condensed and heated. Rather remarkable, he said, turning to face their household hunter scout. Fu girl, how many of these were there? I collected them all, Fu declares, removing a scroll. Chomei told me so, knowing you'd probably want them. That one was the largest piece though. Kurama acknowledges her younger sister's foresight and says, good. These could be a bit of a problem if non-family members discovered them, nodding. Naruto interrupts to return the focus to the current issue, saying, as curious as I am, this entry in the Leaf bingo book has the council and the elders, or more accurately, root all over it. Kurama nods and puts the gem in her pocket before heading to the desk. I agree, she says. Naruto's raised eyebrows encourage her to go on, and her foxy grin widens as she says, I suggest banning the elders from attending due to health concerns. After all, their Hokage will no doubt be busy with talks and thus won't be able to tend to them. As Naruto picked up, she smiled even more. With the increased traffic, our clinics will be at capacity, she added. With no elders coming, Fu girl can identify any hidden Anbu and take them out before they even get to our front gate. Naruto nods as he begins to put the security plans together. Our demon shinobi can focus on general security from the shadows, samurai in the open, and no doubt Yugito will want to spend time with the girls, they will be safe, he says. Utakata will be at the festival with his girlfriend, Shion adds, drawing a chuckle from the other 2 containers. Did Kotoru finally break his bubbles? Fu asked, smiling, to which Naruto replied, she's almost there, I may have just poked him in the right direction though. Oh, Shion raised his eyebrows. He mentioned he was low on Ryo. Naruto started, but Shion shot him a glare. You did not give it to him again, did you? Shion asked. Although Utakata is somewhat too ambivalent to consider earning money to reimburse their brother, who was now receiving reprimands from his wife for assisting them, Fu avoided her eyes. She, like many members of their family, frequently borrow permanently from their elder brother at some point, and she consistently forgot to repay hers until recently. Kurama was also guilty of not repaying the money she occasionally used. Her container always waved it off, but she knew that Shion would become upset each time he lent money to their family. Despite this, he has never turned any of them away and is always happy to help in any way he can, which is what she loved most about him. Naruto patiently waited for his wife to finish venting her frustrations, which were disguised as anger at him possibly lending money to the others. When she paused to catch her breath, he spoke in his softest voice, Shion-chan, and the honorific caught her attention. Naruto doesn't often use honorifics, so when he does, remind me again, what is Utakata doing with his days here? With a pause, Shion said, he's teaching at, I see. While Fu was using all of her stealth skills and abilities to avoid being pulled into another lecture on teaching a team from the cadets, Naruto nods in suspicion, saying, it's fine, Shion, I know how worried and nervous you are about me bringing my past home like this. Sorry, it slipped my mind with all this danger and threat from the leaf. And you, Fu, don't have to worry, he says after taking a deep breath. Please stop so severely suppressing your chakra, I won't make you take a team or anything. Sorry, nervous habit. Naruto waved her away as Fu laughed uneasily and let go of her presence. It's okay, he said. However, Naruto turned to face the vixen and asked, do you know if Son Goku or Kokuo will be coming? I have a suspicion that elderly Roshi wants to spend as much time as possible with Kuretsuchi. Kurama says, I will ask, nodding in response to his request. Shion looks at him and says, you don't intend to hold another drinking competition. Since the nation remained dry for a full month after the incident, the council was not impressed. The last festival the Iwa duo attended was 2 years ago, and Yugito, Fu, Gaara, and Utakata were also present. Within 3 hours, they were all inebriated and on the verge of dying from alcohol poisoning. Demon's alcohol reserves were nearly depleted for a month, at which point support convoys from Lightning, Wind, and Earth started to arrive. Naruto laughed nervously, and Fu joined in since both were guilty in this instance. Well, it's unlikely that things will get that bad again. B and I won't be attending. Since they were the ones who started the previous one, Naruto attempted to reason, but the expression remained fixed. Fu, as on security on the twins, I will undoubtedly be in talks, and Kurama will be overwatching the event, Naruto said. If any troublemakers appear, Utakata will be on the lookout for them and able to isolate them. Shion girl, Matabi will also be present. Kurama responds, we are covered, acknowledging her worries and attempting to assist her in charging out. This seemed to work because few, if any, could withstand one Jinchuriki, much less 5. Okay, Shion sighs and returns to her seat. Then, I will accept these requests with stipulations of no elders, or non-identifiable persons, due to medical concerns. Naruto notifies, and the room nods. The Sky Land. The criminal underworld is present here if you know where to look, as Jiraiya was trying to find out. He checked in with his local informants, but none dared to say a word to him, obviously spooked by something, so he has dug deeper. Helioport was a busy port that was frequently used by Land of Lightning traders as the quickest way to sell to neutral merchants or to those who serve those beyond the trade embargoes their native land may have against another. Unfortunately for him, his notoriety is turning out to be a hindrance because everyone is staring at him with barely concealed hostility. As he enters another brothel in the hopes of gaining some insight and perhaps relieving himself of some of his burdens, he sees a stunning woman with hazel hair, light caramel skin, and an hourglass figure that makes you want to just hold her. She is sitting on a desk with perfectly thick thighs crossed over as she talks with a worker. When her equally brown eyes meet the black-toed sage's, a soft smile turns seductive. He swallowed hard, and his body appeared to move automatically when she made a seductive finger gesture to approach him. My, what a strong-looking man we have here. What's going on? Do you need a load off? Jiraiya's voice was soft and comforting, but all he wanted to do was pick her up. Gela-chan, but that's no fair. The brunette the woman had been speaking to earlier pouted. She was also a lovely little lady with flawless, creamy skin, innocent-looking gray eyes, and a face so adorable that you would want to shield her. Now, my young lady, I feel that this hunk is a bit too much for you to handle, Gela said, maintaining eye contact with the Leaf Jonin, who was not trying to conceal the fact that he was scrutinizing her. Even Jiraiya could concede that this one wasn't a no, but it was obviously overshadowed by the goddess grinning at him right now. You say that, but you aren't even supposed to be working today. The girl huffed, folded her arms under her smaller bust, her charm on full display. Well, that can be adjusted, no. Surely a man of this caliber could use my unique skill set, she said with a lustful smile. This will be a wonderful endeavor, but it was not to be as another woman approached from the back and said, Ah, Gela, I thought I told you. The woman, who wasn't bad in a girl next door kind of way, paused with a raised eyebrow and said, You are not working today. We barely had a conversation about this 10 minutes ago. Sorry, boss, Gela says, looking at the hostess. It wouldn't hurt to look at a new possible customer right now, would it? Oh, I am sure my dearest husband will be most pleased with knowing you are willingly disregarding the rules set for the safety of you all, the brunette said with a raised eyebrow and a sparkle in her gray eyes. Gela froze. Her boss was correct. Her husband was code for Lord Naruto, and he would undoubtedly not be pleased that she was disobeying the rules that he and his wives had established for them. The network was governed by these rules, and those who disobeyed them were punished. It would be detrimental to her, particularly since he had personally advised her not to put her cell in danger given their current circumstances. Hello, mistress, Gela nods and sighs. The hostess nods and puts her hands on her hips, saying, I will head home for tonight. You are off for the remainder of the week. She pales a little as the tanned Secret Service kunoichi's eyes narrow and she says, I promise, I promise. If I find out, you disobey my words again, please don't tell your husband. As the blue-balled Jiraiya watched the knockout pass him by, she said, then pointing to the door, I'll handle this client. Gela somehow looked incredibly sexy as she did so. Sorry, hunky, if you come back in a week, I'll rock your world then, she said as she left the desk. The jiggle of that ass was the stuff of legends whispered by the gods to entice the men of his persuasion on journeys to unknown lands. So, the hostess said, snapping the man's body but not his thoughts, how can Lacey's Corner help you today, mister? With his significantly diminished mental capacity at the moment, the Toad Sage was finding it difficult to describe his mental state, despite the voice's velvety and disarming quality and obvious hint of lust. The Land of Fire, the Inuzuka clan. When Kiba heard a knock on the door, he looked up to see his mother looking at him worriedly and saying, Pup, need a word. The Inuzuka heir apparent raised an eyebrow, but Kiba simply indicated that he should follow, and they returned to the house dinner table to find the elder clan members all there, their faces solemn, saying, All right, listen up pups. Soom started to stand at the head of the table, arms crossed, saying, By now, I am sure you have all been sniffing around to find the truth of the rumors flying about. Many people nod in agreement, with one even coming forward as Tishiro. Lady Soom, she said, nodding at him, aware that Tishiro was one of their best hunter nin. I haven't been back long, but that's about the banished genin, isn't it? Yes, Soom nods, not understanding his point of view. Well, have any of you looked at his bingo book entry? The man asks and all those in the Hunter Corp raise their hands, which surprised the clan head. Not that she showed it, but what she didn't expect was Kiba to raise his, Can I get a copy? The head of the clan extended his hand. Soom's plans changed quickly, and she sighed as she looked up from the page. I see, she said. Lady Hokage is preparing an olive branch of friendship with the Land of Demon, where the head of the four-nation alliance seemed to reside, the pack said firmly, looking to their leader. This is indeed a problem, so I will share with you what we are planning. She went on, unfortunately, it is the form of a founding day festival, and as we had no prior knowledge of the fact, we will be competing for a spot among the delegation. Many tensed at that, and she didn't blame them. This was a significant opportunity for any clan that can get even a minor deal with this seemingly insignificant nation. No one objected or asked why. When Soom says, as such, we are going to have to be on our best behavior, we will be putting our all into our appeal for our inclusion as the Hyuga and Akamichi have their own we should be the next best choice, Her daughter raises her hand and asks, why are they allowed independence in this? Of course. They are the ones who provided us with this information, and their requests were made prior to the general order being discussed. So, let me make this clear, Sum says, glaring at her pack after shrugging. We are not to cross either of those clans mentioned. I want swiftness of action with no fluff and no pandering to one's ego. We're a group. We have to get a place on the delegation and get in touch with the national hero of our clan. They all say, yes ma'am. She nods and says, I suspect that, based on the reports, Naruto is potentially very high up, if not at the top. Kiba then raises his hand and, when his mother nods, he starts to share the story he received from Shikamaru. Well, I spoke with Shikamaru a few days ago, and he told us the story of his encounter with Kyuubi. The room tensed once more, and Kiba pretended not to notice as he gazed at his mother, who nodded and said, as he was on that last mission to recover Naruto, he met her face to face as she explained what my classmate had been up to. Another clansman yelled, "Hole up," but soon smirked as she led the females. Kyuubi's female. Yeah, apparently, Kiba shrugged, still too preoccupied to give a damn, remembering the specifics of the explanation and missing the triumphant grins on the female clan members. Long story short, Naruto is more than likely this alliance leader as he led an international team against the enemy that threatened his pack, he said, finally raising his head to meet his mother's gaze. He is a strong and capable alpha, Mom. We must be extremely vigilant. Runt, what's wrong with you? His sister, Hannah, prodded with a strange look, you scared? He has never been the most humble of the clan to acknowledge such a thing. Kinda, Kiba nods casually, much to the surprise of the entire clan. Think about it, he continues, unfazed by the looks, he led a pack of members who traditionally hated each other into an enemy stronghold and slaughtered them to the last man. I still see him as a friend. I don't know if I could set aside my feelings and fight with all my might against him, he said, looking down at his clawed hands. Then, when our group confronted him, he summoned his skulk and they literally tore through ours with little hesitation. I highly doubt he was fighting for the sake of it, Sum said sharply, her eyes fixed on her troubled son, but her tone was one of address to the entire pack. That is what makes him a strong alpha. Neither Lord Jiraiya nor the Hokage are foolish. They wanted him to submit instead of fight, so they sent his old pack. She turned back to her son and said, your fear is understandable but unwarranted. He fought to protect his new pack, his pups, and locked away his own feelings on the matter. He only perceives us as a threat, he doesn't hate us. The clan laughed at that, Kiba included. So, keep the pups in line, get the pack cleaned up and, she looks around at the females, go take a cold shower, or two, causing most to blush, get gone. She laughs softly at that. I swear if I didn't know his parents, I would think he grew up among us. The Yamanaka clan. In an effort to compile a mental analysis of Naruto, his daughter had finally given him a briefing on her time inside his head. Inoichi sat across from her. A beach. Recalling what she saw, Ino responds, yeah, white sand and like a small cove with large waves beyond it. The water. She said, the water was a clean blue, could see the bottom, but as I said beyond the cove was rough seas. He nodded. The sky. Sun was out but it didn't feel warm, but the sand was. His awareness. Inoichi asks, glancing up from his notepad, and was moderately surprised when his daughter sighed, never found it. Have you never found it? He was confused. She had spent several days within his head, and she never found his consciousness. You spent. She looks dead in his eyes for the next few words. I know but, Dad, his mental defenses are far higher than anyone I know. On purpose, he opened the door for me and locked me inside the house he had erected there. Yes, the Kyuubi occasionally appeared, but only to watch over me while he slept. Her father started, I thought, but she interrupted him, shaking her head, saying, the Kyuubi is like a guard dog for a bank or something. It's nice to have, but the bank also has defenses. So, he's a stable and secure person. I'm not sure. Though I was censored whenever anything of importance came up, I was locked up and occasionally could see what he was up to when Kyuubi was around. Ino reported, so we didn't learn anything. He has 4 children from 2 wives, and he takes into account all the other Jinchuriki brothers and sisters. Inoichi sighed, but was still taken aback when she smiled. The child regarded them all as uncles and aunts. I couldn't get their names as he never spoke them in his thoughts, but at the time he was. Inoichi wrote furiously as he listened to his daughter recite whatever she managed to catch. Her face fell at this point, attracting her father's attention even more when she began to cry. Quote. I said he was a safe earlier, that is true, but inside is broken-hearted mess that I fear he was planning something reckless. She looked up at her father and said, he had all the signs, Dad. Yes, they were elderly, but there were also indications that they had given up. They were present. After reflecting on my experience, I observed them in order. It's okay, Ino-chan. Inoichi sighed, a side effect of spending so much time in the mind of others being the jumbling of feelings from the target filtering into the intruder. His daughter was undoubtedly experiencing whatever she could grab, which sounds like whatever Naruto no longer deemed important enough to hide from her. How is it all right? Breathe and remember, Ino Yamanaka, that you were experiencing the feelings of Naruto Uzumaki, she said, nearly screaming as she pushed him out of his seat and placed his hands on either side of her face, forcing their eyes to meet. Not yours, she says, dissecting her father's remarks for a moment as she remembers the negative consequences of spending a lot of time in other people's minds. He was correct, but it didn't make this feel any better. From what you've said, it seems that at some point in the past, he tried to die but was more than likely saved from that mindset by someone else, she says, taking deep breaths to calm her nerves and gradually recomposing herself as he returns to the table and picks up his notes book. Yeah, Ino said, nodding and sniffling still. You were able to grab only those thoughts and feelings because he no longer considered them to be important. Probably a trap of some sort, remarks Inoichi casually. Likely, Ino replies, I feel pretty lousy right now. No doubt, her father laughed, but based on what we now know, Shizuka Uzumaki, his wife, most likely saved him. For that, he will be fiercely devoted to her. This makes it extremely unfortunate for the majority of Konoha's clans to attempt to bind him to them in that way. Ino firmly warned, Dad, I doubt his kids are better targets either. Fortunately, her father nodded in agreement. I wouldn't dream of it. Inoichi laughed at her worry. But no doubt, as a clan leader, and connected to a land's lord, they'd have a ground that could use a keeper, no. Ino understood right away and nodded, possibly. In addition, we could always start a new Yamanaka Flowers location, right? Casually, Inoichi offered, on a new continent where our reputation hasn't been damaged. They both smirk at each other as Ino confirms, it should be interesting for flower bulbs too. Ranch Nara. Shikamaru was on his clan's territory, gazing up at the sky above, lost in contemplation of all he had learned from the Kyuubi and the Bingo book. Since their first encounter, Naruto has continuously deceived them and downplayed his abilities so they would believe they had a chance to capture him the next time. After a few encounters with his shadow clones in the forest, Naruto was able to see through his plans while concealing his own. It was clear that he was a trap master, his antics were legendary after all, and it appears that someone was able to instill some forward thinking into his thick skull. Whoever managed to do so was either a sick fuck or a complete threat to society. He was previously troublesome, and his unpredictable nature made any long-term plans to counter what they knew about him pointless. He most likely has counters to anything they could think of. As he considers this further, he flicks his lighter to light the third smoke, saying, Damn, that bad huh? It's troublesome, Dad. Shikamaru, unsurprised by his father's unexpected appearance, says, It is. Shikaku affirms as he joins his son under the tree, someone managed to teach Naruto how to plan ahead. When combined with his innate ability to be unpredictable, you know, he's pretty much our worst enemy. As his son nods, Shikaku laughs and says, Well, nothing we can do about that huh? Nah, so why are you obsessed with it so much? Before he was banished, I thought that Naruto would be the one leading us at some point, the father asks his son, who pauses to consider everything. Us. He was the strongest of us, always leading from the front and had something about him, something that made you want to follow, Shikamaru explained to his father, who nodded in remembrance of the people known as the Rookie 12. And right now, Shikamaru ponders that exact question as he poses and watches the smoke rise from his death stick. He never thought he would go against the blonde in anger. The fight was horribly one-sided against them, but if Yugao's words were true, which he doesn't doubt, then he gave them a chance to go home. However, he had to give an example. Yugao, Choji, and Neji, 3 important members of the village. It was only luck that Yugao survived, or Sakura's medical prowess. The way they attacked the toads first demonstrated how ridiculously fast those foxes were, but they used none of that speed against any of them. Heck, they held Tenten down and at flame point, but she has no burns on her. So, as angry as he is that Choji was maimed, he is also grateful that he was only maimed. Choji, his best friend, brother in all but blood, and yet Naruto could have killed him, but seemed to settle for an arm instead. I am grateful. Shikamaru surprised his father by saying, if Naruto were anyone else, and I mean anyone else, you would be burying me instead of trying to cheer me up. However, that was the last time the gloves would be on. The next time, he wouldn't have the luxury of being nice, and they wouldn't have the luxury of his mercy. He would kill them if they tried. Choza as well. Dad, if Naruto wanted a war, Kumo, Suna, and Iwa would already be at our gates, he said gravely, turning to face his father. Hell, if the tailed beasts appeared now, I wouldn't be shocked. Shikamaru, what are you saying? It's true that Naruto is our only hope, but the Leaf should apologize to him honestly and publicly right now. Not attempt to turn this entire mess of a retrieval into a potential benefit. Shikamaru says, receiving a similarly somber glance from his father, I concur. I am here to ask you a question because of this. Shikamaru looked to his clan head and said, oh. This was a surprise, but it was too troublesome to show. Yeah, Shikaku nods as he surveys the forests in front of them. How did Hinata react to the information you shared? What about Naruto's spouse? Pretty bad, as you might expect. I'm hoping Ino can learn more about her mental health. Why? The Hyuga have been granted their own delegation, Shikamaru asked, causing his father to sigh. Why did you permit that? It's a bad idea. Well, Shikaku sighed deeply, we got this information from them in Choza. I didn't see a way to refuse them at the time without doing the same to Choza. You choked, said Shikamaru with a heavy sigh, his face touching his palm. Yes, I think Hiashi is up to something now, and Hinata's fixation on Naruto could be the start of something undoubtedly problematic. Understatement of the decade, Shikamaru moaned to his father, who merely nodded in agreement, fully realizing how problematic this was getting. The Haruno family. Sakura yawns as she enters the kitchen and sees her mother chatting with her cousin. Morning, she says, reaching for a coffee. Oh, it's afternoon, dear. Before realizing the time, the medical nin nods absently, right, saying, on my shift at the hospital, I need to get to work. Sakura dear, are you going to escort the Hokage to the festival? The Pinkett asked, digging through the refrigerator. Not now, Mom, Mabuki Haruno asks, and that finally froze her daughter, who looked back at her mother and aunt at the island table. How did you find out about? Her Kunoichi daughter narrowed her equally emerald eyes as her mother waved off, saying, we have friends on the council, dear. I see. Are you, then? Is it important? Well, we may just be a civilian trader clan, but if you know when it is setting out, then maybe, Sakura queries, reaching for a plate and knife. Sakura said, Mom. She closed the sand and turned to face her parent. Even if I was going and knew when the delegation was departing, I wouldn't tell you, she said, biting into the salami-filled bread. And they will be taking the Shinobi way, so you wouldn't be able to keep pace, anyway. Her mother tried to say, surely, as the Hokage's former apprentice, but Sakura shakes her head and says, even if I had been her active apprentice, I would have had no authority at all. She fixes her hair and drops the used plate and cutlery into the sink. But, you even got, she says, suggestions I made to the Hokage, that she chose to implement. Sakura nods, I am late, and I still have no authority. Always in a rush, she says, running off, leaving her mother to sigh as she looks at her cousin. See you in the morning, she says. She's a good girl though. I miss you, Naruto Baka, she sighs, unsure of her own feelings on the former knucklehead. Her former master has explained that she will be part of the Shinobi escort, which includes Ino, Shino, Shikamaru, and Kiba from the rookies. As she strolls through the cool afternoon air, she looks up at the sky as what really troubles her comes to the forefront of her thoughts. On the one hand, she didn't give him much attention when they were paired together, even though he was obviously infatuated with her. Nevertheless, during their time together, he had frequently saved her from harm, sometimes carelessly, but the idea is what matters, and just as they were developing into true friends, she blinked and both Naruto and Sasuke vanished. Her cheeks were a healthy pink, similar to her hair, and she froze as she crossed the last intersection before the hospital. Damn, just my luck, huh? Undiscovered sand. When Gaara looks up from the paperwork to see his wife and children in the doorway, Matsuri says, Gaara-kun, it is time to go. The fifth wind shadow nods and gets up from his personal office at home. When his family arrives at the main room, Konkuro, his wife and infant son, greets them. All right, is this everyone? As her nieces and nephews left the village for the first time to see their uncle, Temari watched the sizable gathering. Naruto. That's a thought. Temari has been the big sister figure of two of the strongest characters in recent years, and Naruto has developed into a fine man. Shizuka and Shion have handled him expertly. Temari smiles and starts channeling her chakra as the last of her brother's children sounds off. Now then, Temari said, going over the hand signals Naruto taught her when they installed the reverse summoning in the living room. When we arrive, it will be a bit dark. Your father and I are here to protect you, so don't panic. As Temari lands on the Kitsune sign and waits, Konkuro tells the group, plus, your uncle Naruto will likely greet us. Many nod, alerting Naruto and Kurama to their request, which enables them to clear out the circle on their end to prevent injuries or accidents. It took nearly a full minute for Temari to feel Naruto's all clear, and she grinned. The knucklehead's chakra is always so warm, gentle, and generally uplifting. Alright, here we go. Puff. During their first family vacation, the Sabaku clan vanished. The land of birds. Yugito stops suddenly and looks around at the spot in the treetops they were in, a small clearing just ahead. Her team lands next to her, silent and just as serious as she is, with Karui on the right of the containers, Omoi covering the left, and Samui behind. What do you want, Marsh Shinobi? As a group of the aforementioned shinobi appear and their genjutsu fades, the two-tailed container asks, my, you Kumo shinobi aren't half bad. Are you serious? Omoi's sweat drops at these cackling four shinobi from a literal backwater. For once, I agree. Yugito sighs and gets up from her crouched position. As this is neither your territory nor ours, neither have right of way nor do you have any right to bar our path, Karui says, giving only a quick glance before heading back to her sector. Well, the diplomatic path, shall we say. We'll leave you in peace if you just allow us to move on. The Kumo Jonin says, everyone wins, but these men's smiles were unimpressive. Come on darling, surely we could, they say, groping in a very crude way, which causes the blondes to sigh in frustration and the other two to perspire. As both parties were ready to respond, what's this? A fresh voice, Fu, dropped in on a branch next to both parties. She wore a black face mask to conceal her identity, a tight black top with a forest green jacket and hood to cover her bright hair, and khaki loose Anbu pants. However, her bingo book calling card was the matte black demon hit IATE band on her sleeve jacket and her entire outfit. The Marsh Shinobi turned pale upon seeing the card, Demon Queen of Fireflies. With her beady eyes focused on the men who were now retreating, Fu gave a two-finger salute and said, yo, you caused trouble outside your lands again. No, ma'am. Their Jonin shook his head so violently that Fu saw the perspiration flicker around him. Are you sure? You are aware of what I do to those who lie. Her masked head tilted to the side, the male near enough pissing themselves at this point. Yes, ma'am. Good. With a sly smile, the demon shinobi eye waves, then, thank you for leading our friends here, and good luck. Telling my brother that something went wrong on my patrol would be extremely painful. No sir, they prefer life, thank you very much. The Marsh Shinobi must have learned Hiroshin at the speeds they moved at because of the danger of the Demon Queen calling on the demonic Kitsune. Now that the way is clear, Fu turns to face her sister and says, yo, Yugi. Bug butt. Did my adorable little brother, Yugito responds with a nod. No, I was just double-checking something nearby, Fu said, waving her away. Oh, I see. She was about to jump off when the mint-haired shinobi interrupted her again, saying, nah, besides, I prefer to work solo. Fu turned back to the Kumo squad and said, my brother may have forgiven you for what happened, but he hasn't forgotten. None of us have, she said, her orange eyes hardening. Naruto believes that you will be on your best behavior, but make no mistake, she said, turning to face the pale blonde in the back of their formation. Any of you step out of line, I will kill you. The Kumo squad tensed, a black mark on their record that Naruto failed to report back to Kumo. This time, the stakes are too high for pranks. How? Yugito senses more, but Fu simply shrugs and says, when you get there, check in with your brother. The kitten in the group sighed, we will be on our best behavior, so I doubt I'd need to say it again, right? He'll fill you in. Before disappearing into the canopy once more, they soon regained consciousness. Yugito didn't need to turn back to feel their acceptance, as they really can't afford to be careless if what she suspects to be happening transpires. Let's go. The Land of Fire. Tsunade summoned Hiyashi and Choza straight to her office as the entire assembly was being assembled, saying, I will get straight to the point. She then pulled out 2 scrolls with demon insignia on the ends, saying, both of your requests have been accepted. The response arrived via a hidden sand carrier bird of all things, a week after the missive was sent off to Demon. It appears that they also use the land of winds, fastest birds. The man's eyes widen as he says, Choza, seems you got a plot twice the size of the one you requested. Tsunade grins and says, seems that those originally assigned it were found to be smugglers. Next was your request, how lucky. Indeed. The cage turned to Hiyashi and said, Hiyashi, your request has been fulfilled to your requested specifications. The man grinned as he accepted the offered permit and read it over, confirming that the plot and location were ideal within the festival grounds. Very well, the man responds but continues, however, due to your clan's history, with the Land of Lightning, one of their allies, they have assigned your party guest quarters on shrine grounds for added security. They were simply going to rent out an entire inn for their own use but to be given guest accommodations within their shrine grounds. Yes, this could work in their favor. Due to this, your entire delegation must not exceed 16 people. Tsunade explains, handing over the scroll, that is less than half the number of our typical delegations. Hiyashi paused at that, not having taken that into consideration. You are receiving a state-funded invitation instead of a larger number, she shrugs. If I were you, I wouldn't be complaining. The Hyuga considered it, he would have to make more cuts than he had anticipated, but he would find a way to do it, even if it meant his daughters would have more work to do. Very well. Demons land. Shuren rushes forward with a blade in his arm and slashes down, a scythe blocking it as a second arm sweeps in from his blind spot. Just before impact, however, the claw appeared to be caught on something, and a single chakra chain from his back had stopped the weapon from impact. Shuren's focus was heavy, and even after training with his dad and cousin, he had only been able to call on 2, both of which were barely a meter long. Since only the clan's women typically call on them, Dad said it was amazing that he could call on them at all. The fact that he and his father both possessed them may indicate a new mutation in the clan. His was distinct from Hinoka's and could channel elemental natures through them. Ow, he exclaimed as a tail sprang forward and struck his forehead. Pulling back his training puppet from atop his nephew figure, Konkuro said, didn't I tell you to stay focused? You thinkers are all the same. The puppeteer laughed as he fell on his ass. Shuren took the offered hand to stand up and continued to rub his reddening forehead. Sorry, Uncle Konkuro. So, how do you like the test? It's bull, Shuren snarled, causing his uncle to grin. Of course it is. I made it with your dad so you would be ready for anything. Really? Yeah. Konkuro walks up to the puppet, which, now that the younger of the two is paying attention, has been worn down with numerous nicks and repaired cuts. This was the first time I created a new puppet from scratch, and with someone else. The older man tells Shuren, we spent many hours putting and repairing this little guy. His hand rests on the puppet that resembles a scorpion and is tall enough for him to lean on, reaching his waist if you count his tail, which would reach his head during combat. All to aid in our training. He should learn to survive up close, and I should learn how to fight up close. I see. This is the original, but we've made many copies of her for the academy and improved ones for training at higher levels. The arms of the original brothers. So, brat, what's got you in here training solo? Konkuro asks the young Uzumaki after resealing the training puppet. After giving him a long look, the brat said, well, normally dad would be training me around now, but with the festival just around the corner. I understand. That really does blow, doesn't it? Yeah, Shuren exclaims, not only that, Kushi isn't here either so I can't spar against her either. How about your pals, can't you? They have remedial classes with she and Ka-chan, Konkuro started, pausing when the young blonde's head started to shake. The Suna Jonin gave a low laugh when the final line was whispered, like your uncles, I passed somehow, barely. Every time, we barely made the cut. At this pace. A fresh voice called out to them, pointing to the entrance of the cavern-like training area, let's not make that a habit. Auntie Tamari, I pondered. I was just curious about your activities. Konkuro growled at the blonde, saying, oh come on. The last thing I need is you getting sick from poison or something. It was only once, and he's all right. With a glare so cold that Shuren shivered even though she wasn't the recipient, Tamari said, you forgot the other 6, and he's only fine because of a certain vixen sustaining his metabolic functions when the worst of it kicked in. Konkuro sighed, yeah, I know, that's why I turned that unused outhouse into my lab workshop. Even if they tried, they couldn't get in because of Naruto's seals, he said, turning to face his older sister. I learned okay. The Land of Fire. When the entire assembly assembled in the briefing room, Tsunade was in the lead, Shikaku by her side, and elders behind her, looking rather imperialist if you asked the Nara. Naturally, the Akamichi and Hyuga were not there because they had no business being there. Tsunade sighs as she starts, all right, as the doors eventually close, the seals preventing a peek in. Our diplomatic mission to Demon Country was approved this morning. We are already running late, so I have already sent a team to get our vessel ready. Tsunade, surely we can just get by with. Shut it, Kaharu, Tsunade said, glancing at the elderly coot before turning back to face forward. As such, Shikaku was tasked to compile all our data and select a team most suitable for this task of diplomatic affairs. To ensure no bias was present, the Nara clan will not be participating as we selected the spots to maximize our chances of success. The rest is on the team themselves, which consists of, the Hokage says, nodding to Shikaku as he steps forward. He lists the selections made by his clan, 2 of which are unexpected. Inuzuka and Kurama clans both have 2 spots to fill. What? The Kurama? I understand, Inuzuka, but... Yakumo Kurama smirked that her clan was being held in the same position as one of the Big Ten, but she doubts this would be possible if it weren't for her history with Naruto. Several minor clans were eyeing her warily, but it doesn't matter. Hi, Lord Nara. She bowed her acceptance and took her seat again. Soon was happy that there were 2 slots available for her to take. Wait, no, Kiba is part of the escort detail, so maybe Hana or Kelsey. Kelsey is unattached and closer in age to Kushina's pup, but Hana is directly connected to her. Maybe take a back seat. Send them both. Hana can handle things in her absence. Yes, that will work. She nods to herself, knowing that they won't come back empty-handed. As the Nara completes the list, Tsunade nods and remarks, thank you Shikaku. We will be leaving at first light come tomorrow morning, so. How about Tsunade, Haim and us? Oh, elders, you see the thing is. Nara smiled and said, your presence was prohibited by the demon side, due to health concerns. Hamura asked again, speaking up from the back of the Hokage. Surely having us elders with you, he continued, unaware of the feral smirk dining the last senju. Those who could see matched it, as most shinobi were disillusioned with the old farts. Health issues. Tsunade looked back at them and said, I will be busy with talks, and their own facilities will undoubtedly become increasingly taxed due to the festival. Kaharu yelled incredulously, yes. I'm glad they considered that because I had forgotten about it. Mine too. Shikaku nods, but no one fails to notice the calculated grin. You can't be serious about this. You have to tip your hat to Naruto for the foresight. Oh yes, he was enjoying this. No elders, or non-identifiable persons, due to medical concerns, Danzo inquires, but the letter was placed in front of the 3 and was undoubtedly neatly written for everyone to read. Checkmate. The watery land. Although the current head has bright blonde hair, this is new. Mei Terumi stands aboard the Water Navy flagship, New Current, watching 3 Natashiko warriors being helped aboard. The redhead caught her attention because that particular shade only belonged to one clan on the verge of extinction, a clan she had previously worked intermittently alongside. The ships departed, and the new group was shown to their quarters, even though the Hidden Mist commander's emerald eyes briefly met the red eyes of a potential clansman. The intense look lasted only a few seconds, but it was sufficient. She looks back at her covert guards, Kiba, Samahata, and Sewing Needle, 3 of the 7 swordsmen, hoping that everything stays calm and friendly, but if not, Mei smirks and says, the mist is ready. Demon's Land. As Naruto yawned, he went back to the outer shrine with Gaara and Kankuro by his side. Utakata and then Captain Sato Yoichi joined them, and before Naruto knew it, the group was in town at the local watering hole for the samurai contingents. While Utakata was discussing a new poisonous substance he had accidentally made, Kankuro was so preoccupied with the story of the 6-tailed hosts that he and Gaara discussed the shortcuts Naruto used in the bureaucratic process. Even though Naruto was their ruler, the other customers treated him like any other man, and many came to talk to him and Gaara about their worries about what was going to happen. At one point, Naruto and Gaara swore they were giving a security briefing to the samurai who were listening to them, beer, mead, and whiskey in hand, but the steel in their eyes wasn't missed. So, in the end, your jobs are to ensure the safety of the civilians, Naruto concludes as he removes his cider from his lip. Lady Kurama will protect your retreat in the event of an emergency, so lead them to the 4th Eastern Garrison, which is the fallback position. You can talk to her or any of my siblings about any problems. Do you have any questions? No, sir. So, could someone please get me another? Naruto joked with his empty drink in hand, and the seriousness broke apart and the jovial faces returned, and surely enough a new drink came forth. I must say, that was unusual. Yeah, Kankuro muttered after his cage, staring at his blonde brother and reaching for his one drink. Never thought of giving a security briefing in a bar, Kankuro said, lost in thought. According to Uchiha, who dropped his own pineapple, lime, and cider, or the seriousness of everyone, they are defenders of the people I help lead and had questions, so I figured it would be easier to just brief them, he said. Next to speak, Sato Yoichi said, though, I must say, that even though only samurai really come here, I am unsure how safe it was to do so. Naruto laughed, glancing at the typically stoic samurai who had relaxed after their 3rd drink. I believe in the loyalty of our fellow soldiers. As a swordsman, I recognize the honor you samurai hold, even though I am trained as a shinobi. I won't ruin our friendship by believing there is a blade here. Many naturally overheard his words, strengthening allegiances and hardening resolves, but only Gaara understood why Naruto made such a big deal out of it all. Still, I don't mind, Uchiha said, going back to his seat. Being a roaming officer whilst keeping an eye on your student, he said, sipping his martini. As Kankuro was about to confront him about the fact that it was a date, Naruto gave him a stern look that made him cheek. Should we set a schedule? To maximize both work and personal time, Gaara said, pulling his fellow containers to him. We can circle the stalls in an anti-clockwise direction, facing each other. I see, nods Uchiha. Gaara, will you be wearing formal attire? The red-headed person sighs and nods in response to Naruto's question. We all will, Kankuro said. I will be armed but with less armor, Sato says. Well, Gaara, over the next few days, during the setup, we will set up plant pots of your sand, Naruto nods. If you have enough close by, you can defeat anyone without carrying it, and your spouse won't be able to speak. After giving it some thought, Gaara nodded, plant pots. Yes, that will function. Kankuro, Naruto said to the other Suna shinobi, how many combat puppets do you have? Full set. In response, the brunette says, I want you to prepare a few for our collaboration of 100. Naruto smirks alongside the puppet user, who challenges him by raising his drink. You sure you aren't rusty? Kankuro nods in agreement as Naruto turns to face his sibling, who first replies, I'll be fine, Naruto, before acknowledging, possibly, as he lifts his own cup and then smirks, we got a few days, I'll send a few clones to run through a few training exercises. I know you will be, Uchiha, Naruto said, grinning. Just wondering how formal you'll be forced into wearing, Uchiha said, looking perplexed. I'll be going like this, he said, gesturing to himself, but it appeared that everyone in the room was paying attention and snorting together. Naruto turned to his brother, the 6-tailed slug, after the initial shock of disbelief from the entire bar had subsided. Brother, you trust me, right? So hear me now and believe these words. Kotoru will kill you if you show up in that, Naruto said after he nodded. Uchiha started to ask, then, what should I? But Naruto interrupted him with a hand gesture, saying, don't worry, because the Brotherhood will always support you because brothers stick together. Yes, sir, all I ask, is that when another brother asks for aid, you not turn away. Naruto continued, and something inside the former mist shinobi forced the words from his throat, as if his soul was agreeing to this madness. You have my word, as the entire bar chanted in unison, including Gaara, Kankuro, and Sato. Taking a deep breath, Naruto said, shouldn't you have woken me up earlier? My hair was being played with when he woke up, and he could feel the warmth of his hime and the soft grace of the sun warming the room. Shion whispered, Kurama said you've been working too hard these last few weeks, not wanting to disturb the peaceful atmosphere that pervaded their moment. I see, she said. He smiled and she smirked, I have no idea whatsoever of what you are implying. His lips silenced hers, and as he withdrew, he whispered, I love you. So, for today, we have time for one another, so I figured, she said, and his eye parts and her smile were telling. Ah, you shouldn't be using your powers so irresponsibly, he said. Her reply went unheard as a dense pulse of Naruto's chakra tore through the shrine, activating every defense seal unintentionally after he used too much force in his eagerness. He also warned a certain vixen of his intent, which made her grin feral and disregard the additional work she now had to do to clean up after her baka of a container, saying, My, how insatiable are you two? Morning, Shuren says as he enters the living room where everyone is gathered, including his parents. Morning was given back to the young Uzumaki in a variety of forms. He then got a plate of food from his sister and said, Here you go, Oni-sama. Shuren says, Thanks Moroku, as he arrives at the table. You know, I still don't know how she does that, Tada remarks, munching on his toast. Do what? The others also considered their interactions with the older twin and realized at the same time that our mother has precognitive abilities. Sake remarks as she drops opposite her brother at the table, which is, in effect, a bloodline. Moroku sits next to her sister. Ayao asks from across the boy, Predict exactly what you want and finish it the moment you want it. Shuren says, and Tada nods, which is when Ayao thought of it. Shuren was eating his meal when Moroku responded to Kimura's question, No, we can't control it, just more like guide it. He was amused by his two younger sisters' ability to be literally one step ahead of the others. Though, I am glad that my dad is Uzumaki as our calligraphy would be a pain otherwise, he said. Amen to that. Shuren continues, Yes, we can do this all day. Moroku looks at Tada, who has closed his mouth. Yes, they've done it too, Shuren laughs as he keeps eating. No, it isn't something you can learn. Sake turns to Hinoka and says, The seals we use are part of our duty as shrine maidens. It's unfair, she pouts, because they've been passed down on that side and dad has forbidden us from doing anything to them. Moroku stares at her big brother, who looked up from his oats and smiled familiarly. Don't say it, Oni-sama. I don't need to, she says, but then Naruto's chakra pulse swept through the room, causing everyone to freeze. The twins turned bright red, their vision now blocked, and Shuren palmed her face, knowing what probably happened. What was that? Is father hurt? Amano asked. Ayao asked, leaping to her feet. Quiet the opposite, Shuren whispered before letting out a deep sigh that made him appear 10 years older than he actually was. He turned to face the room and saw that his cousin Hinoka was staring at him intently. Kyoto's daughter, who had been fidgeting earlier, was blissfully calm. I guess dad just has a day off, he said. This implies that we have the day off. The group was perplexed by his carefree shrug. He'll probably get another sister soon. He'll have to get stronger to protect her too, since the Forsyte bloodline keeps the Wilder from having male offspring. The blondest male in the room noticed with an internal chuckle the dawning realization of the oldest two in the room. Their face is a nice shade of pink, he said. Demon's Land. As she had suspected, Yugito finds Naruto at his desk when she walks into his office. Kitty, he says with a foxy smile as he looks up, gets up, and walks around the desk. She smiled back and said, Puppy. After giving each other a hug, they started fighting, attempting to put each other in headlocks and other similar positions. He pinned her for a moment, but it wasn't chakra or too serious. She slipped out thanks to her foolish degree of flexibility. A clearing of the throat alerted them to the 3 squirts before they could re-engage. Get a room, muttered Omoi. Karui nodded, but for different reasons, the final member of the trio was glaring at them both. With a sigh, Naruto met Yugito's gaze and they both nodded, agreeing to complete this at a later time. The others shifted to stand in front of Naruto, reporting as though in front of their cage, and Naruto went back to his seat. All right, let's get started, he said, his eyes icy. Report. Yugito took a step forward. Regent, the Reikage has dispatched us to aid in security, as a goodwill gesture and to be able to assist in the training of the cadets. Seeing the sparkle in his fellow cantainer's eyes, Naruto grinned inwardly, fully aware that the explanation was, at best, flimsy but not entirely false. He continued to nod. I see. I take it I wants me to visit in the near future as thanks for this assistance, no? Yugito raises her eyebrows. He did mention that, yes. Also, that is one of his jonin. Naruto walks away. I get it. Though, the last thing I wanted was to start a fight, thus my not calling upon any of you. I handled it. Naruto's icy blue eyes stared at the curvaceous Kunoichi, and Samui unexpectedly responded, You were engaged by the leaf, no. You were forced to. Samui, you are on thin ice as it is. Do not question my decision or you will not like the outcome. Am I clear? At that moment, the tension shot through the roof. After Samui's inebriated attack on Shion, the entire squad was in no position to accept that as a bluff. They were fortunate that Shizuka was present to bring her down, Samui would have perished if Naruto had come earlier. She was only alive because of Yugito's plea. Although the incident took place on demon ground, Kumo was not informed of it. Samui nods firmly once, knowing this, saying, "I recall. I will be cool and sober," Yugito said, glancing at her younger sister figure, whose eyes were as hard as her brother's, and whose stern face was filled with fire. "If you want to earn our trust again, that is." Samui nods once more, already aware of this. After giving a nod in return, Naruto turns to face the other two. "As for you, Karui and Omoi, you are free to do as you please. However, as Yugito said, I expect you to aid in security." As they nod, he continues, "We have members from all the villages, including 3 from the Leaf." At that, Yugito furrowed his brow. 3. What happened there? As a result, we have divided them up. I believe the Hyuga are attempting to establish a connection with us, so we have them housed here in the shrine's guest house. Naruto sighed, waving it off as well. Omoi asked, "Enemies close?" Naruto smiled and nodded, "Exactly. With the 5 of us containers spread out, and no doubt you," he said, turning to face his fellow container, "want to spend time with Miro and Sake, right?" Yugito smiles softly and nods. Naruto grinned and said, "Yeah, no doubt they missed their favorite aunt. Well, Tamari has already been here for a full 2 weeks. She may be pulling ahead of you in that department." Because neither Naruto nor Omoi wanted to touch that with a lightning spear, they exchanged a look and nodded silently. "Hardly," Yugito said, lifting her nose imperialistically, "I am clearly the superior kunoichi." Clearing his throat, he looked at everyone and said, "Go get settled in. The Kumo house is untouched. However, I will warn you both, Karui and Omoi, that my lady will not tolerate your bickering on temple grounds. Any issues should be taken to the cadet grounds." With a sigh, Karui nodded and said, "Got it, boss." Omoi also nodded, "No sweat." Naruto tells them, "You are dismissed." Everybody nods. Yugito says, "Remember, best behavior," with a charming smile that is more akin to a death head grin. "I need to speak with my brother for a bit, so go on ahead." After giving each other a nod, the 3 leave. Yugito turned to Naruto as the door closed. The two became serious. There were 2 puffs of smoke, and Kurama and Matabi were both present. "So, what exactly is going on?" The 2 Bijou took a sideways step. "Well, the Leaf is not the only one I am concerned about. The Hyuga clan no doubt will have their own agenda. The Akamichi are harmless, largely, though the actual diplomatic envoy will likely be the Hokage herself, with their clans all trying to get any intelligence they can," Naruto said as Yugito sat on the edge of her brother's desk and folded her arms. She gives a nod. "So, who else are you concerned about?" Naruto says, "My last mission with Natashiko, I ran afoul of a certain Uchiha," and she squints. Hissing low, Yugito said, "That bitch is still around." Nods once, "Yeah, it seems he's trying to build his own village or something. Maybe that is why the Sound is in civil war. As such, I do not doubt that either he or the Sound will attempt to scout us out for whatever scheme they come up with." At that very thought, she nods and lets out a deep sigh, saying, "Very well. I shall take up the defense of my cute little nieces. That will take the worry off Shion. She has been rather concerned about all this. She had hidden it well, but," Naruto says with a smile and a nod. Yugito nods in agreement. "Then, in that case, I will go speak to her about this." At this point, the 2 Bijou resumed the discussion. "Naru-kun, you want us all on alert, yes?" said Matabi. "Then, should we call in our respective clans to roam around? You know, have kitsune within the forest, and house cats patrol the grounds too?" She asks after Naruto nods in agreement. Naruto muttered, a little confused, "I didn't actually consider that," as he looked up at Kurama, who scowled and nodded. "I didn't consider it either," she noted, and he turned back to face the 2-tailed woman, who was a shorter, curvy version of Yugito with blue hair and mismatched feline eyes. "I will call upon our Skulk. Can you call upon your Clouder?" he said. Matabi and Yugito both nod. "Not a problem." After giving a nod, Naruto looks at his partner, who also nods. After letting out a sigh, Naruto tells them the other news. He dismisses their initial inquiries after saying, "Also, I should give you a heads up about a problem brought to my attention recently. Hanoka, a clansman I stumbled upon, has informed me about a troubling situation within the Land of Fire. Something that may require the family's involvement." At that, the eyes of both women harden. The last time Naruto brought the whole family together was when he destroyed the attempts to bring the god tree back to life. Then, should we not act on it sooner rather than later? Matabi asks, crossing her arms under her large bust. Leaning against the wall next to the rear window, Kurama takes this one. We will be, though, first we must protect our home here. Our family comes first, as always. Then, we go hunting them down. Who are they, exactly? Yugito asks with a firm nod, her scowl still visible. Root, Naruto said gravely. The two-tailed cat hissed, and the Kumo shinobi snarled. He went on, yeah. They are working on a ultimate summon, for use against their enemies. Sounds like trouble, Yugito nodded in agreement. Kurama gave a firm nod, our thoughts exactly. Thus, for now, we handle this celebration, then we handle that afterward. Honey's offshore land. After leaving the port, the Hidden Leaf ship was joined by a number of other ships flying flags from various other countries, all of which were clearly traveling in the same direction. Tsunade remarked absently that this improvised convoy included ships from the land of tea, wind, earth, and spring. But Hana was the one who saw the land of moon ahead and reported it. Yakumo Kurama, right, said the clan head's daughter as the Inuzuka couple, Hana and Kells, approached Yakumo, who was on deck and gazing out to sea. With her head still resting on her palm, the hazel-haired clan head looked back and said, yes, Inuzuka. Can I help you? Hana raises her voice and nods. My name is Hana, Hana Inuzuka. I have been curious since my mother gave me the task of handling our part of the envoy, but how did you come to be the best choice for your portion? Yakumo thought about it for a while. She must have known why, and the Nara must have known, too. They were not well known for their friendship. They were truly friends, but only members of her clan were aware of it. Her growing feelings for him were only known to her closest friend. It was unsuccessful because Naruto was exiled a few months later. After giving this some thought, Yakumo turned to face her group and said, we have history. A long history. Suspecting, Hana nods, so, you are planning to. Yakumo blurted out, Inuzuka-san, my clan's business is its own. I do not plan on revealing it to potential rivals. We are all members of the Leaf contingent, the Pack of the Leaf. We have no intention of blocking your business, said Kells, a much more conventional Inuzuka with feral features and a voluptuous build. That phrase amused Yakumo, since the Kurama clan had long since vanished from the Leaf village. She will accept it for the time being, though, and hopes to talk to Naruto about it when they get there. She says with a grin, very well. I am largely looking forward to meeting my good friend and seeing if we can come to an agreement regarding our two clans. Hana gives a nod. Yakumo shook her head, finally removing her face from her palm, and then turned to face the sea. So, not trying to tempt him or anything. I thought Kurama would jump at that chance. No, doing so is rather in bad taste. Besides, I have no doubt that Naruto would see through that. I will be seeing what happens mostly. Best way to face him, really. The two Inuzukas take note of that, and we appreciate that they inquired because it was obvious that this was an important detail. Any other advice? Asks Hana. Yakumo gives her another look. He is far more observant than most realize. He comes off as rather dim-witted and slow, but I assure you that he will catch any slip-up, any fake smile, and dishonesty. Though, I suspect, he may not be all that forward in pointing them out. This is going to be much more difficult than Hana had anticipated. According to what they knew, he was a modest shinobi who took a little while to pick up new skills. However, the bingo book revealed that he was a strong man who was devoted to protecting his pack. Or, in this case, is it skulk? Hana nods and sighs. Thank you for the advice. Yakumo smiled back and said, not a problem. Sakura and Shikamaru were on the ship's upper deck when Shikamaru overheard the Kurama and Inuzuka clan representatives conversing. The Nara said, that girl seems to know Naruto better than any of us. With the Inuzuka gone, Sakura nods while resting on the ship's wooden banister and looking at the lone clan head. Yeah, I didn't know he was her friend. Who is she anyway? Sakura turned to face the Nara and said, she's obviously a clan head, but I don't recognize. Shikamaru gave the Pinkett a quick glance before saying, you don't know. Not a surprise though. Kiba says, Kurama clan, as he approaches the pair, who are leaning on the same ship railing as the other two. A minor clan, specializing in genjutsu, the medical Kunoichi says, turning to face the Konoha Ten's tracker. You know her, he asks. Kiba gives a nod. Not personally, but I know she is called Yakumo Kurama. She isn't a kunoichi. Her body is too weak for that. Naruto helped Kurenai-sensei save her from her own bloodline. Shikamaru nods and takes out a cigarette. I saw that report, he says. From what we know, the two were close friends, thus her inclusion in this mission. Figured. Though, I'm not sure how much it'll help. Naruto's new pack seems solid, so trying to, Kiba says with a firm nod. He is interrupted by Shikamaru, who nods, yeah, though, we are worried about the Hyuga and their actions. My dad and I guess that too, he exhales his first pull. Kiba's usually boisterous demeanor was absent. Instead, he was unusually composed and serious. I can guess why. I just hope Hinata can rein in her emotions. At that, Shikamaru snorted. Doubt it. I was hoping that Ino could get through to her, but, he said with a lazy shrug. Kiba looked forward and nodded. The two boys smiled at one another and said, yeah, sounds troublesome, right? Sakura, who was obviously out of the loop at the moment, was ignored by both. Demon's Land. Demon's northern port, Lodinia Port. After exiting the Land of Water flagship, New Current, with her escort swordsman in tow, May sees Naruto standing there wearing his official state regalia, which consists of a simple dark purple, nearly black kimono, black obi, and a hakama and haori for a fully formal look. His back and sleeves bear the Uzu Swirl family crest with the Natashiko star on top, indicating his station. On his hip rests his mother's sword. Yugito and Utakata stood behind him, both expressionless because this was crucial. You would never believe that just 5 minutes prior, Yugito had been taunting Naruto non-stop on their way out of the shrine. The display of this formally dressed Naruto caused May's cheeks to flush more than a little. He was very attractive, and now that he was dressed in formal robes, he could easily add, dashing, to his already impressive list of qualities. After clearing her throat, the Mizukage stopped thinking and undressing their host and came forward, grinning tactfully and in full cage mode. My, you clean up well, Regent Naruto. Naruto shakes her hand and nods once with a smile that is just as pleasant. Yes, well, I have to look the part to keep up with my darling wives. They married me for some reason, and I can't allow them to doubt my sincerity. It is good to see you again, Mai Terumi. No need to be so formal. You helped us in the war greatly. You saved many lives, she says with a melodic laugh. Naruto grinned once more and nodded. I wasn't alone, so, she said before his senses finally caught up with him and he tried desperately not to cry with happiness as he looked past the mist contingent and saw two ladies and a familiar redhead that he had missed a lot. Before he can give them a hug, a little more time. I assume you will be staying in your embassy, he asks with a gentle smile as he turns to face Mai. She gives a nod. Indeed. Has it been? It has, Naruto replied with a smile. Utakata and his team have ensured it was up to spec. Your supplies are restocked, and I hear even the spoons were polished to perfection. At that, Mai grinned and turned to face their former shinobi, who gave a single nod without removing his stoic mask. Utakata's release into Demon's ranks was a risk, but it appears to be paying off today. Thank you. Then, we shall head there at once. With a nod, Naruto says to the man, I am sure Utakata would be willing to escort you. Naruto eventually got to meet the people he really wanted to see as they progressed. Shizuka, Kushi, Nami. He sobbed softly as they shared a family moment. The moment the Mizukage left earshot, they jumped him and he caught them both. After a long few minutes, Naruto finally looked up and grinned. Thank you, Karen, said the kunoichi, who was now wearing the slightly altered Natashiko armor. She merely gave a nod. It's fine, Naruto-san. We are Uzumaki after all. As they eventually part ways, he nods and glances at his wife and daughters, noticing the bundle of blue eyes and black hair. Damn, she took after you, huh? He asks. Shizuka smiles softly and nods. She did. Got your eyes and nose though, Naruto said, laughing. That's fine. I am just glad you're back. Shizuka gave a quiet smile. I'm glad too, but there's a lot going on back there. The sound are causing issues. So is the leaf. Though, more accurately, they're hardliners. Naruto sighed, pausing before turning back to face Karen. Which reminds me, Karen, I found another clansman. Her name is Hinoka. Really? Is she? Karen asked, perking up. Naruto nodded and gestured back up to the stairs. Yes, though right now she should be teaching a class of cadets back at the Northern Shrine. You should be able to pick her up from there. Karen nods and starts looking for a while, but she only finds 3 Uzumaki signatures, clearly those of Naruto's other kids. She frowns when she opens her eyes, but she narrows them when she sees Naruto's corny smile. Didn't find her, huh? He asks. No, she angrily replied, and he smiled more broadly. Her mutation. Karen hesitated for a moment before realizing and chuckling slowly, saying, damn, it must be useful. After giving a nod, Naruto motions to follow. I have to stay here for another hour. How about we get some lunch and discuss things a bit? The next ship is the first of the Leaf group. Having you here would be useful. Pup, Yugito called, and Naruto gave her a playful glare. Kitty, she shot back, grinning challengingly. I'll head back to the shrine. Flare if ya sprain something, she said, sticking out her tongue as he did the same. Try not catch your tail on the way out. He growls and hisses, and then the Kumo Kunoichi jumps away. You too, sighs Shizuka, shaking her head. She started it, Naruto argues, receiving a tick mark from his wife, a giggle from his young daughter, and a smirk of amusement from his clansmen. What was that about? Asks Karen. Yugito and Naruto are like siblings who love to hate each other. They both take after their bijous in that way, so her catty nature and his foxy one get a bit. Shizuka responds to her newest protector as they continue to stroll through the docks. Shizuka girl, a fresh voice said, and Kurama, taking care not to squeeze too tightly, embraced the Natashiko. Kurama-chan, WH. The vixen quickly pulled back to free the bundle from her mother and examine the exquisite work that was on exhibit. Her eyebrows went up as she regarded the kunoichi critically. My, she looks like she'll take after you rather heavily, she said. Perhaps, you did this on purpose. Despite the queen's repeated attempts to separate them, which led to the development of that irrational fear, Shizuka was quick to recover her baby girl and was not yet comfortable being apart from her. What kind of question is that, huh? Kurama nodded and smiled. He finally said, yes, well, it's great to have you home, as he turned to face the happy child. And you too, young Kushi. How is my favorite Gaki? As they both smile maniacally, Kushina chirps, great, Auntie Kura. And is drawn into her father's stomach. The bijou grins. And, you are Karen, if I recall, yes. She asks the final newcomer. Karen nodded firmly, feeling this woman's extremely dense chakra, which unnerved her. She replied, yes, though I am unfamiliar with you. May I ask for your name? And pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. Well, Karen, Naruto said, grabbing everyone's attention as he saw the sparkle in his partner's eyes. Let me introduce you to Kurama no Yoko, also known as the Nine-Tailed Fox. You are so mean, Naru-kun, Karen said, gawking at the vixen who had puffed her cheeks rather childishly at her container antics and spoiling her fun. When they arrived at a cafe with outdoor seating, Naruto shrugged. You were taking too long. No doubt thinking of doing that whole, roar and fear my wrath, thing, which nobody really has time for. Man, those clothes take the fun out of you. What happened to my prankster Gaki? The bijou huffed as she turned her head away, her face lightly flushed. Naruto joked, currently on vacation, and the others laughed. Yes, I am the Nine Tails. Though, your mind's eye has probably picked up my siblings dotted about the land by now, right? Kurama said, turning to face Karen, who was seated directly across from her. Karen took a moment to concentrate on the neighborhood, and sure enough, there were a number of extremely dense signatures. Yeah, so, you are all, she said, opening her eyes and nodding. My baka container here is kind of the family head, and with the festivities coming up, everyone came to have a good time. Naturally, that included my siblings and their containers. Not all of them are coming, but the ones that are helping with security. Kurama says as their food and drinks show up, and Karen nods, wow. That's extremely tight security. Naruto looked at his partner and said, 1,000 ryo, someone crashes it, but she shook her head. Fool's bet, someone is. Do not know who, but someone will. As she sipped her smoothie, Shizuka asked, are things that bad? Naruto breathes a sigh of relief. It is, though. We have contingencies in place. The samurai and shinobi have their orders, and we have 5 bijous on standby. Then Karen laughed and said, yeah, I don't think you could get any better. The Natashiko leader glares at Naruto and Kurama as they say, true, I thought you two were banned from doing that. Only on temple grounds, Naruto and Kurama repeated, grinning at each other as Kushina laughed at her father's and her favorite aunt's antics. So, Karen, what do you plan on doing from here on? Naruto asked, glancing at her as she ate a burger. The Demon Navy flagship Song of Isobu, which had been dispatched to pick them up from the Land of Fire docks, delivered the Hyuga on schedule. The gangway was lowered, and Naruto, accompanied by his wives, Shizuka in her ninja uniform with sword, and Shion in her official priestess robes, descended it. Standing tall and proud in his finest attire, Hiyashi was accompanied by his two daughters, who were equally gorgeous in their traditional kimonos. Both had a white background, but Hinata's detailing was moon white and lavender purple, with lily petal patterns running across the back, fastened at the back with a sophisticated bow and a lavender purple obi. She wore little makeup, had her hair pulled back with elaborate clips and sanbon, and had two bangs that framed her face in a bun. Hanabi featured a rosemary bush pattern, black embroidery and detailing, and a matching obi. Light makeup was skillfully applied, and her hair was held up elaborately out of her face. Hiyashi led his group down the ramp and went up to the alliance leaders who were now in front of him. The Hyuga bowed and said, "Well met, Naruto Uzumaki," but Guard Captain Sato Yoichi interrupted, saying, "Lord Hyuga, you are currently speaking to the Regent of Demon Country, Naruto Uzumaki. Please be sure not to forget that." Both of Naruto's wives were aware of how much Sato wanted to slap or face-palm the man for taking a few steps back, but they were impressed that he had maintained his composure in spite of the annoyance. Hiyashi nodded to the man, who appeared to be a captain of some sort based on the armor he was wearing and the obvious pride of the people in their leadership. He nods once, sternly and formally, "My apologies." Hiyashi then turns around and bows to Naruto again, saying, "Forgive my rudeness, Regent Naruto Uzumaki. As you are no doubt aware, I am Hiyashi Hyuga, of the noble clan Hyuga. Leader of the main house and father of your classmate, Hinata Hyuga," as the woman bowed again at his back. Her father went on, and her little sister, Hanabi Hyuga, his second daughter also bowed at the mention of her name, "and we are honored that you have given us such a welcome." Naruto nodded rigidly, maintaining the stance that his position allowed him to adopt. "Yes, Lord Hiyashi Hyuga. It has been some time since we were last in each other's presence. I bid you welcome to our domain, and hope you are in good health along with your household." Hiyashi nods, and Naruto goes on, "At my sides are my wives," pointing to Shion, who redefines elegance, standing to his left. Soon after, there's a flawless formal bow, a radiant smile, and an aura that predicts her gentle grace. The Hyugas are taken aback by this demonstration of poise, which appears to exceed even their own, and some of them feel a little self-conscious about their lack of grace. Naruto went on, grabbing their attention with his voice. "Shion Uzumaki, my wife and priestess of this land. It is a pleasure," expresses Shion. Hiyashi, along with his entire delegation, bows to her because he feels compelled to do so out of instinct. To maintain his stoic expression, Naruto had to be extremely brutal in smothering the smile, though a tiny bit escaped and appeared to be a smirk. The samurai lining the path caught it and had to smother their own, but it didn't last long. The samurai and Naruto were both blank-faced by the time they all stood up. He pointed to his right and said, "And this is Shizuka Uzumaki, heir of Natashiko, and my wife." Shizuka, who was more focused on her infant Nami, nods once rigidly while keeping her warrior posture and stoic exterior. Shizuka still didn't like this, even though she was as safe as could be at the moment because she was in Kurama's care. However, she was keeping herself together for the sake of their family because her husband needed her at that moment. In response, Hiyashi bowed his head. She was obviously the shinobi type, and as the future leader of the all-female village, she demonstrated her undeniable strength, as did Naruto. Respecting this woman as the kunoichi she was crucial because they only accept the strong, the majority of whom are at least jonin level. "It is an honor, Lady Shizuka." Likewise, Shizuka said, not even recoiling at the clan chief's expressionless expression. Naruto stood up and said, "With the introductions over, please follow us. We will take you to your housing on the shrine grounds. We have carriages prepared." Hiyashi nods as he follows them, the samurai gathering behind them and leading the group to the carriages that are waiting. The Hyuga encounter a new group of figures as they get closer. Kurama approaches Shizuka and says, "Lady Shizuka, Lady Nami has fallen asleep." Karen whispers to Kushina, who nods and maintains her formal demeanor. After giving her daughter a single nod, Shizuka says, "Thank you, Lady Kurama. I shall take her from here. Daughter, you will accompany Lady Karen and your mothers in the first carriage. I will accompany our guests in the second, with the captain of the guard in the third," Naruto said, glancing at his daughter and clansmen. With a single nod and a brief bow, Kushina says, "Yes, Lord Father, I shall not let you down." With his back to the guests, Naruto smirks and nods before mouthing, "I love you, princess." His daughter blushes pretty but maintains a neutral expression while nodding back. Then, turning to face his clansmen, Naruto says, "Lady Karen, I am entrusting you with her safety." Karen quickly picks things up and gives a slight bow of the head. "By your word, Regent." Hiashi is impressed by the formality of their hosts as he observes his clansmen mounting into the second and third carriages. With the exception of Sato Yoichi, who follows to the second carriage with his regent, Shion and the other demon group members head towards the first carriage. "Lord Regent, may I ask to accompany you in the second?" With a soft smile, Naruto turns to face his captain of the guardsmen and says, "I will be fine, Sato. Though, if you are so concerned," directing the samurai's gaze to his back as Gaara and his wife approach, "I am sure Lord Kazekage and his wife would be more than happy to see us home." The Wind Shadow, who nods to the guard captain and shakes the regent's hand, causes the Hyuga to all jerk back, according to Gaara. With his hands in his sleeves, Hiashi bowed his head and said, "Lord Kazekage, I was not aware of your presence. Forgive my oversight. If that is the case, then I would be happy to provide an escort back to the shrine." Gaara turns to face the clan head, nods once, and says, "It is fine." He then turns to face his brother, who nods back and says, "Then, we shall move on." As Hiashi sat with his daughters at his sides, facing Naruto, who sat with Gaara and Mitsuri at his sides, the middle carriage was silent during the carriage ride. Gaara eventually broke it by inquiring, "Lord Hiashi, is this your first time attending the founding festival?" With an inward expression of gratitude for the pass, Hiashi nods once and resumes the conversation. "Yes, it has only recently reached our ears. Our traders caught wind of it 2 years ago, though they missed it last year. Thankfully, we were alerted to this one in time." Naruto looks at Gaara and nods. It would seem that the incident from back then had further reaching consequences than we anticipated. Gaara was impressed by Naruto's ability to bring up that incident without showing any signs of his own emotions, but he also had a very strong poker face. His blush was concealed by his sand armor. With a single nod, he says, "Yes. Well, it was a rather unique situation. I assume you have prepared for it this time around. I am sure that Lady Shion had already told you about a repeat of that incident, Lord Regent." "No," was the response from Mitsuri, the Kazecage's wife. Gaara, Hiashi, and Naruto all swallowed silently because they knew that tone all too well. The men all shuddered as Naruto nodded once and said, "Yes. Thankfully, neither of the instigators will be in attendance this time around. You can relax, Lady Mitsuri," to which she nodded and smiled sweetly. Hiashi cleared his throat and asked, "To which incident are you referring?" "Perhaps," pausing as Naruto held up a hand. The Kazekage answered, "During the festivities 2 years ago, the largest one, I believe." The regent nodded, and Naruto went on, "Yes, we had welcomed dignitaries from all over the elemental nations, including both Kumogakure and RyugaXD. A small competition broke out midway through the celebration." The clan head and newcomers raised an eyebrow at this since it was unfamiliar to them, but Mitsuri was the first to say, "They all decided to see which nation could consume the most alcohol and cause a dry spell for half of this continent." Quiet. Naruto was beginning to resemble a Hyuga due to his intense focus on his formal training. Although Gaara was safely concealed under his sand armor, it was funny to watch the two heiresses blush. Hiashi posed the question, "Who won?" to diffuse the mounting tension. Gaara replied quickly, "It was a tie. We ran out of drinks countrywide. Though, I believe that the regent and I were neck and neck. Iwagakure and Kumogakure were tied for second, and Kurigakure and Spring were tied for third." Hiashi gave a nod. It must have been tight, and although he dared not say it, he was curious about where they would rate. If Lady Matsuri's quivering eyebrow was any indication, the wives were obviously not pleased with this kind of competition. The words, "thankfully," caught Hiashi's attention. "Our allies were happy to aid us in our recovery." Though the council was initially concerned about the display, it came around when our trade subsequently picked up in the following quarter. "I see, then perhaps we could discuss a Hyuga trading outpost here. It is one of the topics I wish to bring to your attention during our stay here." Hiashi nods in agreement, indicating that his clan has lost out on this opportunity. At that, Naruto furrowed his brow. "Damn, this sounds like a hassle," was one of the questions they wanted to ask. They undoubtedly sought to establish a power base among his constituents by putting a few of their own people close to or on the path to power. With a sigh, Naruto replied, I see. Well, that is for a later discussion. As no doubt you all wish to get settled and accustomed to your lodging. We shall go over the rules and regulations for conduct on our estate's grounds. As it is our capital building and has procedures that must be followed. He did not express his thoughts outwardly. The Hyuga assumed that and nodded in agreement. Lord Regent, Hinata said, drawing Naruto's attention. You said it is your capital building. Does it not hold any religious significance for the land? She asked after he nodded. Naruto gives a nod. It once did, yes, however, our people have moved on from that, so now it holds more of a symbolic significance in place of a religious belief. Not even mentioning the historical significance of the structure either. We have employed the finest artisans and studious craftsmen to maintain and expand the original structure. He turns to the other container by his side. Lord Casecage has also had a hand in its upkeep. Gaara gave a nod. It was a good test of his skills and a fresh approach to using his Biju and bloodline power to help with minor repairs in hard-to-reach places. During those times, Shukaku had never been more solemn, and he was also thrilled with the outcome. He said, yes, it was a rather refreshing experience for my abilities, and the original craftsmanship was very impressive and difficult to match. This now piqued Hiyashi's interest. As that's so, then I must ask for a tour of this shrine. I am well educated in the architectural world and always interested in seeing something new. That I am sure can be arranged, though, there are areas that I must exclude you from as even I am not allowed there. Neither of us are shrine maidens after all, Naruto says, nodding, and the clan head nods, although Gaara is aware that this is a purposefully constructed omission of the truth. The regent raised an eyebrow when Hanabi asked, then perhaps I would be granted access. Her father, Naruto, responded, I was unaware of your change of occupation from kunoichi to shrine maiden, Lady Hanabi. Hanabi maintained eye contact despite having the grace to blush rather attractively. I believe I misspoke. Perhaps I could accompany you on the tour and learn about the duties of the shrine maidens during said tour. Naruto did not hesitate to respond, I am sorry, Lady Hanabi, whoever our nation's shrine maidens were born into their role, much like yourself, and even if I had wished to change that, it requires something that is only passed on from the previous generation. Then, does that mean, they have a bloodline unique to them? Required for their role, said Hinata, who understood what that meant. He simply nods, indeed, Lady Hinata. It is required for the sealing of the demon we battled 8 years ago. Should it return, their services will be required to ensure its defeat. According to Hiyashi, I had heard of the precognitive abilities of the maidens. There was a noticeable intensity in Naruto's eyes. I suggest you watch your words carefully, Lord Hiyashi. I take the protection of my family very seriously. Everyone in the room already knew that. Naruto had always stood up for his beloved people, even before he was exiled from the Leaf. He has always used his power to protect them, and trying to cross him is a surefire way to make him angry with little regret. Hiyashi just nodded, recognizing the threat for what it was. Gaara could hear his tenants cackling, manic laughter and saw the man's body tense. He was laughing inwardly, too. Those with the Forsyte bloodline were not excluded from the protection afforded to their family by the offspring of all the sages, after all. Hiyashi said, I was just curious, that is all. If it is indeed a bloodline, then what kind of protections have you employed to prevent those unworthy of note from attempting to harm them? He had calmed his breathing after the knife-like threat. The man feels a fierce unease as Naruto and Gaara exchange matching smiles. Naruto gives their common ideas a voice. Well, besides the fact that doing so would earn the wrath of each and every bijou on the planet. At that, Hiyashi swallowed. That degree of security is unparalleled. He was able to nod, though, and the smirks reverted to their regal distance. Naruto went on, we do have a seal, in the same manner as your own, however, far more sophisticated and powerful than yours. Though, it is far more humane than the cage bird, as it lacks the disciplinary powers and the like. Rather, it has a unique transmitter that only the bijou can locate regardless of distance, and it activates upon their distress, unable to be turned off by anyone who isn't a bijou. That was undoubtedly the best defense, and anyone who dared to cross the priestesses and try to kidnap them would undoubtedly perish. Because of their dispersed locations across the globe, you also had nowhere to hide or flee to. Hiyashi says with a nod, a firm system. No one was able to pick up on Naruto's smugness despite his nod. Along with Kurama, Shukaku, Matabi, and Seiken, he was proud of the work he had done. Since this generation of Jinchuriki has been the most cohesive with their tailed beasts, it was not only for his children but also for the children of all their containers. Being included in that degree of protection for his own children also made Gaara feel a little smug and proud. Additionally, it's the reason he feels at ease enough to let them run loose in Demon Country. At the very least, Kurama and Chome keep a close eye on it. The others attend events as part of a new family custom, so their children are completely safe. To his own surprise, Shukaku has taken on the role of a fun grandparent with his own children, who enjoy writing out new seals or building sand structures with him. That brings it back to me. Lord Regent, I was just reminded that both Shinki and Karun have developed a healthy appreciation for the sealing arts. May I ask for some materials for them? Although Shukaku has a significant influence on them, Naruto was taken aback and briefly raised an eyebrow. Sure, I can provide that to my niece and nephew. However, what has Lord Shukaku said about it? He nods after a brief pause. Naruto firmly nods in agreement with Gaara's statement. He has encouraged it, as he too is rather taken with your style in comparison with his own. Hiashi then interrupts, saying, "Forgive my rudeness, but who is this Lord Shukaku? I am unfamiliar with the name." Naruto is unsure of the level of books to give the two children. The two had briefly reverted to their family mode as Naruto and Gaara glanced at the man and realized that their guests clearly didn't know the Biju's true names. It didn't matter anymore, but before Naruto could clarify, Mitsuri said, Lord Hiashi, drawing the carriage's attention. How much do you know about the tailed beasts, exactly? Hiashi said, admittedly, our knowledge is rather limited, and his daughters nodded in agreement. Hinata then said, our only experience with them is the Nine Tails attack on our village and the Chunin exams when the One Tail attempted to attack the village. The Three-Leaf Shinobi gave the question some thought, only really remembering the Nine-Tailed Fox's attack on the leaf. Gaara and Naruto exchange a fleeting glance and a quick smile before turning to face the other person. With one anticipatory nod, Mitsuri says, yes, well, I suppose that is to be expected, along with your ignorance. The Hyuga raised 3 eyebrows at this, uncertain whether she was being impolite or sarcastic. Although it was Gaara who spoke next, this might be vital to know, as during your stay, you are more than likely to come across them. All the tailed beasts have names and personalities. They will be attending the festivities too, and using your bloodline on them may cause injury, so be warned. It was evident from the way their mouths opened that Hanabi and Hinata were in shock. So, this Lord Shukaku? Hiashi asked, maintaining his composure. Gaara gave a nod. Shukaku is the name of the one-tailed tanuki I hold. However, he is currently watching over our children. He has been recovering from his mental trauma lately by spending time with his grandchildren, my own, and being addressed with respect, which allows him to regain his dignity. Hiashi gave that a nod, mentally not wanting to stray from the custom. The Hyugas raised an eyebrow when Naruto said, as for the Nine Tails, you had already met them actually, as they attempted to remember ever meeting someone like that. Hinata was the first to realize, Lady Kurama. The one holding the infant as we boarded the carriages. Naruto gave a firm nod. Hiashi was shocked that he had missed her. The first person complained, be respectful, and she will return it. Any disrespect will not be tolerated. Her influence on me was actually rather heavy, though not in the ways everyone feared it would. Heishi assumed he would elaborate as she gazed at him blankly. My attitude to defend what is close to me. My precious people, my strength. Kurama is the very embodiment of that mindset. Our family's staunch defender, the strongest of us all. Cross any of our kin, and she will pay you a visit. Naruto answered the unasked question after dragging it on for far longer than necessary, only to irritate the clan head. All of the Hyugas shuddered at that, and they nodded slowly, with Hiashi responding, I see. Grounds of shrines. The main shrine, the Kumo house, the shinobi facility, and finally the guest house on the far side of the temple, the rear outhouse, were all passed by the 3 carriages as they pulled up onto the shrine grounds. Hiashi was struck by the 2-story building's stone masonry as he emerged after Naruto, Gaara, and Mitsuri. As they had discussed, it was an unexpected sight, a 2-story structure worthy of being displayed next to the shrine capital building, with smooth gray marble skillfully blended with solid cream and interwoven with reddish wood supports. It belonged to the leading house because the little gate had the same insignia that Naruto wore on the back of his Hiyori, and a quick look revealed that Lady Shion and her daughter also had it. His 2 daughters were taken aback by the building's understated elegance, and it's clear from looking at the other clansmen that they were also pleased. Everything appeared to be going smoothly, even though their elders had a difficult bar to reach. The guards on either side of Naruto drew attention to him when he said, "Now, then, this will be your accommodation during your stay here. As you can see, the ground around the house is part of our flow fields, and aid in the production of medicine and the like." Hiashi nodded in agreement as Naruto went on, "Though, during your time here, we have scaled back the hours of the groundkeepers. For both your state of mind and your security. That being said, we can't neglect them, so the guard on watch will inform you each day when the groundskeepers are tending to them, so you are aware of their presence." The visiting dignitaries were observing the various flower gardens nearby, all of which were colorful and visually appealing. Hiashi nodded in agreement. It was both reasonable and accommodating. Naruto went on, "Thus, please be understanding and not needlessly pick on them. If you have any questions about the field, they are able to answer them, but as they are my employees, I want respectful encounters. Any complaints will reflect badly upon you and your house." Hiashi nodded once more. It was pretty standard stuff, but he was a little worried because his father, who was present, could be a bit strict with the assistants. He would monitor him as Naruto went on, "Now, I am sure you have all noticed that Kumogakure has a house here," pointing to a house in the distance. "I am aware of your animosity toward them and thus, only have a single 4-man team here currently. One of which is my sister, the holder of the two-tailed hellcat, and she has been charged with keeping them in line. Any issues, report it to me or anyone you spot with hyper-dense chakra. They will handle it." Naruto nods when one of the Hyuga asks, "I assume that these hyper-dense chakra signals, as you put it, are fellow containers." "Yes, though, you may find one of the tailed beasts too, as they are allowed to free roam here in Demon." That admission astounded the passengers in the third carriage, and Hiyashi's father interrupted, asking, "You mean to tell us that the beasts roam free and do not destroy you? I suggest you watch yourself, elder. The fact that you are here, despite the general warning against bringing elders to this festival, is already a bad start." Naruto said icily, not liking this man at all. Those who call Demon home hardened their eyes at the man, glaring slightly. "May I ask how many of the bijou are around?" Hiashi asks, not wanting to start a fight. With his arms folded, Kurama said, "At the moment, 5 of us are present." Because she appeared rather regal and was obviously a lady of high station, the people in the third carriage were taken aback and were unaware that the woman was one of the beasts. However, they now saw that she had 8 whisker marks on her cheeks, just like Lord Regent. With a bow, Hinata approached the woman and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Kurama." Kurama gives her a nod. "It has been a while since I last saw you, Lady Hinata. You certainly have grown. No longer that short girl in the back of the class, no." Though Naruto interrupts, "Yes, the bijous are providing security for this event. So, rest assured that you are safe as long as you don't cause trouble. Furthermore, you may find kitsunes in the forests, they are harmless as long as you do not hold negative intent towards them. Heed their warnings, if they are with the young, feel free to play with them if you wish, but being respectful will earn them respect." Hinata had the grace to blush, unsure of how to respond to that. "What about our servants and the like? We did not have enough space either." Naruto interrupted him, "My family does not employ servants, chefs, and the like. Why would we give any to you?" He was aware that they wished to argue with him, but they were unable to rationally oppose his decision because he was, in a sense, a daimyo and was currently accompanied by the strongest tailed beast. Everyone was aware of it. Knowing that would keep them silent, Naruto nodded. "However, we have stocked your pantry with the freshest produce and products for your use. I am aware of your more traditional palate, so we have taken it into account, along with a few native varieties that should suit your tastes. If you have any issues, please come to my office, where I am typically found." When Hinata approached Naruto as the Hyuga started to enter the house, she said in a low voice, "Lord Regent," drawing Sato's attention. "Lady Hinata, can I help you?" Hinata gives a firm nod. "I was wondering if you had some time later for a one-on-one talk. It has been a long time, and I wish to catch up, so to speak." Knowing what Kurama had warned him about, Naruto sighs inwardly and nods once, saying, "It has been. However, I believe my duties will keep me largely contained and occupied. Thus, as it was suggested by my council, the Leaf contingent has set aside time for a casual meeting tomorrow evening for such a talk. Beyond that, I am afraid that I cannot promise anything." Given that he would undoubtedly be spending any free time with his wives, Hinata's Hyuga training allowed her to smile in spite of the heartbreak caused by being turned down. But she kept that to herself and said, I see. Then, I will see you there. As his former classmate spoke and let out an inward sigh, Naruto could actually feel the anguish and sorrow seeping from her body. His damn hero complex was fighting for dominance, but he found a middle ground first. Say, Lady Hinata, how about we all take a picture to commemorate this occasion? Everyone's attention was drawn to this, and she also gave him a ghostly smile. By nodding, Hinata said, that will be fine. The picture would end up being Hinata's most cherished present. With her sister by his side and her father by her side, she stood dead center next to Naruto while dressed in formal attire. At the rear was the clan. With his wives by his sides, Naruto stood with his daughter in front of him, his hand resting on her shoulders. Sato was at the edge, and Kurama was at the far end. Town of Oni no Kuni. After a while, as Choza and his clansmen unloaded the remainder of their belongings into the designated warehouse, they all nodded to confirm that it was locked and safe. Their supplies are all kept in temperature-sealed storage units in the warehouse that has been provided to them for their stay, and the celebrations will start in a few days. A silver-furred cat perched atop a door cover caught their attention with a meow. As the fat man grinned at the cat, he was about to give it a treat when a fresh voice said, I wouldn't, Choza-san. Everyone's gaze shifted back to the side, where Utakata was standing by Naruto Uzumaki as he leaned against the warehouse unit across from him. None of the 6 members of the Akamichi clan had noticed them, and both appeared casual. Oh, Naruto, it's you. What can I? Said Choza, the first to awaken from his daze. As he kicked off the shutters and stepped forward, Naruto held up his hand and said, before anything, pointing to the silver cat with blue eyes that narrowed on her master's sibling. Her name is Isabelle. She is a rather cunning little girl who tries to use her cuteness to earn snacks when she's supposed to be working. The cat hissed at him. Looking between the two, Choza was perplexed, but Naruto persisted, saying, get back to your patrol. You were meant to be on the eastern approach. The shinobi all sensed the chakra use as the cat let out a little groan before hurrying away. Now then, Choza said, bringing his gaze back to Naruto after being taken aback, I am probably not your favorite person right now. Even more so as I ended your son's career prematurely. He hesitated when Choza held up his hand to stop him. You are not wrong, Naruto. I was mad at first, seeing my boy like that. I will admit that, the Akamichi confirmed with a nod. He continued, however, after seeing the full report and listening to his own words afterward, the information about your son came from Jiraiya. I understand you gave us plenty of chances to back off. I am upset that the council only decided to try diplomacy after my boy was maimed, upset that it took you to do so, before they tried to make peace. He sighed deeply and he shook his head once more and rubbed his face with his dragging hand before finally looking his fellow father in the eye. I know you always fought for your family and only fought back with minimal force until you had no more options. I am upset, yes, but I understand. With a sigh that seemed to age him by 10 years, Naruto nodded firmly. Choji is a solid man, someone I know would never have deserved that, but... Choza raises his hand and says, stop, bringing the Uzumaki's attention once more. As a father, I am just glad you spared me from having to bury him. Shikamaru and Shikaku both told me you had more than enough chances to end the entire squad. You held back. You let my boy come home. So, thank you, he says with an honest grin. Few shinobi of your caliber would have been so accommodating. So, thank you. After giving that a nod, Naruto lets out a deep breath and turns to face the warehouse they had just visited. I hope the storage units are up to your specifications. Choza grinned, and his clansmen behind him nodded enthusiastically. You have no idea how cool it is in there. They are better than the latest models we have back home. That made the two containers laugh. This caused the Akamichi to raise their eyebrows, so Naruto explained, the temperature control is seal-based. A side project when my kids were still in diapers and needed to keep their bottles warm. I created a highly precise temperature control seal. It saved my ass more than once. Naruto nodded, some of my best work, so thank you. Choza nods to the young man and says, well, if they are ever up for sale, please let me know. They all laugh heartily, remembering those late-night runs for their own infants. I will have 5 sets ready for you. It is the least I could do, Naruto said with a gentle smile. For you, he said. Training ground for Shrine. Perched on the training ground's edge, Kankuro watches his nephew Shuren hone his newest weapon. The child may learn how to use chakra strings from some of the older bats back home, but since his father is also familiar with them, he can assign blame if necessary. However, he is considering hiring his nephew as an apprentice because, like his father, he learned the chakra strings quite quickly. Both, however, use them in quite different ways. Although he has been known to use them to retrieve weapons or trip opponents during combat, Naruto can use them in the conventional manner as a puppet master. Commonplace items. However, Shuren uses them to control his shuriken, or more precisely, his thrown weapons. He can keep them in the air and use them as 4 additional weapons by channeling wind chakra through them. He can use his fists, sword, or free hands to strike from any angle. Amazing. Shuren was panting heavily as he finished his last sword kata while keeping the 4 strings of chakra attached to his 4 shuriken. Suddenly, they dropped. Damn, this is taxing. He muttered, sweat trickling down his temples. He was alerted to his uncle, who had been training him for the past 2 weeks, by a sidelong snort. Kid, what you're doing is nuts. You know that, right? Said Kankuro. Shuren nods, already aware of that. Though thinner and less mentally or chakra taxing, the strings are similar to the chains in nature. Yeah, probably impossible for anyone who isn't an Uzumaki. What makes you say that? Kankuro showed up beside his nephew, carrying a towel and a bottle of water, while Shuren clarified, Papa and I picked it really quick, right? After Kankuro gives a single nod, the boy goes on, the reason is rather simple. Those strings behave similarly to our clan's bloodline, adamantium sealing chains. The Suna puppeteer realized this and grimaced, saying, right, I forgot you guys had a bloodline like that. After lowering the water bottle, Shuren inhales deeply. Yeah, I'm sure if Kushi or my cousin Hinoka tried, they'd master puppeteering in a day or so. The preteen gave Kankuro a sweat drop when he started muttering about overpowered clans and foolish bloodlines, making everything seem so damn simple. Uncle, calm down, it isn't like. A new voice called out, Shuren. And the boy quickly went to where his sister was standing at the cave entrance. Kushi, he exclaimed as his eyes widened, and she rushed over to give him a firm embrace. The boy was shocked to see his sister again. Now she was here. Here was his baby twin. Like his father, he pulls back and examines her. Kushina gave her foolish brother a bonk. Are you okay? Did they hurt you or? She asked. Stop acting like dad, she sighed. I am fine, mum too. Though, there is someone else you need to meet. That's why I came. Shuren, where's my? She asks, grinning at her other mother, who is walking behind her with a small bundle of blankets. Shuren's eyes sparkle with happiness. Shizuka's boy appeared to body flicker into her chest before she could finish, being cautious not to hurt the small one in her arm. He whispered, sniffling, Mommy, I was so worried, and she grinned while giving her infant son a hug. I hear you've been a brave boy, protecting everyone and standing beside your father. I am proud of you, Shriren-chan. That was also Shizuka's true intention. She is also relieved that she changed out of her armor before visiting her son, who has spent the past 2 weeks training non-stop with his uncle Kankuro. Her son has demonstrated that he is more than capable of making both his father and her proud, according to the debriefing she received from Kurama and Shien. She will therefore reassure him that she is here to shoulder the burden for the time being. His childlike behavior can return. Mommy's here now, so, you can rest. Okay. Without saying anything, Shuren simply nods into her neck and smiles while circling her hands around his back to let him relax at his own pace. Shizuka gives a silent nod as she looks up at Kankuro, who was grinning. He waves off as he leaves after she nods back and mouths, thank you. Clearly, this was a mother-son moment. He is no longer the best uncle. He disappears into a dust storm. Primary shrine. Everyone had sat down at the dinner table for the first time that evening. After Shien and Naruto arrived, they laid the remaining beef chops. Kiddos, Naruto said, clearing his throat. Shuren's adoptive children and Shuren's group all turned to face him as he pointed to the newcomers and said, this is Shizuka Uzumaki, Shuren's other mother. With a smile on her face and her infant in her other hand, Shizuka says, it's great to meet you all. My son has spoken about all of you. They all flushed, but Shizuka raised an eyebrow when she saw Kyoto at the end holding a small bundle. She said, rather abruptly, I did not expect to see you here, Kyoto. I see the reports of your defection. The Greynet said, it isn't like, but when Naruto held up his hand, she fell silent. As Naruto turned to face his wife, Kyoto nodded and got up, saying, "That is a discussion for later. I will explain her presence here as well." Knowing her husband, Shizuka nodded. He most likely became involved in a rescue mission or something. Then Naruto said, "This is my baby girl Kushina, Shuren's twin sister," gesturing to the new young blonde by his side. "Hey!" Kushina waved to them. Sake yelled, "Don't!" at Tada. Naruto and Shuren both narrowed their eyes at the boy's slight blush, but he closed his mouth and turned away. Kazato turned away as well, and a low, menacing growl escaped both father and son, making the boys perspire. They both fell silent as a familiar clearing of the throat occurred. "Finally, our last new addition," Shion said, glancing out into the hallway. "Karen-san, why are you?" With a frown, Naruto turned to face Hinoka and said, "Karen, get in here already." Hinoka's eyes widened as a woman in a robe with bright red hair and eyes entered, exactly as Naruto had described. "Consider replacing the kimono with a lab coat." Karen was complaining, "Oh come on, guys. I don't," but she stopped when she saw Hinoka, and they both looked at each other. Naruto smiles and nods. "Yes, Karen Uzumaki. Meet Hinoka Uzumaki, the stealthiest Uzumaki to ever exist and your diametric opposite in abilities." He gives Hinoka a look. "And Hinoka, this is the Uzumaki I spoke of before. Karen Uzumaki, with the best sensory perception this side of the elemental nation." Before going to bed, while Shizuka was placing Nami in the crib he had previously taken out of storage, Naruto was sitting on the edge of the bed signing a few last-minute documents. "Really, the first night of all of us back and you were both working." Shion sighed as he entered the scene. Shizuka gave her a smile before turning to face her infant daughter. "I know, it's just that I've been on edge because of the Queen's machinations." With a heavy sigh, Shion held up her hand. The Natashiko nodded and grinned before turning to face their husband, who was working non-stop. "I get it, it's going to take a while before we get back into our equilibrium again." Even though they wanted to chastise him, they understood that this was only a temporary situation because tomorrow was when the festival's finishing touches would take place, as well as the other delegates. Their man was undoubtedly extremely stressed. The two wives exchanged glances, nodded, and grinned subtly before approaching their husband and the father of their children. Shikusuka was imitating Shion's gait because she knew that if she deliberately avoided making noise, his shinobi senses would frighten him. He would have reacted and realized there were two sets of Shion's footsteps if he hadn't been so focused. Hands over his eyes and then two lips on his neck snapped Naruto out of his paperwork-induced daze, and he grinned, "Girls. What's the primary shrine?" Sleeping on his shoulders and chest, Naruto awoke to the reasons behind his new life. 2 years into the Civil War, Shizuka of Natashiko found him and fought alongside him in the final stages. A gentle soul that had lost its way and sought him out of a sense of obligation to her home, but a fierce kunoichi at its core. His short-lived alliance with the Toads revealed his brief time as the Toad Sage's pupil, so their meeting was largely predetermined. Even after that, she had filled the growing emptiness in his heart and accompanied him on his quest to discover the answers he had not yet discovered for himself. Serving the populace and locating the other containers, they traveled from place to place. On the move, they stayed to themselves and offered assistance when required, never revealing their identities because he had not forgotten about the Akatsuki. The Morio incident resulted from that. When everything went wrong while they were on a sort of vacation in the land of wood, they went to the shrine and met the second light of his life. Shion. His gaze landed on the pale blonde who was lying across from his first self. She was a little distant during their meeting, and he wasn't particularly excited about the idea of guarding a pampered princess. Shion's prophecy of Naruto's demise frightened Shizuka, and Naruto wanted to demonstrate that he, not some pampered girl, determines his own destiny. Shizuka pulled Naruto away during the mission and declared her love for him, saying that their 2 years of traveling together has been the most significant event in her life. After a combination move from the two seasoned partners, Naruto and Shion engaged in combat with the enemy shinobi and defeated them. Even so, Shion was taken aback by the two shinobis' relationship. Had it not been for her shinobi guard's prompt actions, Shion would have been devoured by the demon despite arriving at the sealing chamber ahead of the enemy. Shizune pulled her then-boyfriend out, Naruto pulled her out, and their three-way powered Rasengan, his most potent weapon to date, later produced the new volcano. The kiss from the family sword interrupted his thoughts, and he grinned as he met the deep emerald eyes of the Natashiko beauty he calls his wife. In a whisper, Naruto said, "Good morning." With a smile in return, Shizuka said, "Good morning." Naruto whispers, "Good morning, Shion." The lady of the household, who is always elegantly gentle, pulls his face to the other side with delicate fingers and gives him a kiss. Shion gives him a smile in return. Good morning. Now that they were both awake, Naruto decided that it was time for their serious conversation before their responsibilities took over, even though he didn't want to disturb their peace. Breaking the friendly silence, he said, "We have things that need discussing." Both women were aware of this, and Shion simply let her hands move over her husband's chest until they reached his stomach, while Shizuka merely hung. What first? Well, Naruto murmured, Kyoto was assaulted by that rogue Uchiha. Rin and I got there too late, and had to track her down as she did not keep the SOS on her person. When Shizuka heard that, both of his wives scowled, but he nodded and said, I see. So, she was the reason you did not return with Rin. Naruto sighed tightly as Shion continued, then little Koki. Yes, she is half Uchiha. Though, she is already showing signs of attachment to us despite everything. When older, we will have to sit her down and explain things to her. Shizuka says, she'll be fine, kissing her husband's shoulder as she rests on him. Naruto smiles and asks, let me guess, because she's a Natashiko. Shion let out a virtuous laugh. With a small laugh, Shizuka said, no, because she'll see you as her father, no doubt. Naruto turned to face the dark-haired woman, who gave him a loving look in return. And I know full well how good a choice that baby has made. Definitely, Shion continues, grinning broadly. You are great with all the children, and never leave us wanting more. With a sincere smile, Naruto gives them both a single kiss on the crown and says, thank you both. I really love everything you both do for me, have done for me. I am truly blessed to be loved by you both. They both raise their faces and give him a beautiful smile. I love you, Naruto, they said in unison if you asked for their obviously objective opinion. Naruto went on to the next issue after that heartwarming scene. Shizuka was the primary recipient of this information, but Shion should also be aware of it. Another thing, during our journey here, Hinoka stumbled upon me. She alerted me of a new threat from the Leaf Village's underbelly. Their underbelly? You mean those blank masks we've come across? Shizuka asked, seemingly unfazed by the mention of the Leaf Village, but Naruto could see right away how tense Shion became. Naruto affirmed, the very same, grabbing Shion's interest. Confused, Shion said, blank masks. Shizuka replied from her position on Naruto's shoulder, they work for the Leaf Village, but the village at large is unaware of them. They do not officially exist, and their higher-ups either deny their existence or claim they are a rogue element. We have had run-ins with them before. They lack emotions and are little better than living puppets. These individuals appeared to be extremely dangerous, and Shion was anxious that they might now be targeting her. When Naruto said, Shion, she looked up into his gentle blue eyes once more. Normally we do not tell you this stuff as you are our gentle grace, the warmth and heart of the family that eases and welcomes us home. We know how soft and welcoming you are, and we wish to always protect you from the cold harsh world beyond the borders of demon. After all, as your shield, that is my role to protect, and Shizuka is our sword, to strike out against those who seek us harm, no. Shion understands that and nods. Nevertheless, Shizuka sits up and says, she, please believe in us. We are stronger than you think. She does this while grinning affectionately. That name made the priestess pout, but the phrase Shizuka had always used to reassure her made her smile. They were always more powerful than she had imagined, accomplishing the seemingly impossible and coming back smiling. Okay then, so, what do these blank masks want? Shion nodded, letting out a surprisingly heavy sigh. At last, Naruto sat against the headboard and nodded. Both of his wives were sitting up and staring at him. Either me or Hinoka, though, if they get her, her fate will be worse than death, he said. He went on, they want her help to create the ultimate summoning animal to use against their foes. Will you call in the family? Shizuka asked. Naruto gives a nod. Yes, I have already spoken about this with Yugito and Mata. Though I plan on speaking to Fu when she gets back from her scouting and vetting the arrivals. Once we have located them and confirmed what they are up to, we will strike hard and fast to shut them down. Shizuka gives one nod. That kind of threat is only going to lead to catastrophe. At moments like these, Shion is reminded that her family members are shinobi, warriors who sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Thus, her function in all of this is to maintain their attention on the human aspect of the debate. So, what about Hinoka? she asks. Both Naruto and Shizuka smile as he looks at his soft grace. Shion nods and smiles, pleased that he is still as heroic as ever. She is a free woman, Shion. I promised to protect her. If she wants something else, that is her choice, he says. However, if the leaf gets a hold of her, they might try and force her back with them for the benefit of the Uzumaki clan, in accordance with the Swirling Tide Treaty. Thus, me holding her up here and such. However, Naruto went on because the topic still concerned her. After receiving 2 raised eyebrows, Naruto sighed and explained, in short, it was a treaty that was part of the Hidden Leaf's founding, which basically meant that if the Uzumaki clan needed help, the village must provide it. It has only been invoked once, he said with a tight frown. It didn't help. Shizuka was the only of the 2 wives to have visited her husband's destroyed home, so they both knew what was left unsaid. However, Shion asked, a little perplexed, how could they use that to claim or force her back? What if, by some reason, a species of bird was to be borderline extinct? The conservationists would attempt to gather all the samples together into one place. No. For their protection and to try, Naruto suggests with a hollow smile, aware of the leaf's cunning. Shion's eyes widened. Shizuka looked at the cot off to the side, her face rigid. They wouldn't, said the hazel-haired blonde. Naruto, who appeared much older than he actually was, affirmed, they would, and then he sighed deeply. I have long accepted that the Uzumaki, as a clan, is dead and buried. No doubt Karen-san, and Hinoka too, but that does not mean I wish to see those who remain being used by fools in power or seeking it. Shizuka and Shion both give firm nods in agreement, saying, she'll be protected. Thank you, he smiles at them. Another 2 princesses, huh? Shizuka grins. Shion laughed as Naruto moaned, sometimes his sword has 2 sides. He gave her a playful glare while protruding his tongue. As the earlier tension subsided, lighter subjects could be discussed. Then, the kids you brought back? Asked Shion, who had spent the most time with the new topic. Shizuka tries to put a face to the name, but Shion sighs, that boy, he is such a daddy's boy. Naruto nods once, saying, found them on Nagi Island's underground port. Shurin asked me to save them. He seemed rather enamored with Hiyori. Naruto chuckled nervously and said, well, Hiyori-chan is the pale blonde with unique red eyes, who is rather confident in herself. Shizuka raised a brow at her and asked, how so? His head tilted as his dark-haired wife flashed recognition. With a gentle smile, Naruto said, sound familiar. While the other 2 chuckled slowly, the Natashiko sighed deeply and nodded slowly. Naruto went on, well, either way, after we picked them up, freed them, and taught them how to be kids, they joined us for ninja training. Now, they are his group. I tasked Shurin with their care, and he has risen to the challenge. Shion and Shizuka grinned broadly, beaming with pride at their son. When Karen stumbled into the living room and saw the family getting together, she yawned and blinked owlishly for a moment before Hinoka waved her over. At that moment, Naruto showed up and gave her a plate of food, saying, morning. Morning, she said with a smile and a nod before moving to a seat that was available. Kushina said, hey, auntie, grabbing the Uzumaki's attention. Grinning, Karen sat down across from her. Hey, kiddo. Karen blinked owlishly when she saw Moroku making his way back to the kitchen after a cup of coffee appeared next to her. However, Kushina's laugh caught her attention, and the girl clarified, my little sisters have a foresight ability. You probably were feeling for that drink, right? Karen accepted the offered drink with a nod, and after just one whiff, she knew it was just what she had been craving. She only had to take a sip to realize that this was the best coffee she had ever had. She opened her eyes and discovered that she had no idea when she had shut them. Hit that annoying spot, right? Naruto grinned as she looked directly into his eyes. Karen merely gave one nod. How? Naruto asked, shrugging as he noticed Koki and Kyoto getting closer. We have numerous gardens spread out, including coffee and herbs, which are our main exports. After releasing the restless Koki from her mother's cautious grasp, she instantly became calm and turned to face his fellow Uzumaki. That coffee was a side project of mine when these kids were a lot younger. Karen asks, so, it's geared towards us Uzumaki? And he nods. Then Shion says, it has an unusual taste for everyone else. Naru is the only one who drinks it regularly. Shizuka sees Naruto holding a silver-haired infant as she enters the hall with baby Nami in tow. She reminds herself that it's Koki before turning to look at Kyoto, who tenses up in response. I am sorry, Kyoto. I am glad you are doing well. Your daughter too, Shizuka says softly and smilingly. Despite his hesitation, Kyoto nodded slowly in agreement. Thank you. Shizuka nods in agreement and observes Naruto looking through the kitchen cabinets. What are you looking for? The bottles, Naruto muttered incoherently as he reached down while keeping Koki in his arm. Koki was merely giving him a curious look. Shizuka said, What, is she hungry? Just wait for Kyoto to finish. Naruto gives a nod. He slowly gets up and goes back to the table with the others while Sake brings his food as well. I guess I should then. Thank you, my little princess. Sake smiles and gives him a hug, which he quickly gives back. After that, she dashes back to assist her mom. Sake turns back to nod when Naruto asks, Oh, and can you get me my coffee too? Didn't she already know that, even though many people were perplexed? Can't she just see what you want? You know, with their all-knowing foresight, was the question that everyone asked, and Hinoka answered it. Glancing across the table, Naruto arched a brow. They turned to face him, curious to hear what he was going to say. All-knowing, he asked, turning to face his sitting daughter and son. Kushina nodded as well, and Shuren shrugged. They always seem to know what others want, so. Naruto turned to face his two wives as they approached the two subjects. Shizuka was giggling a little, and Shion was grinning. Shizuka said, It seems they don't really know all that much about it. Sitting next to her husband, Shion nods. Probably for the best. With a familiar, fluid shrug, Naruto nods, and Koki appears to smile and say, Yeah. For the best. Many people were intrigued by that, but Naruto, the head of the household, interrupted by saying, Okay, let's eat. Hyuga Residence and Guest House. Last night, Hinata hardly slept at all. The bed was excellent, and many people of royal ancestry have undoubtedly enjoyed sleeping here, but it did not ease her anxiety. After reading the Black Market Bingo book back in the Leaf, it was revealed that Naruto-kun was married to Shizuka, a Natashiko kunoichi, and that the two had been working together for about 9 years. Then, yesterday, when they arrived in this country, she learned that he was not only married to that woman but also to someone else who held a position so high that he was promoted to daimyo. Since she is the nation's official leader, they refer to him as regent, but he leads them instead of her. Uzumaki Shion, you would find it difficult to hold anything against this genuinely graceful woman, who exudes such gentle and kind love. But here she was, having spent the majority of the night watching the main shrine from her window. Given the quantity of Biju present, she dared not use her bloodline here for fear of getting hurt. They had been told not to do it unless they were desperate. Next was the Natashiko woman's daughter, Kushina Uzumaki. She was obviously in love with Naruto-kun and appeared to be very intelligent and upbeat, but it was not her fault that her feelings would not be reciprocated. So it would be prudent to make friends with her. Offer to assist with her training, perhaps. Come nearer. Then maybe Naruto-kun and his son will also notice her. When there's a knock on the door, Hinata looks away from the shrine. She takes the initiative to respond. When her father appears through the door, he says, Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Hinata nodded and trailed behind her father, who probably refrained from bringing up the bags under her eyes because he was aware of her feelings for their host. The shock of him having two wives is undoubtedly having a negative impact on Hinata's mental health. When she gets to the family dining room, she looks at her sister, who also observes the wear and tear but doesn't say anything about it. They ate a quiet breakfast that was even better than they had anticipated. Following this, their dad said, Today we are to check the town and local authorities to assess the situation within the town, which is the heart of this land. Once done, we shall create a plan to meet with the regent Naruto, or perhaps the priestess Shion, for our proposal. Hanabi asks, Should I inquire about that tour? After nodding. After giving that some thought, Hiyashi recalled the Shinobi Center that required scouting and said, Perhaps, however I feel that you should see what, if any, Shinobi training they are doing. Hanabi nods. Hinata responds, I was intending to do so too. Though, I also want to check on the flower fields and speak with the people tending to them. See if there is anything I can learn from them. Hiyashi gives a nod. It was a wise choice. According to their brief description, the flowers, and maybe some herbs and spices, are a significant source of revenue. He nods, thinking they might give him information about future transactions. Indeed, that will provide us valuable insight. I shall leave it to you. Oni-sama, are you not going to the event this evening? With the Leaf contingent, Hanabi asked her older sister. Hiyashi had overlooked that and listened to his oldest's answer. Hinata replied, yes, I plan to. Though, I will make sure not to be late and arrive before the regent. I will make sure to arrive there on time, says Hanabi, nodding. I shall investigate the town and its layout, after seeing if I can set a time for a meeting with the regent, Heishi declared, glancing between his two daughters. The Hyuga launched an offensive to clear the way for their ascent in this new country after the plan was established. A fresh victory for dominance. The woods land. The group decided to ninja hop the remaining distance after the Leaf contingent landed in the port of the minor neutral nation, where docking fees were significantly more affordable. Kiba went up to her clanmate and the two Kurama clan heads and said, say, Yakumo Kurama, right? Yes, Inuzuka-san, can I help you? Yakumo hesitantly nodded as she turned to face the Inuzuka who had come up to her. Kiba gives a nod. Well, I heard you have a weak body, so I was going to offer. I will be fine, told Yakumo, interrupting him. I may not be a kunoichi, but I have not slacked off with my training. Kiba gives one nod and bows a little. My bad, just wanted to help. Everyone's attention was drawn to Tsunade by her booming voice. Okay, listen up. We only have a few hours to make it to the capital of Demon Country by day's end. It is due north from our current position, so we will be pushing at low Jonin speed the entire time. We should get there mid-afternoon at the latest. Hi, Lady Hokage. After me, Tsunade exclaims as she nods and turns back to the road ahead. Her shinobi force follows her as she leaps into the trees. The Leaf team quickly arrived at the boundary between the land of Demon and the land of Wood. But since there was no sign or clue that they had crossed, they kept moving in the direction of their goal, avoiding the land of Valley's border, which showed they were on the right track. After traveling at high speed for almost 6 hours straight, they came to a halt at noon, and their lower class members were starting to feel tired. They prepared food, maintained hygiene, and set up a small camp. It was quite a relief to leave the protection of the Leaf and return to the field. Tsunade had forgotten what it was like to be leading such a force through uncharted territory in this way. As she observed her envoy, she couldn't help but smile at the coordination displayed by her shinobi as they moved and interacted with one another. Based on what Jiraiya had learned about the area, there was little chance of an attack. This was not hostile territory. It seems that there are several strong shinobi in the area who patrol continuously without established routes or timetables. As a result, bandits and pirates never venture near the land of Demon or its neighbors because these people are known to be able to destroy both armies and navies. However, they are merely rumors. Tsunade was startled out of her reverie when Shino came up to her perch on a down tree and said, Lady Hokage, I believe we are being tracked. Tsunade became grave. She wasn't the only one who said, oh, what makes you say that? The others all readied themselves for action. My insects are warning me that someone is in control here. They won't say more than that. Tsunade was reminded of that moment with the Kyuubi when the Inuzuka partners all started snarling and glancing at the surrounding trees before she could reply. She leapt to her feet and looked around, her eyes widening. Stay calm, everyone. I think I know who is watching us. She faces the tree line as her people form a defensive formation. Are you out there, Kyuubi? Yells Tsunade. The Leaf shinobi stiffened. There could be trouble if the Kyuubi is out there. There was a long period of silence. A very long period. After a full minute, a lone kitsune, the size of an adult Akamaru, emerged from the tree shade with a low growl. Just inside the clearing, her dull white coat with 4 tails swaying at her back and orange markings appeared and stopped. The sight of such a large fox caused many people, particularly the Ninkin, to gawk. That, however, came to an end when 6 more of the same kind emerged from all directions, growling and staring down the Leaf contingent, who were now extremely vigilant. Is this Naruto's pack? Kiba swallowed. Responds, yeah, he summoned them during our fight before. They tore Choji's arm off. They are fast enough to catch Kakashi and Jiraiya, strong enough to bring down Choji, and can spit flames hot enough to burn anything to ash. Do not take them lightly. Amazing, Hana muttered as she watched them all intently. She approached the one who had emerged first and said in canine, hello, we mean no harm, despite her desire to try something. Her triplets took a defensive stance alongside their leader, just in case, but everyone who wasn't an Inuzuka was perplexed. The fox had stopped growling and was simply observing her back when Hana noticed that it was now staring at her. She made another attempt. Do you understand? When the fox answered, I do, the Inuzuka and their partners snapped at her, saying, though, you speak weird. Not like our leader. Hana gives a nod. I see. Perhaps I speak dog, different to fox, is an intriguing example of a dialect. The fox draws the clan heiress's attention by asking again, who are you? Hana responds, we are Hidden Leaf. Trying to get to meet your alpha. Alpha, what is that? Hana heard the kitsune on her right say, I think I want to meet the leader, Yui. I see. Is he waiting for you? Yui nodded after identifying him. Hana gives a nod. He is. Yui studied them closely for a while before turning to her companion. Leader's sister is nearby, yes, Kugo. She is patrolling nearby, yes, says the now identified Kugo, nodding, and Yui nods as flames ignite in her mouth. Everyone was shocked by this, and the dogs growled at her, asking, what are? The blue flame travels for a while before exploding as Yui shoots up into the sky. Then she sits on her haunches and looks around at the group. Wait. Thank you, Hana says with a smile and a nod before turning back to the group of Leaf Shinobi. Tsunade gives her a fierce look. The kitsune interrupted her, saying, her name is Yui, and she is the leader of this pack. Hana then returns to human language. Our lord is the leader of our hunter skulk. I am his second. My bad, Hana said as she turned to face her Hokage. They have asked us to wait here as they have summoned someone to greet us. So, what else can they tell us? Tsunade asks, nodding, happy to see the Inuzuka. Hana exclaims, although we speak a similar language, it isn't the same. It was difficult to learn just that much. Tsunade nodded, and it was clear from a quick look that they wouldn't launch a careless attack. The six had stopped snarling and threatening them and were now sitting calmly. Better than it was the last time. Everyone's attention was drawn to a howl a few minutes later. With a collective growl, the kitsune, Ninken, and Inuzuka snapped toward the source. All of the aforementioned jumped off and charged in the direction in question before Tsunade could ask. After them. Stick together, she commanded, unaware of the circumstances. Hi. Following the Inuzuka clansmen's trail, the Leaf team moved as quickly as they could under the Abarim's guidance. A massive blast of blue flames erupted in the near distance, but it would take them 10 minutes to realize what was happening. But as they got closer, Shino's bugs started talking a lot, which distracted their host. My bugs are acting up. I am not sure why, he said out loud, shaking his head. Tsunade turned to face her. Shino was an important member of their tracking team, and she was unaware of any Aburame experiencing similar problems. Can you explain? Tsunade ordered them to stop before she could ask another question because a shinobi had landed in front of them, chakra spiking and clearly posing a threat. Who are you? Tsunade asks, landing far away from the newcomer. The shinobi tilts his head and says, that's interesting. Who are you, Queen Holder? Shino came forward. You are a queen. Impossible. Who? This doesn't. He shook his head, but the discussion was cut short when Yui appeared beside the unknown, handing over something to the unknown shinobi, who then turned to the Leaf contingent. You are Tsunade Senju, right? You are the Leaf group Yui found here, then. Correct. I am, Tsunade says with a single nod. Who are we speaking to? So, the voice of the unknown said, pulling her gaze away from the ni inscription on the now identified face mask. Why are these blank masks trying to set up shop in demon territory? The figure threw the plate in hand at the woman, who caught it and turned it over to reveal a very familiar marking that made her blood run cold. I suspect that old mummy back home had heard of the strength this country has, Tsunade said, shaking her head. She couldn't believe Danzo would do something so stupid, but this was the evidence she needed. Before entering the political system, he undoubtedly wanted to watch and try to gather information. All I can say is that none of this was ordered or authorized by me. After a moment of staring, the unidentified person turned to face the kitsune on the branch next to her and asked, what do you think? Be grateful that your friends helped us, the kitsune said, turning away and heading back to the clearing just ahead of the group. The unidentified person nodded before turning back to face the Leaf team. Alternatively, I would have murdered you all right there. Before she could finish, a swarm of insects appeared and surrounded them all, leaving even Shino both surprised and uneasy. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, saying, you have that. The unidentified shinobi nodded, yes, I can if I so wished to. When the swarm dispersed, Shino relaxed, breathing heavily because the shinobi had released his hold on his own hives. His coughing caught his ally's attention, and he said, we have a situation here. Before leaping off after Yui, he said, if you want to help us, clear this sooner so we can head out to the capital sooner. There wasn't really a choice, so the Leaf contingent all turned to face their Hokage, who was gritting her teeth while staring down at the root mask in her hand. Let's go see what mess Danzo has made, she ordered, tending to the shinobi. I'll have his head when we return. Hi, Demon's Land, cadet training area. Both leap back, and as he slides back to a stop, the boy finally gives himself a moment to breathe. Shuren completes his backflip, slips to the left, avoiding the downward slash, and his own sword cuts horizontally, blocked by his opponent's expert move. A stoic Samui and an amused Karui stood off to the side of the spar, watching as Omoi stared down the boss man's son, who had been demonstrating his rather formidable kenjutsu skills. Omoi was only holding back enough to be regarded as low Chunin level, but Shuren had shown no inclination to be overwhelmed, and the fact that he was only winded indicated he had a lot of potential. You have great skills, Omoi tells the Kumo Chunin as he smirks and moves his lollipop around in his mouth. Shuren smiles and says, yeah, well, I need to get stronger to protect my sister. The three Kumo shinobi had to respect the fiery determination in his eyes. Omoi nods in agreement and moves out of stance. Then, before we proceed, let's grab some food. We can then go for a few laps. Hanabi said, for one so young to be so strong, as Shuren nods while sheathing his own sword. However, clapping from the side attracted everyone's attention to the lone Hyuga who had appeared at the end of the spar. Without a doubt, you are impressive. Shuren turned to his brother figure and asked, Omoi ni, do you know her? Nah, though, the boss did say that the Hyuga would be here yesterday during our brief, he says, taking a pop out of his pocket and passing the candy to the boy who took it, unwrapped it, and mouthed it like the Chunin. Karui and Samui move between the Hyuga and Shuren for different reasons, with the outspoken Karui saying, can we help you, Hyuga? Hanabi came over to check out the boy's fighting skills after noticing how defensive these three Kumo shinobi were of the boy she thought was Naruto's son. She estimated that he was fighting at a high genin to low Chunin level, making him a truly promising shinobi in the future. If he is Naruto's son, he would be even more of a target. She said, yes, well, I was looking around for anything interesting to do with myself until this evening, naturally keeping her thoughts to herself. But since this is my first time in this country, I figured it would be best to ask him, she said, pointing to the youngest member of the group, because he has the regent's house crest. Being that as it may, the kid has asked for our help with his swordsmanship, Karui says, folding her arms, but she was no fool. The Hyuga are notorious for their superiority complex, and the boss had told them that they were probably trying to carve out a route to power here in Demon. You must speak with the regent if you wish to assist. I see, Hanabi says with a single nod. You mentioned eating, didn't you? If I joined your outing, would that be too much trouble? Seeing the town with someone who knows the area would be pleasant. Fortunately, a reprieve arrived in the form of Tamari, who materialized through a gust of wind. Oh, she said, drawing everyone's attention. The Suna Kunoichi raised an eyebrow when she saw the Hyuga facing a defensive group of Kumo shinobi surrounding her nephew, asking, am I interrupting something? Nah, auntie, never. With all eyes on him, Shuren nearly leapt to the conclusion. What brings you here? He asked, blushing slightly. We were going to have lunch when. That's why I'm here, Tamari says, drawing everyone's attention. Konkuro said that you had promised to eat with us and meet your cousins today, Tamari says. We were concerned since you hadn't arrived. After blinking twice, Shuren grimaced and said, oh, was today. Omoi was amused by his soon-to-be protege's behavior and wanted to go talk to the boss to see if he could get a more permanent posting here and train the kid. They just clicked. You're just as bad as your uncles, Tamari said with a laugh and hands on her hips while shaking her head. So, did you have any plans with the Hyuga heiress, or are you coming? She turned to face the Hyuga. Shuren replied, nah, she was asking for directions to town. At this point, the Kumo group remembered how dense the child was, just like his father, and they all exhaled deeply and silently. Besides, I promised, and you know I don't go back on my promises, Shuren added. Tamari smiled and nodded, recalling once more how much of a daddy's boy Shuren was at that statement, perspiring. Right. Sorry, Hyuga-san, but I have places to go, Shuren said to the Hyuga as he walked up to his aunt. Perhaps the next time. Thinking rapidly, Hanabi simply nods. Is that a commitment? However, before Shuren could react, Tamari's body flickered herself and her nephew away after realizing what the Hyuga was attempting to do. Damn power-hungry Hyugas. It took a moment for the wind to subside before Omoi and Karui started laughing, and Samui grinned. Everyone who remained was relieved that Tamari had realized the Hyuga's trick and had swiftly fled, thwarting it. Fields of shrine flowers. The conversations with the groundkeepers were instructive and effectively diverted her attention for a few hours, and now that she had prepared a basic report on the common flowers they harvest and similar ones, Hinata was simply taking in the visual beauty of the flowers as she walked through the flower fields, trying to get rid of any negative thoughts. As she continues to walk, she spots what she thought was a half-Akamaru-sized kitsune, lying under a tree with its 3 tails encircling a girl. The closer she got, the more it resembled her. No, it was Naruto-kun's daughter, Kushina Uzumaki. With a growl of warning that made Hinata stop with her hands up, the red-furred kitsune's gray eyes opened and gazed at the approaching Hyuga. "I mean no harm," the kitsune said. "If you don't mind, I just wanted to speak with her." The sleeping princess of foxes was awakened by the low growl, which is an inside joke among the kitsune because she was their commander's kid and their boss's adopted grandchild, hence her title. It is unofficial, of course, but most of them treat it as though it were real. Kushina stretches, yawns, and rubs her eyes while asking her guardian, "Hey Kawaii, why'd you growl like that?" She stops when she sees the rigid woman from yesterday. "Oh. You're Hinata yawns once more and uses the opportunity to properly introduce herself. "My name is Hinata Hyuga. Your father and I attended the same school." "Oh," Kushina says, nodding as she sinks back into her oldest friend's fluff. "All right, so, Hyuga-san. Please," Hinata says with a smile. "Give me a call, Hinata. I consider it a disservice to be so formal outside of our duties because I am good friends with your father." Kushina shook her head and said, "Mother said that formalities should be held outside the home as we have guests here right now," absently patting her friend on the back. Kawaii had been staring at the stranger the entire time. She is their leader's kid, and Kawaii would never permit harm to come to her. "That is true normally, but right now I am just another person who likes these flowers all around us," Hinata says, bending down to eye level with the girl. She holds up the 3 books she was carrying, and Kushina recognizes one of them as the groundskeeper's handbook, which she has read through 6 times. "Yeah, me too," she says. "Lord Father and Lady Mother have searched everywhere and discovered some truly amazing ones as well." This time, Hin nodded with a sincere smile. "Is that correct? Would it be possible for you to show me? I would love to see if you have any of them that I haven't pressed yet," she said, taking out one of the 3 books, a book containing all of her pressed flowers, one of her most treasured possessions. Kushina turns to her companion and secret guard, who didn't appear overly excited but also didn't object. The girl nods. "All right. They're not too far." As she stands up, the 3 tails part, and Kawaii follows his charge's lead, yawning like any other dog but stretching like a cat. The fox grinned and said, "At least warn me next time, Kawaii," as it set down the path towards the location of the rarer flowers. Kushina looks back at Hinata and says, "Come on, Hyuga-san. This is how it is." Hinata nods as she follows the serenely walking kitsune, who was obviously wary of her but didn't know why. Was it orders, or was it just that she wasn't known? There could be a lot of reasons. The office of Naruto, Kurama, Shizuka, Gaara, Udik, and Sato were already waiting when Yugito arrived at her brother's office last. Matabi called herself, and Naruto started. "Our scouts have located and eliminated a route survey team in the southern central sector." Gaara remarks, "That didn't take them long," and the others nod. Matabi inquires, "Any casualties?" Kurama turned away from the rear window and shook her head, saying, "Not that we are aware of. In many respects, we were fortunate. They started by trying to apprehend several of our kits that were playing with their flames." Kurama went on, "Naturally, as outsiders, they did not know that at least 3 adults were with them." Everyone's eyes narrowed at that. Naruto became tense at the thought of the young being exposed to danger, though everyone felt the same. They were attacked as soon as they moved in. When the remainder of their force arrived, they made an effort to repel the pack guardians. By then, they had also cried out for assistance. After grabbing everyone's attention, Naruto said, "From our last report via the HAL train, the root forces had only recently found a suitable base location." He held up his hand to block Yugito's remark, saying, "Fu was there and shut down the entire airspace. They hadn't started doing anything yet, nor had they reported it back. Not a single message bird survived. Kurama says, it also appears that the Hidden Leaf contingent responded to the call. Yugito hisses, they probably, and he nods subtly satisfied. Kurama interrupted the kunoichi, staring her in the face, saying, no, which was a poor word choice. It was more akin to how those dog shinobi reacted. Inuzuka, Naruto says, nodding as he reclines in his desk chair. Udic interrupts, looks like the Hokage's luck is as bad as ever, or the best. Yes, they helped us. Shizuka shook her head and said, I don't believe so, drawing attention to herself next to Kurama and her husband. Knowing my partner's luck, Fu would have found it eventually, she said. On his next hunting excursion, perhaps. Yes, Gaara nods in agreement. In the most peculiar ways, you are exceptionally fortunate. Sato nods in agreement, adding, I have also observed that. I'm relieved that I didn't misread anything. Really, that being as it may, this shows that our plans against the ultimate summon may need to be brought forward, Kurama said, laughing softly as Naruto deadpanned at them. Although I agree, we can't change the schedule just yet, Naruto said, shaking his head. Tomorrow is when things start, and the following day is when the talks take place. With so many outsiders present, we lack the manpower to go out and search the Land of Fire's territory. Perhaps we can call in help from the mist, Yugito says. Naruto and Utakata both say, unlikely, with the latter raising his voice. Kiri has been experiencing an economic boom in the last few years, and I doubt that they want to see that ruined. Naruto nods. In addition, it appears that news of the incident in Wave has spread. Because of that stunt, the Land of Fire is essentially banned from smaller countries. They shouldn't have been so aggressive in a natural country, capturing a registered Ronin with ties to most of them, Yugito snorts. Then boast in their bingo book about it. Naruto shrugged and said, which is why I am unwilling to send out any of you until this is dealt with. Many laughed at that and agreed with the sentiment. It's desperate in the Land of Fire. I want everyone to be on guard. This root issue might only be the initial wave. Out of curiosity, Matabi said, sounding unsurprised. How many of Root were there? 24, says Kurama, frowning sternly, but when Fu Girl returns, she'll probably have a more accurate assessment. Okay, in that case, I will stay with the girls, and my kitten can go stretch her paws, Matabi says, nodding in agreement. Knowing that Naruto will rib on her as soon as this meeting is over, Yugito turns away from his cocky smile. However, Naruto says to the two-tailed, thank you, Matabi. Kitten is undoubtedly appreciative of the respite. Naruto was certain that if Yugito had a tail, it would be whipping the sound barrier at this moment, as evidenced by her low moan. This makes me think of the line, oh, and yesterday I caught Isabel trying to guilt the warehouse managers into free snacks again. It was Matabi's turn to moan this time, that kitten, I swear. Her tails were waving rather roughly, and he could not be fooled by the two-tailed smile as he turned to face Naruto. Thank you, Naru-chan. I believe I ought to speak with my little kitten. Everyone departs as the meeting comes to an end, and Hiyashi, who was waiting for admission, observes how casual everyone is dressed in civilian attire, including Shizuka and Naruto, who are dressed in black cargo pants and boots and plain gray t-shirts with their family insignia on the left chest. It must have been significant, he added, because Lady Kurama, Lady Shizuka, Lord Kazekage, the Demon Shinobi, the Casual Warning Twins, who were Kumo Shinobi, and the guard captain were present. Lord Hiyashi, to what do I owe this pleasure? Naruto moaned inwardly as he approached the head of the Hyuga clan, accompanied by Kurama and Shizuka. I was wondering if there was a way to get an appointment for tomorrow or the day after, Hiyashi said, bowing his head. After giving it some thought, Naruto decided that he should give them something to concentrate on, but he really doesn't have the time. How about we have a lunch meeting tomorrow? Bring your daughters, if you like. It will be a little casual. We can talk about your ideas with the people who are directly involved if you bring them. Thank you for fitting my request in, says Hiyashi, nodding. You must be quite busy. The most nervous of the three demons, Shizuka, said, we are, wanting to return to her infant daughter. Sorry about this but we need to be moving. Naruto agreed, and Heishi nodded. Thank you. The central area. When Tsunade's group reaches the battleground, they discover that almost 24 kitsune are scouting the area, along with members of the Inuzuka clan, though Hana is tending to the few injured. The area is littered with broken trees and scorched ground, with ash hanging in the air. What happened here? Kiba glared at them while brandishing the phony Anbu mask, saying, who the fuck are these guys? The pups were attacked by them. In what way? The kitsune was among the first on the scene, so it was a miracle that he was still breathing. All of the Ninken had gained respect for their fox counterparts, so they stood on the defensive line as one. Calm down, runt, Hana yelled as she worked on the most seriously injured kitsune. A Four Tails had taken 6 kunai, a Tonto strike, and a fireball. From what we can tell, the root operatives stumbled upon a group of play pups, explained Kells. The Inuzuka went on. They tried to capture them, not noticing the guardians of the pack, to which the Leaf Shinobi nodded, assuming that it was common for young baby foxes to breathe fire. As the conflict intensified, the whole root force was located in a nearby cave. The hunter packs are currently clearing it out. Tsunade frowns tightly and nods. Gather the masts, close them off. I'll offer to pay for the replanting of these trees when I talk to Naruto. Hi, Tsunade gives the order, let's clean this place up, and her soldiers depart, clearing the battlefield with a variety of jutsu. In less than an hour, the hunter packs return with the same unknown shinobi from earlier, who whistles at the cleared ground. Not bad. We never did get your name, Tsunade says as she walks up to the newcomer. The shinobi stiffened and scratched the back of her neck. All right, she pulls down her hood to reveal mint hair, caramel skin, bright orange eyes, a smug grin, and a trim build. Name's Fu, shinobi of Demon Country. Although she was last heard to be a Taki ninja, Tsunade was aware of her. Fu, do you possess the 7 tails? You should. No, said Fu gravely, looking down at the senior shinobi. I've been a demon shinobi for a long time. I no longer work for a foolish cage or jonin leader, but rather for the family. Tsunade nods, much more interested than anyone else in the fact that she mentioned demon shinobi. Fu moves past them all, revealing her wings. Come on, we're done. Let's go, brother. I have to report this. Kells gives Tsunade an open bingo book as the Leaf group pursues the demon shinobi. Fu is his name. Jonin's rank, 20 to 25 years old. Official affiliation. Demon, Takigaker. S rank, border SS rank is the threat level. Hunter Killer, Insect Queen, Firefly, Demon Queen of Fireflies, Minty Death, Sister of the Kitsune, Lady of the Forest, Savior of Fang, Locust, Scouter, Mirage, Twin Blade Hunter, Flying Death, Sky Queen, Heir of the Hive, Seventh Tail Demon, Spectre, and Seventh Tail Demon. Remarks. The Demon Kitsune's known associate, Naruto Uzumaki, is extremely dangerous. If spotted, death is certain. If cornered, his arrival is certain. Extremely difficult to track. Suspected of having unmatched stealth skills. Able to fly and command all kinds of insects. Known to patrol the land of Demon. Protective of her fellow containers. Threatening them will attract her attention. Oni no Kanai. Arrival. After a few hours, the Leaf team took a while to get to the nation's capital, but Fu had led them back, with Yui and her pack accompanying them. When they got there, Naruto and his fellow containers were waiting for them at the gate. Gaara, Utakata, and Yugito were all wearing semi-formal kimonos, and Naruto had his hands in his sleeves, but his black ode katana was on his back. His dark purple kimono, black obi, and stern face complemented his dark purple kimono. Utakata was dressed normally, just closed up, and Yugito was also cleaned up, though she was noticeably less at ease in her dark blue kimono, light blue obi, and hair held by Sanban. Kurama had essentially ordered her to wear this, and they were going to grab some drinks for a break and test run for the next few days. Why are they greeting guests? Gaara was also dressed in a kimono, dust yellow, and black obi, and was just as stern as usual, but without his usual sand goad. Yo, Yugi, she beams as Fu leads the landing. It looks good. Recognizing her ruse, Yugito received a tick mark. Bug butt, you really believe you'll get away from Lady Kurama? The mint-haired girl paused for a moment, allowing Naruto to interrupt. Is it dealt with, Fu? The seriousness of the man's voice caused a stiffening, to which she nodded. Yes, Regent Naru. The root infestation is under control. After giving a single nod, Naruto glances at the Leaf team and says, stand sentinel. As Yui approaches, Fu nods and stands off to the side. Naruto smiles and says in Fox Canine, you did well, Yui. She purrs happily at the touch and says, thank you for protecting our home, to which Yui replies, thank you, leader. The pack is prepared to protect your den at all times. After giving a nod, Naruto commands the kitsune to shrink down and provide me with an escort. Suddenly, the kitsune obeys, shrinking to the size of a Doberman fox and sitting at Naruto's side. This startled the Leaf crew, but it didn't last long as Tsunade walked over and grinned at her Naruto's stoic face. "Welcome to Oni no Kuni, Lady Hokage," he said in a perfectly professional monotone. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I am the regent of this land of demon at the moment. The people of this city are very particular about things like this, so please refer to me by my title." Many members of the Leaf team were unprepared to deal with such a clinical introduction, but as the leader, the Hokage persevered and would deal with the fallout later. Tsunade was deeply hurt by the tone and style of speech used. As professional and clipped as ever, Tsunade said, "Thank you, Lord Regent, for the welcome. Being here is a pleasure. No, I appreciate your quick response to our last-minute request." After giving the party she brought a quick glance, Naruto nods once before saying, "Well, at least you are following the rules unlike some. My hunter packs and my shinobi here have told of the difficulties you encountered on the way," he said, pointing to Fu. "We could have offered a guide for a simpler transit if you had told us." "We will keep that in mind," Tsunade says, nodding. "Have we prepared our accommodations?" "My brother has prepared your lodging in the inn opposite the Suna consulate," Naruto says with a firm nod, pointing to Gaara, "where you had asked for the free session. Since I have been asked to debrief my shinobi elsewhere, my two brothers will serve as your guides." Tsunade looks at the Cage and nods once. "Lord Cage," she says, pausing on his raised hand. Gaara says, "I am on vacation, as he usually does." Gaara is doing well. The fact that their welcome party was made up of 4 Jinchuriki, with a 5th escorting them, was a clear statement. Tsunade nods as Naruto gestures for Fu to follow, and he leaves with Yugito ni of Kumo, Fu, formerly of Takidaka, and the Kitsune who had escorted them. The Jinchuriki, led by their strongest member, provide protection for the demon. The Hokage also remembers that he has ties to practically every shinobi village except hers. He was banished, which was a quick demerit, and then they aggressively pursued him. He must have seen their bingo book, which was another demerit. Then the Kyuubi revealed that he had fallen so far that he wanted to end it all, but his new, precious people, likely his wife, effectively rebuilt him into who he is now. With that root invasion force that was just subdued within their lands, not even a day in the country, they have a lot to try to make up for as a village, and this festival of founding is the only way to do it. Gaara moves forward as Tsunade lets out a weary sigh, but it wasn't him who said, "My name is Utakata. Demon Country Shinobi." Gaara leads them away after he shrugs and says, "I'll be guiding you, too." Once more, Kells pulled out a bingo book, but this guy was missing it, which was odd because he had 2 headbands. One was obviously of the Kiri, scratched out, and the other might have been demon, since Fu also had one. The office of Naruto. Naruto and Yugito both trembled violently as soon as the door shut. "Gah, that was awful. You know, I detest being so damn formal." Naruto nodded. "I never knew how much the Inuzuka smelled of dog, or that dogs smelled that bad until just now," Yugito said, shuddering at the memory. "So much dog, I thought I'd puke." Kurama was revealed by a puff of smoke, and Matabi was with the 2 trainee priestesses. The Nine-Tails said, "Well, that's because we are more in sync now than back then." With a foxy smile, she turned to face the Kumo resident and said, "Same with you, Yugi girl." It was acceptable with Bug Butt, but the foxes, oh, they would never let that go. Naruto's smile was evidence that Kurama was going to use that damn annoying name. Yugito moaned at that. Though the Kitsune's presence was only a raised eyebrow at most, Kurama spoke up as soon as eyes fell on Fu and Yui. They then turned to face their hunter scout and asked, "So, Fu girl, what happened out there?" Consulate of Suna. After an hour, Hinata and Hanabi entered the Suna consulate and were led to the large hall, where they saw many of the major figures currently in the nation. The people were dressed so casually that they could hardly be distinguished from ordinary people on the street. Gaara and his siblings were clearly there, but there was also a tall man with dusty blonde and black hair, dull yellow eyes, and a red head wearing spectacles. A blue-haired man with shark teeth and a mint-haired woman challenged Choza to an eating competition while keeping up with him and his clansmen. From their hand gestures, it was evident that they were discussing sword styles they had both encountered. They waved her over when Hinata spotted her teammates, who were off in the corner with the 2 Inuzuka clansmen. Hinata led her sister to their table, avoiding the many servers as they made their way to the team 8 members. Kiba was the first to say, "Hey Hina-chan, doing well." Shikamaru and Sakura looked over, perking up as if his words were real, but Hinata did answer, "Yes. Kiba-kun, we arrived yesterday morning and are doing great." Many people were obviously alerted by the news, but Hana was the one who inquired, "So, Hinata-san, where have your party been?" She was cut off when the door opened once more, and Naruto Uzumaki ran in laughing. Yugito ran in after him and attempted to tackle him, but he fell, so she jumped over him. Yugito flipped in midair and landed on all fours as well, glaring at the foxily smiling Naruto. Yugito was obviously irritated, while Naruto was simply enjoying himself. Before they could resume, the sound of "era, era" was heard, and both froze as if time had stopped. The Inuzuka clan saw their animal-like stances, but those who knew them knew what probably caused their confrontation. Ignoring it, they both lowered their stances further. The feminine voice went on, "I thought I heard Little Kid and Kitten having a scuffle over here." Many people observed how rigid the other containers had become and questioned who could cause such a reaction from the strongest individuals present. Suddenly, Yugito and Naruto straighten up and stand casually on the wall next to each other, their familiars by their sides. Yugito had a regal posing Isabelle, sitting quietly as the newcomer entered the room, and Naruto had Yui, who had shrunk down to regular dog size. Her height matched Naruto's 6'1", which he suspected he had done on purpose, and she was ridiculously curvy, with long silver hair that fell below her knees and an air of effortless elegance. Her soft white eyes, which one might mistake for those of a Hyuga, had no more detail than a solid silver hue, and when paired with such a lovely smile on her round face, she made everyone feel inferior. She moved forward with such ease that it seemed as though the world itself dared not force her to walk. Her smile widened as soon as she saw Naruto and Yugito conversing calmly while holding drinks and their summons at their feet. She could see the cold sweat trickling down their temples as they made every effort to avoid her stare. Fortunately, Naruto and Yugito's new favorite sibling diverted this woman's attention, Auntie. A mint-colored blur shot past them and wrapped the woman in a hug that could rival her own legendary pass-out-inducing embraces. "Ah, Fu girl, I've heard that you've had a busy day." With a firm nod, Fu said, "Yeah, I even got praised by everyone, Auntie Saiken." "Your brother included?" Saiken asks, glancing at Naruto again, who grew rigid under her gaze, but was saved this time, as Fu nodded frantically, "Yeah, of course. In that sense, my brother is fantastic." The six-tailed slug's human form grins before becoming preoccupied with a newcomer. "Oh my, don't you clean up well, Shukaku." Standing 5 feet 10 inches tall and understanding, with dusty blonde hair that had a blue pattern running through it, and tattoos covering most of his skin, albeit in 3/4 lengths, Shukaku wore a blue long-sleeved t-shirt and a pale cream vest. "Thank you, sister," he said. "It's been a while. However, I've been seeing a therapist lately and putting the whole mad priest thing behind me." "That's good to hear," Saiken says, nodding and grinning. "I'm glad you're taking action now. I'm interested in learning more about your progress with sealing methods." On the side, Karen shows up with Yugito and Naruto. "Hi, Naruto." Naruto nods and says, "Yeah, probably the greatest seal expert this side of Uzu. I haven't felt so out of my depth against someone in Fuinjutsu in such a long time," Karen says, nodding, her eyes shining with happiness. "Yeah, you should see some of the collaborations we've done." Naruto nods. "It was so refreshing." "Sounds good, but we shouldn't be rude," Karen says, nodding frantically as she looks at the woman next to them. Naruto dismisses her, saying, "She's an." He was interrupted by Yugito's hissing beneath a whisper, "She's right, you fool." Naruto paled a little and said, "Yeah, if we argue. This is Yugito ni of Kumo, my sister." "So, the one with the others is yours," Yugito said, raising an eyebrow. "Her sensory is scary powerful," Naruto clarified. Karen nodded, shook hands with the woman, and observed her chakra. "From here, she's monitoring the situation back home." "Good," Yugito nods. "Let me know if something goes wrong." Karen nods, "That's why I'm here. Nobody can get away from me." The sound of Naruto's cough sounded suspiciously like Hinoka, but he would deny it. Yugito appeared amused as Karen glared at him, but the smell of dog was getting closer, suggesting that the Inuzuka were approaching for the kill. Following Team 8, which was led by Kiba Inuzuka, the Inuzuka party approached the two containers as they began to smell. Kiba Inuzuka spoke first, raising her hand nervously, "Hey Regent." With a raised eyebrow, Naruto glanced at Yugito, who raised an eyebrow in return. Then, both of them turned to Karen, who shrugged. "You are aware that this is a informal gathering, yes?" Naruto said as the three turned to face the dog boy. Kiba sighs deeply, nods, and drops his hand. Naruto shrugged and said, yeah, just, don't really know how to address you or anything. Naruto is fine. I am not here as a stand-in leader or anything. Hinata moves forward as Kiba nods, saying, it is good to see you again, Naruto. He gestures to the heiress, Hinata. I heard you spent the day in the flower fields. Did you enjoy our flora? The kids spend a lot of time there, so they'd appreciate the review. Hinata smiled softly and nodded. It was a beautiful sight, yes. Your daughter was very knowledgeable about them all. The canine-like group sensed the pheromone shift between them as Yugito grinned and glanced at her foxy counterpart, who glared back. Naruto then returned to Hinata. Yeah, my warrior princess is a bit of a flower geek. Ever since she could crawl, she's been almost obsessed, and her aunts only foster that interest. His remarks inevitably attracted the attention of a certain Yamanaka with pale blonde hair, who clearly brightened at the mention of a flower obsession and started stealthily approaching. Recalling Yakumo's counsel, Hana took a step forward and said, hello, Naruto, my name is Hana Inuzuka, Naruto concluded, firmly meeting her gaze. In response to her perplexity, he gave the kitsune by his side a gentle pat and said, yes. Yui here had informed me that you, and your clansmen alongside your partners, had aided my hunter Skulk in defending the kits in the central southern region. Remembering that she could shrink, all the Inuzuka looked at the little fox and nodded. Thank you. Naruto, Yugito, Isbel, and Yui all cocked their heads to the right as Hana said it in dog language. On their behalf, Naruto said, you speak weird. The simultaneous action caused the Inuzuka to perspire. Karen averted her gaze to avoid spraying her drink with laughter. Hana spoke up once more, yeah, Yui said the same thing. I suspect that our dialects are different, having evolved separately. Speaking in Fox Canine, Naruto asks Yui, what do you think? Any opinion on this? First to look up, Yui nods and says, this dog seems a bit simple, lacking. Just like the coyotes, hyenas, and wolf packs. Although the Inuzuka only saw a portion of it, they were annoyed for some reason when Naruto snickered and Yugito and Isbel grinned. But Hana and Kelsey were also able to identify the animals' names, and Kelsey asked, you have contact with the coyotes, hyenas, and wolves. To that, the four demon shinobi give a nod. Replies Yui, coyotes are rather roguish, throwing their weight around, and second to us in sneaking. Hyenas are annoying, talk too much, and are the most numerous, yet strong and hardy. The wolves are more like a. Naruto sighs, pausing to find the words in human language because there isn't a direct translation. A clan, said Hana. Naruto gave a headshake. Kiba said, super pack. Naruto shook his head once more. Like a collection of clans under general rules, but each has their own. Federation, Karen asked as she entered with the save. It was obvious that Naruto was extremely irritated by it. He clicked his fingers and said, that's the one. Their political structure is so convoluted and ancient. Isbel, who managed to sneak a snack past everyone's notice, Yugito, and Yui all nod in agreement. Sounds like an interesting conversation, Kakashi says, with Pakun standing at his feet. Instead of looking at the silver-haired Jonin leaning against the wall with his book out, Naruto turned to face Pakun and said, how about you? Can you understand us? In Fox Canine. Pakun nods and says, yes, though, hearing a human speak this is rather refreshing, in a dog's language that is somewhat different from the Inuzuka but still understandable to both parties. Yui nods in agreement as Naruto grins and turns to face her. Naruto responds, well, it was necessary for our battle strategies to be effective. It took me a while to understand it. Pakun gives a nod. He laughs at the end, making Naruto sigh with exhaustion. Your pronunciation is spot on. Almost too perfect, he says, but Yui smirks foxily. Lady Kurama taught him in his sleep every night. Pakun snickered and kept nodding. No wonder. That made the Hamura triplets laugh as well. They would have become nightmares if their master had trained them in their dreams. Naruto had a difficult time, based on their partner's reactions, even though the human Inuzuka only caught half of it. However, Kakashi felt excluded because his summons was answered before him. He sighed with exhaustion, but he persisted because he needed to build a bridge so the Hokage could create her own play. Who's your friend, Naruto? Another Uzumaki perhaps? Kakashi inquired after spotting the redhead by Naruto's side, whom he assumed was an Uzumaki. When Naruto gave Kakashi a near-murderous glare, all of the snickering dogs stopped. That attracted a lot of attention, and discussions stopped. I suggest you watch your tone, Kakashi. My clanmates are my family, and I will, Naruto said slowly, icily, and with a hint of venom. He was stopped by Karen's hand on his arm, and when he turned to face her, she shook her head. He sighed and moved aside to let her speak. Yes, Kakashi, I take it. My name is Karen Uzumaki, Naruto's clanswoman. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Tsunade awoke from her seat in the crowded room. It had a different description and was obviously not the same one Shikamaru had reported. This one wears glasses, is taller than reported, and has red eyes rather than black. This must indicate that the Uzumaki clan is expanding in Demon. Here, she must exercise caution. Those old coots would undoubtedly attempt to use the old treaties to legally compel them to return. If Demon felt threatened, it would undoubtedly respond with all of its might. The fact that their regent is also an Uzumaki makes this even more true. As he pats Naruto's shoulder, Kiba smiles and says, "Dude, to think you have a clan all along." Yugito hisses, Karen frowns, and Naruto growls. The male replies humbly, "Had, Kiba. We had a clan." As Naruto's low growl intensified, Kiba and the other Leaf Shinobi appeared perplexed. When Karen noticed the Leaf's bewilderment, she sighed deeply and muttered, "I thought you were joking, Naruto. When you said that the Leaf had forgotten us." For the first time, Yugito spoke out loud, her eyes narrowing at the Inuzuka and her voice somewhat clipped. "No, even Kumo knows and respects the clan that gave us the power to seal away the Biju. The one that cost Kumo, Kiri, and Iway 100,000 shinobi to wipe out." The Leaf team's eyes grew wide at that, and Naruto became silent while gazing at the patch on Kiba's upper arm. They even have the nerve to still wear our crest and not even know the story behind it. Confounded, Hinata, Hana, and Kelsey followed his eyes to the swirl on Kiba's shoulder. With a sigh, Kakashi attracted the bewildered attention by saying, "The red swirl on our uniform is the clan crest of the Uzumaki clan. A sign of our friendship with Konohaga's sister village, Uzushiogar, home of the Uzumaki clan." Once more, the Leaf members present expressed surprise that they were unaware of this and that they even had a sister village. Why didn't we learn about?" asks Hinata. "The elders, naturally, buried them in history. Classed it as unnecessary as the last Uzumaki would gain respect and they couldn't allow that, could they Naru-kun?" A fresh voice caught Naruto's attention. When the woman with the hazel hair came up to the group, he grinned and said, "Didn't think you'd have the strength to make it, Yuku-chan." Yakumo gave a playful glare, folded her arms, and sighed. "I have been keeping my training up to scratch, Mr. Ramen. I have wanted to get in contact with you for some time, but our resources are limited." Naruto looks at Yugito and nods. "Sis, this is the painter I told you about back in Fang." Yugito nods and grins, offering assistance. "Yakumo Kurama, huh, oh, I can't wait for Lady Kurama to get here," she replies. Knowledgeable people get excited about that. Knowing that this is going to be good, the other tailed beasts smile. This particular girl is perplexed. Lady Kurama, there's someone else with that name. Isabel, who was eating a fresh leg of lamb, Yugito, Yui, and Naruto all grinned and nodded. Naruto said, "You are going to freak the fuck out. It's a good thing you are good with genjutsu, or she'd be pissed." "Fang, you fought in the Battle of Fang, we heard about." Hana interrupted before Yakumo could reply, catching something in that introduction. He looked at Yugito, who nodded, and then at Naruto, who gave him a feral smile that made both Inuzuka ladies' cheeks heat up. "Oh, that was more of a hunt than a battle," he said, his more feral features becoming more noticeable as his bloodlust increased. Blue eyes slit, finger claws lengthened, whiskers deepened and became more pronounced, and hair grew shaggy and untamed. "Deployed the entire hunter skulk that time, all 200 of them." Kiba stared, trying to picture himself in charge of such a big pack. His animistic features and the fact that he led such a hunter pack into battle captivated Hana and Kelsey. That must have been a lot of fun, as Paku nodded his approval. Kakashi mentally noted that Naruto had cornered them with 200 of those extremely strong kitsune. Hinata's face was flushed. When Yugito bonked him, the slight transformation that had caused Yakumo to raise an eyebrow was dispelled, and he resumed his normal behavior. "It was a team effort. We, the kitsune, took on our opponents in the forests and villages," he said, nodding to the group as he jerked a thumb to his sister of circumstances. "The Hellcats, flushed them out of the populated areas and underground tunnels. Our other sister, Fu, took care of the sky, shutting it down and preventing messenger birds from getting out. A perfect hunting ground. Naruto and she exchanged a silent look. Flashback. 4 months after the wedding, 6 years ago. Land of Wind. Fang is a border. When Naruto leads his current team, Shizuka, Fu, Yugito, and himself, into the Sunagir guardhouse, which resembles a small log cabin, they discover Kankuro seated across from a man who resembles a samurai and is obviously severely beaten and injured but receiving medical attention. Gazing up at the newcomers, Kankuro smiles and asks, "So, Gaara sent you guys, huh? Kinda overkill, no?" Smiling, Naruto said, "We were nearby when your message reached him," pointing to Yugito over his shoulder. "She was on vacation with us and decided to stick around, just to annoy me." Yugito smiled. "Totally worth it too." Shizuka gave them both a fierce look. "Not this again. We have a mission right now. So, focus." With a quick nod, Fu smiled and said, "Right. I heard we were rescuing a whole nation this time." Kankuro gestures to the man across from him and nods. This is Koi, the samurai leader of the Fang Defense Force. Apparently, a group of missing ninjas have teamed up and basically taken over Fang. There are 4 separate leaders. The daimyo is unable to do anything as his family is being held against their will. As he considered this, Naruto scowled and folded his arms. He glanced at his wife, who shrugged. "Are any of your men still around? Can we expect any help?" Shizuka asked, glancing at the samurai. Koi, a young man with brown eyes and black hair, shook his head. "No. From what we've gathered, it seems that all the guards beyond the capital were likely bribed and turned sides. The ones in the manor fought against our own until the missing ninja showed up, and I was tasked with asking for help from the Leaf, but," he continued before Kankuro took over. "One of our patrols found him passed out on the border." Yugito moaned softly, "Traitors, huh? All for some Ryo." Naruto nodded in agreement, ignoring the reference to his former residence. The cat's face was as dark as Fu's. "We shouldn't hold back then," the Kumo shinobi said, nodding in complete agreement. But Shizuka directed them, saying, "Remember, there are civilians who might get caught in the crossfire if we go in with jutsu blazing." "Not if they don't know we're coming," Naruto said slowly, his eyes straying for a moment before slowly returning as he met his team's gaze. His feral grin grew, and even his tenant acknowledged his attack strategy. After giving the chakra construct a nod, Naruto turned to face his team and said, "I have an idea. Taking everyone's advice, we will be able to clear the entire nation in one go. Also, test our full capabilities for future engagements." While Shizuka, Kankuro, and Koi were intrigued, Yugito raised a brow with a tight gaze and Fu smiled. Naruto started his plan by pointing to Fu and saying, "Fu, you and your hives will lock down the sky. Any messenger hawks are to be downed. Shut down their communications." Fu grinned broadly and nodded. "She says, no sweat. I've been meaning to work on my flying fighting, while kicking and punching in a playful manner." After giving a nod, Naruto turns to face Yugito. "Kitty, call upon your clouder, and seek out civilian areas. Flush out any cowardly men into the open and eliminate them. Defend the civilians." Yugito gives a nod. It would work pretty well for her quiet, stealthy fighting style. But she did inquire, "Then, you?" Naruto's savage smile came back. "My hunter Skulk will hunt beyond the civilian centers. If you guys find a missing ninja, feel free to engage them at your own discretion. Though, if they prove too much of a handful, let them out to the open, and we Kitsune will take care of them." Everyone gives this a nod. "What about me?" asks Shizuka. With a sly smile, Naruto leans forward and whispers something in her ear that even Yugito's improved hearing failed to pick up. "All right, I'll hold you to that," Shizuka says with a nod. With an honest smile, Naruto asks quietly, "Have I ever gone back on my promises?" With a nod, she says, "The only reason I am allowing this." Then, looking around the room, Naruto becomes serious. "We'll start in the west and push east in one long swoop. Fu takes the lead and directs the kittens where they need to go, while we Kitsune bring up the rear. Shizuka's unit will run a sweep behind my leading hunters. Ensure we don't miss anything." "Understood." Fu chirps, "Got it," her wings fluttering a little with anticipation. Yugito smiles and nods, saying, "Sounds like this is going to be fun." Kankuro's eyebrows went up, "Sweeping the whole nation, huh? This sounds like..." Naruto gave a shrug, "We're Jinchuriki. Stuff like this should be possible." Gazing at Koi, the Suna commander simply shrugged. "Is this okay with you? Having them sweep your homeland like that?" The samurai responds, if they really take out all the enemies, then it's fine as long as they don't harm the people themselves. The man nods grimly as Naruto continues, we'll do our best, and prioritize the safety of the civilians, but those worthless guardsmen of yours. Koi speaks with humility, they chose their loyalties. Karma will bring them their just rewards. Looking at his team, Naruto nods to both men and says, let's go. It's time to save a nation, rescue a daimyo, and make it home for dinner with our nieces and nephews. Land of Fangs, claw-bordered, summoning, full manner, summoning, hunter pack, summoning, all swarm. The sight of the swarms of insects and hundreds of tailed animals that had materialized in front of Kankuro and Koi left them speechless. Fu was the first to depart, taking off with her swarms of different kinds and sizes of carnivorous insects, including wasps, hornets, bees, soldier ants, and beetles. They must have followed their queen in their millions. Both Yugito and Naruto nodded as they exchanged glances. Only the hunters remained in formation as she and her clouder disappeared. Naruto went up to the leader and lowered her head to his upheld hand. Glad you are here, Yui-chan. We have a big mission today, and we hunters play a big role. Today we are hunting despicable men who hide behind the innocent. Threatening the litter of many, using force to make their way the only one. Threaten the kits of others, she says in a low chirp before Naruto surveys the group and says, in Fox Canine, hunters. They all stiffen and turn to face their leaders. As anticipated, several low growls erupt, and it seems as though the air itself is vibrating. Koi felt uneasy. These creatures appeared prepared to kill. He gave Kankuro a look. Are they normally this? Over his shoulder, Kankuro said, bloodthirsty. No, though, foxes, and their advanced form, kitsune, are very family-oriented. Protection of the young is one of their pillars. Mess with kids, and they will mess with you. With a nod, pleased to have them on their side, Koi turned to face Naruto, who turned to his wife and said, follow after us. Shizuka said, will do, as her 4-6 tails stood beside her and nodded in agreement. Yuki chirped as Naruto slipped on top of her leather jacket, and he raised his big katana above his head after removing it from his back. They all got ready to charge when Naruto yelled, all hunters, in fox lingo. The hunt is on. They break up into smaller groups and charge after Yui, preceded by a loud yip. The Land of Fangs. While the cats were moving through the villages in a rather covert manner, the kitsune were stalking through the forests and along the cliff sides, sniffing out the troublemakers. Before long, they were able to get the upper hand on several of these thugs, slitting their throats and charring their bodies. A group of 4 missing ninjas, 3 from Mist and 1 from Wind, led a group of bandit fortresses that Naruto was able to locate elsewhere with the help of Fu's aerial scouts. The stone walls soon came into view, and Naruto gave the order in kitsune, saying, blaze and daze. Without any more hesitation, his kitsune moved, dividing into groups of 4 and dispersing throughout the area. With the help of her commander's Wind, Yui initiated the first fire blast as they moved together. The others followed the signal from the explosion, and more bursts of flame broke out everywhere. Yui soon landed on a bandit after leaping into the flaming fortress. Her commander's Winds led the rest of the pack, shielding them from a water cannon strike and the swiftly approaching arrows. The floor was the target of the blast. Naruto's Winds intensified the return of a kitsune fire blast. The Mist Shinobi charged as the towers burst into flames, but his wind-coated Odachi quickly cut through them. I'll clear out the interior, cover the outside, Naruto said in a low yip as he lowered himself from Yui. Cutting through the hallway, he darted in, listening for the scent of hormones or blood, or the sound of panic, the customary odor of prisoners or sexually suggestive inmates. More people have it than his younger self would have dared to believe. Bingo, Naruto whispered, his slit eyes narrowing as night vision kicked in as he found a stairway leading downward. Naruto discovered the final missing ninja, the former Suna Chunin, who was snarling at a woman who was shackled to the wall, as he darted down through the darkness like a ghost. She was hurt, but she never wavered in her rejection of him. Stupid bitch, I told you. The Chunin hesitated, then looked back into the shadows to see the shining slit eyes. You must be the one in command of those kitsune, huh? I am, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes and remaining in the shadows. You better have a damn good reason for me not to gut you like a fish. In an attempt to deflect attention from his subtle movements in the direction of the kunai pouch, the man laughed. Yet you come down here without them. Who do you think you? Shrugging, Naruto said, oh, nothing much, just a shinobi. I bet. So, how much are they paying you? Nothing, Naruto said icily, his body tinged with the faintest hint of chakra. Doing this pro bono. Heard a bunch of idiots were causing trouble. Figured I would stretch my pack's legs. A free snack. Target practice. Something that I figured was too good to pass up. The man shook his head and laughed. The black katana, covered in a wind that rippled like a chainsaw, appeared in the dim light and deflected the wind-coated kunai he had thrown. You are either a fool, or Justin, he said. As a summoner of the kitsune, my senses are heightened to match theirs, so yes. I can smell exactly what you have been doing, Naruto replied coolly but with hatred. His response trailed off into a growl. The shinobi twitched in a manner that Naruto was all too familiar with. He was about to kidnap someone. He'd been in this predicament far too often. No, a repulsive shinobi. This creature was worse than trash. He was not a shinobi. The man was so terrified by Naruto's menacing words that he froze. The trapped women knew to keep quiet as he stepped forward, snarling as he said, "Your death warrant has been signed." The black Suba-less Odachi, who came to represent him in the conflict, fully emerged, and he said, "And the Shinigami is now awaiting your arrival." That's how things kind of repeated themselves. As we traveled across the nation, Fu guided my kitsune and me to every outpost, camp, and fort. We burned the rest to ash after I led the charge and freed the prisoners. Fu killed any messenger bird that flew into Fang's airspace while Yugito cleared the towns, freeing them one by one. However, we did go by the capital, but we let the kittens deal with that. You and your kitsune are too awkward and uncultured to manage such a delicate task, then. There, subtlety was key, and we performed flawlessly, as one might anticipate. Oh no, was that a cat pun you just made? Oh dear sister, bad taste. I don't know what you're talking about. The end of the flashback. Consulate of Suna, Yugito gave him a playful glare and a small smirk while swirling her white wine, while Naruto laughed and sipped his beer. Nevertheless, Naruto did remember that, I think in the end, there were about 47 missing ninjas in total, all B rank, led by an A- ranker from Kumo. Yugito responds, "Yeah, got the bastard in his sleep. I was pleased that we got that cleared. Didn't rake me over the coals for taking part in a mission during my off-duty days, and tagged it to a joint operation with Suna on my record instead." The kitsune shinobi laughed at this and lifted his glass, which she clinked with her wine in a very tasteful manner. You totally used that kitanai jutsu on him, didn't you? Naruto remarked. Yugito smiled and said, "Damn straight," which made him laugh even more and nod in agreement. Everyone who had not known before was now extremely anxious. That method of combat was brutally successful. Since 8 of the kitsune had successfully disabled their top shinobi, the Leaf was somewhat aware of their strength. However, they discovered that there were 200 of them, with Naruto serving as their leader. Next are the Hellcats, which, if the snacking cat is any indication, are a force of comparable strength but on the smaller side. On the way in, the Leaf had a brief encounter with Fu. Given that she is a Jinchuriki and has far more control over insects than even the most formidable Abarum, her S rank, which verges on double S rank, makes much more sense. Messages would need to be sent via shinobi messengers who would evade the hunting kitsune, especially if she is able to intercept messenger birds. The leaders of the Leaf took a deep breath. Kiba turned to face Yugito, who returned the gaze. "You have a pack too, then. How many do you lead?" he asked, tilting his head. Yugito simply rolled her eyes, took a sip of her drink, and gave Naruto a sharp glance. Naruto nodded and smiled. "You two keep doing that. What gives? Are you guys dating or something?" Yakumo said, drawing Naruto and Yugito's attention. The head of the Kurama clan was stopped when Naruto raised his hand and said, "Everyone communicates differently, Yuku-chan. That's just her way." However, Hana was the one who discovered the solution. She looked wide-eyed at Naruto, who shrugged. "The pheromone patterns. That's how felines typically communicate. None outside of felines themselves have ever decoded it with any level of accuracy," she said. "We foxes have a similar thing. Sure, there's a bit of disconnect between them, but seeing as I've worked with my sister so much." "Remarkable," Hana whispered once more. Shino, who had up until now been a silent sentry, spoke up. Naruto said, "Most interesting. Have you perhaps," and waved the Abarum away. "No way, man. You know how many different pheromonal patterns you bug guys have. It's like trying to decode 3 different languages backward, blindfolded, with both hands tied behind your back." That made a lot of people laugh, and Shino nodded, his shades shining in agreement. However, Fu suddenly showed up and said, "Oh, but you always seem to know what I ask, Naru." The most powerful High Queen, his new moniker for her, appeared out of nowhere, and Shino tensed. Yugito hissed low, "Bug butt, no sneaking around in here," which caused Fu to give him an owlish look. Naruto, however, supported his feline counterpart by saying, "She is right, Fu. That also means no flying, or aqua gliding." "Fine," Fu pouted while glancing at Shino, who was already a statue. Her wings fluttered a little. Naruto said in a low voice, "Fu," and she straightened, flattening her wings. "My bad, I'll go see if that red-haired guy wants to try some cake," she said before disappearing once more. When Yugito and Naruto sigh together and say, "She's so high energy," Omoi snorts and looks at them both. "Kettle, meat pot." A well-known drawl goes, "Yeah, talk about troublesome." Naruto turns to see Shikamaru and Omoi seated together, a shogi board between them. "I figured you two would buddy up at some point," murmurs Naruto. Omoi simply shrugged. "It wasn't that bothersome, boss. Though, I wanted to ask about the kid." He was waved away by Naruto. "Off duty." The white-haired young man laughed and went back to his game. "Breakfast?" he asked. "Breakfast," Naruto affirms. The two Inuzuka females had taught his party the same thing. Their eyebrows were all raised as they gazed at them, and both faces flushed. Hana laughs uneasily. Kiba was also observing his fellow clan members in an odd way. "Well, I was wondering if maybe we could," his sister says. "No," Yugito says, squinting his eyes and giving the dog a fierce glare. Hana and Kelsey, on the other hand, glare back, growling softly, and the latter says, "Stay out of this, little cat." Sensing Naruto's own pheromone release, Yugito started to say, "Watch your," but she stopped and stepped back with a blank expression just in time to see Saiken, the hug incarnate, emerge behind the two combative women and give them both a heart-pounding hug that turned them both an intriguing shade of blue. Era, two doggies acting up. "It seems that we should have a good little chat, nay," said the humanoid slug. Kiba was about to attempt to save his sister and clanmate when he met Naruto's gaze, which made him feel compelled to trust Naruto and leave it alone. So he gave a small nod, barely perceptible to anyone but Naruto, who returned the favor. Saiken moved away, and as soon as they were a safe distance away, Naruto and Yugito let out deep, relieved sighs. The others at their table raised an eyebrow at their shudders. Hana and Kelsey both struggled to break this woman's titanic grip. What? They were given a table when asking, "Dude, who was that? She's so hot." Kiba paused after getting two glares from Yugito and Naruto. The former said, "Kiba, her name is Saiken. She's our aunt, or more commonly known as the six-tailed beast." After a brief period of pallor, Kiba turned a vivid red. Karen was impressed. "You have a better shot at wooing my sister here," Naruto added, pointing to Yugito, who gave her brother a savage glare in return. Naruto went on, "Then landing with her. Especially if my brother catches wind of you sniffing around. He'll melt your balls off and dump your body out to sea." Yugito nodded in agreement as Kiba went pale again. But Hinata was the first to say, "Well, Naruto-kun, can you tell us about your travels? Like, where you went, and who you met?" As Tamari, who had just arrived, offered him a glass of beer and asked, "Yo, Naru, telling stories?" Naruto chomped down his beef while considering that. Naruto tells Mari, "Well, Mari, they are obviously curious, like the rest of the Leaf team at our awesome adventuresome travels all over the two continents," and she smiles and laughs while taking a gulp of her beer. "Remember the southern wind plains strike?" she asks. Facepalming, Naruto moaned, "Of course, that's the one you bring up." Yugito raised an eyebrow. She hadn't seen anything about it and wasn't involved in that one. "Oh, do tell." The woman he recognized as his sister, Yugito, smiled as if she had caught a canary, but Naruto glared at her. The Wind Mistress noticed this and nodded. Tamari said, "A group of pirate raiders were gathering on the southern coast of Wind Country. We asked Naruto and Shizuka to help us scout their numbers. I went with them to act as a guide." Naruto snarled, "You are going through with this, huh?" As everyone nodded. As she pointed to the Biju that was still holding on to the two Inuzuka over her shoulder, Temari's sly smile was dangerous, her teal eyes glimmering with laughter. "Yes, after all," she said, "your hands are tied right now." Naruto returned to his meal, slipping some of his meat to his summon at his feet, and grunted, daring no longer to even glare. With a smug nod, Tamari went on, Well, it started like this. Rewind. 5 years prior. Wind Country, Sunagaku. As they emerged from the workshop and entered the family room of the Sabaku estate, Naruto and Kankuro yawned together. Morning, they said, only to have their wives glare back at them, causing them to flinch in unison. What? Naruto sensed the knife's edge in Shizuka's whisper, do you really want me to answer that? Kankuro's own wife was glaring him into submission. When Gaara and Temari arrived, they both sighed upon seeing the scene. You too, Temari muttered under her breath. Naruto, Shizuka, can I ask for your help with something rather troublesome? Gaara said, bringing up the mission he was going to ask for assistance with after breakfast was served. Naruto's forehead raised. Shizuka simply gave a shrug. If you're asking us, then it's no doubt urgent, and you want us to clean it up on our way out, right? Shizuka froze, his eyes narrowing on the two Suna residents as Gaara remained silent and turned to face his older sister, who received the message and sighed, it's kinda out of the way. You are aware we are supposed to be heading home, no? We've already, she said in a tone so icy that Naruto swore he saw ice on her breath. I know. Temari raised her arms, it's just that, none of our shinobi have dealt with pirates all that much, and lack experience with ocean combat, so seeing as you're here. Pirates? Naruto asked, looking from his brother to his sister figure in confusion. In Wind Country. Yes, it is confusing, and none of our shinobi truly know how to deal with it, Gaara says, nodding and taking a sip of his coffee. Shizuka grunted in an unladylike manner. I see. Though, you owe us for this. I want to get back to my babies, and going out of my way for you is not something I'm looking forward to. Everyone in the Suna group nods. Gaara speaks on behalf of the family, you have our thanks. Temari can guide you there. Find out what they are up to, their numbers, and if you think you can take them. Naruto remarks, no sweat, while drinking his own coffee. Could be good to call in the skulk. Get them accustomed to fighting in a desert biome. Naruto and Gaara nod in agreement when Kankuro suggests, wouldn't Tanuki be better? Gaara then says, I have signed the contract, but as I rarely go on missions, I mainly just use them for messages. Temari muttered, and babysitting, but since every person at the table was a skilled shinobi, they all heard it. Naruto laughed and said, I understand. However, you should give them an opportunity to run wild occasionally, you know. Perhaps, then, if your survey. Gaara asks, nodding in comprehension. Naruto nods and says, yeah, we'll call you in if that's the case. Land of Wind, coast to the south. When we finally located the campground a day and a half later, we were astonished. In essence, it was a stronghold. Barbed wire everywhere, oil-slicked roofs, and anti-shinobi netting dangling from guard posts between poles. With his eyes narrowed and slitted in the dim light of the setting sun, Naruto surveys the dune. Yeah, that's at least 10 ships, more than a few sentries on random patrol patterns. At least 50 developed chakra signatures, most low to mid-chunin, half a dozen or so jonin. With a frown on his face, Temari states, I could probably smash them, but a few would likely escape. Unless you want me to lock down those ships. His fellow Suna jonin scowled. Temari raised her voice. Nah, I think I could handle the ships, but the number of grunts is a problem. If it were just the shinobi or just the thugs, we would go in, but that many together. Too many variables. Call in the backup then. Shizuka asks, nodding and petting Yui. Temari nods, yeah, and Naruto reviews the hand signals before sending the message a moment later. With a sigh, Temari turns to face Shizuka and says, sorry about this, Shizu. Dragging you into our mess like this. It's fine, Shizuka sighs deeply. Pirates like this are a threat that we shouldn't overlook just because we're inconvenienced by them. No doubt they'd start raiding up and down the coast and cause untold misery in the process. My brothers arrived at our location in just 6 hours. Gaara had flown them both over at maximum speed, and I believe he was more eager to stretch his legs than any of us had ever witnessed. Gaara gives the plan a nod. Naruto creates a dozen powerful shadow clones, and Kankuro, thrilled by his new role, marches off with them. The cage says, what about you, Temari? If you ride in on your fan, you can keep pace, but you will be vulnerable. Can't I just ride? Temari shrugged. Gaara, Shizuka, and Naruto all say, no, and Naruto goes on, the only reason Yui let you on was because I was riding too. Shizuka has a partial contract with the Kitsune and is my wife. You or neither. The next to speak was Gaara, who looked at his older sister with his arms crossed. As you hold the weasel contract, my tanuki will not want to associate with you. They are too proud for that. At this point, Kurama flashed a sly smile, making Naruto go pale because he knew she would probably bring him down in some way. Then, the solution is simple. The vixen had the biggest smile on record, and everyone was staring at her. When Naruto saw it, he went pale and said, "You can't be." Kurama exclaimed, "Come on, Otudo. You have been practicing it," but Naruto could tell she was having too much fun. Oh, he would exact quick, merciless revenge. Looking back at the entire group, the nine-tailed vixen said, "My baka of a container has learned the kitsune transformation technique. Wind Country, Pirate Stronghold. We attacked shortly after sunset because all of the kitsune and tanuki had fairly good night vision. All I had to do was increase Naruto's fire and block any projectiles. We simply launched an overwhelming attack quickly because it was impossible to sneak in due to their location. However, all had changed their fur to resemble that of a desert fox in order to blend in, much like the tanuki. It was impressive." Temari yelled, "Charge!" from atop a six-tailed Naruto that had been transformed, with his hunters right behind him, Kurama on his right who had desired to participate in such a raid, and Shizuka riding Yui on his left this time. The tanuki, who were on the opposite side of the group, were led by a smaller version of Shukaku. When he saw his older sibling, he wanted to join in as well, and he was leading his fellow tanuki and Gaara in this charge after receiving his own summons back. Both of them were enjoying it. Enemy attack. Fire the first wave. Indeed, arrows descended upon them, darkening the sky. Temari called out, "3 moons, wind style, great breakthrough." She then swung her fan, creating a solid hole in the hail of weapons with ease. It took the kitsune and tanuki a moment to recognize the loud, distant thuds. "Scatter!" Naruto yelled, and they did, just in time, because a huge explosion took place where they had been standing, sending a heavy metal ball sinking into the sand. Shukaku just used his sand, angled and hovering above his pack, to deflect the kitsune's explosions as they ducked and weaved in response to more distant thuds. Yes, he was having a great time with this change of pace. He was laughing uncontrollably. When they arrived at the camp, Temari prepared her fan, wind style, grand breakthrough, while Naruto led the charge with his blue flames. The Kyuubi's flames, as well as those of many of the leading kitsune and half the camp, were consumed by flames from that single attack as her wind collided with his blue flames. 2 of the nearby ships are among them. As he lands on an unfortunate victim who has been torn to pieces by his claws, Naruto looks up to see the groups of puppets, resembling Suna Jonin, slicing through the majority of the regular thugs like a well-organized, seasoned Anbu team that can spew flames from their hands and spit poison. In any case, Temari started a fire at another gathering, quickly stoked it, and they had no chance. Then, using her ninja sandals to tap his side, she bent down and said, "The ships, let's go." With Temari clinging to his hunter sculpt jacket, Naruto sprang through the confusion and flames, jumping over an empty cage and landing on a crate before launching himself clear over one of Shukaku's air bullets, which ripped through both man and stone and landed gracefully on the first ship, which was, in this kitsune's humble opinion, burning nicely. Ignoring his passengers' outrage at his breathing of flames on an already burning ship, Naruto leapt to the second ship, which needed a few extra flames here and there, with ease. He then leapt to the third ship, one of those that had fired on its own as they approached the fortress. The sailors, who were attempting to prepare for sail, all stopped when they saw a girl riding a multi-tailed fox that was growling at them as they landed hard in the middle of the deck. Flames flared in its mouth, and she glared. Her breakthrough fanned its flames in a single breath, consuming the front half of the ship in flames. She let out a yip before they could seize their weapons, and the fox jumped to the next ship, igniting the sails along the way. Ships 4 through 7 were treated in the same way, but Ship 8 had a Jonin on board, who tried to attack as soon as we touched down. He struck our wind wall with lightning, creating an opening. The former mist shinobi snarled, drawing his sword as water swirled around it. "Tisk, to think some little girl and her pet fox are ruining the greatest navy this side of the elemental nation," he said. As they circled the central mast with their opponent, Temari raised an eyebrow, speaking with no lack of pretended shock and surprise. "Oh, last I checked, Water Country had the naval power. Not some rogue who ran when things got tough." He gave them a growl. As they continued to circle, Naruto snarled back louder, drawing the shinobi's attention to the stalking kitsune he was matching. He laughed. When I kill you, girlie, your pet will make a fine little addition to my collection. Bet he'll sell for a pretty penny. A fire-spitting steed, I can already smell the Ryo. Knowing that Naruto took offense at the way his hackles rose, Temari said, yeah, no. I'm going to have to end this now. Her smile was so endearing that it could be used to make preservatives. Her wind helped Naruto launch a fireball, but he used lightning-enhanced water to deflect it overboard and countered with a water whip. Temari was spared from the fluid construct by Naruto's leap back. A jet of water erupted as the Jonin thrust his water sword forward. With flames blazing forward and a mist and steam eruption, Naruto came to the rescue once more. The mist shinobi's laughter, of course, reverberated through the hazy mist. A big mistake. We mist shinobi live in the mist. We can't lose within it. Naruto's ears twitched as he started his monologue, as if he were tracking something through the darkness. After noticing, Temari decided to take a chance and put her fan in its holster on Naruto's armored jacket-like saddle. She took her smaller tesson out of her equipment pouch, channeled chakra into them, and then swung a slice of wind in the direction Naruto had indicated. She smiled at the sound of his curses. In response, he growled, "Lucky hit." What was that about being unbeatable in the mist, again? Temari asked with a clear laugh. Their opponent started, like I said, but Naruto quickly sidestepped as a sword blow just missed Temari's throat. According to the Mist Jonin, the retaliatory fireball that struck nothing as he slides to the side of the ship's railing was just a lucky hit. Temari waited and watched as Naruto's ears twitched once more. Then his head snapped to the left, and his nose sniffed. She instinctively used both of her tesson to cut the wind there. As the first slice passed across his chest and the second through his left arm, the Jonin gasped. How? He muttered as he dropped to his knees in stunned disbelief. Temari smiled back at Naruto. She murmured lowly, "You forgot that foxes are canines. Their hearing and sense of smell are far greater than ours." From his spot on the floor, he laughed. "No matter, my men got away. I was just stalling you after all." As promised, the final two ships were leaving, and Temari snarled as she saw them disappear farther and farther. That is, until Naruto yipped and drew her gaze to the side, where two tiny, tailed beast bombs swam across the water, struck a ship, and exploded both of them simultaneously. Temari looks to the shoreline in confusion as pieces of cloth and wood fall everywhere. Kurama and Shukaku both appear smug and content. With a weary sigh and a shake of her head at their antics, Temari turns to face Naruto and says, "Let's get back to shore. We have to escort the rescued to safety." Naruto nods and lets out a little bark as he walks back to the opposite side of the ship. He looks at the partially submerged ships that they had once used to cross, which are gradually transforming into wrecks. He smiled and knelt down with his paws spread as Temari suddenly felt uneasy and hesitantly said, "You aren't." Darting across the flames, he blurred forward, shattering decks, splintering ships, and bringing down supports. He leapt over a burning pit, bounced off falling masts, ducked under a burning sail, and landed on a deck that broke as he leapt clear, flames shooting up his tail. Surprisingly, Temari was enjoying herself the whole time. She screamed at first, but after the second ship, she realized Naruto had this under control and just ducked into his fur, not trying to get in the way. After all, she trusted him. With a 7 from Kurama and a 6 from Shukaku, Naruto clears the last ship, jumps over the flaming docks, and slides to a stop among the camp while Kurama and Shukaku hold up burnt flags. As Temari and Naruto glare at them, Kurama raises her voice and shakes her head. No flips or spins, total letdown. Shukaku gives a nod, or explosions. The Kitsune and Kunoichi raised an eyebrow when the final ship in the line suddenly burst into a pyre of blue flames. Nods Shukaku, "I stand corrected. I'll give you an 8. Your timing was way off." Naruto didn't want to frighten the already jittery civilians anymore, so he stayed in his transformation until we managed to get them to the nearby town. He was my accomplice the entire time, and during our stops, some of the children came to pet him. Despite his refusal to play fetch, he played with them as well. One of the rescued civilians painted a picture of me sleeping on his side under his tails, and I still have it. End of flashback. Consulate of Suna. Naruto was more slack-jawed and had a fox transformation big enough to ride like a war steed into battle. A combat horse with shinobi training, incredibly nimble and resolute. When Yui chirped, Temari clicked her fingers and said, "Right, thanks Yui," turning to face the group while averting her best male friend's death glare with practiced ease. She was Kurama's second as they participated, and the hunters gained first-hand knowledge of combat in the desert. With pride in her voice, Yui chirped once more, and Naruto gave her a fierce look while blushing slightly. Traitor. Naruto looked at Kiba's comment, you can transform into a fox, and raised an eyebrow. So can you, right? Kiba took a moment to consider that, then nodded, remembering some of his own clan's more sophisticated methods. Oh yeah, it's been a while since I've needed them though. Good times, huh, Tamari said with a laugh. Yugito looked at her brother of circumstance and laughed at that. Ah, I so want to. Yakumo lowered her own wine glass and said, wait, drawing attention to herself. That hit movie, the Kuno's Kitsune, sounds like. Naruto moans as Tamari smiles and nods. She responds, yeah, the whole movie was based on witness statements and a redacted report on the mission. That's why the Kitsune remained nameless, and the lead actress was a blonde. When Yakumo says, may I see the painting? If you have it, everyone gets excited. Tamari shrugs, knowing that if Naruto saw it again, he would probably try to burn it. An A4-sized painting of a campfire featuring a highly detailed Tamari leaning against what they all believe to be Naruto's fox form. A dusty, blonde-furred kitsune with black foot pads and tail tips on his 6 tails, curled protectively around her emerges from her wrist seal, another gift from her best friend. Beside her in his jacket, you can see her fan. By this point, Hinata's blush appeared to be permanent. Even as a fox, she said. A deadly combination, Shikamaru remarked as he considered it, purposefully interrupting Hinata to prevent her from continuing. The Nara, who had direct experience with those annoying fire-breathing monsters, were the center of attention. Those flames are dangerous on their own, but when added winds from a Suna wind user. Doubt much could stand against that level of firepower. Naruto had to nod even though he detested this. Yeah, he said, clearly hating to acknowledge that. Tamari had never been so self-satisfied. She loved their unbeaten run and their tag team. I tell you that each and every time. Yet you still grumble about it. Mari, I ain't no damn steed. I am a shinobi, Naruto growled at her. PFF'd, Kiba said, his laughter uncontrollable. This fact also greatly amused Yugito, who now had an endless supply of material to tease. She was going to milk it, I see now. Then Yakumo said, you mean? Tamari smiled, even more so when the movie came out. We've escorted the Wind Daimyo on several occasions, kind of a celebrity status we gained in response. The Daimyo likes to show that we are under her employ on occasion. We have to schedule it with Naruto's wives, who aren't too happy with it but at the same time understand that it passively helps relations between Demon and Wind, so, she chuckled after the fact, another beer placed by the server. Kiba let out wheezes as his laughter subsided. Dude, you're a steed, oh man. The dog boy bristled at Naruto's fox-like eyes as he said, oi, mutt. Naruto said, you are just a mongrel lacking any real skill or reason. I suggest you back down. Everyone could tell by Kiba's savage growl that the animals he shares characteristics with were speaking, not the shinobi himself. With clenched teeth, Kiba said, you stupid fox, anywhere, anytime. Naruto grinned foxily for a moment as Kiba's growl intensified and snarls appeared, but then he went blank and turned to Yugito, who grimaced at the dog's ignorance. As was to be expected, Seiken materialized behind him and seized him, forcing the air out of Kiba's lungs as he spoke. Era, you doggies are so bad today. Once more, Naruto snickered like a fox and the others laughed as soon as Seiken was out of earshot. He stopped and said, damn, dogs are so stupid, before turning to face Pakun, who had joined Yui in conversation. Not all, though. He was waved away by Pakun. That guy was. Don't sweat it. Besides, dogs and foxes are similar to dogs and cats. Maybe it's you dogs that have an attitude problem then, says Naruto, nodding before breaking out in a cold sweat. But, before our next escort mission, we should hit the training field soon, Naru. I want to try how my vacuum style affects the flames, dispersal patterns, Tamari said after calming down from her quick giggles. Naruto let out a deep sigh and asked, when was that? Gaara said, end of next month, as he went by on his way to the juice bar. Thanks, Naruto replied, it's going to be so much fun. Tamari said with a smile. Naruto smiled and said, kinda like those pirates in that cove, no. After blushing, Tamari glared at him and said, you promised. Naruto told her, it was implied, never promised, and this time she gave him a growl. Oh, I remember that one, Yugito said with a smile. Oh, Tamari gave the cat a fierce look. I recall the moon defense. Yugito turned red and concentrated on her meal. That was promised to never be mentioned again. With a nod, Tamari said, Naru did, I didn't. Naruto smiled, laughing now, and the Suna Kunoichi reciprocated, saying, she has a point. Yugito turned to face Naruto, who looked back at her with equal vigor. Tamari growled and glared, saying, not fair. Sorry, Mari, Naruto said with a sigh and a headshake. She made a good point. Can't go against it, so that one is off the table. Yugito sipped her own wine with a positively smug expression. Tamari spoke in a low voice and glared. Then, what about Calipan Ridge? Naruto looks at Yugito and asks, that one got kinda crazy, right? Yugito nods and says, not as crazy as what I had heard of the Land of Sky incident. First time I've seen that many angry tales in one place, Tamari said with a smile and a nod, which made the two containers laugh. Naruto nodded. Well, they had that flying fortress and dared to taunt Fu. Then Utakata showed up. Gaara, you, Shizuka, and I just got caught up in it all. I saw the report, Yugito said with a laugh and a headshake. I really wish I had been there. Naruto trembled and shook his head several times. You really don't. That Zero Tails was a piece of work. It was strong too. Tamari responds, most our attacks were absorbed. Gaara, Utakata, and I were useless. Yugito's eyebrows went up. Oh, even the airhead, huh? Tamari nods, even him, and Naruto sighs. Like I said, they really pissed off Fu. She ended up tearing the thing apart. Literally, barehanded. With a serious nod, Tamari says, it's why I never prod that sleeping monster. With a sparkle in her eyes that no one noticed, Karen asks, what about the whole, Scourge of the Grass, moniker? She had wondered what her clanmate had done to her old house to earn them that title. That made Naruto chuckle a little. The glint in his eyes was shared with the kitsune by his side, and many shivered at the thought of a focused, concentrated pranking spree by a skilled Uzumaki. Well, most wouldn't consider it all that great, but they tried to capture me and Shizuka. They weren't very good, so I ended up pranking them constantly for a full 2 months straight. Karen had a very foxy smile. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. Naruto gave a nod. The kitsune and I made it a game, with a scoreboard and everything. Now, Grass Shinobi have been ordered not to aggravate anyone connected to the kitsune, he laughed. It was fun. Kiba, whose return was unexpected by most, nodded and laughed. Unpredictable knucklehead, though, from the stance I saw earlier. Naruto gives a nod. That this didn't come up sooner surprises Yugito. The Inuzuka nods as he points to his whisker marks and says, yeah, well, as a Jinchuriki perfectly synced with my partner, some of our traits are shared. Due to, my long-term exposure to my partner, you know, like my entire life, I've developed many kitsune traits. The Inuzuka remembers his foxy smell from that time as well. Many people were listening intently as Naruto went on. These whiskers aren't just for show. Even more so now that I have been trained in their use. Hinata, one of the few who had found the purported birthmarks cute, asks, what do you mean, Naruto-kun? With a sigh, Naruto swirls his beer and looks down at Karen, giving her a quick half-smile that makes her pay more attention. Naruto looks at the heiress who had inquired, I was born with these additional traits because of one simple fact. The reason some have come to call me the youngest Biju is because for a time, both I and the Kyuubi shared a space together, seeing as my mother was the container before I was. Many people's eyes widened, but Karen became serious as he realized that his mother was the Uzumaki who had to restrain the fox. She had undoubtedly passed away before raising him. Naruto sighed and continued, during my growth, my partner's influence subtly shaped it. Nothing was maligned or anything, nor was it purposely done so. Even for an Uzumaki, my chakra levels are insane. The reason for my lack of control in the early days, he stared at Kiba intently, that clone jutsu is impossible. I had to perfect my control to reliably perform substitution, and I modified the transformation into a physical one as the illusion is also forever beyond my abilities. In response, Naruto waved Hinata away and said, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. For not. We were kids. You didn't know better. Though, he said sharply, the adults should have known. More so our teachers, but none bothered to care. During his fourth game against Omoi, Shikamaru interrupted, Iruka did, at the next table over. Naruto nodded his head and explained, looking back, I realized a few things. At the start, he was just like the others, overlooking me and assuming the worst. Only towards the end of our final year, he changed his tune, and only after Lord Third asked him to. Naruto turned to face the Nara, who had an uncomfortable, hollow smile. Naruto is hauntingly carrying on. Tell me, Shikamaru Nara, should one get a pass because they came around in the end? Just because he treated me equally, as a regular child, like the rest of you during the final months of our tenure at the academy? Does that mean he deserved a pat on the back for a job well done? I hadn't even done anything to warrant the mistreatment I received from everyone, and I suffered due to it. At that realization, the assembly became as silent as a crypt. Tsunade had hoped to retain Shizune and Iruka as backup plans, but it appears she needs to reconsider. Man, Sensei made a mistake, and now everyone in the village is suffering as a result. For once, Yugito didn't have a cunning response for her brother. Instead, she took his hand under the table and gave it a quick squeeze. With a fleeting smile, he acknowledged the support in silence. Sakura, who was standing to the side of the assembled Leaf group, caught everyone's attention when she said, "I have a question." Their attention had been drawn to the quick-fire flow of information that the three blondes were discussing in passing. "Oh, Haruno, you are here too," Naruto said in a flat voice. His words elicited a number of intriguing reactions. Tamari scowled, Yugito and Karen's eyes narrowed, and the other tailed beasts secretly observed her. But the Leaf side looked at the Pinkett, wondering what she would ask her old teammate. "What do you think of us?" The Konoha 10, Team 7, the Leaf. "What is your—" "I am sorry, Haruno, but you really do not want me to answer that," Naruto said icily, his eyes narrowed to almost slits and his beer's temperature dropping to almost freezing. "Or this will be the shortest diplomatic visit in history." Sakura swallowed the knot in her throat, remembering those icy blue eyes from their fleeting meeting in Wave. None of the cuts he had made to her were lethal. He would have killed her like the other Jonin and Chunin, but it was obvious that her knucklehead was still there, buried deep. She bowed her head, swallowed hard one last time, and said, "I see. I wanted to just say I was sorry." That action caused many people to raise their eyebrows, but Naruto's group did not. "Do you even know what you need to apologize for?" Yugito questioned. Sakura was disoriented. Yes, she could think of a few things, such as their attack in Wave, mistreating him while they were teammates, and accusing him of failing to bring Sasuke back. "Haruno, I can tell you what you are about to say is the wrong thing to say right now. Instead, take your time to actually think it out and get back to us," Naruto said, raising his hand to stop her. "Is she normally that dense?" Karen asks, looking at Naruto with a hint of confusion as Sakura nods and moves away. Naruto gives a nod. "Definitely. Then again, I can't really speak either." When Yugito, Tamari, Shikamaru, Yakumo, Yui, Omoi, Pakun, and Kakashi all said, "True," Naruto gave them a tick mark and snarled, "Oi." "Ah, Naruto," a new voice interrupted. When Naruto looked back, he saw one of his closest friends leaping to his feet. "Oh man, Chojuro, when did you get here, my friend?" "About 30 minutes ago, I was on a mission for Moon, and they gave me a ride here," Chojuro said with a trembling laugh. As the king and Naruto gives a nod. The swordsman with blue hair shook his head and said, "No, they are coming in the morning. I came ahead of them." With a nod, Naruto says, "You know, with you and Omoi here, I think we should have a swordsman spar. For old time's sake." He smiles. At that, Chojuro grinned. "It has been a while since I last battled the mythical 8th blade of Kiri. It should be fun." This attracted even more attention, and Omoi's eyes gleamed as he looked up. Being a swordsman, he had undoubtedly heard that nickname for his boss, but it was uncommon to find someone who had actually seen it. After all, those missions were suicide missions. Naruto smiled. "Mythical, huh, nah, more like luck and stubbornness." He trailed off soberly, remembering his thoughts at the time, before his Heim saved him from himself. Everyone was taken aback when Ino suddenly showed up and gave him a hug, including Naruto, who blinked owlishly multiple times. He was about to inquire when she whispered, "I know." He froze at that. With a clan jutsu, she telepathically spoke, "Naruto, this is my telepathy. I spent a long time in your head. I know what you were thinking back then, what you haven't told a soul about. What you buried deep. One of the reasons I volunteered to come as Lady Hokage's guard was to talk to you about it." She slowly withdrew and looked him in the eyes. He tensed up in her grip on his upper arms, but he didn't try to free himself. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and asked, the other reason. In response, most people would be alarmed by her mental smirk, but not a Jinchuriki with a cunning fox in its home. Through their present mental connection, Ino responds, I'm wondering if we could set up an agreement regarding setting up a branch of Yamanaka flowers, or if you have flowers we could buy. Surprisingly upfront, what gives? The mental image of Naruto said, glaring at her while placing its hands on its hips. With a mental shrug and a haughty attitude, Ino went on, like I said, I've been in your head. Being upfront about the fact that my clan wants to play ball shows how genuine it is, no. Before flipping her hair back. Thank you, Ino. Be glad for both our sakes that this is an informal event. As I doubt my wives would take your physical act all that tolerable, Naruto said, letting out a loud sigh. Even so, he made a peace sign and a mental foxy smile as he spoke. Lunch at the shrine, I have an informal meeting with the Hyuga. Feel free to drop by with your proposal. It should be fun. The sexiness of that mental work at play was something Ino would never acknowledge. Since the clan had strict rules about mental communications, Naruto's unpredictable nature was a welcome change from those outside her clan who never took the time to learn how to do that stuff. She grinned, nodded, and turned to leave. She gained access to the clan and the opportunity she required. The mission has been completed. Looking at his sword brother, Naruto asks, so, let's say tomorrow evening. Chojuro smiles confidently as he nods. Sure, sounds good. Still at the shrine, right? After giving a nod, Naruto turns to face Omoi, who is standing with Karui. We're in too. Naruto gives Chojuro a look. Maybe a warm-up. Missed against Kumo. Naturally, Mei noticed this and suddenly materialized in front of the 7th and 8th swordsmen. Oh, sounds juicy. Behind her two Chunin, Yugito emerged with a confident smile. Just because you're my brother, doesn't mean we will go easy on you. As he performed the cliched missed swordsman routine, Naruto laughed and looked pretty much like Zabuza. Around them, the other swordsmen materialized, each holding their blades in a different position. Mei smirked confidently as she stood in the middle, arms crossed. Haramakare was in Chojiro's hand at her right. On her left, with his meter-long, Tsuba-less, pitch-black Odachi resting on his shoulder, Naruto was stoically side-eyeing them, cut off from the outside world. At her back, in similar positions, were her two other guards. Their antics caused the Kumo team to perspire profusely. Mei spoke with assurance. The mist will never lose in Kenjutsu. As long as we have our 8 swordsmen. Right, affirmed the swordsman. They turned to see Kakashi and Yugao after hearing a cough from the side. Yugao smiled gently at Naruto, who was taken aback but maintained his composure. Naturally, he was content. However, he did, in a sense, stab her. Perhaps he should introduce her to his Azuki daughter or offer an apology at some point. Yugao stood up and said, my name is Yugao Azuki. I don't suppose I could join this Kenjutsu fight. Naruto interrupted Mei as she was about to deny it, asking, is Hatake your backup? Naruto sighs as she nods. How about that clearing in the approach? Asks Omoi, smiling softly. Naruto gives a nod. Yeah, probably the best place to. Kakashi raised his voice. You just said. Karui glares at the Leaf team and remarks, that was before you guys joined in. Every swordsman nods. She looks at Naruto, who nods, and asks, so now, we can't hold it at the shrine. So, the clearing after the final whistle. Yeah, sounds good. Lady Kurama just intercepted a cage-level signature that suddenly appeared at the perimeter of the flower fields and tried to sneak towards the shrine. From the feel of it, Matabi is still with the kids, while Kurama is heading here with the signature, Karen whispered into Naruto's ear as she abruptly appeared at his side. After taking a deep breath to process the news, Naruto nods and whispers to his clanswoman, thank you for the update. She nods, and then they both turn to face Yugito, who had overheard and is equally concerned. They all nod in agreement. As expected, Kurama showed up at the consulate less than 5 minutes later, threw a certain toad summoner in, and then stepped in herself while growling loudly. Keep your pervert on a tighter leash, or next time I'll barbecue him alive. Death incarnate was staring down at the battered and bruised Toad Sage when he looked up. His blue eyes and blonde hair were voids at worst and icy at best. Do tell me, Toad Sage, what the fuck were you doing trying to sneak into my home? Pinching her nose, Tsunade sighed. Jiraiya, damn it.
Yo guys, it's RyugaXD.
You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun.